This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents California Gold, a novel, by John Jakes, narrated by Sean Compton. Now I wish you to learn one of the strangest matters that has ever been found in writing or in the memory of mankind. Know ye that on the right hand of the Indies there is an island called California, very close to the earthly paradise. Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, Las Sergas de Esplandian, Seville, 1510. In reading the biographies of Californians, I found some recurring themes: restlessness rather than rootedness, innovation instead of tradition, freedom replacing responsibility. I also found an obsession with bigness. Carol Dunlap, California People. I don't think of California as a place, you see. It is a certain kind of opportunity. James D. Houston, Californians. Eastward I go only by force, but westward I go free. Henry David Thoreau. 30 years after the gold rush, men and women of adventurous spirit began to discover the true gold of California. They found it hidden in her soil and her streams, in black oil and golden citrus, in seemingly impractical new inventions such as moving pictures and airplanes. One such gold seeker set out in 1886, his destination a place steeped in legend, myth, and dreams. She was still a raw frontier, a land of stunning geographic contrasts, of parched savannas and snowy peaks, cold purple valleys and hot yellow deserts. She spilled across 158,700 square miles and an entire 10 degrees of latitude north to south. She had already known many cultures. Manila galleons had provisioned in her coastal bays, homebound for Europe with the riches of the Orient. Sir Francis Drake had careened his ship on her shore while searching for the fabled Northwest Passage to the Indies. Early Spanish explorers waded her rivers and trekked her deserts in search of mythical cities paved with gold. Like a string of sacred rosary beads, 21 Franciscan missions were placed from San Diego to Sonoma. These first European settlers, the soldiers and clerics, practiced what they perceived as a benevolent despotism. In the name of God and civilization, they enslaved the first Californians, native Indians whose most warlike activities were digging roots and weaving baskets. As the years passed, others came to California in pursuit of good fortune or easy living. Mexican descendants of the Spanish soldiers settled on her hills to raise cattle on great ranchos. New England merchantmen sailed in to trade for tallow and hides. California banknotes, the Yankees called them. Imperial Russia planted a colony on the northern coast in search of furs and perhaps new territory, only to see it fail after a few decades. By then a new menacing breed had appeared, bold mountain men who risked their lives to push through the snow-choked passes of the Sierras. They greedily eyed the sweet, rich land sequestered behind the mountain barrier, and soon word of their discoveries filtered east. Many more Anglos were shortly on the way. Manifest Destiny was a banner the Americans carried from the Atlantic to the Pacific. In 1846 they seized California, and 4 years later she was ushered into the Union as the 31st state. By 1851, Americans were using the courts to steal the land-grant ranchos from their original owners. All of this took place against the turmoil of a truly global event. On January 24, 1848, at Captain Sutter's sawmill on the South Fork of the American River, a cry went up and echoed around the world. Gold! Hundreds heeded it, then thousands. They walked or rode across the prairies and mountains, or tossed in reeking ships that carried them to California after they trudged through the pestilential heat of the Isthmus of Panama. Other ships voyaged around the Horn, many sinking in its raging storms. By foot and by horse, By wheel and by sail, these modern seekers of the Golden Fleece, these Argonauts, came. They hailed from farms and cities all over America, from Britain, Germany, France, Switzerland, Russia, China, Hawaii, Brazil, and scores of other places. During the peak of the gold rush, as many as 100,000 of them were swarming into California each year. A few found gold. Most didn't. Those who did failed to keep it. The gold rush created not a single millionaire, not one family fortune. Within 10 years, however, other men with different perspectives began to seek and find the real gold of the Golden State. First among them were 4 shopkeepers, all of ordinary background but extraordinary avarice and energy, who planned, financed, and built the western portion of the first transcontinental railroad. Other Californians began to strike it rich in silver mines just over the Nevada border. Still others found wealth in vast tracts of land where wheat could be grown bountifully and profitably. Even by 1886, when she held almost 1 million people, California had not yet yielded all of her treasures. Despite the disillusionment of many who had already failed there, her shining myth remained undimmed. Her name was still a lodestone for the courageous and hopeful, and she still sang her siren song to young dreamers around the world. This is the story of one of them, and some of those he met on his journey in search of California gold. Prelude. California Dreams, 1886. The 3 hanged men turned in the wind as the timbers of the gibbet creaked and the blizzard covered the shabby coats of the dead with shrouds of white. The boy was frightened of the 3, with their closed eyes, fishy white skin, purple throats. He knew all of them, O'Murphy, Caslin, and Uncle Dave, Pa's brother. They frightened him nearly as much as this sudden storm. It came down off Sharp Mountain like a howling wolf, building the drifts an inch higher during the short time he stood by the gibbet. It stung his face, the snow more like pellets of ice, and drove against him so that he resembled a shrunken old man with white hair. The blue medicine bottle dropped from his numb right hand. Frantic, he pawed in the drift till he found it, and then put it in the left pocket of his poor coat, the only one without a hole. The bottle came from the store operated by the mine company. The Pluck Me store, Pa called it, because that's what it did to all the miners. Plucked them clean. He started to run through the growing drifts. Hard going. Soon his breath was tearing in and out in loud gasps. The storm gripped his bones and made them ache, and he felt he'd never be warm again, never see sunshine again. Stumbling past the last of the hideous frame duplexes where some of the miners lived, he feared he'd never see Pa again, because drifts twice as tall as he was blocked the path home. He wanted to cry, but didn't, because he'd learned that lesson already. Even at 7 years old, you didn't cry. If there wasn't enough food, and there never was, you didn't cry. If the winters were endless, freezing without sun, except for a feeble yellow-white glow in the haze now and then, breaking your heart because you longed for warmth and light, you didn't cry. If the mines hired detectives hanged your uncle for conspiring to strike, you didn't cry. If you were out here, lost, afraid for your life and immortal soul, you still didn't cry. He ran, slamming through a drift, battering it with both fists, the wind yelling and sobbing and cluttering in his ear. His hair was white. Bolting left, he lost his balance and stumbled onto his side. He came up spitting snow, and, wild with fright, cupped his hands around his mouth. "Pa? Pa, help me!" Under his nails, dark deposits showed. The dirt came from his work, picking and sorting the anthracite with 40 other boys. He had Pennsylvania black gold under his nails, but he couldn't spend it. He feared there'd be no answer. Stumbling, he nearly fell again when he heard a distant voice. "Mac! Mac! Son!" "Pa, where are you? I can't see you. I'm lost." "Mac, I've been searching for an hour." The voice receded as he ran toward it. "But where are you?" "Over here. This way." This way, this way. The sound whirled round and round him, the voices multiplying, echoing, confusing and frightening him more. He screamed for Pa and swerved to the left, then right, running faster, his cracked old shoes somehow lifting him above the snow, carrying him on between cliffs of snow that formed a steadily narrowing canyon. "Pa? Pa!" he cried, and 100 answering voices gibbered at him from all directions, the human sounds and the storm's cry a hopeless tangle. He heard a rumbling, felt it in his feet deep in the drifts. The rumbling grew, and the snow cliffs on both sides shuddered and began to rain down showers of white. He ran into something solid and cried out. Snapping his head back, he saw the 3 hanged men. He'd run in a circle. Around the gibbet, ramparts of snow reached up to a sky he was seeing for the last time. "Help me," he said to the dead men as the snow cliffs burst open. Great blocks of white hurtled down. "Somebody help me." The hanged men opened their eyes and looked down. He started to scream, but no sound would come. His mouth open, he watched tons of snow descending on him with a roar like the end of creation. Again he tried to force a scream out. Nothing. His throat was silent, dead. But there was screaming enough. The storm screamed for him, louder and louder, and his eyes flew open. The terrible sound gripped him until he sat up and his mind started to function. There was a thin scrawl of smoke along the horizon. Again the freight train signaled with its whistle, now quickly fading, the train dwindling in the west and leaving nothing but the smoke above the rolling harvested fields. He forced himself to breathe deeply. That slowed the beat of his heart. The nightmare recurred every few months. It was as familiar as a friend, but not nearly as welcome. It was compounded of drab memories, the cold, sooty, hopeless world of the coal patch, the little village of Irish and Welsh mining families between Pottsville and Port Carbon, Pennsylvania, where his pa had raised him, and of terrifying ones. He'd been lost for half an hour in just such a snowstorm when he was sent on an errand at age 6. He hadn't really been in danger of losing his life, but he might as well have been. So terrified was he before his pa came with a lantern to carry him home. In the dream he always died, killed by the sunless world of his boyhood, where there was never enough food, never enough firewood, never enough in a miner's bobtail paycheck because of all that the company deducted for rent, groceries, lamp oil, miner's candles. For most of those who had squandered their few years of health and vigor mining Schuylkill coal, there was never enough hope. In that respect, Pa was an exception. Pa had his memories. Pa had his book. Pa had California. He'd bequeathed all of those things to his son, who now combed a burr out of his hair and stepped over the golden leaves at the base of the tree till he was free of the shadows of the limbs and could lean his head back and let the hot autumn sunshine soak into him. It wasn't as good as the sunshine of California, he was sure, but it was a foretaste. His name was James Macklin Chance. Macklin was his Irish mother's maiden name. She'd died bearing him, and perhaps his pa had always called him Mac because of his love for her and his loss. He stood 5 feet 10 inches and had a trim, hard frame developed during his years as a mine boy. Though he'd been out in the open almost constantly in recent months, he was only marginally darker than he had been the day he left Schuylkill County forever. He was still a pale Easterner. Mac had inherited his father's straight brown hair and the hazel eyes of the mother he never knew. His beard, which he'd let grow for this journey, was distinctly lighter and redder than the hair above, and it hid a strong chin. He had a broad, likable smile when he felt like displaying it, but his early years in the mines had built a pugnacity into him, too. He relieved himself behind the tree and then hunkered over the big blue bandana that carried his worldly goods, which consisted of a large clasp knife and the book. He wore corduroy pants and an old jacket of denim, much too heavy for this heat, but necessary in the final stage of his journey. He'd set out with no money at all. The settlement after the mine accident was a princely $25, for which he'd signed a paper saying the mining company was absolved of all responsibility. Burying Pa properly had used up the entire sum. Mac untied the bandana and debated between the bruised apple and one of the crackers, now hard as wood. He chose the cracker and then took out the book, brushing crumbs from its embossed leather cover. Inspecting each corner to make sure none was bent, he then smoothed his palm over the raised lettering, whose feel he knew by heart. The cover said, "The Emigrant's Guide to California and its Gold Fields." Below this was the author's name, T. Fowler Haynes, and a date, 1848. The book measured 6 inches by 3 and was half an inch thick. Mac opened it to the title page and smiled as if meeting an old friend. Based upon personal eyewitness experiences of the author, and published at New York City by the Cash Brothers Printing Company. Price, 15 cents, with map. Now leafing through the little book his father had carried all the way to California and back again, his eye touched on a favorite line. The El Dorado of the early voyagers to America has been discovered at last, giving riches to some and new hope to all. His pa had believed that all his life, even though he was one of the thousands of failed Argonauts who came home with nothing but memories of a golden land of sunshine and promise. Mac believed it too, and now that his pa's accident had set him free of responsibility, he'd never had any loyalty to the mine company or the cheerless, cold land in which it bled its victims of their strength and hope. He was on his way to prove the words of the remote and godlike T. Fowler Haynes. In California, he'd never be cold again, or poor. Mac once more brushed off the book, considered whether the upper right corner might be slightly bent. It was not, and then tied up the bandana and resumed his walk through West Union County, Iowa, as the morning wore away. A half hour later, he came on 2 farm boys rolling around and punching each other in the dirt. He jumped in and pulled off the one on top, a stern light in his hazel eyes. "You let him alone." "Ain't none of your business," the bigger boy said. "He's my brother." "I don't care. You're a whole head taller." "What gives you any right to butt in?" "Why," Mac said with a touch of a smile, "I just like to stand up for the underdog when he can't stand up for himself. It's something my pa taught me." Then he lost the smile as he pointed his index finger near the bigger one's face. "So you pay attention to what I say. Don't let me catch you bullying again." "Yes, sir. All right," the bigger one said, now less sure of himself. "Is there a town any place close?" 3 miles on," said the smaller boy. "Good. I have to find some work so I can buy some food." The frame building, the depot of Macedon, Iowa, baked in the midday heat. Rails polished to a dazzle by the sun ran away east and west through the vast, fertile prairies, where silos and barns broke the horizon. Mac stepped up to the shade at the east end of the trackside platform, drawn by the sound of a loud, whiny voice. He'd been scrutinizing Macedon's Main Street around on the other side when he heard the man's sing-song speech, or rather just a tantalizing snatch of it. "Never a better time to explore the wonders of California." The man sheltering in the shade of the platform was old. Actually, he was about 40, but to Mac, who was 18, that was old. He wore a plaid frock coat, stand-up paper collar, cravat of peacock blue and green, and a derby. Shirt and collar studs winked like little gold nuggets. Mac saw the flash, not the cheapness. "When I'm rich, I'll dress like that." The man had set up a folding stand to hold some pamphlets. As Mac drifted closer, he noticed a poster tacked to the depot wall. "For health, wealth, recreation. See California now. Excursion fares will never be lower." The lecturer was swinging his finger in the air and saying, "And so, my friends," his audience of 3 jowly farmers in straw hats and bib overalls, and the mother of 2 little girls in ancient gingham sunbonnets didn't exactly look like friends. "Do not believe what you may have been told by the envious or the ignorant. Citizens of California have the best of us. Far from living in some kind of rude exile, they enjoy, in fact, the finest climate, the most fertile soil, the loveliest skies, the mildest winters, the most healthful surroundings in the entire United States of America." Mac had no trouble believing that. He'd heard similar statements from his pa, and had read them in the pages of T. Fowler Haynes. "And now the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific Railroad companies have reduced excursion fares to an all-time low. You cannot afford to pass up the opportunity to visit the Golden State, perhaps to discover your new home, and, who knows, the kind of wealth that has drawn the bold and courageous to California ever since the days when the homebound Manila galleons visited her shores. Sir Francis Drake sailed her coastline, and the hardy Spanish conquistadors roamed her valleys and mountain ranges in search of treasure. Step up, my good friends. I have the fare schedules and all pertinent information right here." The salesman displayed a handful of pamphlets. One farmer leaned over and spat tobacco on the rails. "Too goddamn far to go. And for what? To be scalped by Injuns or shot by road agents? No thanks." He left. "Sir, gentlemen, that is a completely unenlightened and unrealistic—" The salesman stopped. The other farmers were following the first. Then the mother shooed her sun-bonneted daughters around the corner after they'd helped themselves to pamphlets. The man watched the girls skip past an old spaniel that lay scratching its fleas in the dust. "Well, I don't suppose those young ladies will be forking out hard cash for train tickets any time soon. Jesus, what a hick burg." He swept the pamphlets into an open case and started to fold his stand. Mac stepped forward. "I'd like one of those." The salesman fanned himself with his derby. "Son, I'm hired by the Central Pacific to travel around and drum up paying passengers. You don't look like you could pay for a ride to the nearest privy." Mac gave him a level stare. "I can't, but I like to read everything I can about California. That's where I'm headed." "Is that so?" Mac nodded. The man rolled his tongue under his lip. "Then you're smarter than the idiots around here." He gestured west. "Greatest land boom in California history, and a cheap way to get there and take advantage of it, and they don't give a goddamn. Maybe they're not so stupid up in Des Moines." He flipped a pamphlet at Mac. The cover was a glorious lithograph of a California sunrise over grape arbors and stacked shocks of wheat, with patriotic bunting depicted at the corners and a grizzly bear strolling in the background. "Thanks for this," Mac said, slipping the pamphlet into the book, which caught the man's interest. "What's that? A Gold Rush guidebook?" The salesman wiggled his fingers and Mac reluctantly handed it to him. The man licked his thumb to turn the pages. "Be careful of that," Mac said. "My pa gave it to me. He carried it all the way to the diggings." "Oh, he lives in California, does he?" "No, Pennsylvania. That is, he did, till July. He's dead now. He came back when he didn't find any gold." "Not many did," the man said, now plucking out the tacks that held his poster to the depot wall. Toward the bottom, garish type urged, "See, orange groves and other natural wonders, real estate and business opportunities, new towns for retirement and vacation." The glorious promises rolled up out of sight. "And most of those who did," the man continued, "pissed their wealth away on women or cheap spirits or games of chance. In my opinion, my boy, the gold in California's creeks and rivers is pyrites. That's fool's gold. I know. But do you know this? The real gold out there is in the land." He cast a melancholy eye on the burnished horizon. "Richest, sweetest country a man ever rested his eyes upon." "I've read that, and there's no snow." "Well, that's true enough, unless you live in the Sierras, I suppose." "Not me," Mac declared. "I'm going to make my way in San Francisco. They call it the Athens of the West." Amused, the man said, "Mighty ambitious. Tell me something. How do you propose to get all the way out there?" "Same way I got this far. Hitch a ride when I can, walk when I can't." A board at the end of the platform creaked, and a glum, middle-aged man with a metal badge on his vest stepped around the corner and folded his arms, eyeing Mac, who was distracted by the salesman's explosive exclamation, "Walk?" In the hot stillness he heard Pa say, "The Argonauts knew of the wonders, the bounties, the incredible possibilities of California, the wealth waiting to be taken, the freedom to take it with no one to gainsay your methods. Men with that vision wanted to reach California so badly they sold everything to buy wagons or steerage tickets around the Horn. Those with nothing to sell, I was one, they walked. I saw the prairies black with walkers to California." "Yes, sir. A lot of people walked all the way back in 49 and 50, Mac said. The salesman laughed, not scornfully so much as with pity. "Son, you're crazy." "Maybe, but I'm going." "Then start now," the man with the badge broke in suddenly. "We got an ordinance against loafers and tramps." Mac felt anger welling up, but he fought it down. "Sheriff, sir, I need work. I need to earn the price of a meal." "Not in this town." "Maybe the next one," the salesman said. "Here." He flipped a silver coin with his thumb. It spun through the air, right into Mac's eager, cupped hands. A faraway train whistle sounded, and the salesman squinted into the western light. "That's my train to Des Moines. Good luck to you, son. I still say you're crazy, but I'd give a lot to go with you. See California." "You mean you've never seen it?" "No. The railroad just pays me to sell it." He smoothed his peacock cravat. "Anyway, I have a wife and 9 children in Rock Island. I couldn't... Well, I envy you." It thrilled Mac to have a man so worldly approve of his undertaking, and it took away some of the sting when the sheriff said, "Get moving." Mac waved to the salesman and stepped from the shade to the blazing light. Watching the Burlington and Missouri local pass him in a cloud of steam and cinders and a scree of steel breaking on steel, he grinned and waved at 2 girls in the single passenger car. Then, whistling, he turned and resumed walking west, toward the Missouri River, the Platte, toward the Rockies and the Sierras, Donner Summit, Emigrant Gap, California. 1. A thirsty man. 1886 to 1887. The first treasure California began to surrender after the gold rush was the oldest, her land. After Mexico had freed itself from Spain in 1821, the new Mexican government in California secularized all the property that had belonged to the missions. The Franciscans returned to Spain defeated, and the Indians were set adrift. The first Yankees who reached California perceived the value of the land at once. To obtain their share, some of these Anglos professed Catholicism, married into leading families, and settled down to comfortable lives as owners and masters of rich cattle ranches. After California came into the Union, other, less principled newcomers also recognized the land's potential worth and set out to acquire it in a somewhat ruder but typically American way, by using the law. The United States Congress had mandated the clarification and settlement of land claims, and a commission was set up to hear the arguments of disputing parties. Unfortunately, not one of its members spoke Spanish. Further, most of the original land grants had been written in the haziest of language, with claims described and delimited by such landmarks as a tree, perhaps blown down in a recent storm, a stream, its course changed over 2 or 3 decades, or a rock, gone completely. And if ill-defined boundaries would not carry the day for the claimant, a forged grant was certain to do so. With the great majority of claims decided by Anglo judges in favor of Anglo clients represented by Anglo lawyers, the Californios, the peaceful, civilized, gentlemen ranchers of Mexican descent, were soon robbed of their land. As the ranchos disappeared and apocalyptic seasons of drought and flooding rains turned the once rich beef cattle trade into a risky and unpopular venture, land baron and small farmer alike turned to wheat, a more stable and profitable crop. Though wheat had been grown at a few of the missions, it was only now that Californians recognized its perfect suitability to the soil of the Central Valley. It would sprout in the short, wet winters, it matured and flourished in the hot, dry summers, it could survive seasons of scant rainfall, and it was hardy enough to withstand long sea voyages to the markets of the East Coast or Europe, where it was soon in great demand. By the 1880s, California was shipping 40 million bushels a year. This new golden crop transformed the flat and featureless Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys into a source of unprecedented wealth. It was the first great agricultural bonanza in one of the greatest agricultural regions on the face of the globe, and it was not to be the last. But the bonanzas of the future awaited the arrival of something the flat, fertile land could not itself supply in adequate quantity: water. 1. In Omaha, Nebraska, Mac Chance swabbed floors in a saloon for a few days. On the afternoon that he received his wages, the barkeep's bulldog bit him, and for the next week he was dizzy with a fever. Limping along a rutted pike leading west, he tried to convince himself that the salesman was wrong when he said, "Son, you're crazy." Outside Kearney, a farmer shot at him with both barrels of a shotgun. Mac dove over the fence, stolen apples spilling from his pockets. He despised thieving and being forced to be a thief, but the apples provided his only nourishment for the next 4 days. With his mouth dusty dry, he ignored warnings in the guidebook and sank to his knees beside the sludgy Platte and drank. The water had a peculiar acidic taste. By nightfall, he lay on the ground, clutching his gut while his bowels boiled. He was ill for a week. On the prairie, he watched a Union Pacific Express flash westward, a long, rattling, segmented monster made of mail, freight, and first and second class passenger cars. One of the latter, packed with pale people in dark clothes, had a canvas banner nailed to its side: Indiana Excursion to Southern California. The train raised an enormous cloud of dust. A few of the excursionists spied Mac standing beside the right-of-way and waved mockingly, and he clenched his teeth and trudged on after the train, the dust settling like yellow flour on his hair, his ears, his eyelids. Camped near Fremont's Ford, where the trail branched away for Lower California, he sat reading T. Fowler Haynes by the light of the full moon. His father had kept a small shelf of California books, yellowing books, mostly second-hand, but full of bright visions, extravagant promises. But T. Fowler Haynes was Pa's favorite. Like the other guidebook authors, Haynes gave mileage and described landmarks on the old Oregon Trail, and farther west, the California Cutoff. Mac intended to follow this route part way, though he didn't need to rely slavishly on Haynes. Almost 40 years after Haynes had made his trip as an eyewitness and written it up, many more hamlets and towns dotted the route, along with railway lines and serviceable roads. Even in the mountains, Mac expected to depend less on Haynes than on the transcontinental rails. What he treasured in Haynes were the wonders. So he read again some of Haynes' excerpts from the old Spanish novel that had given California its name. The novelist said California was peopled by incredibly strong black women, Amazons, and their arms were all of gold, and so was the harness of the wild beasts which they tamed and rode. There were many griffins on account of the ruggedness of the country. That night, he dreamed of griffins and the black women instead of hanged men, snow, death. Sometimes he sheltered in a barn or a stable, sometimes under a tree in a downpour, unless there was lightning. He saw spectacular things: a cyclone's funnel cloud, a prairie fire burning over an expanse of 10 city blocks, a herd of bison grazing. Buffalo Bill hadn't slain them all, evidently. His clothes tended to stiffen and smell despite conscientious washing whenever he found a suitable stream. He occasionally caught a ride in a wagon, but mostly he stayed on foot. The excruciating pain in his thighs and calves that had tortured and impeded him during the first part of the journey now reduced to a steady ache. He was discovering new muscles all over his body, and he'd not been exactly weak before. Foraging food was the hardest part. Sometimes he dined on nothing but berries and water. He lost weight, a lot of weight. Rather than follow the northerly curve of the railroad up through Wyoming and down again to the Salt Lake, he struck more directly westward for Colorado. Wherever he could, he traded for food and a bed, or a few cents. He cut and stacked firewood, slopped hogs, whitewashed the interior of a grange hall. As the land grew flatter and more desolate, he tended to forget that he lived in a highly civilized country where Grover Cleveland was president, the great Civil War was more than 20 years in the past, and men once considered young heroes were now garrulous old storytellers. It was an age of plenty, an age of marvels, with Pullman palace cars and steam-driven elevators, public street illumination and incandescent lamps perfected by Mr. Edison, telephone service beginning to link major cities, and 3 years ago, the new Brooklyn Bridge, an architectural wonder to rival the pyramids. Although Mac knew about all these things, and a lot more, increasingly they seemed to belong to some other place, some other planet. He tramped for long periods without seeing a tilled field, a freight wagon, telegraph poles, or even a single wandering sheep. He felt that he was approaching the remote border of the civilized world. Once he passed that and conquered the mountain barriers, he would be in a land beyond all imagining, just as the old Spanish novel said. There was less daylight every day, and it had a sad, cool cast. He tramped among aspens and alders and sycamores instead of the scraggly cottonwoods of the plains. The beautiful sunlit trees bent in the wind, which stripped them and flung clouds of bonfire-colored leaves around him. The falling leaves made him sad, reminding him that he had no home, except the one that lay ahead. He stood silently in a roadway that rose at an angle of 30 degrees and shivered. The snow was falling and blowing hard now, already covering the ground. It brought visions of his nightmare. He ran his icy hand through the long beard that reached halfway down his chest, his eyes fixed on the menacing obstacle before him. The Rockies. Black granite and gray ice. Common sense told him to turn back. He listened to other voices. Never be poor again. Never be cold again. He stepped out on the snowy, flinty road, bordered with boulders and fallen slabs of granite, and cried aloud when his weight came down on his left foot, swollen because his mule-ear boots were so tight, the left one especially. He'd cut it open with his clasp knife. Now it resembled the ruined shoes he'd thrown away. He'd also ripped up one of the shirts from the roll on his back and wrapped his foot. The shirting had been clean yesterday. Today, it glistened and oozed blood. He scorned himself for the outcry. Although there wasn't anyone to hear, he thought it unmanly, an admission of weakness. The wind raked and numbed his face, and fear swirled up as the snow stung his cheeks. He set his mouth and dove his hand into his pocket to clasp the leather cover of T. Fowler Haynes, his thumb finding the bold embossed C in California. Leaving bloody footprints in the snow, he climbed up the steep road toward the peaks. 2. White light woke him. He sat up, grumbling, bone cold. Hearing voices, he remembered where he was, miles east of Donner Summit and Truckee in the Sierras, but still on the Nevada side of the border. A late spring storm had driven him to shelter at sunset inside one of the high mountain snow sheds built all along the Central Pacific's right-of-way. He'd fallen asleep. Luckily, he hadn't slept all night. He might have frozen to death. Creeping toward the light at the end of the shed, he resembled an upright bear more than a man. A shaggy thing bundled inside several shirts, a filthy buffalo hide coat, and a fur hat he'd tied tightly under his beard. He wore 3 pairs of soiled socks and work shoes he'd bought after cooking for a week for a CP section crew plowing the line in Nevada. He thrust his gauntleted hands under his arms and peered out. Light snow fell through the brilliant headlight of the locomotive, hissing and squirting steam 50 yards down the track. Mac saw a coal tender, a single freight car, and a caboose. The night was vast, cold, forbidding, with a sense of implacable rock all around and lifeless space. A lantern swung to and fro between the train and the utility shed of a small coaling station. It belonged to the brakeman, who'd run up from the caboose. The engineer and fireman crunched the snow as they hurried back to join him, their voices carrying clearly in the still night. "Saw him when he peeked out, Seamus. Hold my lamp while I get my truncheon." Mac clung in the shadow just inside the shed, squinting against the headlight. The freight car door rolled back noisily. "All right, you, get out of there. Out, I say. There are 3 of us, 1 of you." That convinced the stowaway. A shadow shape in the steam jumped down. Landing off balance at the edge of the long, snowy incline that sloped away from the track, he groped for the freight car to steady himself. The brakeman said, "No free rides on C.P. Huntington's line, mister." Mac blinked at the sound of the truncheon striking the stowaway's bare head. The man groaned and swayed toward the slope. Laughing, the engineer kicked the man's rear, and the brakeman clubbed him again. That pitched him over with a muffled cry. Down the slope he went, rolling, stirring up clouds of snow. Mac heard another strident yell from below, then silence. The train crew exchanged comments he couldn't hear as they returned to their posts. The brakeman stopped to urinate in the snow, then climbed aboard and waved his lantern. As the locomotive drivers shunted back and forth, the engineers sounded the whistle, and its throaty wail reverberated through the mountain fastness. Now the train came chugging toward Mac, its headlight reflecting on the two steel concaves of the jutting snowplow. For a moment they flashed like mirrors. As Mac grabbed the beam at the end of the shed and swung around to the outside, his shoe slipped and he nearly fell. Clinging to the outside of the shed, he twisted to look over his shoulder. A chasm. Just a black chasm. God. Chugging, rumbling, the work train entered the shed. Mac couldn't help coughing loudly in the thick steam and coal smoke, but the train's noise was so great no one heard. His nose ran and his teeth chattered. The train passed. He didn't fancy himself a Samaritan, but he couldn't abandon whoever had tumbled down the slope. Carefully, he swung himself back around to the track and trotted forward, alone in the darkness, 7,000 feet above sea level. Some clouds, like gauze veils, parted and revealed the stars, and a few last snowflakes settled. The night remained absolutely still. The starlight helped him find the spot where the stowaway had disturbed the snow in jumping from the train. From there, Mac started working his way down the slope. The snow was 3 to 4 feet deep, and the footing beneath uncertain. He felt the snow soaking his trousers again. He'd spent most of the winter either soaked or drying out. At the bottom, among some boulders, he found more disturbed snow, but no human being. Eyeing the track the man's body had left and where it stopped, he knelt and began to dig with his frigid gauntlets. He felt something firm in the drift and sucked in breath. It was an arm, and it was limp. He dug faster. Mac broke into the utility shed and found a lantern with oil in it. After lighting it, he moved shovels and picks to clear a section of wall, then dragged the man inside, propped him up, shut the door, and turned up the lamp to see him more clearly. The traveler was about Mac's age, with a delicate, pale face reddened by the weather, and he was clearly emaciated. Yet there was a vigorous and flamboyant handsomeness about him, heightened by thick black eyebrows and shaggy, shiny hair. Light stubble indicated he had shaved not too long ago. He wore a ragged army overcoat, trousers with a large black check on a gray background, and calf-high laced boots. He groaned and leaned his head back, bumping it on the wall. "You ought to rest," Mac said. He picked up the man's left wrist. "Anything broken?" The traveler's eyes flew open. They were blue, innocent and disarming as a child's. He felt Mac's hand on his wrist, and struggling to get upright, he swung a fist at Mac's head. Mac rocked back on his heels, ducking the punch, then grabbed the man's right arm before he could deliver another. The man's eyes caught the beam of the lantern and changed from blue to an opal blaze, like a cat's reflecting light. For a moment, he looked not quite human. "Listen," Mac said quickly. "I'm not a railroad man. I'm a traveler like you." "You're—" Mac felt the tension leave the stranger's arm. He opened his fist, and Mac let go. "I dug you out of the snowdrift down there," Mac went on. He noticed some tiny ruby droplets hiding in the man's snow-dampened hair. "Looks like you got a cut. Let me see." Warily, the man bowed his head, while Mac parted his hair. The cut was about 2 inches long, not deep, but leaching blood and full of dirt. "I'll wash it out." Mac fetched a handful of snow from outside. Far away, something wild bayed, an angry sound. A wildcat up this high? Or a trick of the wind? Mac removed the roll of extra shirts from his back. He'd been reducing one shirt piece by piece for rags and bandages, and now he ripped off another section, wet it with snow, and washed the cut. "I don't have anything to clean it better." "I do." The man fished under his army coat. He seemed surprisingly alert. Handing Mac a small brown bottle, he said, "Don't use too much." Mac poured a few drops of the strong-smelling whiskey into the cut. The man clenched his teeth but made no sound. He had perfect white teeth to go with his perfect features. Mac had no hope of ever being so handsome. He opened his bandana to find a knuckle-sized hunk of goat cheese peppered with blue-green mold spots. "Eat this, you'll feel better." "I don't want to take a man's last food." But he snatched the cheese and bit it in half, chewing hard. Mac chuckled. The man shot him a fiery look. Mac waved. "Go on, finish it. I've been walking for 5 or 6 months. I haven't starved yet." Presently, the man finished the cheese and wiped his mouth. "Thanks for pulling me out. Suppose I should introduce myself. Wyatt J. Paul. J for Junius. I'm from Osage, Kansas. Nobody ever heard of it. Chance is my name. James Macklin Chance, but that's too long. I go by Mac." They shook hands. The young man from Kansas had a powerful grip. "Where are you from, Chance?" "Pennsylvania. Schuylkill County coalfields." "Are you bound for California like I am?" "Yes, San Francisco." "I'm going down south." Wyatt Paul wiped his nose, showing his white glistening teeth again. "But it's all the same sunshine. Pure gold. I'd say we should get moving and find it. What do you think?" "In the morning when there's light. Get some sleep." "You in the habit of telling other people what to do?" Wyatt Paul's face froze momentarily into ugliness again. Then he recovered. "Sorry, I didn't mean that. I've ridden the cars all the way here, and those 3 are the first who managed to roust me. If I had them here, I'd crack their heads." "Sure, I feel the same way," Mac said, though he didn't. He reached for the lantern and blew it out. The innocent blue eyes simply vanished. It gave him an eerie feeling. Somewhere, the wild animal screamed again. Snow fell in bleak, gray twilight. It had been coming down a long time. Mac's teeth hadn't stopped chattering for hours. Bad as Pennsylvania, he thought. They had been traveling together for 2 days, climbing, descending, following the great horseshoe curves in the main track. Now Wyatt spied a wooden trackside marker, stumbled to it through the drifts, and brushed off the snow. California State Line. Little bits of melting snow fell off his face as he tried to smile. "We ought to whoop it up," he said listlessly. "Not yet. Keep going." Wyatt was too spent and starved to show any resentment of the order. Mac trudged by him, back to the center of the track, and together they continued west through the storm. 2 figures broke through the rolling white mist, crunching the shallow mounds of snow and disturbing 6 mountain bluebirds, which shot upward in alarm. The men resembled walking rag heaps, with only the gleam of eyes and the pale flash of bare hands to indicate otherwise. Mac went faster than Wyatt down the slope. He'd never inhaled such a sweet aroma as that which breathed out from the forest of smooth and rough-barked trees, giant knob-cone pines and tamaracks, white firs and mountain hemlocks. "My God, Wyatt, just look at that!" he shouted, pointing below, where the forest gave way to a field of breaking mist, glowing more golden in the sun as he watched. "It's California, the real thing." He flung off the buffalo hair overcoat, feeling his fatigue, hunger, and pain drop away with it. The tangle of rags and leather scraps on his feet, brown from dried blood, raked a trail in the snow as he raced downward. Jesus, Jesus, feel that sunshine. A dozen yards behind, Wyatt laughed like a boy and turned in a circle, doing a crazy little dance. They came down from the forested slopes to the low emerald-green foothills, while lances of sunshine pierced the mist. Laughing and capering, they flung off more of their stinking rags. Here a grimy pile of them, there another. Mac squinted at the sun and turned his face up to it. He felt the warmth, the blessed warmth. On the breasts of the sweet green hills, yellow blossoms tossed and swayed in a balmy wind. To complement the wild mustard, there was fire-colored redbud, purple and pink lupine, deep blue brodea, and the white of cow parsnips, a rainbow sea rolling on and on to the west. In the distance, dark specks clustered here and there on a flat, tawny gold plain. Cattle? Mac stopped among the wildflowers and turned about, looking back at where they'd come from, the deep green Sierra slopes, and above, the sharp, snowy peaks, proud against a sky clean and blue like none he'd ever seen before, made his heart surge. He felt new in a way he could not put into words. All of the blind hope of the past was at last made real. A huge shadow flashed across his upturned face. It was a golden eagle flying back to its mountain home. How wide were its wings? 3 feet? 4? He'd never seen such a magnificent bird. Tears sprang to his eyes, and for once, he wasn't ashamed. Although it was fortunate Wyatt had run to the next hill. This feeling of exaltation shook Mac profoundly. The mountains and the forests and the golden plain said this place demanded the best of a man. He'd try to be worthy of that heart-pounding beauty. He was being reborn. He was becoming a Californian. 3 nights later, by a comforting campfire of brush and pine cones, they dined royally on 2 brown trout Wyatt had caught and cleaned with his clasp knife. Mac was envious. A combination of poverty and cold weather had confined him for 18 years, and he knew nothing of fishing, hunting, the outdoors. Wyatt knew a lot. He said the wild mustard plants were edible, so they had a small, tangy, bitter salad of greens on the side. They fell to talking about their respective pasts, something they'd been too tired and desperate to do before. Mac described his father, the Argonaut, breaking his back day after day in the anthracite mine and living for one thing, to pass on to his son the dream of going to California and making the fortune he'd failed to find. Pa had a lot of books about California, but this was his favorite. He showed Wyatt the guidebook. It's kept me going because it promises that you don't have to be hungry or poor out here, and you don't have to mess with snow. Wyatt's blue eyes regarded him with a mixture of amusement and, perhaps, scorn. He asked to see the book, and Mac reluctantly handed it to him. Wyatt leafed through the pages. As I continued my peregrinations. What's that mean? I don't know. From camp to camp, and saw the hoards of gold, some of it in flakes, but the greater part in a coarse dust, it seemed as if the fabled treasures of the Arabian Nights had suddenly been realized. Of course, those already here expect to be... Vexed again, he showed Mac the word. Mac sounded it out. Inundated. He shrugged. Wyatt seemed pleased by Mac's ignorance. Inundated with emigrants from every part of the globe. But truly, based upon my experiences, I pledge to you that there is gold enough for all. He closed the book, and Mac was relieved to take it back. Do you believe all that stuff? Wyatt asked. I mean, the way my old man believed in the Bible? Mac shrugged to hide his embarrassment. At a very deep level, beyond words, he did believe. Don't you? Wyatt studied the stars. I believe I'm going to do things differently than my old man. I believe that I can, out here. What do you mean? The swarthy young man brushed fish bones and skin from the flat rock at his feet. My old man never made $1 that he kept. He was a part-time preacher in Kansas, And of course he was too damn righteous to take any pay for that. He had a trade on the side, rainmaker. He had a whole collection of brass rods and forked sticks, and he said he'd talked to God and God approved of the calling. Did he make a lot of rain? Never any that I remember. God didn't either. Wyatt was amused by his own wit, but it made Mac uncomfortable. My old man earned about as much cash from rainmaking as he did from shouting about Jesus and the Holy Ghost. Of course, it didn't make any difference in our house if you prospered, so long as you were righteous. He pronounced the word sarcastically. That was my mother's attitude. She was worse than the old man. She got my 2 older sisters to swallow her fairy tales, but I was 10 years younger. I guess she was tired out, or I was smart, because I saw it for what it was. A Barnum show. A fucking humbug, you know? Just then, some deep-throated bird, a horned owl perhaps, made its presence known. The night smelled of sweet grass and the pine forests to the east. I'm telling you, my mother was a strange woman, Wyatt went on. She never served red meat in our house. She said it liberated the base instincts of males. She believed in hydropathy, the water cure. I was a sickly kid, so for a long time I had to sit wrapped up in sheets she soaked in cold water and wrung out. 1 hour a day, even in winter. You don't know the crazy ideas I grew up with. Mac sat silently. Wyatt added, I came out here to get away from them, and all the rules in our house. Don't drink, don't curse, don't fornicate, and you'll get your reward. Where? Not in Osage, Kansas, that's for goddamn sure. But California, now that's a different story. More cheerful and animated now, Wyatt hunched forward. Let me explain what this place means to me. My old man had one big opportunity in his life. His brother from Topeka died and left him 45 acres of prime land at the edge of town. My old man platted it, laid out a nice little section of houses, and then found out that some of the local ordinances wouldn't allow him to do certain things he planned. Being devout, he couldn't break the law, so he prayed about it all night one night, and next day he sold the whole parcel. And of course, the smart bastard who bought it just walked in and bribed the Topeka officials and even a state senator, and developed the section and sold it out at a profit. Wyatt's sudden smile fooled Mac into expecting easiness, even forgiveness, but Wyatt's words turned bitter again. You see what kind of fucking fools raised me? Fools hemmed in by the Bible, a conscience, laws. I'll not repeat their mistakes. So what do you want to do here? Mac asked gingerly. Buy and develop some land. It was the one sensible thing my old man tried. He just did it wrong. And you're going down to Los Angeles? For a start. Big land boom down there. Fewer people, too. He studied Mac. What's your plan? The same as yours, to make money. How much? A fortune. Wyatt tossed his head back and laughed. We're alike, Chance, a lot alike. 2 gents with high ambitions. It's no wonder we met on the road to California. This state's pretty near brand new. Some parts are still frontier, they say. Not so many rules and laws to bind a man. That's what you think of California? Being free to do whatever you want? It was an odd new thought. Wyatt obviously believed it, though, because he responded heatedly, Damn right. California is Kansas 40 years ago. Maybe with those mountains standing up there, keeping out most of the weaklings, it'll stay that way. At least I hope it stays that way till I make my pile. That won't be long. You're pretty confident. Wyatt took the compliment with another toss of his dark head, as if it were routine, nothing but obvious truth. With the occasionally foolish enthusiasm and naivete of young men, They continued exchanging information and philosophies for another half hour. They were arguing the merits of California above and below the Tehachapi Mountains, the state's mythical dividing line, when Mac suddenly stopped and yanked at the dirt-splotched cuff of his trousers. There was some mite of an insect burrowing under his layers of socks, and he killed it between his fingernails. God, what I'd give for a bar of soap and some hot coffee. I can take care of that first thing in the morning, Wyatt said. How? Didn't you see that sign we passed at the crossroads? Good luck, 2 miles? Bet it's an old mining town. I'll go in and get us some supplies. You don't have any money, do you? Wyatt shook his head. Then how? Wyatt unfolded his lean body, stretched his arms over his head, and gave Mac that now familiar, broad, warm smile. Why, I'll turn on some charm. I'll just ask them for what we need. They'll take pity on a couple of new Californians, I'm sure of it. It was a few minutes before 8 a.m. as the old German with white-side whiskers trudged along the alley. He was tired, as played out as the dead and dusty hamlet half a mile from the American River. It had once been a boomtown, but first the placer mining had gone, and then in '84 that damned judge had ruled that the hydraulic mining had to stop because blasting away hillsides with huge hoses poured debris and filth into the rivers and streams, killed fish, and spread poisoned silt on the farms of the valley. What a damn crime. What good was settling on land if you couldn't strip it of all the wealth got put there? Since when were trees and fish and water more important than property rights? Some of these Californians, they were crazy. That damned judge especially. He was the final ruination of Good Luck, whose population had dwindled to 119. The German hung on, operating the only store, too exhausted to start over. A cat hissed at him from a refuse heap. The German yawned, then suddenly noticed a young, dark-haired man standing by the rear entrance of the store. He was one of the foulest, dirtiest specimens the storekeeper had ever seen. Ja, what is it you want? Need some supplies, sir. Soap, coffee, a tin pot, maybe some hardtack, the stranger said. You got those, don't you? He added with a sunny smile that allayed the old man's suspicions. I got them if you got cash. He'd scarcely uttered it when he found his pudgy neck clamped in the stranger's left hand, and his head flung back against the plank wall. A knife with a 5-inch blade hovered a 1/4 inch from his Adam's apple. I don't think I need a fucking penny. Not if you want to stay alive. Now turn around and unlock this fucking door, or you'll be washing that step with your blood. Wyatt poured steaming coffee from the enamel pot he'd brought back. The American River rushed by with a purling sound, bright in the sunshine. I tell you, you're making a mistake heading to Frisco, Wyatt said as he held out one of the tin cups. Mac tore the small, crusty loaf of bread in half and exchanged a piece for the hot cup. But there isn't any other place in California that can touch it, he said. That's why they call it the city, capital C. Just the point, Wyatt nodded. Too many people there already. Got all the money they need, and they won't want to share it with the likes of us. They'll shut the damn door in your face, Mr. Macklin Chance. When they do, you come on down to Los Angeles, and I'll give you a job in the town I'm going to develop. But you don't have any money to buy land, Mac said, half teasing. Wyatt's eyes caught the sun as his head snapped up, the blue changing to that disconcerting opal for a moment. I'll find it, the same way I found this food. There's always a way if a man has his wits and a good story. What story did you tell the storekeeper? Wyatt relaxed again. A smart man doesn't give away all his secrets. Mac gnawed on the bread. All right, suppose I travel down south someday. How will I find you? Just ask anyone around Los Angeles for the town with the big arch at the gate. I've already planned that in my head." His slim hands, scrubbed white at last, described a graceful curve in the air. "You'll see the name of the town. I haven't figured that out yet. And then, the City of Health. That's what I'm going to call it, the City of Health. Why do you think people are coming out here by the trainload? For the climate." He spread his arms to embrace the golden morning. "The sun shines 300 days a year in California." He dropped his arms and grinned. "So I've read. I admit the weather's important, but I thought the main reason people came was the chance to get rich." "Jesus, Chance, you're dumb. Most people in this world don't know how to get rich. They don't have the brains or the nerve. Be thankful. It leaves more room for a couple of smart fellows like us." Wyatt whipped his cup over, throwing the rest of his coffee on the fire. It hissed and smoked as he jumped up. "Where are you going?" "South," Wyatt said. "Time's wasting. You can keep the coffee pot." In a few minutes, he was ready to go. "I appreciate what you did for me in the mountains," he said, extending his hand to Mac. "You come see me in Los Angeles at the City of Health. Meantime, good luck to you." When Wyatt Junius Paul smiled like this, Mac thought, he could charm the angels out of heaven. With a final wave, Wyatt went splashing into the shallow river and soon vanished among the willows and oaks on the other side. Mac stared after him, shaking his head in amazement and not a little relief. Undoubtedly, he would never see Wyatt Paul again, and he had to admit he didn't mind. Light-hearted as the Kansan might be sometimes, there was something hard and calculating about him, too. Mac poured the last of the coffee and realized that his brow was sweaty. He rolled up the tattered sleeves of his shirt and squinted at the huge butter-yellow sun in the hazy sky. Hot weather coming. It couldn't get too hot for him. In half an hour, he was moving west. 3. He passed below Sacramento and into wheat country, where fields of tasseled stalks stood 2 and 3 feet high in the spring sunshine. In those left fallow for the year, he saw sweating, cursing men behind 8-horse hitches that pulled 7-blade gang plows. In one field, he saw 10 gang plows moving forward together, like an army, filling the sky with dust. What amazed him most was the openness of the country. He never climbed over a single fence or saw one. Did all this land belong to one man? The morning of his 3rd day in the wheat country, he was trudging along a dirt track leading to a smudgy line of trees. Here the wheat, bleached pale by the sun, grew tall as his head. His mouth felt as dry as the sandy loam in which the wheat was planted, and sweat stuck his smelly shirt to his back. He'd peeled off his rancid suit of long underwear and left it behind. The wheat plain baked. He'd never been so thirsty. Maybe the trees ahead shaded water. He'd seen several riparian groves on his journey. He started to run, but cut it short, his panting making him even thirstier. A pebble or wood chip in his left shoe set him limping, but he was too exhausted to stop and remove it. Sure enough, where the dirt track snaked through the woods to a ford, he came upon water. It was brown and sluggish, a stream several yards wide in a stream bed 10 times that width. He staggered through the uncut stand of oaks, sycamores, and willows festooned with wild grapevines and fell on his knees at the edge of the turgid brown water. His face was nearly to the water when a gunshot reverberated across the hot, pale wheat fields, and a man came riding toward him at a gallop. On his feet now, his heart thudding, Mac could see 2 other riders as well, moving at a more leisurely pace behind. He watched the gunman ride down on him and rein in his big, powerful gray with a cruel yank that pulled the horse's head back and made him whinny. "You're on my land, drinking my water," the man yelled, poking the air with his gun, a Smith & Wesson Schofield .45. "You got no right, mister." Hatless, his forehead red and peeling from the sun, the man had a peasant's face. Small, pale eyes, a lump of a nose, a deep pimple on his round chin. A few strands of whitening yellow hair lay flat on his head, combed across to hide baldness. He was dressed too formally, too heavily for the hot day, in a frock coat and large brown cravat. Mac estimated him to be in his late 50s. The other two riders, a well-dressed man and a very attractive woman, trotted up behind him now and stopped. The gentleman wore a fine white hat, white breeches, and shiny high boots. Beside him, astride a beautiful black horse, the girl was dressed in a white blouse and tight, mannish trousers. Definitely not the kind of feminine riding costume he'd seen in magazines. A long, gold-colored silk scarf tied in her blonde hair trailed down between her large breasts. "So, what have you got to say for yourself?" the gunman shouted. Standing there, stupefied, Mac noticed other details now. The gunman's frock coat showed spots and stains, and under it the right-hand shirt tail was hanging out. He had a belly big as half a watermelon. His small, fierce eyes almost hid in sockets of sunburned skin. Mac finally screwed up his nerve. "I'm thirsty." "Yeah?" the man snorted. It was hardly a laugh. He lowered the S&W and rested it on one ham of a thigh. With his other hand, he scratched his crotch. The young woman didn't see. His back was to her, and she had all of her attention on Mac, as did her companion, whom Mac judged to be somewhat older than he, maybe as much as 30. He was a well-set-up gentleman with trimmed side whiskers and a small mustache, and sat easily on his horse, conveying strength and clear contempt for the ragged stranger by the water. "You want a drink, huh? I'll tell you something, Johnny. This is my ranch, my land, my water. Around here, trespassers get shot." Mac decided his situation was so bad that cowering was pointless. Besides, the man angered him. He slashed an arm back at the trees, the hidden fields. "I didn't see any signs posted." "Never mind signs," the man yelled, dancing the gray nearer the flat brown stream and Mac. "You come from back that way? You been trespassing on my land for 28 miles. Mac was speechless a moment. 28 miles. The man seemed annoyed at his lack of response and shouted, "You damn fool! I'm Hellman!" Mac just stared. The girl leaned forward over the neck of her horse, resting her hands on the high pommel of her silver-studded Mexican saddle and watching the older man, whose anger seemed to amuse her. Then she looked down at Mac with a smile of sympathy. She had a wide mouth, starkly pink but unpainted by cosmetics, and eyes of a deeper blue than Wyatt Paul's. "Does that name mean nothing to you?" the younger man asked. "No, sir, not a thing." The young man stepped his beautifully groomed chestnut nearer the water. "After Mr. Henry Miller of Miller and Lux, Mr. Hellman is the largest private landowner in the state." "Yeah," the gunman shouted. "Otto Hellman. You some kind of bumpkin? Some kind of scheisskopf? You never heard of that?" "He's a stranger in California," the girl said. "Anyone can tell that. You can at least be civil." "Keep out of this, Carla." She didn't like that. She was feisty, certainly the most modern creature Mac had ever seen. Otto Hellman walked his gray into the water. Mac's eyes blurred with running sweat. He was sure the man could hear his heart hammering. The name Hellman meant nothing to him, but obviously the man was important and not to be fooled with, despite his slovenly, somewhat comic appearance. "I don't understand why you're sore," Mac said finally. "All I want is a drink. You don't own the water." Otto Hellman barked rather than laughed. The young man leaned over and whispered something to the girl, who laughed and said, "Shameful, Walter." They were a contrast. Her smile large and lusty, his tight and contained. In all of Mac's life, he had never seen a woman so fair. "Jesus, Johnny, you don't know much," Hellman said. "Don't own the water? Sure I do. You never heard of riparian rights?" Mac shook his head. "This water's mine because I own the land on both sides." Mac's disbelieving look prodded Hellman to turn to the younger man. "I guess you better explain it to him, Walter. He don't know how we do things in California." He swiveled back to address Mac. "Mr. Walter Fairbanks III is a lawyer from San Francisco, one of the finest. He's so good, Charlie Crocker and Skinflint Huntington and Governor Stanford, they want to hire him for the SP's law department. You tell him, Walter." "If you think he could understand a principle of law," Fairbanks said, cool and disdainful as he stepped his horse forward again. Mac turned red, then noticed the way the young woman Carla flicked her glance back and forth between them, as if watching duelists. "The English common law doctrine of riparian rights says simply that rights to water belong to the man who owns the land through which it flows. Mr. Hellman holds the title to the land on both sides, so he can put up a dam or channel the water in any way he pleases. He can charge for its use in irrigation, if those with land somewhere near the water but not abutting it care to pay the price he sets." The lawyer took off his wide-brimmed white planter's hat and applied a starched handkerchief to his forehead. Sunlight had put several light streaks in his sleek auburn hair. "He can also exclude anyone who won't pay. There's no coercion. They're perfectly free to let their crops go without water." "That's the damnedest, wickedest thing I ever heard." Carla laughed admiringly. "What do you say to that, Swampy?" "Don't you call me that," Hellman retorted. "Your father's entitled to respect." "I'm afraid your opinions are immaterial," Fairbanks said to Mac, as if he were a stupid pupil. "The law is the law." "And that damn Assemblyman Wright's trying to change it, but he ain't won yet," Hellman burst out. Mac figured he was really yelling at his daughter. "Right. He's nothing but a thieving radical, him and his water districts with everybody owning a piece. It's communistic. He's trying to rob a man of his God-given right to the fruits of his labor and property." Some unseen insect landed on the neck of Hellman's gray, and the horse turned to nip at it and nearly bit the man's left boot. Cursing in German, he slapped the horse's neck, then jerked up the S&W and aimed it at the center of Mac's forehead. "I guess we wasted enough damn time on you, mister. You understand about the water now, so get moving." "The hell," Mac said. "I never heard of anything like this. One person refusing a drink of water to another person." "Don't make any difference," Hellman said. "It's a matter of private property. Besides," he sniffed as if smelling pigs, "I don't much like your face." "I do, rather," Carla said, smiling at Mac, and Fairbanks's gray eyes, the color of a metal cash box, became little slits. Once again, Hellman wrenched his horse around, now to face his daughter. "Sure, you're some judge. Can't find a man who interests you longer than 3 weeks. I'm surprised you went the 6 months with Count Boleslaw before you divorced him." "Don't shout at me. I married that sot for one reason. You wanted a title in the family and some respectability with Walter's friends in the city." Never mind, Hellman said. "Don't air our troubles in front of this nobody." "Somebody who wants a drink and is going to get it," Mac said. In the middle of the stream, Hellman twisted in his saddle and aimed the S&W at Mac again. "Don't bluff with me, mister. Jesse James used a gun like this and nobody bluffed him. When you own water, you can drink all you want. Not until." "You're ridiculous, both of you," Carla said. nudging her horse forward with her boot heels. Her hips were broad, Mac noticed. She had the kind of billowy figure very much in fashion. Despite the heat and tension and the pointed pistol, he felt a distinct physical attraction to the girl. He licked his parched mouth as she walked her black horse between him and her father. "Go ahead and drink all you want," she said. "He won't shoot me." As Mac started to thank her, Hellman leaned out and snatched at her bridle. The spirited glossy black shied away. "Come here, damn you," Hellman yelled, swatting with the S&W. The gun sight nicked the horse's head, and it reared unexpectedly. Carla slid off and fell in the water on her billowy rear, letting out a cry. Whether she was really hurt didn't matter. Mac jumped forward just as Fairbanks dismounted, but Mac reached her first in the dark brown water, splashing Carla's face and partially soaking her shirt. The fabric lay wet and tight on her breasts. Mac leaned down while the lawyer, touching his spotless white trousers, hesitated at the water's edge. Heedless of the muddy water, Mac swept his arms around Carla. "Hold on." She was delighted to do it. He felt the huge, hot pressure of a breast against his shirt. With a stifled grunt, she was not light, he carried her toward the bank. Carla's deep blue eyes were close to his, watching him intently. He did see a choice opportunity and took advantage of it. He stomped and splashed a lot, and Fairbanks didn't retreat fast enough. Mac set the girl on the loamy bank while Fairbanks stared down mutely at his soiled clothes. Impulsively, Mac leaned down and scooped up water with both hands. He drank so hastily most of it ran down his chin. The little he swallowed was warm and full of grit and wonderful. Out in the stream, Hellman smirked and grunted. "Well, you don't mind getting a little dirty, I give you that, Johnny." Mac saw Fairbanks redden at the jibe. "And you got nerve," Hellman continued as he caught the bridle of Carla's skittish mount. "But property's property, so I'm through talking about this." Once more, he leveled the .45, choosing a larger target, Mac's chest. "You start walking, right now." Mac was going to swear at him, but when he saw the humorless determination in Hellman's eyes, he stopped himself. He hated these men, hated the feeling of being dirt to be trod on at their pleasure. This humiliation was something he'd remember. "Which way to San Francisco?" Fairbanks swooped his hat back in the direction the three had come from. "That way. I'd suggest that you go somewhere else. I don't know why you came to California, but the gold rush was over 40 years ago, and we don't need penniless trash or inferior specimens like you in the city." "Oh, you've got some kind of high-toned pedigree, have you?" Mac said. That amused the lawyer. Perhaps he knew he was back in control. "I don't have to explain myself to riffraff, but I don't mind telling you I was born in California. That makes me a native, son, something you'll never be." "Listen, I know what you are. I'd say it, but there's a lady—" "Damn insolent," Fairbanks began, but it was Hellman who took the play, kicking his gray to the bank with a lot of splashing. Mac turned in response to the noise, but wasn't prepared for the searing pain as Hellman whipped the end of his rein against Mac's cheek. He jumped away, hearing Carla cry, "Swampy!" in protest, but Hellman managed to hit him a second time. Blood ran down Mac's right cheek. He wanted to go for Hellman's throat, but Hellman's face had changed from merely hard to ugly. The German brandished the S&W. "That's the road to Frisco," he said. "I find you on my ranch tonight, you're a dead man." "Swampy, you're a bastard sometimes," Carla said. "You too, Walter." Fairbanks responded only by glaring at Mac, but Hellman shouted, "Shut up, goddammit!" What was it Wyatt Paul had said about a closed door? Mac licked his lips, already dry again, then turned and started walking. He passed the buxom girl, who was standing there muddy and sweaty and beautiful. He didn't miss the look she gave him, hot with admiration. The attorney didn't miss it either. 4. That evening, Mac rested in a grove of immense eucalyptus trees. From Hellman Stream, he had followed a rutted dirt pike that led toward the coastal mountains, crossing flat land broken by many little waterways with stands of cattail growing along them. At dusk, the fog had come down, and though he wasn't sure he was off Hellman's land, he decided to risk stopping for the night. He was almost out of his mind with hunger, a condition he tried to forget by studying the fog. It was soft, white, unbelievably chilly, the thickest he'd ever seen. Suddenly he heard a horse coming from the east. He dodged behind the trunk of a eucalyptus with the clasp knife in his hand and watched the broad dirt pike, or what he could see of it. His mouth was dusty dry again, now from fear. Was the rider someone sent to make good on Hellman's threat? The fog swirled, agitated by the horse and rider, who emerged from it like specters. For a moment, Mac saw nothing except a dark mass. The rider wore some kind of flapping cape. When he saw long hair, he knew it was no assassin. "Miss Hellman," he called, stepping from cover. She reined the black horse sharply and trotted back. The cape hung down over her back, shoulders, and breasts. It was a Mexican serape. "Is that you?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good. I knew Swampy's ranch hands would be too lazy to search very hard when the Tule fog came down, but I'm not, if I want something. May I dismount?" There was a certain archness in that question. He knew she was very much more worldly than he was, accustomed to playing games with men. She'd been married to a count, hadn't she? Still, her presence excited him. She flung off the serape and tethered her horse. She wore a clean white shirt and pants and the gold scarf. "This is the main road west. I thought you might still be on it and on the ranch." "Is this a ranch? It looks like a farm." She laughed. "You have a great deal to learn about California. Farms are ranches out here. See here, I don't know your name." "James Macklin Chance." "Jim, no. I go by Mac," he said, as she extended her hand. It was a soft, feminine hand, yet he felt strength in it. She held his hand longer than necessary. "Mac, then. May I sit for a little?" "Why, absolutely. Over here." He led her to where he'd put his bandana on the ground. "I'm sorry I don't have a blanket." "No need for one." She spread the serape and sat down easily, gracefully. Mac was sharply aware of their isolation in the still white fog. She patted the ground and he knelt beside her, leaving a proper space between. "Your father told me to get off his land, but I don't know where it ends." He gestured west. "China?" She laughed again. "Almost. Would you have gotten off if you knew the boundaries?" He shook his head. "I didn't think so. I really do admire you. Papa's a powerful man, and as you saw, he can be dangerous. Frankly, I can't think of another person, young or old, who ever stood up to Swampy quite the way you did. You have remarkable courage." "I was thirsty, and I just didn't know any better." But he liked the praise, especially from her. "Walter was very jealous of what you did. Walter would never oppose my father." "He's your father's lawyer, isn't he?" "One of them. Walter impresses Swampy because he's very old-line California. Swampy's chasing after respectability in San Francisco like an old bull at stud." The words brought a hot feeling to Mac's face. Young girls didn't talk like that, at least not the daughters of the Welsh and Irish miners back east. Swampy isn't a very good father, but I'll say this for him. He's a devil of a fine businessman. Henry Miller, another German, his real name's Kreiser, owns 1,400,000 acres, but Swampy owns 1,200,000. Mac whistled. How did your pa get his nickname? By means of what certain people call the swamp scheme. Too tedious to go into. Both my father and Miller got rich from the scheme, but Papa hates for people to remind him by using his nickname. I goad him with it. I noticed. Once or twice he almost made me laugh, but when he aimed his gun, he wasn't funny. No, Papa has no sense of humor and no kindness when it comes to money and property. He's cheated and ruined more business rivals than I can tell you about, and he treated you abominably. One of the reasons I came after you was to apologize for him, make amends, so you'll think less harshly of the Hellmans. Well, I won't soon forget your father. The son of a bitch. He cleared his throat. Is Walter your, beau? He'd like to be. She drew her trouser-clad knees up and clasped her hands around them. I don't have a real beau at the moment. I was married to a Polish count. Well, you heard. I'm still getting over that. She leaned toward him. I'd rather talk about you. Kneeling next to her, he was unprepared when she brought her pink mouth to his and caressed him with it, and then with the tip of her tongue. Her breath smelled of sweet clove, and of something not quite hidden by it, gin. Is that agreeable, Mr. Chance? Yes, it is, Miss Hellman. She laughed heartily at his half-strangled answer. Then, softening, she touched his right cheek, careful to keep her fingers away from the dark blood crusted on the edges of the cut. Does it hurt terribly? Some. It'll heal. Papa was brutal to do that. Don't worry. I'll never forget it, he answered, with a vague hint of threat. That amused her all over again. Good for you. She patted his cheek twice more, a little gesture of condescending approval. It spoiled the headiness of the moment. The Thule fog appeared to be thinning, brightening. The previous night the moon had been full, and perhaps it was up there above the fog, lighting it with a pearly radiance. Carla seized his hand while she got to her feet and then walked off to the Black Horse. She returned with a large bundle wrapped in a checkered cloth and a sloshing canteen. I brought food and water for the rest of your trip. That's very kind. Oh, I'll get my reward. Her lightly mocking tone put him off again. Carla Hellman fascinated him, but she began to alarm him a little, too. He felt vaguely like a frog spitted on a stick. She sat down again. This pike leads you into Wheatville, which is just past the boundary of the ranch. From Wheatville, you can catch the railroad to San Francisco, if you can afford it. I can't. But you're going there. Absolutely. I came from Pennsylvania to make my fortune in California. Just like that. I know it'll take time, but I'll do it. I expect you will, Mr. Macklin Chance. Her smile shone. In fact, I suspected you'd go right on to the city in spite of Walter's warning. Walter is no fool, but he can be frightfully stupid about certain things. He believes a lot of tripe about the superiority of Anglo-Saxons and native Californians. I'd advise you to stay out of his way. Not that you'll move in the same circles, but he has powerful friends and many connections. His father and his uncle started the Fairbanks Trust, a very large bank. I'll stay out of his way if he stays out of mine. My, you are a truculent fellow. I do like that. Walter's so contained and tight, every action and utterance carefully considered. Typical lawyer, no blood, no passion. She leaned back against the eucalyptus and rested her head. The golden scarf shimmered in the fog, glowing now with a radiance almost pure white. He saw the line of her breasts silhouetted against the light, and he grew stiff, quickly and uncontrollably.
"Tell me about yourself," she said.
"Let's see. My great-grandfather was a traveling tinker in England. My grandfather owned a public house in London, but he sold it to come to America. Ohio, where my pa was born. James Ohio Chance was his name. He came out here in the gold rush and met and married a Hibernian lady. Not a popular thing for a Protestant to do."
"I went to a Catholic girls' school near Monterey," Carla interrupted. "St. Ursula's. The nun taught a number of Protestant girls from good families. I was bored, and I made such a fuss, Swampy took me to Europe when I was 11. I visited Europe 3 times before I was 16.
"With your father and mother?"
"With a paid companion. Swampy stayed in California. I never knew my mother. She ran off when I was a baby."
"Did you meet that Polish count in Europe?"
"Boleslaw? Yes. He chased me to this country, and Papa persuaded me to marry him. It was a ghastly mistake, but Boleslaw was an attractive man, and I couldn't see beneath."
She shivered suddenly.
"The fog's chilly. Come keep me warm."
He slid over and hesitantly slipped his arm around her. She murmured and snuggled down, resting her hand on his left knee. The light pressure turned his member so hard it hurt, and he shifted away just a little.
"I've never met a young man quite like you, Mac Chance. You're bold, yet you're very shy."
No. Well, I guess. With you. I don't know much about rich girls."
"It's time you learned, and here's your first lesson."
She touched him again and brought her mouth close. He felt the swell of her breast against his shirt as her tongue explored. Then she paused.
"Here's the second one. When I can't get something, that's when I want it most. I go after it until I have it."
She caressed his hair.
"Fair warning?"
Another kiss.
"Walter Fairbanks would probably commit murder to get where you are now."
"I'm not Walter Fairbanks."
"Thank heaven."
She ran her tongue over his cheek.
"You can help me forget."
He stroked her face in turn. "Forget what?"
"The past couple of years. Boleslaw, the Count, was a handsome man, but he was vicious. I don't mind someone getting drunk, but I discovered that he had worse addictions. Opium. And he didn't care for a husband's duties in the boudoir, but he liked to hire those dreadful, depraved people from the streets and watch while... Well, I was lucky to get out."
Another shiver then.
"I didn't think marriage was supposed to leave scars, but mine did."
He was too shocked to speak. Her smile seemed less assured, sad again.
"I'll be going to San Francisco soon, too. Only a short visit, some shopping, a couple of social affairs. Then I'm going away for a while. I need to be by myself, to get rid of some of the bad memories."
She kissed him.
"I think you could definitely help." She giggled. "Can you picture Swampy's face if he knew I was making love to someone without a penny?"
That was ice water dashed in his face. He untangled himself and jumped up.
"What's wrong?"
she said, getting up too. "Miss Hellman, don't use me to get back at your father." She slapped him. He grabbed her arm. To his amazement, she laughed, then flung her other arm around his neck and plunged her tongue in his mouth. His loins shook from the grinding contact of her body.
I'm not, my dear," she said,
her hand dropping to squeeze him. He nearly exploded.
"Mac, I want to make love. Please, you've gotten me excited. Let's undress. Here, I'll begin."
She unfastened the long scarf, spilling her hair, billowy and golden, onto her shoulders. The moon was visible now, blazing behind the shredding veil of Thule fog. He reached for the buttons of her shirt and undid them. Standing close, facing him, She shrugged off the shirt and then the chemise beneath. Her breasts were big and heavy, with dark brown tips. He bent and kissed them. She threw her head back and exclaimed softly, then hugged him and began kissing his throat, his chest. She stopped. "What is it? What did I do?" He could barely keep from pulling at her, couldn't keep his hand still.
"We ought to make this as pleasant as we can. Wait just a minute."
She walked slowly, seductively, to her picketed horse, and then brought back a second, larger canteen.
"Here, bathe."
"What?"
"Please bathe first. I'm sorry to tell you, but you smell like a barnyard. It isn't very romantic."
He felt stupid, insulted, furious, and went limp, his skin prickling in the chill. He snatched the canteen while she raised her chemise against her breasts with a coquettish false modesty. He yanked the cork and inverted the canteen with a snap of his wrist. The water ran out noisily, splattering the ground. She watched it and him with disbelief.
"What in hell?"
"Listen, I may be a clod without much schooling, but I'm not some servant to be ordered around. Put your clothes on and go home." He kicked the canteen and it flew past her leg, generating a startled little cry. Moments later, she was heading east at a gallop, repeatedly quirting her luckless black horse. Mac's last glimpse was of the bright banner of her hair streaming out behind her. Sleepless, he sat with his back against the rough trunk of a eucalyptus. The full moon shed brilliant light over the grove. He wound the gold ribbon of scarf around his left hand, then unwound it and wound it the other way. He'd thrown away a chance to make love to a spectacular girl. Well, he couldn't help it. She was beautiful, and she displayed a certain kindness toward him. But there was another side. She was spoiled, accustomed to having her way, like the old German who'd sired her. The willful streak had suddenly asserted itself, and instead of an eager, generous girl, she was suddenly a queen about to grant her favors for the night. He'd have liked to make love to her, but not on her terms. With a long sigh, he began to fold the scarf, shortening it until it fit between the pages of T. Fowler Haynes, which he put away along with the memory of her hair, eyes, hands, and naked skin. Strange young girl. He didn't doubt that she'd be trouble, a lot of trouble, for any man who involved himself with her. But why think of that? He'd never see her again. 5. Mac's recent troubles made it hard for him to appreciate that he was nearing San Francisco. When he arrived in the little town of Wheatville on the main line to Oakland and San Francisco, his mood didn't improve. There were scruffy blanket men everywhere, wheat field workers with all of their worldly goods in blanket rolls tied on their backs. When a crashing rainstorm sent him hunting for shelter in an alley behind the main street, he literally stumbled on a ragged man lying unconscious in the mud between two puddles. It was an old Indian, Mac realized, when he rolled him over and saw the narrow dark face, high forehead, and black hair without a strand of gray despite the man's obvious age. A bloody abrasion marked the Indian's forehead, but he was breathing. Mac dragged him against the rear wall of a hardware store and, in the slashing rain, managed to wake him up. Hobbling, gripping Mac's arm with an emaciated hand, the old Indian led him back through a warren of packing-case hovels to the one that was his. Solemnly, he gestured Mac in. The place smelled of offal and rotting meat, but Mac was glad to be out of the rain. The Indian lit a small fire and shared some purple berries and a tasty root that took a long time to chew. Mac helped him wash the bleeding abrasion with water from his canteen. 3 of the blanket men fell on me to rob me, the Indian said, his black eyes watery. They found I had nothing and beat me anyway. They would do the same if I were Chinese. Why don't you leave? Or is this your home? I am Chumash from the south. I have no home any longer. I work the fields up and down, wherever the white men will allow it," he added for clarification. After studying Mac a moment, the Indian said, "You like California?" "Yes, I do. I've not been here long, but I'm going to get rich here." "Ha," said the old man. The joyless laugh showed his brown teeth and ruined gums. "There is a dark side to your dream. My people know. One ancestor in the mission of San Luis Rey da Francia was no better than a slave. The friars rented him to the rancheros for a profit, and if he protested or disobeyed, they flogged him with knotted ropes for the good of his soul. My father, as a young man, free in the pueblo of Los Angeles after Mexico took back the mission lands, was not much better off. He worked as a ranch hand. He was paid every Friday with brandy. By Saturday he was drunk, which was the point. He spent Sunday in jail, and on Monday morning he was herded out with the others of his kind, and his services were auctioned to the ranchers for one more week. By Friday he had worked off his fine, and was a few cents ahead. Once more he was paid with brandy. The Indian shrugged. In California, there are only two kinds, those who take and those they take from. You mean that when I have money, I'll be one of the takers? The Indian replied with a grave nod. You are a good man to help an old Indian beaten and cast aside, but even for you the answer is yes. It is the only way. It is California. First Hellman and the lawyer tried to darken his dream. Now this tragic old man, huddled in this shack with his bitter memories. Silently, with fervor and a little desperation, Mac swore he'd prove them wrong. In the morning he started off again, following the main line of the railway. Soon the scorching sun dried the countryside, and about midday he saw through the heat haze a line of 40 or 50 men working on the roadbed with picks, shovels, mauls, and tamps. Mac drank from the canteen, which by now contained just one tepid swallow, then slung it over his shoulder and approached the section gang. Most of the men were bare to the waist and sweating so hard their bodies looked oiled. The work gang included about a dozen Chinese, smaller and more wiry than the whites. He noticed that the two groups didn't speak to each other. A collie ran up and down the roadbed, frisking and barking. A burly worker swung at it with his pick. "Get out of here, rough. O'Malley, control your damn dog or I'll kill him." Another worker whistled and yelled, and the collie lay down in the shade of a flat car on a spur track. The dog panted for a few seconds, then jumped up and ran off again. "Rufo, ven aquí," a man shouted. Mac looked in his direction. Dressed in a heavy black suit, the man was standing beside a mule-drawn wagon. The collie chased over to him and lapped at a pan of water he'd set out. Mac noticed now that the man had a clerical collar, which explained his unusual dress. The wagon was full of barrels, and Mac guessed they contained water. He walked toward the man, ignoring hostile stares from the track gang. "Buenos dias, desconocido," the priest said. "I don't speak Spanish. Do I look like I should?" The priest folded his hands. "On the contrary, my assumption is that you're a newcomer." "What makes you say so?" With a disarming smile, the man replied, "Your nose, your cheeks, pink and peeling away. Also your clothes. Well, forgive me, but they have a certain, well-traveled look." "You're exactly right, about them and me." The priest nodded agreeably. "I addressed you in Spanish out of habit. It is my native language, and spoken widely in California. If you plan to stay here long, permanently." "Excelente. May I humbly suggest that a study of Espanol would be courteous and to your advantage?" Mac scrutinized the forthright priest. He was perhaps 25, with a massive, square-looking head, a low forehead, and broad nose. His suit showed blacker patches where he'd sweated through. His wide, dark eyes reminded Mac of the old Indians. Mac couldn't decide whether the priest was Mexican, Indian, or mestizo. Both. "It's a hot day for traveling," the priest went on. "You're welcome to a drink." "Thanks, I just ran out." Mac gave a thump to the canteen hanging over his shoulder. The priest tapped the barrel nearest the wagon's dropped tailgate and handed him the dipper. The water was hot, and after a careful sip, Mac emptied the rest on his head. The priest laughed. "Thanks very much," Mac said. "I'm on my way to San Francisco." "From where?" "Pennsylvania. My name's Macklin Chance." "Welcome to California, Mr. Chance. I am Father Marquez, Diego Marquez. Unlike most of these good men sweating for the Southern Pacific, I was born in this state." Mac started to hand back the dipper, then hesitated. "Wait, I thought this was the Central Pacific." "Originally. 2 years ago, the owners formed a holding company to control their various assets. The name of the holding company is Southern Pacific, but now they're calling the railway by that name also. The Big Four, those four outlaws, chartered their holding company in Kentucky because the railway laws are lax there. Almost any outrage against the public or the working man is permitted." "And you bring water out to these men?" "Someone must. The company doesn't consider it their responsibility." He whacked the dipper against the barrel, disgusted. The priest seemed to do everything with sharp, vigorous moves. "Seems like there isn't a lot of water in California," Mac observed. "There is if you search in the right place. Come, share what little shade we have." After he scratched the mule's ears, Marquez peeled off his heavy coat, leaving only his collar and black dicky tied at his waist. He wore no shirt, and enormous tufts of hair were visible under his thick arms. He looked like a bull, Mac thought. Marquez hunkered down on the other side of the wagon, squinting across the simmering plain toward the hazy coast range. Up on the line, picks and tamps chunk-chunked, mauls rang on the heads of new spikes, men swore monotonously, and a stubby foreman wearing a sidearm paraded, hectoring the workers. "Water is a fascinating California topic, you know," Marquez said. "One reason is we always have too little because of the short rainy season in the winter. Another is that water's potential benefits remain largely unappreciated. My first ancestor in California was a Castilian soldier. He marched from the Baja with the expedition of Portola and Father Junipero Serra in 1769 and 70, and left a diary that has come down in my family. My ancestor declared this whole place worthless for farming because of its aridity. Most of the original Indians thought the same, but it isn't worthless. The friars, for all of their other limitations and crimes against freedom, knew that much. With their maize and barley, olives and wine grapes, they saw the miracles water can work in this soil. They taught that lesson to a few Californians who have remembered. But there still isn't much water. Not here, but have you seen the high country of the Sierras? There, the melting snowpack creates waterfalls, and in the spring turns ordinary streams into torrents. I wasn't doing much sightseeing when I came through the mountains. There was a blizzard." Marquez's eyes flickered at the callow sarcasm. "I tell you this, my young friend, if that water could somehow flow down to this great central valley, this earth would bloom like a garden." His frown sculpted deep lines beside his nose, making him less benign, fierce even. "But it would be a garden watered with the sweat and blood of those forced to toil for others, for starvation wages." Without thinking, Mac shook his head, and Marquez reacted quickly. "What do you disagree with, my views about water or those about labor and capital?" "You took me wrong, Father. I don't know enough to disagree with either one. I shook my head because, well, back east, among Irish miners, I saw priests all right, but none like you. Here you are, out in the wilderness alone, serving water like a slave. It's kind of puzzling." "Not at all. I'm from San Francisco, with a roving commission to minister to working men. Pope Leo XIII has been publishing numerous letters to address the concerns of workers around the world and encourage ministries like mine. He even suggests a limited approval of trade unions. The Holy Father does not go far enough, in my opinion, but then my opinions are those of a minority. A tiny minority," he emphasized, smiling. "Tell me," he said, after pausing to look at Mac more closely, "why did you come all the way from Pennsylvania?" Mac didn't want to be taken for greedy. After a moment's thought about phrasing, he said, "To better myself." "How? With wealth?" The challenge annoyed him. "Yes." "Perfectly understandable. This state is blessed by wealth in many forms. Great natural beauty, tillable land, even this sunshine, which seems such a curse in the summer. It helps the real estate men sell building lots to shivering tourists. Still, many who search for wealth here never find it." His brown eyes stayed on Mac's. "And some who do are quickly corrupted if the search becomes obsessive." All at once, Mac didn't like the young priest. He knew what he wanted and what he didn't. He didn't want anyone trying to be his conscience. He didn't want the Hellmans, the old Indian, or some Catholic father with strange radical ideas throwing dirt on his dreams. He was thinking up a suitable reply when a long screaming whistle ripped from the east. Up on the line, the stumpy foreman dragged out a big silver watch. There she is, stop everything," he shouted. The men rushed to form a military line beside the track, hoisting tools to their shoulders as if they were rifles. The train sounded like an avalanche as it approached, churning up towering dust clouds. The whistle blew again and the bell rang. The noise agitated the collie, which raced back and forth yapping. "Who's on that train, the president?" Mac asked Marquez. "You would think so. Anywhere on the line in California, men at work have orders to stand at attention when that train passes." To show what he thought of this, he spat on the ground between his dusty rope sandals. Tremors rose from the ground. Mac felt them in the bones of his legs. The collie jumped high in the air, barking. The train was less than half a mile away. It consisted of a single passenger car shimmering with varnish and gilt, a tender, a Stevens 440 locomotive with a huge headlight box and balloon smokestack. 80 tons of wood-fired power, it was a black behemoth whose passage shook the earth and whipped up a cyclonic cloud of dust and debris. Ever afterward, Mac saw a series of flashing images. A jackrabbit hopping high on the other side of the track, the collie barking and dashing to chase it. The burly man, the one bothered before, angrily swinging his pick down as the dog passed by, a mean-tempered swipe that deeply gashed the dog's flank. Mac heard the yelp above the rising roar. He flashed a look toward the looming train as the dog limped a couple of steps, then fell sideways against the near rail. "Ruff!" the dog's owner shouted, already out of ranks and running toward the fallen animal. The foreman pulled and cocked his sidearm. "Stand fast, O'Malley. You know the governor's order." "For Christ's sake," Mac yelled, bolting forward, with the priest a step behind. The Leviathan was almost on them, rumbling the earth and sucking up great clouds of dust. As O'Malley pulled the collie off the track, he somehow lost his footing and toppled backward. Mac's warning shout went unheard. The cowcatcher struck O'Malley and tossed him into the air in front of the onrushing engine. It sliced his head off, hurled his body aside, and flung a great fan of blood along the trackside. Mac caught a flash of a large gilt letters on the side of the engine. El Gobernador, and a similar declaration on the tender, SPRR. A lacquered coach hurtled by, all windows empty save one. There, an obese man with a chin beard raised a hand to acknowledge the workers at attention. As suddenly as it came, the special train was gone, leaving a settling rush of torrid air. Mac rocked back on his heels, bug-eyed. It had all happened so fast that he wasn't sure he had seen it, but the face of the passenger was already seared into his memory, and the red heap on the gravel shoulder was certainly real. It came to him that his face was wet. He rubbed it and stared at his fingers. Red. There was also red stippling the faces of the 3 other men nearest O'Malley. The collie kept whining, trying to rise, but unable to. A worker advanced cautiously to the body. "Jesus, where's his—" He choked, fell to his knees, and vomited uncontrollably. Marquez walked up onto the track and eyed the disappearing train, his dark face almost purple. God curse them. The poor man never even had a chance for last rites. He noticed Mac and threw a bandana to him. "Wipe off that blood." Mac scrubbed and scrubbed, feeling he'd never get clean. Who was that fat bastard? In the silence, the collie's whine was much louder. "Governor Leland Stanford, one of the 4 who built this railroad." The damn engineer must have seen that man next to the track. Surely, but he was going too fast to stop even if he wanted to. Stanford must have seen the blood flying. I doubt it, but what if he did? What's it to him if some day laborer loses his life? When he and his partners pushed the railroad through the Sierras, it happened hundreds of times. One more thing, that train never stops, not for anything or anyone. Marquez glanced past Mac's shoulder and covered his mouth a moment. "Do you have the stomach to help me with the body? You going to bury it?" "No. There's a town about 5 miles from here. I'll take the remains there and try to locate relatives. I must do it soon, or what's left of him will rot in this heat." "All right, I'm ready," Mac said with a gargantuan swallow and a prayer that his guts wouldn't come heaving up. They unloaded the water barrels and laid O'Malley's remains in the wagon under a tarpaulin. Twice, Mac almost vomited because of the blood, the buzzing flies, and the smell. Somehow, he and the priest got through it, with the white-faced foreman offering feebly to help at one point. Marquez gave him a withering look, and the foreman slunk off to goad his disheartened men back to work. On its feet, the collie whined, limping badly. The slow-moving wagon started towards a crossroads about half a mile south of the right-of-way. Mac walked along beside it. "Tell me about Stanford and his partners, Father." "As I said, their construction work in the mountains took the lives of hundreds. If 10 died, they hired 10 more. Human beings were like parts of a machine, replaced without a second thought. Does that make them killers? I don't know. I do know they are men like no others. In this state, they are gods, and they didn't build their line as a sweet altruistic gesture. They were little shopkeepers in Sacramento when they hired poor Theodore Judah, who was a fine, visionary railway engineer. They didn't care about Judah's beautiful patriotic dreams of a country united by steel rails. They merely wanted to control the freight traffic to the Nevada mines. Judah exhausted himself before the scheme was even well started. He, too, died on their behalf. In the course of their magnificent undertaking, for which they took enormous moral credit, the 4 of them acquired huge land holdings and repeatedly tricked and cheated the United States and California governments. At the same time, each of the 4 amassed one of the greatest personal fortunes on the planet. Does that make them criminals or merely successful businessmen? Marquez shook the reins, turned the wagon left into the crossroads, and there reined the mule for a moment. "I know my answer. One day, those 4 will be found guilty at the bar of history. I am impatient for it. Meanwhile, I'll tell you something a prudent man should keep in mind while in California. There is some doubt as to who wields more power here, Almighty God or the railroad." Mac stared up at the priest's sunlit face. Only the takers and those they take from. He had to keep hoping that wasn't really how it was. He had to keep hoping the gold wasn't the kind his pa found. Pyrites. Fool's gold. He raised his hand. "Father Marquez, you've been kind." The priest's handshake was vigorous and strong. "I hope you find what you are looking for, Senor Chance, and that when you do, it will not disappoint you. Thank you for your assistance back there. I won't forget. Go with God." He clucked to the mule, and the wagon creaked off in a dust cloud. As Mac watched, he heard barking. O'Malley's dog was limping along the dusty road in pursuit of the wagon. The collie fell, but got up and kept coming. Mac whistled to Marquez. The priest turned, saw the dog, and slowed the wagon to a crawl. With a brief smile and a wave, Mac turned west on the crossroad. 6. A week later, Mac stood on the mole at Oakland. It was shortly past noon on a brilliant, cool day. He flung his arms out and his head back and laughed, heedless of the properly dressed passengers hurrying down the wharf in back of him. God, he was here. Finally here. He smelled the sea, sweetly perfumed by salt and fish. Little bright sails of pleasure craft brightened the bay, and a stiff Pacific breeze put curls of white on the water. And there it was on the other side, rising in patterns of light and shade on the steep hills, a city of substantial commercial buildings and pastel and white residences, pretty as decorations on a cake. On his right, the bay swept around the land and kissed the sea. In the channel, a rusty old steamer equipped with side wheels as well as masts plowed outward between scurrying fishing boats. That part of the peninsula revealed golden hilltops with a few trees, open spaces not yet heavily built upon. He lowered his arms, but the intoxication remained. He had no job, no money, and no prospects for either, but he had hope, boundless hope, on this sunny afternoon by the bay. It banished the doubts and bad memories that had piled up on his journey. Farther down the 2-mile-long wharf, a steam whistle announced the departure of the next Southern Pacific ferry boat, a white floating castle crowded with gentlemen in suits and cravats, ladies with parasols, and a number of shabby poor people who kept to themselves. Mac strode down toward a white booth. People eager to catch the boat rushed by, careful not to touch him, for his beard was very long, and he'd last bathed on Wednesday, coming over the coastal hills that were losing their emerald color as summer drew near. A yellow and red sign in the booth said fare 15 cents. Mac saw the agent in the booth eyeing him, and he turned around and walked the other way, fighting to curb his rising impatience. For an hour he drifted through a commercial section along Railroad Avenue, a western extension of 7th Street. Then he returned to the mole. Another ferry was departing with hoots of its whistle and chugging of engines. A different man was on duty in the booth, a weak-sighted man with thick silver spectacles. Mac waited, making an effort to be inconspicuous. The next incoming ferry, Contra Costa, docked 10 minutes later. She unloaded passengers and prepared to depart again. He waited until the last boarding call and then darted past the booth while the man inside was squinting to count his receipts. Brawny, sunburned young men secured ropes across the open end of the ferry, while others on the wharf uncleated the lines and tossed them aboard. With a fanfare of whistles, Contra Costa chugged out of the slip. Mac brushed by a stout woman who looked at him as if she feared rape and climbed to the upper deck, where he sank down on a bench at the bow. The wind was fierce up here, but still sweet with the sea scent. The light falling on San Francisco's hills and buildings had a mellow, burnished quality, unlike anything he had ever seen. Soon he noticed the ticket collector working his way through the crowd of passengers on the upper deck. Mac held fast to his bundled possessions, screwing up his nerve. "Ticket," said the little rabbit of a man, his brushy mustache fairly trembling with authority. "Look here, I don't have one. No money. But I have to get across because—" The ticket man turned away with a bored air. "Mix, Portuguese," he called down the companionway. "Another free rider up here." Mac clutched the rail. Below, the bay folded back on both sides of the bow, foamy white, imminently dangerous. In Pennsylvania, he'd tried to learn to swim in an old quarry, but never really mastered it. Mix and Portuguese were two of the sailors who manned the ferry. One, dark-haired and cheerily sinister, wore a gold ring in his right ear. "Damn you, let go," Mac said, trying to shake them off as they hustled him downstairs. He didn't resist too violently because he didn't want to reach the city beaten and bloody. The ferry was in mid-channel. Prolong this a bit and he'd be across. "I tell you, I can explain why—" "The Southern Pacific can't put your stories in the bank, kid," said the seaman with the earring. "No money for a ticket, you swim. It's the rule." The other one shot a bolt back and opened a gate on the port rail. Passengers watched the little scene with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Mac yanked backward, alarmed. "You can't do this, I'll drown. I don't know how to swim." A boot against his backside turned the rest of it to a yell. He flew forward into space, the water rushing up at him. He struck, remembering at the last moment to dive his hand into his pocket and seize the guidebook and hold it over his head. Choking, kicking, he went down, his entire head under water. He flailed his legs, and that took him back to the surface. Wake from the ferry crashed over him, spuming in his eyes, washing him with brackish water. He held the book high in the sunshine while something slimy brushed against his cheek. The silver eye of a dead fish regarded him. "Shit," he groaned. On the ferry's stern, behind the rope where the passengers boarded, a father traveling with two children gestured and argued with the ticket taker, protesting their treatment of Mac. It made no difference, though. The ferry Contra Costa plowed on toward the wedding cake city, its whistle blast a mocking goodbye. He began to kick, treading water simply by instinct. Already he felt tired, heavy. He started to sink again and kicked harder. He'd gambled that they never threw stowaways overboard, but it was a bad wager. He was going to drown. He didn't see the launch until it was practically upon him. He heard the stutter of its little steam engine, and that caused him to twist around, and there it was, squat in the water, its drab hull showing oozes of black caulk, its single mast minus a sail. At the wheel, frantically signaling to him, was a plump fellow in a quilted green coat from which the sleeves had been cut. The man was Chinese. He wore a black skull cap and had a queue wound around his ears and pinned. He looked about 30, uncommonly fat. "Hang on, mister, I will pick you up," the Chinese man shouted in clear English. He throttled back almost to a standstill and brought the launch around. Mac saw Oriental characters on the transom and the name Heavenly Dragon. The launch rolled and pitched in the chop, and the man lurched to the port rail. Above the engine's noisy idle and the lap of the bay, Mac heard him wheezing as he knelt and put down his fat hand. "Grab hold! Throw your leg in!" Instead, Mac flung the guidebook in the boat. The man recoiled. "You crazy?" "Take care of that," Mac yelled. He hooked his legs on the gunwale and seized the man's hand. He found himself astonishingly weak, but somehow he made it, falling into the launch and landing on a fisherman's net. He banged his head on a bucket full of oysters. The Chinese lurched back to the wheel. Another SP ferry was passing on the way to Oakland. The wake rocked the launch, but the man kept his balance with surprising grace. He had a ready smile that pushed his plump cheeks up, lending him a genial air. Whipping the wheel around, he throttled the engine higher. "I saw them throw you off. I am Bao Ki. I fish these waters. My name's Mac. I'd have drowned if you hadn't come along." The heaving in his middle told him he'd swallowed a lot more of the bay than he thought. It looked prettier than it tasted. Wet and miserable, he dragged himself over the gunwale and puked. Bao Ki grinned and sent the launch bounding toward Oakland in a series of zigzags, much like a sailboat tacking. Bao lived in a hovel in a grim Chinese section just above the inner harbor near Webster and 8th Streets. The air in the crowded, crooked lanes smelled of cooking oil and something sickly sweet. Mac stripped to his drawers and hung up his soggy clothes, while Bao lit a coal fire in an ancient James cook stove with a tin smoke pipe that was wired to a hole in the slat roof. Bao spread mats for them, unrolled a piece of oily paper, and picked up some small fish he proceeded to broil. "Sand dabs, local fish, very delicious." He took off his cap and smoothed his glossy hair. At first, Mac had thought him a cheerful but rather witless fellow. Now, noting the way Bao's eyes missed nothing, he changed his mind. "You know your way around the bay, I guess." "Long time Californ, as the old men say. I was born in this state." Bao explained that the waters of the bay sustained him in many ways. They yielded fish sold to the restaurants in the city, but he also netted shrimp that a middleman salted and packed for shipment to China, where it was considered a delicacy. Mac had never seen or eaten shellfish. Bao said many Americans considered shellfish to be the fare of barbarians. Mac told Bao where he'd come from and where he was going. Bao nodded agreeably. "I will take you over to the city when you want to go. No charge." A cry in the lane drew them outside. An old Chinese man, matchwood frail, pointed at a cart with one wheel stuck in a deep rut. The cart carried scavengers' goods, rags, Oakland newspapers, chunks of rough paving block. A fat woman, evidently the old man's wife, screeched protests in Chinese. She pantomimed trying to drag the cart from the rut and was close to weeping. "She says it's too heavy for him," Bao called to Mac. He smiled, patted the elderly woman, and with a one-handed tug and grunt, he freed the cart, which he then pushed down the lane to a nearby shanty, leaving the appropriate babble of men, women, and children, and a few dogs in his wake. Mac once again changed his appraisal of the fisherman. He was obese, but far from a weakling. In the hovel, Bao placed the broiled sand dabs on 2 tin plates, along with white rice cooked with bits of something black, and filled their small ceramic cups with a strong, fruity wine. While he bustled around, Mac had a chance to study his home. 3 irregular pieces of mirror hung on different walls. In a cigar box under the bunk were a collection of dice, playing cards, and hand-carved wooden dominoes with the spots burned in. A lacquered tray on a shelf held a ceramic dish, needles, a small oil lamp, and a long pipe with a ceramic bowl and ornamental ivory bands around the bamboo stem. Mac noticed a black, glossy residue coating the lip of the bowl and the ivory mouthpiece. Bao, aware of Mac's curiosity, took several large, polished beads from the cigar box and scattered them on the mat in front of him. "Chew," he said, pointing. "Counters. I like gambling. It's a Chinese passion. It's a gamble making a living on that bay, too. Most white men hate us." He shook his fist, imitating this. "Run, run, Chinaman!" He invited Mac to seat himself on the mat. Then, sitting down as well, he picked up a sand dab and bit it in half. "Have you always been a fisherman?" Bao shook his head. "I have had many jobs since I was a boy. I was #1 cook on a ranch near Modesto. I carried granite to build a winery in Napa, scrubbed floors, polished boots, many things. Know what's hardest job?" He dipped the wine cup at his visitor for emphasis. "Staying alive." "They don't want Chinese here at all, is that it?" "They want them for certain things only." He stated it flatly, but Mac saw the bitterness in his dark eyes. "California's my home. I want no other. But Mr. Kearney over in Frisco, the friend of the laborer, he says, the Chinese must go, so they are always passing laws. I can't become a citizen.
I can't own property. I can't even get a business license. If they put me in jail—" He struck his palm against his pinned-up queue. "The pigtail law says they can cut this off." His mouth twisted. "Thus it is cum san." He toasted Mac with the wine and drank. "What's that, cum san?" "Gold Mountain. The men of Canton gave that name to California when they came over the seas in '49. My father came then." "Your pa was a prospector?" "Yes." "So was mine. There was no gold waiting for my father, only hard times, and white men who feared we Celestials would work harder and better. But my father was a man of determination, religious. That too is Chinese. He drew strength from the invisible forces of life that flow through the universe. When he came down from the gold country empty-handed, he would not quit. He found work over in the city, making cigars. Many Chinese made cigars there. My father earned enough to bring a picture bride from home. I was born in this very town, Oakland. My mother did not like California. The hardship, the hatred. She lived but 2 years more." He cast a long look at the pipe and other paraphernalia, and then turned away with what seemed a visible regret. He picked up a last glob of gluey rice in his fingers and swallowed it, wiping his hands on his old black pants. "My father took me to the mountains, where he built the railroad for Charlie Crocker. I was small, fit only for menial work, but my father, nimble as a monkey, he was one of those who scaled the rock cliffs to plant the blasting charges. Many coolies fell in the gorges, or were blown to heaven by the nitro. My father missed death many times. It was not until 1869, after the gold spike was driven and all of Crocker's pets were scattering to the winds, that my father died. We were returning from the mountains to San Francisco. We tried to buy a supper in a little town along the San Joaquin, and some white men, very drunk, fell on my father and beat him. He lay 19 days holding his belly, wasting away, bleeding inside, and then he died. I have made my way since." Bao finished without self-pity. "Seems there are a lot of keep-out signs posted in this state," Mac said. "Those bastards on the ferry didn't have to throw me overboard. Hell, I'd have paid back their stinking 15 cents after I got a job. That is not the railroad's way. They have what people call—" he had to struggle for the word—monopoly. I have studied this octopus." He held out both arms and wriggled his fingers. "Octopus?" Mac eyed the black bits in the last of his rice. "My God, did we eat—" Bao laughed loudly. "No, no, squid, octopus. It's the name for the railroad. I see it in the papers. I hear it from men on the docks. The railroad runs everything. They have the only trains, so they can charge whatever they wish for goods or passage. They own the coastal ships, too, and the Bay Ferry, even most of the dock space in Oakland." He leaned forward. "I listen to what others say. Ordinary people with jobs in the city. They don't like the high price of the ferry. A clever man could turn that fact to advantage. I have been pondering ways. Well, I wish you luck. From what I've seen so far, I don't like that damn Southern Pacific line either." Mac rose, stretched, and went over to feel his shirt on Bao's corner clothesline. Almost dry. Out in the lane, someone plucked a stringed instrument that had a strange minor sound. Bao scraped their tin plates in a bucket, then applied the scraper to the iron sheet on which he'd grilled the fish. Mac noticed the scraper was a large oyster shell. "You eat those?" "I harvest them when it is dark." "What's the matter with daylight?" A thin smile. "The oyster beds in the bay are privately owned." "Good God, even under the water." He picked up the guidebook, which had escaped damage except for a few water spots. "You come with me tomorrow night. I show you an oyster bed," Bao said. "Would that be a trip for pleasure, or could you use some help?" "Yes, I could," Bao nodded. "It would be wrong, though, if I did not tell you there might be danger." Soberly, Mac regarded the fat Chinese, whom he decided he liked.
Fair warning and thanks. I'll still go. You could be a Celestial, Bao said with a beaming grin. You like gambling too. The next night, Bao Qi's launch ran south in the bay against an ebbing tide. The villages along both shores gleamed with fairy tale lights. Mac relished the sweet open calm of the water, the panorama of stars and dimly seen hills. Bao followed a zigzag course through the bay, which struck Mac as a waste of time. No, Bao said when asked about it. The Sha, the wicked spirits and evil influences that disrupt the flow of the life force, they travel always in straight lines. Straight lines are no good. Mac smiled to himself. He'd never met someone like Qi. That was his first name, the fisherman had explained with great patience. In China, the name of the family always preceded the given name. Whatever name he went by, he was a first-class mixture of practical business sense and religious tenets Mac would never understand. He truly liked the Celestial. He liked that term, too. Bao throttled down. He was operating with a furled sail again tonight. Mac caught the strong odor of the oyster shoals, and then he saw them, long and rough-surfaced, like miniature islands, flanking what must be a fairly deep channel. Bao shut the engine off, then stood up, studying the shoals while the launch drifted. "What are you looking for?" "Watchman. He drinks a lot, sleeps a lot, very lazy. Good men can't be hired to work out here. I don't see his light. The flow is with us tonight. Now, take this." He handed an oar to Mac. "Close in. The water's very shallow." Mac thrust the oar down into the muddy bottom, and they slowly poled the launch ashore. Mac dragged the bow up while Bao dropped a small mushroom anchor. Then the Chinese man pulled some heavy leather sacks out of the bilges. "There, see?" Bao bobbed his head at a dark rectangle above the reeking beds. Mac read the sign with difficulty. Fitzmorgan Oyster Company. Private property. All trespassers will be shot. Bao was breathing in that wheezy way again. It was a symptom of excitement, maybe, or a problem caused by his weight. He tossed the leather sacks out and passed Mac a pair of greasy, stiff gauntlets. "Do I need these?" "Yes, cut your fingers to meat otherwise." Bao sounded both serious and urgent now. All the good-humored tolerance of the previous night was gone. He jabbed Mac's ribs. Be quick, be quick! There are sometimes other men here besides the watchman." Mac's neck prickled. He clambered from the boat and nearly fell. Maneuvering on a bed of oysters was another new experience. It was like walking on cleavers cocked at every conceivable angle. "What men?" Bao's cheeks worked upward, but his smile was cold. In the starlight, he resembled an ivory Buddha. "Oyster pirates, like me. They do not like to share their pickings. No more talk now. Work." He wheezed his way up the shoal, almost to the low summit, then bent over with a grunt and began snatching oysters and flinging them into a sack. Mac felt an increasing sense of danger, though there wasn't another human being anywhere, only the lights on the bay's eastern shore and a faint silvery gleam of mud exposed all around the shoal by low tide. Farther south, some big, slow vessel, maybe a barge, worked northward. He was angry at Bao for not being more explicit about the risk. He started picking oysters. They were sharp and slippery, and his left glove had rips in the fingers. In a matter of minutes, he was cursing under his breath and bleeding from 2 cuts. When his sack was nearly full, he picked it up to move it and gasped at its weight. Bao's thick silhouette bobbed up and down, his movements rhythmically punctuated by his grunts and wheezes. Mac was stunned to see that the Chinese man had already filled 1 sack, which stood by itself, and was working on a second. As Mac bent to start picking again, a firefly light winked in the corner of his eye. He straightened and saw it wink again, perhaps half a mile down the shoal. His hands froze in the gauntlets. "Bao," he whispered harshly. There's a lantern. Good God, there's a boat, too. He'd been working so strenuously he'd paid no attention. It had evidently anchored quietly on the opposite side of the shoal. It was different from Bow's little launch, larger, square-sterned, sloop-rigged. It had an ominously professional look. "I saw it 5 minutes ago," Bow whispered back. "But if we can see them, they can see us." "No talk." Bow spat the words between his teeth. "Bring the sacks." Easy enough to say, but when Mac tried to heave the nearly full one to his shoulder, the unexpected weight and treacherous footing threw him off balance, and the sack slipped from his hands. He hadn't quite secured the drawstring, and oysters spilled out. Clack-a-clack-clack. Bow cursed him. The noise was ungodly, Mac admitted. He started scooping up the lost oysters, but Bow kicked his arm aside. "Leave them!" Bow squatted, one sack on his shoulder, grasping Mac's sack with the free hand. "Bring my other sack." "Who the fuck's down there?" someone shouted. And then the firefly light expanded and a beam shot forth from the lantern's full-open shutter. There were men running, 3 or 4, one with the lantern. "It's that dog shit Chink," another man yelled. "Into the boat," Bow cried, pushing Mac. He ran past and with enormous strength heaved the full sack from his shoulder into the launch. Mac pulled Bow's other sack toward the water as Bow flung the second sack in too. Bow rushed back to help him. As Bow grappled for a hold on the third sack, Mac whipped around to look at the running men and saw a flash of lantern light on bright metal. Without warning or ceremony, he hit Bow from behind. The Chinese man cursed in surprise, gashing his cheek open on the rocks when he fell. Mac heard the shotgun discharge both barrels, and the pellets buzzed by, scattering over the oysters well beyond them. Tick-tack, tick-tack. "Hurry," Bow said, struggling up and wiping his bloody cheek. There was no longer any anger in his voice. "You better run for it, Chinaman," the first man shouted. "We catch you, we'll stuff your Q and your balls up your yellow ass." "I know him," Bow wheezed, running with Mac, the partial sack abandoned. "Called Redbeard. Bad man." "This bay's for white men, you fucking dog on 2 legs," the same voice boomed. Giving a wild look over his shoulder, Mac thought he indeed detected a beard on one of the oyster pirates chasing them. Another of the pursuers flung a knife, but it fell short. Mac and Bow jumped into the launch from opposite sides, the Chinese man again exhibiting remarkable agility. Mac hauled up the anchor while Bow rummaged in his gear. He startled Mac by producing an antique Colt revolver, which he aimed across his left elbow, firing 3 rounds. The explosions rolled and echoed over the bay, and the white men immediately fell to the ground. Bow uttered a curt laugh and started the engine. It died. Mac's throat filled with a strange, hard lump. "God, come on, get going," he muttered. On the shoal, the oyster pirates cautiously raised themselves. Hearing no more shots, they proceeded toward the launch, all of them hunched over except Redbeard. Mac realized he was a huge man, 6.5 feet or more. Bow chattered over the controls in Chinese. Mac gripped the gunwale, sweating. Pa had taught him never to run from peril, but Pa also said that men without fear were either fools or crazy, and that if courage had a definition, it meant standing up to peril, despite all that fear pumping and churning in you. Maybe he was being courageous now, but it sure as hell wasn't a romp or a pleasure. Redbeard seemed to be wrestling with his shotgun. Reloading? Suddenly, the engine of Heavenly Dragon kicked to life. "Aye!" Bow screeched, shaking his hands at the sky as if in gratitude. He and Mac grabbed the oars and pushed off, and the launch shot into the deeper channel between shoals. The pirates peppered them with further curses and warnings, and Redbeard fired both barrels again, some of the shots splattering water against Mac's cheek. Bow gave a long, shuddery sigh and sank down with a hand on the tiller. His face no longer resembled pale ivory, but melting white wax. Mac smelled the celestial sweat and his own. Bao nudged a leather sack with his foot. "A poor haul." After a silence, "I did not mean to expose you to so much danger." Mac licked blood from his gashed fingers. "You warned me, but you didn't say we might get killed. I thought it was just dangerous because we were stealing." Bao remained silent. Perhaps that was his way to admit guilt. For a while, neither spoke, the launch racing down the bay on its zigzag course. The night air cooled Mac's face and settled his nerves somewhat. They passed an iron freighter high as a house, and while they tossed in its bow wake, he watched its lonely lights float by, and its great white name, Liverpool Lady. His anger at Bao faded, but he certainly had a better measure of the man. When he shifted his glance to the passing lights on the shore, he thought of T. Fowler Haynes. "They sure as hell don't like outsiders around here," he said finally. "That is true, even though every Californian was an outsider once. The ones who've been around for a while and settled in, they seem like the worst." Bao nodded. "When I take you over to the city, it would be well to remember that. Assume an attitude of deference and respect. That way you will survive." "Hell with that, Mr. Bao Key. I'm interested in a lot more than surviving. I have as much right to be here as anybody." Bao Key the fisherman smoothed his glossy hair with his palm and examined his passenger ruefully, as if thinking that Mac Chance was a naive, rash, foolish young man. 7. The violence at the oyster beds kept Mac awake a good part of the night. Over and over he experienced the frantic, fearful dash to the launch, heard Redbeard's shotgun and the dark threats. The memory disturbed him, but it couldn't deter him. Never be poor again. Never be cold again. California was everything. The day dawned bright and clear. After Mac trimmed his beard to chin length with a pair of Bao Key's scissors, and they ate a breakfast of rice, crackers, and hot tea, they hurried down to the slip. Bao raised the sail, and Heavenly Dragon swept over the swells with great speed. White gulls sailed and swooped past. Jauntily colored ribbons on the masthead tailed out behind the sparkling air. The city rose up ahead, and Mac began to see particulars. People scurrying, tiny doll figures, drays and buggies and horse-drawn street trams clogging the steeply inclined streets. The breathtaking Pacific light painted some walls brightly, left others in shade. The patterns of rectangular shapes, of reflecting windows, reminding him of a painting, with verticals and horizontals creating an enormous grid. Noting his passenger's expression, Bao said, "You came far to find this place. I am pleased to be the one who carried you on the last mile of your journey." At the bow, Mac turned to look at him. The wind ruffled and tossed Mac's hair, and he could taste its salt-sweet pungency. Suddenly, instead of Bao and the choppy blue water, he saw the image that had been haunting him since he'd arrived in this state. A closed door. He fished the guidebook from his pocket and held it up. "I dreamed of this moment all the years I read this book. It says a lot about the wonders of California, the opportunity, but it doesn't say a word about people closing doors in your face. And I didn't come this far to be turned away by the likes of Hellman or that Fairbanks, or by damned thugs who'd beat up an old Indian, or railroad tycoons, or foul-mouthed harbor rats. I'll tell you this," Mac continued aloud, shaking the book at Bao. "If they shut the door on me, I'll find the key, or I'll knock it down. But I'm going through." The Chinese fisherman looked at the young man brandishing his treasured guidebook. Despite Mac's innocence and the dangers that lay ahead for one so ambitious, Bao could not help recognizing the tenacity in his hazel eyes, the courage suggested by the pugnacious lift and thrust of his chin. Hope surely burned like a fire within him, for no human being walked across a whole continent without hope as a companion. Bao gestured beyond his passenger. Quietly he said, "Look, we are close now. There is the city." 2. Welcome to the City, 1887 to 1888. San Francisco, the commercial, financial, and cultural center of California. She was known as the Athens of the West. So established and so assured, a select group of her residents insisted that she be referred to as the City, capital C. Before the gold rush, Yerba Buena was a tiny, shabby, insignificant port on a splendid bay. But the discovery at Sutter's sawmill changed everything, including her name. Soon thousands of strangers flooded her shores. Not all of them stayed after the gold ran out. One large group that did remain to form the base of San Francisco society was composed of Southerners, some of whom had come for gold, others simply to flee the poverty and political turmoil of Dixie. They fought for control of the local Democratic Party and fought duels over secession and slavery. Harshly conservative, they formed and led the Committees of Vigilance of 1851 and 1856, the infamous San Francisco Vigilantes, hanging malefactors indiscriminately to curb crime. The Nevada silver strike of '59 fueled a second great growth period, for the city was the port of entry for the fabulous Comstock Lode. She soon had quite a cosmopolitan population. Criminal riffraff from Australia had arrived, and penniless Irish. There was a large laboring population, both whites and their formidable competitors, ambitious and energetic Chinese brought in to lay the Central Pacific through the mountains. Charlie Crocker's Pets, they were called. By the 1880s, San Francisco was home to 290,000 people, prosperous banks, fishing and shipping interests, flourishing theaters, a prolific literary community, and cable cars that had been clanging up and down Nob Hill for over a decade. She boasted many rich and notable families, leaders of a young society who yearned to match the elegance and prestige of Mr. Ward McAllister's New York 400. By this time, San Francisco had a distinct and unconcealed arrogance. All those living across the bay in Oakland, those so unfortunate as to hail from the Central Valley, those residing in the wretched adobes and cow towns south of the Tehachapis, those people simply didn't exist. Or if they did, they were scarcely better than savages. This so inflamed the Southern Californians in particular that they tried unsuccessfully to secede on several occasions. Of course, as a practical matter, the elite of the city could do little about the continuing flood of arriving sailors, Chinks, Irish, Valley parvenus, and the like. Little, that is, but snub them, build invisible walls, and keep the outsiders in their place, on occasion by force. 8. Long afterward, Mac speculated about the direction his life might have taken, how different it might have been, if on that afternoon he hadn't followed his nature and acted as he so often did, impulsively. There was no hint that an impulsive act would be called for as Heavenly Dragon chugged up to a ramshackle finger wharf where a number of empty hay scows were moored. Mac jumped to the pier, which was deserted save for a crewman repairing a line on a scow down at water level, and a fisherman, a sickly-looking old man seated on a stool. Neither paid attention to Mac, and the massif of the city, lumber and brick, granite and glass, seemed equally indifferent. Damned if San Francisco would be indifferent to him very long. He shouted a goodbye, promising to stay in touch, and Bao waved and pushed off. As the launch wake whitened and broadened, Mac studied the busy waterfront curving around toward the northwest. 100 yards of dark green water separated this wharf from the next, much larger one. It contained the slips of the SP Central Ferry Terminal. Passengers streamed in and out of the unattractive wood building, which was little more than a vast dark shed. Ferry officials, the kind who'd kicked him overboard, bustled about. One ferry was coming in across the bay, and another, Alameda, was just heading out with a flurry of bells and whistles. Then Mac saw her. She was a young woman, poised on the edge of the pier about 100 feet away. Stylish and very neat, she was wearing a tubular gray skirt, a shirtwaist with vertical stripes of peppermint and white, little white gloves, and a jaunty, flat straw hat held in place by a large brass pin. She was slim, with small round breasts and no bustle. He started walking toward her. She gave the departing ferry a final glance, consulted a small gold watch pinned to her bosom, then clasped her gloved hands together at her waist and matter-of-factly stepped off the pier. There was a quick flash of her skirt lifting above ankle-high shoes, yellow with buttons. Then Mac heard the splash. He ran toward the spot where she'd jumped. The lone fisherman couldn't help. He was too frail. Mac waved his arms at the ferry churning from its slip. Clearly, the pilot, crew, and excited passengers had seen the girl's suicide leap. "Save that girl!" Mac yelled across the water, but the ferry engines kept rumbling. Alameda did not change course or slow down. From the edge of the pier, Mac saw the girl's straw hat floating below. Her face was out of the water, her eyes closed, and for some reason she didn't sink. He shouted at the ferry again. No response. He dropped his bundled possessions, thinking not of his inability to swim, but her impending death, and jumped in. As he dropped, he wondered if he could swim well enough to pull her back to the pier. His feet struck, he sank, shot back up sputtering, and reached for the limp girl. His hand found her slippery throat. Her eyes opened, large eyes, a warm, vivid brown. "Damn you, get away, I can swim!" "Hang on to me," he gasped, splashing, kicking to stay up. "Killing yourself's no answer for anything." "Let go of me!" Under the surface, her flying feet struck him. He realized she'd been treading water since the moment she went in. One of her white gloves fisted and bashed him. "Idiot! I'm trying to get a story. I'm a reporter." Mac let go then, and sank. She hooked an elbow around his neck, wrenching it severely. He struggled a moment, but then realized she must be trying to save him. She kicked and paddled, dragging him behind, and in a moment his head knocked against the slimy rungs of a pier ladder. She climbed up first, dripping water all over him. When they were both on the pier again, he confronted her, angry and mightily confused. He saw a woman his age or a bit older. Her skin was brown from exposure to the sun, and she had a wide, determined mouth and a certain strong bluntness to her chin. She looked not at him, but at the SP ferry, now well out in the bay. Those inhuman curs! Their schedules are more important than anything. They probably would have let me drown. Of course, I can hardly prove that now, can I? Her glance back at him was withering. Mac snorted to clear his nose and snatched at something sticky on his forehead. Green seaweed. He flung it away. "If that's your attitude, I'm sorry I bothered. Hell, I can't even swim very well." "Do you mean it?" Her gaze softened now as she turned her attention to him. "I thought you were just clumsy." "Clumsy? God," he growled, snatching up the bandana bundle. "You're furious with me." "Why, no. I always expect to be bit and cursed and ridiculed when I try to help somebody. So long, whoever you are." "Please, don't go. I shouldn't have blown up at you. What you did was generous and brave. It's just that I hate to lose a story." "What story? Would you mind telling me what's going on here, Miss—" "Ross. Nellie Ross." Mac Chance. He stood there waiting, and she thought, what a curious young man. Poor, bedraggled, with a bumpkin look to his clothes. But he neither acted nor spoke like a bumpkin. He was forceful and unexpectedly interesting to her. Instead of dismissing him, her first impulse, she pointed to a bench at the head of the pier. "Come rest a minute and I'll explain." Mac followed the girl. He, too, was doing some appraising. She was about his height, with a quick, assertive stride and a distinct tomboy air. Somehow that didn't make her less feminine.
It's very simple, she said, patting the bench beside her. He sat, his soaked clothes squishing and leaking water. Do you read the Examiner? He shook his head. I'm new here. My employer, Mr. Hearst, took it over just this year from his father, the senator. He's the silver millionaire, the senator. Young Mr. Hearst intends to stop the flood of red ink and make the Examiner the best paper in the West. I write for him under the byline Ramona Sweet. I cover murder trials, train wrecks, the thrill stuff. When there's no real news, we go out and make news. That's Mr. Hearst's way.
Mac was fascinated. The girl had a short, blunt nose, the peasant touch again, and a forthrightness that added an intriguing spice to her. Is that what you were doing here?
Nellie Ross nodded. Staging a stunt. Mr. Hearst hates the Southern Pacific as much as I do. They're indifferent to passenger safety. Last month, a boy aged 7 fell off one of their ferry boats. The crew was slow to stop the engines to pick him up, and he drowned. That's why I jumped in, to see how quickly anyone from the boat or the terminal would rescue me, or if they would.
And I ruined your stunt.
Well, never mind. There'll be other opportunities. I was excited. I just blew up. I'm the one to make amends, I think. She pressed water from her straight dark hair. So tell me, Mr. Chance, what is it that you do besides interrupt journalists at work? She smiled, perhaps to soften the jibe. Water oozed from his squeaky shoes as he flexed his toes.
Nothing so far. I just arrived in San Francisco. I hail from Pennsylvania. I need a job.
I'm afraid we have nothing at the paper, but there's always a big enamel pot of coffee on the stove. You could warm up and dry out.
She stood, smoothing her soaked shirtwaist. It clung to her, and he could see clearly that she didn't have the kind of billowy figure women prized. Not Carla Hellman's kind of figure, but he found her exceedingly attractive. I honestly didn't know women wrote for newspapers, he said.
Do you disapprove?
Well, he looked away at some gulls.
Mr. Chance, your opinion's written on your face. A woman belongs in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. That's your concept, isn't it? You and a million others.
Miss Ross, you keep wanting to start a fight.
You keep inviting it. You're living in the past, you and every other man I know. There aren't many women in journalism so far, but that's changing. Despite the outraged squeals of my colleagues, most of whom seem threatened by the mere sight of a skirt in the editorial rooms. But I'm there, and I'll stay there. I'm what some people call a sob sister. Mr. Chance, do stop gawking at me. Come along.
But he couldn't help gawking. He'd never met any girl like this Nellie Ross. Independent, a trifle hard, pretty in an unconventional way. There was something exotic about the shape and tilt of those warm brown eyes. He hoisted his bundle and followed her up the pier past the old fisherman, who kept his guilty gaze on the water.
She said, If you like, I'll ask around the office about a job. Someone might know something. It's the least I can do for my rescuer.
Am I hearing an apology, Miss Ross?
She seemed to see him, actually see and appraise him for the first time, and not unfavorably. The tip of her tongue rolled inside her cheek a moment. Reporters never apologize. It weakens the air of authority. Follow me, Mr. Chance. They walked up Market Street, the busiest thoroughfare Mac had ever seen. Drays, buggies, horse-drawn trams, impressive buildings, and people everywhere. Above the din, Nellie asked why he'd come to California. He showed her the guidebook. Because I've always believed what this says, that a man can get rich out here. A smile flirted over her face, but an innate kindness suppressed it. Bedraggled and poor as he was, he looked so serious, so determined, that laughter would have cruelly insulted him. She found herself admiring his dogged sincerity, in spite of her earlier anger. I understand that kind of ambition, she said. I have it too. My ambition is to write, not only news stories, but novels one of these days.
Is that a good way to make a lot of money?
Don't be exasperating. Not everyone here worships wealth. I write to tell the truth, to change things. We turn here," she added, striding around the corner 2 steps ahead of him. The San Francisco Examiner, monarch of the dailies, W.R. Hearst, editor and proprietor, operated from rooms at 10 Montgomery Street. Mac had never encountered such a place, full of shouting and cigar fumes and boys racing up and down the aisles, snatching foolscap pages from the reporters at their desks. He actually saw a man speaking into a wall telephone. He'd seen pictures of the device, but to watch someone using one was a marvel. Nellie took him to an alcove at the back and poured him some hot coffee. His clothes were already drying stiffly. He sat down at a cheap table, not a little intimidated by this girl and the general air of worldly sophistication in the office. He heard men shouting expletives as casually as other people said good day. Nellie took a chair. "That was a good hat that floated away. Oh, well." She noticed his expression. "Yes, it's noisy," she added, taking a sip of her coffee. "But in most respects, it's a fine place to work. The senator lost over $250,000 after he bought the paper, but then Mr. Hearst was thrown out of Harvard, and he came home and asked the senator to let him take over. Mr. Hearst is only 24, but he has wonderful ideas. A real genius for newspapering. He spends money to cover the news. A lot of people don't like him and call him Wasteful Willie, but he's perked up the paper with controversy and much better writing. Our circulation has already passed 25,000. 2 months ago, he personally lured Mr. Bierce away from the Argonaut to write general news and his prattle column. A real coup." A long rail of a young man, in shirt sleeves with garters and natty striped trousers, shot around the corner and dashed to the coffee pot. His center-parted yellow hair, drooping mustache, and pop eyes didn't impress Mac. "What about the drowning stunt, Nellie?" the man asked, gulping coffee. He had a high-pitched voice. "It wasn't the right moment, Mr. Hearst. I'll try again tomorrow." Nellie didn't so much as glance at Mac. He warmed to her all over again. "Well, do. We haven't stuck it to the railroad for a week now." "Hello," Hearst said to Mac in an offhand way. He leaped into the aisle to snare the arm of an older man wearing a coat and cravat in the midst of a general sartorial disarray. The man had cool, sardonic eyes. "Bierce, what are you working on?" "Avoiding colds and drafts. This place is a pest house." "You can fixate on your health on your own time. Answer my question." "The story of the moment is Supervisor Smiley and that little tart he's been keeping over in Sausalito," Bierce said. "At taxpayer expense." Thumb in his waistcoat pocket, he studied Mac with lofty curiosity. "Be careful. Smiley's a thug. If he finds out, he'll be after you," Hearst said. "Trust in God, but carry a Smith & Wesson," Bierce said, patting his coat. Mac saw the outline of a pistol. Bierce showed Hearst a small leather-covered book. "Also, one of my alcoholic informants got a job as a janitor at 4th and Townsend. He managed to purloin this." "What is it?" Nellie asked. "Southern Pacific Cipher Book, copy number 7, one of Crocker's." He licked a fingertip and turned a page. "The word bold means cash payments. Concave means do not commit yourself. Gorilla stands for the state legislature. My favorite is adultery. Translation? Admit nothing. There's 12 pages of the stuff." Hearst snatched the book gleefully, and Bierce pressed a handkerchief to his lips and coughed. "Don't excite yourself, Mr. Hearst. It's worthless without copies of the encoded dispatches they use to conduct their rotten business. They'll soon discover this copy missing, change the cipher, and issue 8 new books." "The railroad does business in code?" Mac asked, astonished. Bierce raised his nose. "Who is this naive young gentleman, Nellie?" "Mr. Chance, an acquaintance who put himself out to help me at the ferry terminal." "Well, Mr. Chance," Bierce said, "the answer is yes. The 3 surviving members of the Big Four, the Messrs. Crocker, Huntington, and Stanford,
Uncle Mark Hopkins died this year, God rest his skinflint soul, are creatures of enormous resource and even greater cupidity. A large segment of the public is aware of it, and growing more so. Thus, a countervailing passion for secrecy has developed within the SP bureaucracy. The man who really cracks the whip, old Collis P., operates from the east. Further reason why sensitive management messages are transmitted in cipher.
Mr. Chance is new here, Nellie said. He doesn't know a lot about the gentlemen of the SP.
One of my favorite subjects, Hearst said with a fierce look. Let me tell you how crooked this bunch is, Mr. Chance. When the line was under construction, they rigged geologic surveys to convince Congress that the Sierras began 40 miles west of the commonly accepted point. Their per-mile construction subsidy from the government was higher in the mountains than on flat land, you see. Congress swallowed it, and the fraud netted those four bandits $500,000. That's how they operate. The public is there to be robbed.
The takers and those they take from.
Of course, knowing it and proving it are two different things, Bierce said. But the examiner does keep trying. An electric bell rang. 1 hour till deadline. Duty calls. He started away.
Ambrose, just a minute, Nellie said. Mr. Chance needs work. Have you heard of anything in town?
Unskilled, I presume, Bierce said in a way that made Mac boil.
Sorry, no, Hearst said. Ned Greenway was looking for a man last week. Could you stand to work for a self-important snob, Mr. Chance?
Who is he?
Local sales representative for Mum's Champagne and the arbiter of San Francisco society. Our own self-appointed Ward McAllister. Delivering for him, you'd get to meet all the best people.
Look but don't touch, Bierce said. Charmed, all. After a mock bow, he sauntered off. Hearst shook Mac's hand with vigorous enthusiasm.
Good luck to you. Nellie, I want to discuss the next expose, the receiving hospital.
He shot away into the smoky chaos of the editorial rooms. An unseen press started to rumble. Mac felt it in the floor. Nellie stood, smoothing her skirt.
Well, Mr. Chance, how do you feel about delivering champagne for a snob?
It's work. Will you call me Mac?
Her chin came up, and there was a startled look in her large eyes, as if she hadn't expected that gesture of interest. But she wasn't displeased. Why, yes, I will. Here, let me write out Greenway's address, and you can go straight around while Mr. Hearst and I discuss how I'm going to surrender myself to the abominable conditions at the receiving hospital.
9. Ned Greenway proved to be all that Hearst said, and considerably more. Pompous, posturing, a little whale who strutted, or alternately minced around his office on tiptoe. He was 40 or so, with a magnificent handlebar mustache and the florid complexion of a drunk. He interviewed Mac at 1:30 in the afternoon, informing him that he'd been up only half an hour. A silver tray bore his breakfast, hard-boiled eggs, a salt cellar, and a bottle of Mum's Extra Dry. He talked more about himself than about the job.
I have drunk more wine than any man in America. Last year I set a new record, 25 bottles in one day. I am creating in San Francisco a society fully the equal of New York's 400.
He conducted the interview wearing a full suit of evening clothes. He never wore anything else in public. On the pittance Greenway paid, Mac couldn't afford a good room, or even a good neighborhood. He found a place next door to Major Wells' Salvation Army headquarters, farther up Montgomery in the seething belly of San Francisco's wickedest district, the Barbary Coast. Mac rather liked the raffish array of pawn shops, whorehouses, second-hand clothing stores, cheap cafes, and concert saloons, where the melodeons cranked away at all hours and barkeeps slipped chloral hydrate to the unwary. When the victims passed out, they were slid through the back door to the crimps. The next day they woke up on the ocean, part of a crew bound for the Japans. Mac's pugnacious manner was a good defense against crimps. He was bothered only once, and the crimp crawled away with his balls kicked. The hours on Greenway's wagon were long and the cases of mums heavy, but the job taught him the layout of the city in a matter of weeks. He spruced up his wardrobe with a plaid suit from a second-hand shop and called the Examiner to see Nellie. The editor informed him she and Bierce and 3 staff artists had rushed to Sacramento, where a Central Pacific Express had derailed and overturned due to a switch failure. 6 were dead. Ironically, Hearst had sent his team to the site by special train. Over the rails of the line, his headlines damned. Bloody tragedy on the line of death. Horrific sights. Relatives seek loved ones among the corpses. Absolute silence from the rail moguls greets latest outrage against public safety. The byline of the featured dispatch was Ramona Sweet. Mac felt proud. He knew a celebrity, Mr. Hearst's answer to the famed Nellie Bly in New York. He tore out the story and tacked it up in his room next to a city map he studied for a few minutes every night. When he didn't feel like eating in a cafe or ran short of money, the Salvation Army officers next door could always find him a bowl of soup. They did it for anyone who lived in the neighborhood. Mac soon felt at home. The painted wagon said Greenway's Spirits. Mac tied his horse to a trash can in the alley behind the Oddfellows Hall, then opened the wagon's back doors. He wore his work uniform, a loose white shirt, cord breeches, boots, and a canvas apron. It was 11 o'clock on a Friday evening in September, infernally hot for San Francisco. He pulled out cases of Mum's Extra Dry and stacked them on the stoop. Noisy conversation flowed out through the hall's back doors, along with the music of Ballenberg's society band. One of Mr. Greenway's recently organized Friday night cotillions was in progress. The dancing had started at 10, and chefs would serve a buffet supper at midnight. Mac's job was to deliver the iced champagne at the last possible moment. He puzzled at the heavy, almost martial beat of the music, which didn't sound like dance music to him. A police whistle blasted inside and people applauded. He didn't understand the ways of these society types. He had turned to the wagon, bracing himself to pick up 3 cases at once, when he heard a man come out, complaining loudly, "Crazy in there! That little fart-face blows his whistle and they all march around like a bunch of tin soldiers. Ain't like any dancing I ever—" The man stopped abruptly as Mac turned to face him. Mac was just as surprised and immediately tense. "Good evening, Mr. Hellman." Hellman scratched the dimple in his chin. His white tie hung crookedly and his formal suit resembled a potato sack. Sucking on a pungent cigar, he keenly studied Mac. "Move over," he said finally. "I gotta sit down." Mac put down the cases. Carla Hellman's father seemed positively affable, as if he'd never pointed a revolver at Mac and threatened to kill him. And, even more amazing, Mac was actually glad to see him. "Jesus, hot in there." Hellman yanked at his collar as if it were a noose. He eyed the crates. "So, this is where you got to. You don't need water, you got champagne." "I don't drink it, I just deliver it." Hellman shrugged. "Work's work. Ain't nothing disgraceful about it, so long as you make money." "I don't make enough to suit me." Hellman stabbed the air with cigar. "Now I like that. That's the attitude of somebody who's going to succeed." Mac tapped one of the champagne cases. "Excuse me, I've got to take these inside." "Say hello to my daughter if you see her." "She's here?" "You don't think I'd put up with this on my own account, do you? Sure she's here. This is a big fancy affair. I gotta tell you, Mr.—" He struggled for the name. "Mac Chance." "Well, Mr. Mac Chance, my daughter liked you right away out there at my ranch. She said you were an ambitious young fella. She liked the way you talked back to me." "I wasn't trying to talk back. I was thirsty. One drink wouldn't have cost you anything." "Now listen, we discussed that." Hellman waved the cigar again. "The law is the law. You gotta learn to respect it and use it if you want to make money. Hellman's lesson number 1. he puffed. Here, take this. It's a dance favor. Crappy if you ask me, but maybe you can use it. He handed Mac an expensive wallet of black-dyed calfskin, the elegance of which was spoiled by a garish, pasted-on picture of an orange sun setting over rock formations. A lettered ribbon said, "The Yosemite Valley." Mac thought it was beautiful. Thank you, sir. Sure, I got a dozen better. By the way, Carla ain't by herself in there. She came with that lawyer you met, Fairbanks. He just took that big job. #2 man in the SP legal department. Mac's stomach churned in disappointment. I can understand why he'd want to escort your daughter. She's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Like her mother, Hellman said with a strange scowl. That's a big part of Carla's problem, don't you know? Beautiful women are always messed up. When they're spoiled on top of it, you got real trouble. I take the blame for spoiling her. I gave her too much because she's the only child I got. I love my daughter, but I also know all about her, Johnny. My name is Mac, not Johnny. Hellman slapped his knee and guffawed. By God, you're all right. Got sand. Ain't that what all these Westerners say? One more little tip before you go. He slid closer on the stoop, getting dirt all over his satin-striped formal trousers. Confidential. Be glad you ain't got the money to hang around with Carla. It's the going after, not the getting, that fires her up. Soon as she gets what she wants, a new hat, a new man, she don't want it anymore. She wants somebody new. On top of that, when she drinks too much, she acts wild. I wish somebody could straighten her out, but it's impossible. God pity any man who tries. I'm telling you as a father, you don't want to get mixed up with her. Mac nodded. Hellman obviously didn't know about the encounter in the fog, and he wasn't going to inform him. Excuse me, he said again, stooping and heaving the crates up. Sure, Johnny. Hellman sat there squinting into the smoke with a vaguely forlorn expression. A committee had decorated Oddfellows Hall with swags of satin and great sprays of flowers. Gaslight rather than electric light illuminated the dancers, who marched 4 abreast, then split in 2 and curled back along the opposite side of the floor to the thump of Ballenberg's strident music. In a faultless tail suit, Ned Greenway led the figure, partnered with a homely old woman who had to be the Mrs. Martin he'd mentioned to Mac. Greenway said Mrs. Martin was a society leader because some relative of hers had founded the local gasworks. Together, Greenway and the old woman decided who was invited to these affairs and who wasn't. The large room smelled of perfume and pomade. Suddenly Mac saw Carla on the other side, chatting and flirting a fan at half a dozen men clustered around. He almost slipped and dropped the champagne. "Put that under here and be quick," growled one of the white-hatted chefs, arranging the trestle tables with elegant silver dishes of tongue and ham, terrapin and scalloped oysters. Mac slid the crates under the skirted table and unloaded the bottles into boxes full of ice. With a flourish of snare drums, the dance concluded. Ned Greenway lifted the gold police whistle he wore on a gold chain around his neck and blew a piercing blast. "Supper in 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen." The dancers left the floor, filling the room with happy chatter, and Ballenberg's bandsman left the dais to smoke in the alley. Mac started to carry the empty crates toward the kitchen doorway, but at the end of the long buffet, he stopped. Carla was hurrying toward him. He searched for Fairbanks, but didn't find him in the crowd. Then Carla consumed his vision, sailing down on him like a great, gorgeous treasure galleon. She wore a gown of dark green satin with extravagantly high bouffant sleeves. The skirt fell in large folds dusted with gold flecks, little gold stars he saw as she drew nearer. Her bodice was tight and low-cut, showing deep, powdered cleavage. She wore a 3-inch-high choker, solid diamonds all the way round, and her earrings, too, were clusters of diamonds, her tiara a flashing, crusty arch of them. She stood there glittering, breaking his heart with her beauty.
I nearly died when I saw your face, she said. What a grand surprise! What are you doing here?
Working, delivering champagne.
May I have some?
Mac glanced nervously at the chefs arranging supper. You'll have to ask one of them. Several guests had noticed them talking and had begun whispering. She looked him up and down with a teasing smile.
You're certainly a long way from the valley, Mr. Chance, and I do believe you took a bath.
It was always my plan to come here. He let the sentence trail off, feeling more and more awkward, mesmerized by her stunning looks. Her half-revealed breasts were great pushed-up billows of white cream, inviting kisses. God, what kind of thought was that? Hellman's daughter could drive a man out of his head. The teasing smile came back.
You're pursuing me, then?
I meant San Francisco, Miss Hellman. I have ambitions. She rapped his chin with her diamond-studded fan.
Yes, I know, and you still have your saucy tongue. But I like that in a man. It means you won't be defeated easily. I'll tell you, my dear, I was prepared to be royally bored when I told Walter I'd come with him tonight. I'm not bored any longer.
Her tongue touched her lower lip, and her dark blue eyes warmed. Mac felt steamy and conscious of many eyes on them, but Carla didn't seem to care.
Is there any possibility that you and I could find somewhere to...
A male voice, quickly growing louder, overlaid hers and made her frown. Our forebears were the original Anglo settlers. They bequeathed this state to us as a sacred trust. Fairbanks, with a trio of equally elegant gentlemen hanging on his words. We must use the political process to continually purify California, instead of allowing it to become ever more mongrelized. Carla, my dear, I noticed you talking to someone over here. I couldn't imagine who... When he finally recognized Mac, surprise gave way to something uglier, though he tried to maintain an air of amusement. My God, the upstart traveler. Surely you weren't invited here. I work for Mr. Greenway. You've gone up in the world. Or is it down? Fairbanks wore white gloves. His little mustache glistened with wax. His companions laughed. One said, You know this chap, Walter? I do, Tevis. I met him a few months ago at Hellman's place in the valley. He's one of those newcomers who keep inflicting themselves on us. Oh, is California your property? Max said. Fairbanks's gray eyes narrowed a little. I'd say it's much more mine than yours. We won't debate the issue. I do have certain territorial rights in this hall, however. He pointed to the kitchen. That's the door for tradesmen. Use it.
Walter, you needn't be so rude, Carla said.
But she was breathing audibly. She couldn't hide a certain excitement over the confrontation. I'm simply saying outsiders aren't welcome to mingle with guests at cotillions. How can society be society if there are no rules? Max stood there simmering. They were so stylish, superior, and scornful, and they were all men rich enough to possess Hellman's daughter. He felt his face growing hotter. I'll leave when I'm ready, he said. Oh dear, a ferocious grizzly bear, one of the gentlemen said with a drunken lisp. Another said, Looks more like a young thug from the Barbary Coast to me. Carla linked her arm with Max, goading Fairbanks with her glance.
I think you're all behaving like boors.
Imagine, the fellow with the lisp said, the daughter of Mr. Swampy Hellman calling us boors. He and his two friends laughed, though Fairbanks held back. You bastards shut up, Max said, stepping in front of Carla. He knew he'd made a mistake. He heard the sudden cavernous silence in the hall, but he was furious and wouldn't retreat. I don't like your language, fellow, Fairbanks said. I don't give a damn what you like. They should apologize to Miss Hellman. Fairbanks seized his sleeve. Get out of here. And Mac swung. Fairbanks danced back, and Mac's looping punch missed completely. Slowly, with relish, Fairbanks drew off one glove, then the other. "Please hold these, Haig." He smiled at Mac. "You shouldn't have tried that. I work out regularly in the boxing ring in my club. Defend yourself." Mac was just bringing his hands up when Fairbanks's bullet of a fist struck him. He spun to one side. There was an audible gasp as people turned to look, and one woman screamed. Across the hall, Greenway whirled about, clutching his gold whistle. "What is that commotion? What?" A second punch, coming so fast Mac never saw it, crashed him into a buffet table. He overturned basins of lobster bisque and salvers of smoked sausage, landing among them with blood squirting from his nose. Greenway pelted up and blew a ferocious blast on the whistle. "What is the reason for this outrageous behavior?" "This man assaulted Mr. Fairbanks without cause," one of the toadies exclaimed. "My God, this is mortifying," Greenway cried. Mac was up now, hair in his eyes, blood on his shirt and apron. He lumbered at Fairbanks. The man was no lily. He danced lightly aside and landed another blow that snapped Mac's chin. Pain lanced his neck and spine, but once more he shambled towards Fairbanks, glimpsing Carla's perspiring face, her shining eyes urging him on. He struck. Fairbanks laughed, and the punch, though strong, glanced off the lawyer's padded shoulder. Then he stepped forward and whipped Mac with a powerful right-left-right combination. Mac staggered back, choking on blood and struggling to stay up. His face resembled a raw piece of tenderloin. "You're discharged. Never darken my door again," Greenway shrieked at Mac. "Mr. Fairbanks, my profound apologies. Shall I summon the police? Will you prefer charges?" Fairbanks smoothed his temples and flexed his fingers. "There's no need." Smiling, he let Mac see a message in his clear gray eyes. Mac was swept away, because dirt was always swept away. "Come, my dear." Fairbanks picked up Carla's gloved hand and laid it on his sleeve. "A little champagne would be refreshing just now." She looked back once, but he couldn't read her expression. Pity? He was furious that he'd lost, been humiliated in front of her. "Get this vermin out of here," Greenway hissed, dancing up and down in his patent leather pumps. 3 strong men from the kitchen manhandled Mac to the alley and slammed the door. Mac stood on the corner of 4th and Townsend. Fog was rolling in, chilling him, but he kept standing there, gazing at a 4-story building that had all the charm of a fortress prison. San Franciscans like Mr. Bierce said that 4th and Townsend, the general offices of the SP, represented more power than the State House in Sacramento. Mac glanced from window to window, gray rectangles stained with rain. Which belonged to Fairbanks? If the lawyer was his enemy, then so were those who chose to employ him. 10. "So now I need another job," Mac said. It was Sunday, late afternoon. He'd called at the Examiner in the hope that Nellie would be working on the next morning's edition, and she was. When she finished, they rode a horse car to the end of the line and walked near the crashing waves along the Presidio seawall. He talked for a long time with barely a pause, telling her about the fight and meeting Hellman for the second time. But he said nothing about encountering Carla at the cotillion or earlier. "Maybe what I really need is a boxing instructor," he said at the end. "I'm terribly sorry that happened to you, Mac." "I caused it. I swung at him. And I'm not sorry." "I can understand your reaction. I've met Fairbanks. Do you know much about him?" When he admitted he didn't, she gave him some background. The Fairbanks brothers were Argonauts from Georgia, some of the many from the Cotton South who migrated to California during the gold rush. To this day, members of the family claim to be plantation aristocrats, though if they were, I always wonder why they left. Shrewder than their counterparts who ran straight to the diggings, the brothers had established a service to handle the dust and money of the miners, the successful ones and the failures alike. The Dixie Express Company was the forerunner of Fairbanks Trust. Very early, the brothers became active in the Shiv. What? The Chivalry, the pro-slavery wing of the Democratic Party. It was at its peak before the war. Fairbanks's father also helped form the Vigilance Committee of 51 and 56. Fairbanks himself campaigned hard in Sacramento for the Exclusion Act of '82 to bar Chinese immigration. Now that smugglers have started bringing in more coolies, he's promoting a new law to register all Chinese. No doubt he'd brand them like cattle and slaughter the weak ones if he could. He's the worst kind of social Darwinist. Nellie went on to explain that the lawyer was also an enthusiastic member of the Native Sons of the Golden West, a private society of white males born in California after the 7th of July, 1846. That was the day Captain Sloat raised the American flag in Monterey Bay. I consider the Native Sons a bunch of prigs and bigots. There may be some decent members, but Fairbanks certainly isn't one of them. He's a selfish, heartless man. But not stupid. No, that's why he's dangerous. He isn't a weakling either. He knocked me down like a piece of straw. She stepped close to him to dodge a plume of spray. As she took his arm, he felt her breast thrusting small and hard against him. If you're serious about boxing, I know where you can find a good instructor. Who is it? His name is Jim Corbett. He's an Irish boy whose father owns a livery stable. He's barely 20, but he's already the middleweight champion of the Olympic Club. Mr. Watson, the Englishman who coaches boxing at the club, thinks he shows enormous promise. Wait, he said, laughing. Women aren't supposed to know about boxing and such things. This woman does. I love sports and the outdoors. You'll soon feel the same way. It happens to almost every Easterner who comes to California. There's something about the climate that turns hothouse plants into sunflowers. Tell me more about this boxer. Originally, the club recruited him to play second base on its baseball team, but a hand injury kept him from it, and his interest shifted to boxing. He isn't like the usual fighter you see at exhibitions in bar rooms and barns. He's clean-cut, bright, a fastidious dresser. Some have laughed at him for that. Then they get a taste of his fists and stop laughing. He has a regular job, but he wants to turn professional. If he does, he could well raise the whole tone of the sport. He works out 3 times a week at the Olympic Club, and on weekends he gives exhibitions around the area. Billy Delaney's saloon over in Oakland, terrible dive, or sometimes on a barge out in the bay. Have you been to any of them? I'm afraid not, she said, piqued. I get my information second-hand from our sports writers. Females aren't allowed in the hallowed male confines of the Olympic Club or at the exhibitions. That's another injustice we'll remedy one of these days. He grinned and impulsively patted her hand. You're a fighter too, aren't you? Absolutely. I'm a woman. It's a necessity. He decided to look up the young prizefighter as soon as he had time and a little money in his pocket. After tramping the streets for a week, he found a job as an assistant cook in a brawling Barbary Coast establishment, the Royal Midway. The chief cook, a tough, garrulous Filipino named Garcia, taught him a lot in a short time. Garcia occasionally filched a bottle of wine from the owners, and he cheerfully shared it. Chardonnay, Charles Krug, St. Helena. He came over from Prussia, learned viticulture from Jerez, and set up his own operation. Krauts make some of the best wine in California. This was a good harvest. I don't know anything about wine, Garcia. Mac tasted the dry, tangy, straw-colored wine, then smacked his lips. Garcia beamed. Now you know something about wine. Yes, and I like it. He earned enough to put $3 into a deposit account at Wells Fargo, where a friendly teller with sharply parted hair and keen blue eyes helped him with the paperwork. He relished the strengthening pull on the back of his legs every time he toiled up a street. Never had he seen derelicts so numerous and dirty, women so clean and smart, sunlight so intense and pure. He loved the autumn vistas of cloud and sky, hill and shore, bay and ocean. He rounded a corner or raised a window, and suddenly there was another, making the throat catch, the breath quicken, ravishing the heart. Oh, California! Nellie loaned him a copy of Ramona, saying it would awaken him to the plight of the California Indians. The author, Helen Jackson, had campaigned for Indian causes before her recent death from cancer, and in her last years she had befriended Nellie. Mac thought of the priest Marquez and of his own resentment of anyone trying to be his conscience. But he continued to be strongly attracted to Nellie without knowing much about her, so he overlooked his feelings and read the novel, which was all she'd said it would be. He learned to swallow raw oysters and suck the foam off steam beer. He learned that a nearsighted politician named Buckley, the blind boss, ran the Democratic machine from his snug cafe next to City Hall, and an Oriental gangster nicknamed Little Pete ran the Chinese underworld. He learned to avoid at all costs the packs of ravenous wild dogs that ran at night. He learned to love Allsop's ale and J.A. Folger's coffee and the candy of Domingo Girardelli, chocolate king of the West. He learned that San Francisco followed the French eating style. One had lunch at noon and dinner, not supper, at night. He learned that a man could educate himself in the fine library of the Merchants' Exchange on Battery Street. He learned not to be bothered by scurryings in the night, for even the best homes were plagued with the gray and black and white rats that had infested the city ever since they jumped ship right along with the Argonauts of '49. He learned that the city's fine gentlemen dined on venison steak and Dungeness crab, that the city's fine ladies bought their gowns at Felix Verdier's Ville de Paris department store, and that after they dressed and dined, all the fine people went by carriage to Tom Maguire's Opera House for performances by the world's leading singers and actors. He learned that Sherith Israel Synagogue was Orthodox, while Temple Emmanuel was a Reform congregation, and he studiously tried to absorb the differences. He learned that Lotta's Pump, the handsome cast-iron fountain and column on Market Street, was a gift of the famous actress Lotta Crabtree, who got her start in San Francisco. He learned that Alcatraz meant pelican, and that the fort in the harbor, the Rock, housed army prisoners. He learned to love the foghorns, the rattle of ivory counters in the Barbary Coast gaming halls, the sounds of accordions in the German beer gardens, the whistles of the great iron steamers of the Pacific Mail Company outbound for China. He learned to be a child of the city. A disgruntled patron set a fire in the Royal Midway late one night, forcing it to close indefinitely. So, jobless again, Mac decided he'd neglected his training for revenge long enough. He parted with 15 cents for the hated SP ferry and looked up Bow Key in Oakland. The following Sunday, they went sailing in the bay to find the young prizefighter. They located the barge near Oakland's inner harbor. Rowboats, small sailboats, and steam launches were tied up to all sides of it. A large crowd of men on the barge shouted and yelled, but there were so many of them Mac couldn't see the fighters. He stepped onto the barge and immediately found himself staring at the muzzle of a small nickeled pistol in the hand of an Oakland plug ugly. "No fucking chinks. He's my friend." "I don't care if he's your fucking brother. He ain't okay." From the bobbing launch, Bow said, "It's all right. I'll wait." Mac nodded reluctantly, glared at the man, and worked his way into the crowd. A very mixed crowd it was, with houndstooth sleeve brushing ragged elbow, and scents of hair oil and mustache pomade mingling with sweat, onion, garlic. "Stand up, for Christ's sake, Murphy!" a bulb-nosed man screamed, knocking Mac in the head with his brandished fist. Mac craned on tiptoe and saw the man, who was obviously Murphy, a young hulk with a yellow beard and a white gut hanging over his tights. Rivers of red ran all over his face. He had his gloves up, waving them feebly to defend himself, and he threw a sluggish punch. It lazed by the neatly parted hair of Mr. Corbett, whom Mac recognized as the same polite, blue-eyed teller who'd taken his deposit at Wells Fargo. Corbett wore blue, calf-high boots with laces and tights to match. He looked trim, whippet lean, as he bounced around the stained mats. "Finish him off, Jim. This is a goddamn bore," a man said, generating applause and whistles. Murphy eyed the unfriendly crowd and spat a white gob that landed on Corbett's tights, not accidentally. The young bank teller reddened and smacked his gloves together twice, his only display of emotion. Corbett's handler, a little bald man with hairy ears, cried, "Fight or step down, Murphy." "Yes, come on," Corbett said, bobbing and shifting with an amazing lightness. Murphy's head lowered, his dull dark eyes murderous. Someone called a comment to Corbett, who looked briefly in that direction, and Murphy hit him below the waist. Partisans screamed foul. First Corbett reeled away, with Murphy snuffling and smirking, but then he snapped back, wrapped his gloves together once more, and danced in. He stung Murphy with 1, 2, 3 blows to the head. Murphy went, "Ugh," staggering backward. He tried to roundhouse Corbett with his right, but Corbett wasn't there. He was moving left. Murphy crossed with his left, but Corbett had only been feinting. He streaked under Murphy's guard and punished his middle with 3 more punches. Murphy exhaled, a gaseous sound. His eyes lost focus. Corbett brought his right fist up with a light, airy motion. But the crunch in the sudden silence made Mac and everyone else wince. Murphy was out on his feet. A yellow drool leaked over his lower lip. Someone rapped a hammer on a ship's bell, and seconds later Murphy was dragged off the mats by his heels, a blood-soaked towel hiding his face. Corbett donned a robe and toweled off his hair while the Banty fellow, Billy Lee Delaney, paraded before the crowd. "All right, gents, anyone else care to go a round or two with Gentleman Jim?" There were some jests, coarse remarks, friendly snickers, but no takers. "Anyone? Aw, no one?" Mac raised his hand. "Sympathies to you, lad," said a man nearby. "Like to gimme the name of next of kin?" Laughter. Mac's heartbeat quickened as he stepped on the mat. Looking down, he saw drops of Murphy's blood gleaming in the sunshine. Jim Corbett was slipping out of his robe. Over his shoulder, he gave the new challenger a swift, dismissive glance. Then he looked again. He strode forward with a smile and raised a glove. "Wells Fargo. You helped me with my deposit. Chance is my name. Jim Corbett." They were about the same age, and something warmed between them there in the bright Sunday air that smelled of sea and fish. Corbett looked him up and down, and not with disapproval. "Shirt off," Delaney barked. Mac peeled it off and dropped it. Delaney held up gloves one at a time. Mac thrust his hands in, and Delaney quickly laced each one. "To your corners," he said with a slashing gesture, then a wink at his protege. To Mac, "Don't worry, son. I'll stop it if it gets too bad." Corbett smiled from his corner, a little more cool now as he appraised Mac professionally. Delaney hit the ship's bell. Hitching up his blue tights, Corbett came out with the grace and speed of someone executing a waltz step double time. Mac squared up his fists as he'd seen Fairbanks do that night at the Oddfellows Hall. He never saw Corbett's first punch whiz through his guard, but he felt it slam against his jaw. His eyes blurred. Corbett skipped away. Somehow he couldn't catch the young fighter. Corbett was too clever and nimble. Finally, Mac did corner him and wound up a ferocious punch and hurled it. Corbett sidestepped easily, and Mac's glove merely flicked his ear. Corbett acknowledged the hit with a good-natured blink, then he sprang away. By the end of 5 minutes, Corbett had opened a cut above Mac's left eye and badly bruised his face. Mac's brief popularity as a new challenger was over. Cries of, "Another dud," and "Send him down, Jimmy," mingled with boos. Mac stubbornly kept his fists up and stood his ground, shuffling his feet, but hardly moving while Corbett got through his guard again and again, punishing his eyes, his jaw, his chest. Corbett's gloves seemed to fly by themselves. He almost looked regretful. The blows landed faster, sharp, leathery smacks. Finally, Mac rebelled against the pain, throwing a right that Corbett didn't quite dodge, and the crowd roared with surprise as Gentleman Jim skated back on his heels, nearly toppling. Billy Delaney pushed him from behind to save the moment. Corbett's face now showed a grudging respect, but not for long. He bore in, determined, and Mac, dazed and hurting, virtually stood there taking it blow after blow till the ship's bell rang. To Mac's astonishment, he heard some scattered applause for his performance. Corbett snagged a towel for him. "I've fought worse, a lot worse. You have a killer right hand, but you don't know how to control it. You don't know how to bob and feint. I had the same problems till Mr. Watson took me on. What's your name again?" "Mac Chance." "Well, you're not bad. I'd like to be a lot better." "Serious?" Mac nodded. "All right. Drop around to the Olympic Club at 6 any Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday. We'll go into the arena. I need strong sparring partners." Mac's puffy eyes glinted with excitement. "I'll be there." "I expect you," Corbett said with a crisp nod and a warm Celtic smile. Mac didn't get to the Olympic Club immediately because he found a job with the municipal street department. It wasn't very stimulating, but it paid his meager rent. After about a week, his supervisor sent him up to the lofty eminence of Nob Hill. Here, the city's rich had built mansions even more splendid and spectacular than those at South Park and Rincon Hill. The wind-scoured summit overlooked the financial district, and Mac gazed in awe at wooden castles hurling Gothic towers and spires at the sky in disorderly splendor. He shoveled dirt from his handcart into a 6-inch chuck hole near the corner of California and Mason Streets, hardly able to keep his mind on his work for looking at the houses and envying their inhabitants. He didn't know which belonged to whom, but he did know that all 4 of the Big Four had built residences on Nob Hill, each of the tycoons flinging out more money than the last to please his wife and embarrass the wives of the others. Flood, the Nevada Silver King, and other millionaires lived up here too. The cream. Mac took his tamp and began compacting the dirt in the hole. On the side of the hill facing Oakland, a car of the California Street Cable Railroad clanged its bell coming up. That was the line whose construction had been promoted by Governor Stanford, Nellie said. When he moved up to Nob Hill, his bulk made walking to and from home arduous. Scarcely any other noises disturbed the hushed morning at this rarefied height. Someone rattled milk bottles at an unseen back door. Someone whipped a beater against a rug in an unseen backyard. That was all until a fringed buggy came up the hill from Powell Street and stopped near Mac, who paused to lean on his shovel like any good municipal employee. In the rear of the buggy sat a handsome older couple, both with the starry look of willing victims. In the front seat, a sharply dressed gentleman put his patent leather boot on the footboard and pointed his whip. "I couldn't recommend a better section than this for your new home. Nob Hill is the most exclusive residential address in America." "Where did they get such an odd name, Nob?" the woman asked. "The great moguls of India, the nabobs. They didn't build small either. I must warn you folks, there are only a few lots left, and the prices are sky high." "Oh, that's not to worry," the woman trilled. "Mr. Sinneheimer sold the corset factory in Chicago for a lot of money. I mean, an enormous amount of money." Her bragging on his behalf made the stoic Mr. Sinneheimer inflate and preen. "Certainly," the broker said with an automatic smile. "That's why I could sell you any lot up here and assure you of a superb investment. However, if you do build, you can't get away without servants, plenty of servants." "I'd like that," said the mogul's wife. Mr. Sinneheimer had no opinion. While Mac observed all this, a middle-aged woman in plain and proper black came out of the enormous mansion on the southwest corner of California and Powell and walked up the hill to Mason. Mac figured she was a servant going on an errand. As she started to cross diagonally through the intersection toward the mansion on the opposite corner, the broker flicked his whip over his bay horse to set the buggy in motion. The woman, peering down into her reticule, glanced up belatedly and saw the rattling rig bearing down. "Get out of the way, woman!" the broker shouted, waving his whip. The woman stepped back but dropped her reticule in the street. She would have been safe had she let it lie. Instead, she lunged for it. The broker wildly tugged his rein to the right, but his horse whinnied and didn't respond to the bit. Mac bolted for the woman, who seemed confused or stupefied with fright. He rolled his shoulder against her, flinging his arms around her and hurling her back out of the path of the reckless driver. They fell hard. Mac jabbed out his left hand, keeping himself from landing on the poor flustered little lady. Meanwhile, the broker shook his whip and the bay trotted away with him and his prospects. "Ma'am, I'm terribly sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you." "No, no," she said, accepting his hand to stand, then brushing off. She was a small woman, dark-haired and stout. Her oval face reminded him of pictures of Queen Victoria, except for her eyes, which were round and protruded, almost pop eyes. "I thought that man would stop. He stunned me when he didn't." "Sure you're all right?" "More wounded dignity than anything. Thank you again for your courtesy." She appraised him quickly. "I must say, the street repairmen they send up here are usually little better than derelicts. You don't look like that sort." "Only job I could get, ma'am. Doubt I'd have taken it, except that it's outdoors." "You like outdoor work?" "I do. I love the sunshine." "Are you a native?" "I am now." With a thoughtful look, she said, "My husband keeps racehorses down at his ranch on the peninsula. He always needs alert young men as grooms and general helpers. It's somewhat more interesting work than this, I should think. I'll give you a note to our foreman if you'd care to investigate." Mac wanted to throw his iron tamp into the air, but he feared it might fall back and brain his benefactor. "Yes, ma'am, I would. What's the name of the ranch?" "Palo Alto. It's the Stanford Ranch, as in Leland Stanford. I am Jane Lathrop Stanford. The governor is my husband. Come with me, please. My home's just down there. I'll go over to the Crockers later." As he followed her back to the turreted house, he saw again the limping collie, the crushed mass that had been the laborer O'Malley, and felt and smelled the sticky blood on his face. He climbed the marble steps to the main entrance. Immediately inside, he found a huge round foyer and saw in the white stone floor a circle of black marble inlays, symbols strange and unfamiliar. The signs of the zodiac, Nellie told him later. She knew the house. Everyone knew the house, including those with no hope of being invited in. A dome of amber glass 70 feet overhead cast an appropriate golden light. Mrs. Jane Stanford led him past innumerable rooms, whose function he could only guess. He did identify a library, a billiard room, a music room with a grand piano. There were enough paintings, frescoes, and sculptures to furnish a museum, and a fountain splashed in a conservatory crowded with hothouse plants. In the next room, he spied something even more astonishing. Sitting on the numerous branches of potted trees and shrubs were birds, motionless golden birds. Mrs. Stanford came back because he'd stopped. "They're metal," she explained. "They move and sing by means of compressed air. The governor loves all things mechanical." Men and women in black livery trod the halls as quietly as monks and nuns. Mac counted 14 servants before reaching a fashionably crowded room at the rear, Mrs. Stanford's downstairs sitting room. She invited him to enjoy the spectacular view of the city below the Powell and Pine intersection, while she quickly pinned the note at a drop front desk. The opulence left him feeling like he'd done 5 rounds with Corbett. When she ushered him back to the sunshine, he earnestly hoped he'd thanked her. He couldn't remember. "Nellie isn't here?" Mac said. "Somewhere," Bierce replied with a shrug. "She's preparing herself to collapse on Market Street, from there to be conveyed into the hands of the cretins and sex fiends who staff the receiving hospital. A female patient swears she lost her virginity to one of them." It was meant as a joke, but Mac didn't like the sound of it. Bierce poured them coffee and sat down at the cheap table. "What brings you here?" Mac showed him the note. My, signed by the great lady herself. Do you plan to take a job at the ranch?" "Not sure. I saw Stanford once. I didn't like him." "He'd hate to hear you say that," replied the acidulous Mr. Bierce. Bitter Bierce, his colleagues called him. "Back in the 1860s, the governor discovered politics. It carried him in and out of the State House and more recently into the U.S. Senate in '85. To this day, governor remains his favorite honorific. The old boy has an abiding desire to be loved by us common folk of California. He kept us in the Union and all that. His passion for popularity contributed to his split with Huntington, who thinks the only way to run a railroad is to keep to yourself and be a son of a bitch." "Stanford doesn't run the line anymore?" Bierce shook his head. "After he and Collis P. got rich, they found they had different styles. Huntington's a money maker. Stanford's a money spender. They also had a bitter quarrel over their personal candidates for the other California seat in the Senate. The dear old Gov's man lost, so the Gov withdrew to his trains, his racehorses, and his other toys. As a Washington politician, he's about as zealous and effective as Humpty Dumpty." Nellie sailed in wearing an appalling dress that looked like it had been put together from gray and copper green rags. Dirt and a thick layer of rouge smeared her cheeks. She looked altogether cheap and awful. "You're going out dressed like that?" Mac said. "Charity cases don't wear gowns by Worth of Paris. Don't worry, I'm taking a little pistol in my garter in case." He marveled at her casual air. Where did the toughness come from? So far, he'd learned little about her, except that she'd been raised near a valley town called Hanford. She didn't seem to like talking about it. "You were speaking of our beloved former governor, I believe?" Nellie picked up the note and read it. "Mac, surely you're not going to work for him. He's a fat, vain charlatan, a parasite who lives on what the Southern Pacific monopoly extorts from the people." "But you told me he's one of the richest men in America." "Absolutely," said Bierce. "In any story I write about him, I insist upon paying tribute to that fact in cold type." He rummaged among some examiners on the table, then found a headline referring to him as Governor Leland Stanford. "Then working for him might teach me something," Mac said. Bierce laughed. "God, you're a greedy one." "Come on, isn't that what California's all about?" "That notion may have gotten abroad," Nellie said, "but it's wrong. I'm disappointed in you." "Sorry." "You mean I don't have any influence on you?" Underneath the teasing, she was serious. Sometimes he hated that all-too-apparent righteousness. Now he folded the note and returned it to the pocket of his vest. "Not this time," he said. Nellie flashed a despairing look at Bierce, who shrugged again. "Well, my boy," he said, "if you do hire on with the governor, don't tell him you know anyone on this paper. Don't tell a soul at Palo Alto if you want to last beyond the first 5 minutes." 11. Mac stood on the lower rung of the fence, waving and yelling, "Come on, Shannon!" "Stretch out, boy! Run!" shouted the equally enthusiastic man next to him, a white-haired and bow-legged Basque named Emilio Vasco. The white fence bordered a 1-mile exercise track, one of 2 maintained on the vast ranch, along with a large trotting park. Dust rose as the jockey booted the splendid stallion around the last turn and into the straight, heading for the two cheering in the fading afternoon. It was October, and the foothills of the peninsula and the meadows below were golden yellow. Shannon pounded by, then slowed down, and Vasco waved his silver pocket watch. "Fastest time yet. The governor will be pleased." The jockey circled back and dismounted, and then Mac led the stallion off through the maze of paddocks to the long stable buildings that housed nearly 100 stallions, some 250 brood mares, and an equal number of fillies and colts. Governor Stanford abhorred gambling, but he was dedicated to improving the world's racing stock. Vasco walked along, companionably silent for a while. Then he said, "I notice you've gotten good and brown, lad. In a matter of, what is it, 4 weeks?" Mac nodded. "Now if I can just learn to stay up on a horse." "You handled them well," the trainer said. "They like you. The riding will come. I watched you in the saddle yesterday. You're learning just fine." "Thanks, Mr. Vasco," Mac said, glad to be alive on this bright fall afternoon in California. Glad of it even if he was, according to his newspaper friends, on the payroll of a vain parasite whom he had so far seen only from a distance. The Palo Alto Ranch sprawled over 7,200 acres and employed 150 men, 50 of those Chinese. Except for the senior trainers, they rotated their duties. Some days Mac watered or raked one of the tracks. Other days he cultivated part of the 60 acres devoted to growing carrots for the colts, or planted native redwoods or Japanese cedars in a 300-acre arboretum planned to contain 12,000 trees. Still other days, he did chores around the great oak-shaded manor house that belonged to a family named Gordon before Stanford bought it. But every day, without exception, he was responsible for exercising several of the 90 colts selected by the governor as especially promising future racers. Each horse worked out for 20 minutes. One morning he tramped up to the turreted sand-colored house carrying a flat of delicate lady ferns in rich topsoil. He knocked at the shady kitchen door. "Come in, please." He'd expected the voice of the chief cook, an enormous Mexican woman, not that of Mrs. Stanford. She was spreading some kind of architect's rendering on a work table. In a drab old gingham dress, she hardly resembled one of the richest women in America. "Why, it's the young man from the street department, Mac. I saw you the other day. Good morning." "Morning, ma'am. Your gardener sent me up with these." "Right here." She pointed to a zinc counter next to a sunlit lace curtain blowing in the breeze. Mac put the flat down and glanced at the rendering, a watercolor of some attractive tan buildings with red tile roofs, reminiscent of a Spanish mission. Jane Stanford penciled a note in the corner. "This is the university, the one that we're going to build right out there as a memorial to our son." The blowing curtain shifted patterns of light and shade over her lined face. Her eyes, notoriously weak, were redder than usual. "You have undoubtedly heard about our son?" "I have, ma'am. Carried off by the typhoid in Italy when he was not yet 16. A terrible shame." "Leland Jr. was our only child. The governor and I were married years before I was able to bring him into this world. We've named the school for him. We'll make it the finest university in the nation. But we've faced a storm of criticism. The radical newspapers scoff at a new school because the university at Berkeley can't enroll even 300 students. Mr. Huntington, who is not a kind man, calls this Stanford's circus." Her quiet pain touched Mac unexpectedly. "But the governor and I are undeterred. He said it best. Through Leland Stanford Junior University, we will make all of California's children our children. Recompense for the dear boy who... Please excuse me." With her hand at her eyes, she hurried from the kitchen. "They loved that boy all right," Vasco said when Mac raised the subject at supper. They waited so long for a youngster that when he was born, the governor threw this huge dinner party for friends, and when they sat down, in came two servants with this great big silver platter and dome. Off came the dome, and do you know what was under it? Leland Jr., swaddled and powdered and lying there pink on a bed of flowers and ferns. The governor sat proud as you please while they passed the platter around the table for each guest to admire. After they carried the baby out, everyone ate and drank and celebrated. The governor broke down and cried, he was so happy. I wasn't there, but Cook swears it's true. The story unsettled Mac's opinion of the governor. He hadn't imagined that a vain parasite could cry. Mac finally met the governor in November, when Vasco invited him along to present performance reports on several of the ranch's most promising racers. While they waited in the library for the governor to arrive, Vasco showed Mac a large book entitled The Horse in Motion. It contained a great number of photographic plates, more or less identical, it seemed to Mac. The door clicked and Vasco snatched his cap off. There stood the tycoon himself, all 270 ponderous pounds. Amasa Leland Stanford, the governor who had held California in the Union during the Civil War. He moved slowly, and he spoke slowly, dropping enormous pauses like lead weights into the sea of every sentence. Does that volume interest you, young man? Sir, this is Mac, a new groom, the Basque began. I recognize him. Mac silently winced at the labored speech and began to edit out the pauses in his head. The man who had turned earth with a silver spade to start construction of the CP and hammered in the last golden spike at Promontory Point to join the oceans was a massive elephantine figure, over 60, with a high duck crest of hair and a conventionally large, square-trimmed beard. I financed publication of Dr. Stillman's text and Edward Muybridge's photos, Stanford said. I commissioned them to win one of the few wagers I ever made. That all 4 hooves of a trotting horse leave the ground at once, Vasco explained. Which they do, the governor said. Mr. Muybridge, an excellent British photographer now settled in the city, set up a battery of cameras along the track here in 1872. He devised a means to trip the shutters in sequence, and his initial series of studies proved my contention. He has made many such studies since, each more fascinating than the last. Mac was the opposite of fascinated at the moment. Each of the governor's deliberated sentences lasted an eternity. The Basque's flickering eyes warned Mac not to smile. The governor himself frowned like an intense, troubled child, saying, Let me show you a curiosity, one which has excited the interest of no less a personage than Mr. Edison. He picked up a stack of equestrian photos, similar to those in the book, but toned sepia, and mounted on thin cardstock. Now, watch. He grasped the stack at the bottom and flipped the pictures at the top. The horse, caught in a slightly different position in each photo, seemed to be running. The effect was crude, jerky, patently artificial, yet the illusion of motion put a sudden smile on Mac's face. That's remarkable, sir. Yes. Even one word took forever to enunciate. There ought to be some way to make money from that. Pictures that appear to move? Mac nodded. The Basque's lips pressed together, stifling his scorn of such lunacy. Stanford closed the book and regarded Mac with a heavy, unblinking gaze. Irony crept into his voice. Well, young man, perhaps you are just the one to do it. Although, experience teaches that many have dreams, but few have the stamina to realize them. Suddenly he thrust the pictures at Mac and flipped them again, like a child showing a prized toy. Mac never forgot the images: Stanford and the horse that magically began to run. Winter came to the meadows of Palo Alto, a miraculous winter in which sunshine was frequent and temperatures mild. Only occasional rains interfered with work or travel. There was never a snowfall. Mac reveled in it and grew fit and hard thanks to the outdoor life. He slept well in a cozy barracks bunk, despite coyotes that often howled all night. He ate with other grooms at a table where there was always plenty. During a single supper, he'd consume a beefsteak and a chop, fresh yeast bread and hot biscuits, 6 or 8 vegetables, 3 kinds of fruit pie. For a real treat, he would peel and eat a California delicacy never sampled before: a fat, dripping navel orange from the groves in the cow counties, way down south of the Tehachapi Mountains. Mr. Hurst's examiner was forbidden on the ranch, but Nellie sent him a letter saying her receiving hospital expose was an enormous success. The entire ward staff and 3 supervising doctors had been fired. Stanford appeared around the ranch from time to time, shuffling slowly, exhaling in a wheeze between each agonizingly considered word. His presence always called up memories of the bitter priest and the bloody remains of the track worker. But while Mac knew Stanford was probably the bandit the examiner claimed him to be, he felt a certain sorrow for the man. Rich as he was, the governor seemed earnestly unhappy. Mac found his muddled feelings confusing and troubling. He wished it was more clear-cut. The Basque foreman liked Mac's work, his intelligence and energy, so when Mac requested a few hours to himself every Saturday, Vasco, no questions asked, gave him Sunday afternoon duties to make up the time. On those winter Saturdays, Mac traveled by train from Menlo Park to Oakland, then took the ferry to the city and rang the bell at the Olympic Club on Post Street. The first time he showed up, Jim Corbett smiled and said he'd all but given up on his new sparring partner. But over the next several Saturdays, in the club's boxing arena, a large hall with bleachers steeply tiered on all 4 sides, Corbett began to teach him the fundamentals of punching, feinting, and scientific footwork. On the way home, Mac usually looked up Bao Key and talked for an hour or so. Twice, when the physical need grew intolerable, he visited one of the numerous cribs in Oakland. One time he slept with a cheerful Chinese girl, embarrassingly young, but lusty. The other time the girl spoke only French, and only what was necessary to make him understand he must pay first and get out fast. So the winter passed, and he learned and saved some money and grew tan and hardy. All that marred his life was impatience. Many a night he lay awake in his bunk scorning himself for not moving fast enough toward his dream. He didn't see Nellie until one fine afternoon in the spring of 1888. He had thought about her a good deal, and guiltily about Hellman's daughter, too. Steamy thoughts of Carlo were most common at night. On 2 different Saturdays in San Francisco, he'd called at the Examiner but found Nellie gone on some assignment. The second time, he left a note with a harried and surly reporter. Since he received no reply, he assumed the note had been thrown away or lost in the madhouse of the editorial rooms. He was exercising a 2-year-old stallion named Conquistador by galloping along the edge of an alfalfa field toward Governor's Road, the tree-flanked entrance to the ranch. His hair, longer now, stood out like a mane behind him. Suddenly, where the lane of great eucalyptus and walnut trees met the main road, he saw a woman in a buggy. She stood and waved her bonnet. "Nellie!" He reined Conquistador and trotted straight over. "You'd better beware. Around here they shoot people from San Francisco papers." She laughed. "I'm sure of it. I'll take care to stay out of their way. My, you're so brown. The work must agree with you." "It does." He was thrilled to see her and could hardly keep his thoughts or emotions in order.
Do you think you could get some time off? She went on. A week? 10 days even? Mr. Hurst gave me a vacation. I'd like to show you some of the real California.
Well, I can try. The foreman likes me. He won't pay for the time.
Is that a problem?
No. I've been putting money in Wells Fargo regularly. I'll ask.
We leave Monday. You should bring some warm clothing. I'll arrange for the tent and supplies in Stockton.
Stockton? Where are we going?
Into the Sierras.
His mouth grew dry at the thought of traveling with her. Half facetiously, he said, "Will you supply us a chaperone, too?"
Don't get any ideas, Mr. Chance. A woman in my profession doesn't have much of a reputation to guard, but there will be no threat to what's left. Our trip is for sightseeing only.
Their eyes met, and then they looked away almost simultaneously. Had he seen disappointment in her face, too? He couldn't be sure. 12. The San Joaquin shimmered, bright as a sheet of sunlit metal. Mac and Nellie leaned on the steamer's bow rail, the shoulders of their coarse flannel shirts touching.
I'm Russian, she said.
If there'd been no rail, he'd have fallen into the broad, slow river.
My real name is Natalia Rochev.
Hands clasped, brown eyes on the horizon, she told him about herself. She was a native Californian and a distant relative of the last leader of the Russian colony. Mac had never heard of Russians in California.
They had a substantial fort and settlement on the coast north of the city. The experiment failed and they withdrew in 1842, but my father's father stayed. He changed his name to Ross as homage to his ancestry and the settlement, Fort Ross. It was named that after the mother country, Rosaya.
Her father, a competent farmer, had drifted down to the valley, where she was born.
It was an ideal life in many ways, but Papa was far from an ideal parent. He was extremely old-fashioned. He treated my mother almost like a servant.
Nellie swept blowing hair from her eyes and looked at Mac.
Very early I saw what a terrible life she led. I decided I'd never be trapped that way, dominated by a man.
Near a settlement that became Hanford, Tulare County,
the town was named for a treasurer of the Central Pacific, Mr. Hanford. That's irony for you.
The Ross family settled on land owned by the railroad.
The railroad invited settlement. Their agents promised that eventually farmers like my father could buy his land for $2.50 an acre. Years of work and a lot of improvements, like irrigation ditches, helped turn what people once called Starvation Valley into profitable farmland. When the railroad realized how the farmers had improved things, they reneged on their promise. They put our land up for sale at $17 to $40 an acre, on the open market.
Hurtful memory hushed her voice. He could barely hear her above the splash of the bow wake.
Papa couldn't afford that. He had everything tied up in stock, seed, equipment, and he felt cheated. He and other farmers organized a protest group called the Settlers League. One day, it was 8 years ago, May 1880, the railroad sent men to claim the land. Armed men, with a marshal. The farmers took out their guns and met them. They say the farmers fired first, but I don't believe it. If they did start it, they were provoked. 7 men died, including Papa. They called it the Battle of Muscle Slough. May of 1880. I was 14 years old. I saw them carry Papa into our parlor draped in a bloodied blanket. Now her hands were like twisted wires and drained of blood. That was bad enough. What came afterward was worse. Railroad men seized the Hanford telegraph office so the story couldn't get out to the newspapers. In the city, Huntington and Charlie Crocker went to every editor with their own slanted story, putting all the blame on the farmers. Crocker and Huntington strangled the truth and perverted the idea of freedom of the press. I was just old enough to understand that, and from that moment, there was never any doubt about what I wanted to do with my life. Right. Tell the truth. Destroy the railroad. Her mother, 2 brothers, and 3 sisters had been evicted, as had the families of the other settlers. She left home, changed her first name to Nellie, and plunged into the street life of San Francisco. Telling this, she grew a little more animated. I was too young and eager to worry about possible dangers. I had more jobs than I could count. I lived next door to Madame Cora Sweat's bordello. The madam fed me and became my friend. I met Emperor Norton I, a kind of crazy king of the streets. I played with his dogs, Bummer and Lazarus. They were pets of the whole city, practically. I listened to Norton describe his big idea for a bridge to Oakland. Other people jeered, but I thought it perfectly sensible. Finally, I had enough money to enroll at the University of California at Berkeley. Women were admitted there starting in 1870. It's a very progressive institution. While I was there, I also learned typewriting at night. After I graduated, I applied to Mr. Hearst. I showed him sample articles and got a job, probably because I'm a woman. Mr. Hearst is an amorous man. I managed to avoid his embraces while convincing him that I'd do anything, go anywhere, take any risk to be the very best sob sister in town. The steamer's mate came by. "Stockton in a half hour." "Now you know everything there is," she finished with a little shrug. "I understand why you're independent." "And why I hate the railroad?" "Yes," he said. "That too." In Stockton, they hired a wagon and filled it with a tent, bedrolls, knapsacks, and provisions. Nellie explained what she called division of labor. She rented or bought their supplies, and he, in turn, would provide most of the hard physical work. "There'll be plenty, so no argument." He laughed. You didn't argue with Nellie unless you were ready for war. They set out southeast on the old Sonora Road to the mines of the Mother Lode. "And thence to the Big Oak Flat and Yosemite Toll Road," she said. "You have to pay to get there?" "Surely you don't disapprove, Mr. Chance. The local folk are just getting rich like other Californians." "Ow," he said. They both smiled. They drove past grape arbors, melon patches, pastures, through wheat fields and tiny towns drowsing in the heat. They crossed the Stanislaus at Knight's Ferry and climbed into rolling foothills speckled with red cattle and white egrets. Poppies painted whole hilltops the color of gold. The Sierras grew taller ahead, lower slopes dark green with pines and redwoods, high summits snow-whitened still. He had evil memories of crossing those mountains, but now that was softened by the spectacular beauty. Or was it the girl riding beside him on the hard seat, taking her turn and handling the team as competently as any man? That evening he volunteered to help with the meal, peeling and dicing some potatoes they'd brought along, then seasoning them in the skillet with onion and a bit of golden bell pepper. Nellie complimented him on his cooking. "Pa taught me. If you don't have a lot of food," he said, "cooking gives you more time to enjoy what there is." She laughed. He thought of something he'd wanted to know for some time and asked, "That man Hellman, the landowner, how did he get his nickname?" "That's a strange question." "No, earlier today I was remembering him from the night Greenway fired me." Satisfied, she explained that in 1850 the federal government had passed a reclamation act returning millions of acres of worthless land to the western states. "Swampland, marshland, it was that kind of land in other states, but they made a mistake in California. Here the land just looked worthless after a heavy rain. Actually, it was some of the richest land anyone could want, but the state went ahead and sold it for something like $1.10 an acre." Hellman had been a young immigrant in those days, she said, an apprentice in a Sacramento butcher shop. "I've no idea how he got the capital for his first investment, but he was soon battling Henry Miller for this or that piece of land, and both of them were bribing surveyors and assessors to certify that a given parcel was swampland when it wasn't. Miller and Hellman got rich from the swamp scheme, but Hellman got the nickname." "Interesting." Mac set his tin plate aside and saw her watching him intently. Now it's time for you to talk.
Yes?
Why did you really come to California?
The cheerful campfire and the camaraderie of a good meal shared with the darkness falling combined to overcome his reticence. Besides, if there was ever a girl to be trusted, Nellie was the one. Well, first of all, I came here because in Pennsylvania, I never slept in a clean bed or wore a clean shirt. The air was so dirty around the coal mines, snow turned black an hour after it fell. It was a horrible life. I don't want to tell you anything that'll make you sick. She shook her head and gestured him on impatiently. I saw my pa's friends from the mines come to supper and cough up blood right on the table. I saw 8- and 9-year-old boys bent like old men from sorting coal 12, 14 hours a day. I was bent that way myself for a long time. I watched them go down into the mines about age 12 with nothing to hope for except getting out alive at the end of a day spent driving a mule cart in the dark. I saw special police hired by the mine owners break men's legs with billy clubs because the men wanted to organize for shorter hours or safer work. Jerry Caslin, he was a Molly Maguire.
The secret society, I've read of it.
The secret police clubbed Jerry so hard he couldn't recognize his wife or kids afterward. All he could do was sit in a chair by the window and drool and piss. Excuse me, that slipped out. He couldn't help soiling himself all the time. Poor Jerry. Someone finally fed him a tin of rat poison so he could die. Nobody asked who did it, not even the priest. So there are a lot of reasons I came to California, but the biggest reason was my pa. He came out in the gold rush, and he failed and went back, and he was poor all his life. But he still believed in this place. Pa said that if a man couldn't find any hope where he was, he could always find it in California. He believed in it in spite of his own sad life, and because of him, I believe in it. I always will. Moved, Nellie couldn't speak. She reached across the fire to touch his hand a moment. Shyly, he looked away. What a remarkable young man, she thought. Just remarkable. Next day, he observed that she seemed quite familiar with the roads to the high country. She said she'd traveled them often as a little girl. I went with Uncle Sebastian, who married my mother's sister, Aunt Anya. Sebastian was a Basque sheep herder. Every summer he took his flock to the high pastures, and the whole family went along. Aunt Anya was a rugged woman. She worked as hard as he did, and so did their son, Tomas. I worked too, but it always seemed like a vacation. To this day, Tomas is my favorite among all my cousins. At day's end, they passed through a Chinese camp, once overflowing with miners, now sparsely populated. A fading sign advertising sturdy work pants by Levi Strauss produced an eerie feeling in Mac. Maybe his pa had trod this same rough road. He often said he'd been all over the motherlode country in his search for a rich claim. They were climbing. Mac could feel it in the sharp, thin air. But they must go higher still, she said, to find the secret valley to which her uncle had taken her as a child. The Valley of Yosemite. It's an old Indian name. The original tribe, the Ahwahneechee, named it Ahwahnee, Deep Grassy Valley. White men found it in 1851. The men of the Mariposa Battalion. The militia was out hunting some of Chief Tenaya's Indians, who, they said, were harassing the gold miners. You won't believe the place, Mac. Its beauty will make you weep. On narrow Jacksonville Hill, Nellie parked in a turnout among the digger pines and explained that many a gold coach had been waylaid up here in the old days. Along the South Fork of the Tuolumne, she taught him how to pronounce that strange, beautiful word. She detoured down a smaller road to show him the most remarkable trees he'd ever seen. They were cinnamon-colored with incredible height and girth. Sequoia, older than man's memory. They may be the oldest things on earth. It was hushed beneath them, the kind of hush appropriate to a dim church. Before they left Tuolumne Grove, they drove to the Dead Giant, a great tourist attraction according to Nellie. The topmost section of the sequoia was gone, but some 200 feet of trunk remained. The upper part jaggedly divided into two towering spires like horns. The road pierced the center of the mighty trunk. "Tunneled in 1878, she said. "Drive right through." The wagon just fit. He laughed aloud. "You mentioned tourists. I don't see any." "It's early. Summer's the time. Last year, 2,500 people came up to Yosemite. One day, we're going to be fighting hard to save these places. I have a friend, a Scotsman, a kind of wild, wonderful mountain man I met up here when I was a girl, and he's already fighting." Shortly he saw why. A caravan of 6 flatbed wagons, each with 8 huge tree trunks chained down, rumbled down past the turnout where they'd stopped. "Bastards," Nellie said. "They'll strip the high country if we don't stop them." He came out of the white dream, thrashing his arms and crying, "Pa, where are you?" Someone tugged him. "Mac, wake up." His eyes flew open. He felt cold night air on his cheeks, smelled the wild grass and pines, saw the high darkness full of blazing stars. Then Nellie, in her long gray flannel nightgown and barefoot, standing between him and the campfire, which had been reduced to embers that sparked and billowed in the breeze. He remembered where he was then, in a field near a tiny mountain settlement she called Crane Flat. Across the field, yellow windows checkerboarded the dark, a wooden hotel. He sat up, sleepily rubbing his stubbled chin, his bedroll and extra blanket tangled around him. He directed the big fly tent for her and rolled up on the ground outside. She sat on a log, neatly tucking the hem of the flannel behind her bare ankles. Only her small white feet showed, but the sight and the isolation of the night filled him with painful yearnings. "You were thrashing and calling out. You almost rolled into the fire. What were you dreaming?" "A nightmare I've had since I was little. Always the same. Snow, darkness, death." He described it in words he felt sure were inadequate. She sat with her chin in her hands. When he was through, she stood up and leaned over him. With a deeper tenderness and a greater intimacy than propriety would normally allow, she touched his face. "Maybe the California sun will drive out that bad dream one day." He gazed at her, then caught her wrist where it lay against his cheek. The campfire embers reflected in her brown eyes. Her small, soft mouth opened as she realized what might happen if they allowed it. He started to rise, but she darted forward and kissed his forehead, a light sisterly brush of her lips. He felt like an iron had seared him. "Nellie, Good night, Mac. We must make an early start." She turned and ran to the tent. Before she dropped and tied the flap at the entrance, she looked back, and he saw her eyes saying she wished she could speak the words to invite him into that dark place. The canvas fell. Confused, elated, wanting to run to the tent, yet afraid to do it, he bundled up in the bedroll and blanket and watched the stars for an hour. He felt young, stupid, inexperienced, hot, angry, in love. The ascent continued. At Gin Flat, they were 7,000 feet above the sea, she said. Soon the road slanted down again, perilously hacked from a mountain shoulder. It gave them spectacular vistas of tree-clad valleys and higher granite peaks above and ahead. In shady nooks along the way, pristine snowbanks gleamed. At Gentry's Hotel and Station, 5,600 feet, they paid their toll for a road Nellie called the Zigzag. 12 miles into the valley. "The morning's for up traffic," the toll collector said. "You have to wait till afternoon." So they pulled over a short way to another turnout. Prospect Point, but the Teamsters mostly call it Oh My Point. He understood. Before him lay a vista of great, bald rock masses looming over a forested valley. Waterfalls tumbled from the rock summits all the way to the valley floor. Mac marveled as a cloud of birds swept upward past them. There were thousands of them, wings beating. "Passenger pigeons!" Nellie cried. The toll agent put bells on the team to announce their passage down the mountain. Mac drove on the perilous switchbacks carved from the granite. "Italian stonecutters did this," she said. "An incredible feat." "Don't talk so much," he groaned, aching from hanging onto the reins and maintaining constant pressure on the brake. The wheels smoked inches from the edge, and the smell of scorched wood rose up through the dust. If they went over, they'd never survive. The scenery no longer existed except as a peripheral blur. The afternoon's descent, at 2 miles an hour, took nearly 6 hours. Sweating and brutally tired, he fought the wagon down at last, bringing them into a glade by the fast-flowing Merced. There he looked up. "God above," he whispered. He wondered if this was how a man felt in biblical times when the Almighty spoke to him in the wilderness. The sun speared out of the west, low now, lighting peaks and swaths of forest where it touched, leaving dark blue shade where it did not. They were deep in the glacial valley riven by the white water of the river. Stupendous rock formations towered on the valley's flanks. "That's El Capitan, twice the size of Gibraltar. It goes up 3,000 feet from the valley floor. Over there are the Cathedral Rocks, and at the far end, Half Dome. The Falls of Yosemite are on the left, Bridal Veil on the right. They're flowing full now because it's spring." He watched the awesome waterfalls plunge down in clouds of sunlit mist. Their roar was constant, primitive. Something stirred in his loins again. Nellie hugged herself. "Did you ever see its like? I'm glad I'm the one showing it to you for the first time." "So am I." He put one arm around her and kissed her. She slid her arms beneath his and hugged him, giving a little groan of pleasure. A minute later, patting her hair, then her pink cheek, she whispered, "That's dangerous. I think you'd better drive on." The valley was 7 miles long, a mile wide. Beyond the terminal moraine where the last glaciers had stopped 20,000 years before, the Merced changed to a river of placid green pools and sandbars. They avoided the small raw-frame hotels already busy with a few tourists who sat on the porches in the twilight and made camp in a meadow near thickets of cottonwoods and alders. The trees tossed in a cool wind, their leaves hissing. Nellie could hardly stop showing him things. Mistletoe clusters high in the black oak trees, granite lichen darkly staining the great rock formations, glittering eyes that regarded them from the woods. "Grizzly bear," she whispered. "If one ever comes for food, don't argue. Let him have it." The blazing eyes vanished. While the light lingered, Nellie ran out among the red columbines and golden poppies in the meadow and began to dance. She was like a sprite, kicking her bare feet high. Mac clapped his hands to keep time. Her face grew flushed, and finally, laughing, she collapsed against him. He held her longer than necessary. She pressed his strong arm with her palm and drew away reluctantly. The campfire flickered, slices of salt beef sizzling in a heavy iron skillet that Mac held in his gloved hand. He liked the skillet's feel and the smell of the meat. Standing near him, Nellie said, "You really do have a talent for that. You'd make a fine chef for the Palace Hotel." "Not enough money in it," he joked. "I enjoy cooking. Sometimes it seems like woman's work, though." "Mr. Chance, you have very conventional, not to say primitive, attitudes about male and female roles." "Seems to me that most of the world shares my—" A halloo interrupted them. Through the dusky meadow, a tall, wiry man with nondescript clothes and a knapsack strode toward them. Hair hung to his shoulders, and his gray beard was long and thick enough to shelter more than one bird's nest. Nellie waved and started to move toward him. "You know that man? He looks like a tramp."
"He is, in a way. It's my friend John Muir. I didn't know he was up here."
After Nellie and Muir had embraced warmly, Mac shook Muir's hand, which was brown and strong. He looked about 50, and his eyes were a startling blue. "Pleased to know ye," Muir said. It came out "know ye," and he spoke with more than a trace of a Scots burr.
"Can you stay the night, John?"
"Aye." Muir flung his knapsack down, then his brown sugarloaf hat. "There are tourists here already." She nodded. Mac said, "Anyone would want to see this place." "Aye, and we've had our share of visitors since I first came upon the valley in 1868. I met Jessie Fremont up here, and Susan Anthony."
"Bierstadt painted Yosemite," Nellie said. "Mark Hopkins came before he died. Emerson and Barnum. It's a long list."
Muir sat down and leaned back on both hands, the fire deepening the ruddiness of his weathered skin. "Sometimes the visitors forget to respect what God and nature put here. If enough of them do it, do you ken, there'll be nothing left for the next generations."
"John is a staunch protector of the valley," Nellie said.
Muir sighed. "It's a fight, never ending." He explained to Mac that in 1864, Lincoln, with great foresight, had deeded Yosemite and a nearby stand of big sequoias called the Mariposa Grove to the state of California. "So it's a protected preserve, but the protection's not strong enough. We have jackleg lumbermen up here, and the damned sheep, 250,000 in the high pastures last summer. They leave no grass or foliage. They strip the earth. I herded sheep up here myself until I saw the damage it did." Mac offered the salt beef. Muir picked up 2 pieces for his tin plate. "How would you protect the valley, then?" "Put it under the Interior Department. Name it a national park like Yellowstone. Control the tourists, and sequester all these national treasures so the damned rapacious exploiters can't get to 'em." "But look, sir, there are valuable resources up here. I've been told that the mountain snowpack could irrigate the whole Central Valley, maybe even provide water for the coastal cities if pipelines were built." "Pipelines? Great God, son, what else would you allow?" The scorn irked Mac. "What's wrong with the idea? Water from up here could make the whole state bloom." "That idea is hateful," Muir said. "If you allow a little to be despoiled, all will be despoiled eventually. Nellie, my lass, your friend seems to be one of those apostles of progress who mean to reduce this place to a private preserve for profit."
"I don't share his ideas, John."
Mac dropped his plate with a clatter. "And damn it, that isn't what I said. I'm opposed to any development that interferes with the ordered state of nature," Muir declared.
"So am I," Nellie said.
"Are you required to talk that way to play the role of independent female?" Mac snapped at her.
"You don't like that role, Mr. Chance?"
"Not much."
"Well, that just demonstrates how perfectly She bit it off, then whirled away toward the trees to compose herself.
Mac glowered at the fire. Muir packed his old pipe with tobacco and lit it with a twig from the fire. "I didna mean to start a row in this camp. A man's entitled to honest views. It's just that I'm passionately opposed to the one you express, sir." "I don't know that I believe every word myself. I'm new to California, trying to puzzle things out." Muir's blue eyes said he'd try to be tolerant, which undoubtedly meant giving Mac a few more years to discover his error and mend his ways. In 10 minutes, Nellie was back.
"I didn't mean to lose my temper."
"Nor I." Somehow, though, the evening was spoiled, and the travelers passed the rest of it with little conversation and long, moody silences. Next morning, in bright sunshine, everyone seemed refreshed and forgiving, though Mac felt that forgiving spirit the least. Muir boiled the coffee while Mac fried bacon and Nellie sliced the sourdough and browned it over their fire. Muir freely answered Mac's questions about himself. He'd been born in Dunbar, Scotland, and raised by his immigrant father in Wisconsin. He'd refused to fight in the Civil War on principle. No matter how righteous the cause, he said, war was an abomination. "I've been a bit of everything, Mr. Chance. A tramp, a guide, a sheepherder, a worker in a carriage parts factory in Indianapolis. Very fine position that was, but the outdoors kept calling to me. Now I'm a rancher down below, and husband to my Louise and father to my Wanda and Helen. But my lassie sets me free to roam because she knows I must." He checked the coffee, then began to fill a new pipe. "Lately I've begun to write articles and lecture some, trying to protect places such as this." While they breakfasted, a great pronghorned elk stepped majestically into the meadow. It had been there only a few moments when a Yosemite Hotel stage, an open wagon with canvas top, wheeled into view. On the benches, a gaggle of tourists shouted and pointed. One, drinking from a bottle at this early hour, drained and then flung it. The three at the breakfast fire clearly heard the bottle break on a rock, and the elk bounded away out of sight. "You see the cause of my concern, laddie," Muir said without reproof. Mac had no chance to answer, because one of the sightseers tossed a cigar away as the stage rolled on. Muir leaped up and dashed into the meadow. When he reached the spot where the cigar had fallen, sending up a blue trail, he stamped hard and shouted after the stage. "Stay out of this place if you can't treat it with respect. Any fool can cut down or burn a tree, but it takes the almighty years to make one to replace it." The shouted sermon went unheard. Laughter drifted from the tan dust cloud hiding the stage, and Muir trudged back. "More and more people all the time," he said unhappily. "I know we cannot set ourselves above others, deciding who is fit to view these wonders and who is not. We cannot stop a tidal wave, but we must contain it, most particularly here. I tell you this, I've tramped the lovely savannas of the Carolinas and dipped in the blue-green seas of the Floridas. I've climbed Shasta and come as the first white man into a bay of glaciers up Alaska way, as cold and quiet as they were in the morning of time. I have seen no place that is the match of this valley of the Yosemite. It is one of God's crown jewels. That is why I want the national park, and also an organization of dedicated folk who will fight for every wilderness, but especially this one." He slapped his old Sugarloaf hat against his pants. "Would such an organization include you, sir?" Mac stood up to those fierce blue eyes. "It might. That's the best I can promise." "Fair enough." But Muir sounded disappointed. "Nellie, I must go. I'm hiking up to the high country to camp and climb and think. Maybe sketch and write a little, too. I shall look you up next time I'm in the city."
"Do, John. I want to join that organization."
"Aye, thought you would."
He kissed her cheek, slung his knapsack on his back, and walked away briskly into the brilliant light of the valley. Nellie sighed. "I really didn't mean to quarrel with you." He kept a truculent silence. "Mac, please, we can differ and be friends."
"Not if honest thoughts are somehow made criminal."
"All right, I spoke too sharply last night. It's a bad habit."
"Holding grudges is one of mine." He cleared his throat. "I'm sorry."
"Thank you. It's been a beautiful trip, but we've only this day and tomorrow, and then we must go back. Let's spend the time pleasantly." She held out her hand. "Truce?" Taking her hand, he broke into a smile. "Truce." She didn't pull her hand back. Instead, she squeezed his fingers, giving him a deep, searching look, as if she knew what was inevitable now. He knew, too, and was scared.
They hiked and climbed steep trails and ate a picnic by Mirror Lake in early afternoon. Before they finished, clouds began to come in, thick, gray, and wet, hiding the rock summits. The waterfalls appeared to pour from the beclouded sky. That night he went to sleep wearing the heavy wool coat he'd brought along. He awoke hours later, freezing and frightened. He knew he wasn't dreaming, yet this was his nightmare. Whiteness everywhere. His tongue slid over his lip and tasted ice. Ice melted in his hair. He was blanketed in thick, falling snow. He scooted out of the soaked bedroll and flung off the blanket, shaking down little avalanche clouds of the snow. It slanted in hard, driven by a loud, moaning wind, and his teeth clicked as he groped for the log pile. Stirring the dead embers, he shivered all the harder, groaning in the cold. "Mac?" He turned toward the tent, but was unable to see it. Somehow he knew the way her face looked, though. Her voice was low, husky with emotion. "You can't stay out there. Come in. Come in and get warm." Next day, in mid-afternoon, they went to the base of Yosemite Falls. Crashing and cascading from above, water splashed on great granite boulders and spun off into swirling pools between the rocks. In one of these, well-sheltered and in the lee of tall sunlit mist clouds among the pines and sequoias, they bathed naked and began to make love for the second time. He kissed her breasts. They were round and firm as fine apples. She broke away, laughing, and crouched to scoop up water and lave her shoulders. He stood over her, so huge and eager he hurt. She touched him. "What if someone comes, Mac? A stage full of tourists down there on the road?" "I don't care. Do you?" She slid her arms around him, kissing him, and he drew her sideways, directly into the waterfall. He lifted her out of the water and then lowered her again, slid into her wet sable hair, and then into the different wetness beyond. She clasped her legs around him, shuddering. He was part of her, she was part of him, and the beauty of the wilderness was part of them both, arousing them to something like frenzy. The falls roared. She held fast to his neck as they swayed to and fro under the beating water. At the end, she screamed softly and sank her teeth into him. He held her cold, wet, shuddering body joined to his, letting the falls pour down on them the raging torrents of the springtime. The wagon bore them out of the Sierras again. In the foothills, with the golden poppies blowing wild all around, the shattering passion of that encounter with the valley and each other kept them silent. Nellie rode with her head leaning against his shoulder, her hand entwined with his. Words weren't necessary. Adequate ones couldn't be found. She had been so different up there, young, wanting, eager, yielding. Not at all the cool, tart, modern girl who'd first intrigued him. She was different people in one person. Well, wasn't he? He was in love with her. But he hadn't come to California to fall in love. He meant to follow and fulfill the promises of his pa and the guidebook. How could he reconcile that with this new emotion? A raucous sound startled the horses, and Nellie sat up, rubbing her eyes. Out of a choking, rolling dust cloud that blanketed the foothills for half a mile in either direction, a honking, shuffling tide of sheep overwhelmed them. Rams, ewes, lambs, heading for the high country. The dust and the smell of droppings and the bleats and the suspicious looks of a half-dozen Basque herders kicked Mac head first back to reality. "There must be 5,000 sheep," she said, coughing and waving at the dust. Suddenly, clutching his arm, she hid her eyes against his sleeve. "What are we going to do?" "About the sheep? A fist struck lightly at his leg.
Us. About us. I love you. I've never loved anyone before. There was one other before, but never mind, he didn't matter. This matters. I have my career with Mr. Hurst, you have your own ambitions, and what happened just changes everything.
How?
Complicates it. Unbelievably. I was on a straight, sure course. Now...
I was thinking the same. It was scary to utter the words for the first time. But I love you, Nellie.
God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
He hugged her to shelter her from the dust. A herder with a crook gave them a stare and trudged on. The world crushed in upon them, full of questions and uncertainties. It was overpowering. He struggled to say what his heart told him. What does a waterfall do? It goes where it has to go, that's all.
That's no answer.
I don't know any other. Nor did they find one, all the way to the city. 13. Mac and Jim Corbett walked out of the Olympic Club together. Mac's left eye was starting to puff and his muscles ached. Since the return from Yosemite, he'd seen Nellie several times. She was affectionate, but there'd been no repetition of what happened in the valley, as if there was some unspoken pact between them. It was a Saturday in June, cool, with fog creeping in from the western hills. Before leaving the club, the young boxer had carefully fastened the horn buttons of his tan broadcloth overcoat and spent a minute adjusting his striped four-in-hand and the tips of his wing collar. His black silk hat sat jauntily, and his tan spats perfectly matched his overcoat. He looked good. "You're coming right along," he said as they turned east on post. "If you keep practicing, you'll soon be a pugilist, not just a fighter." There was something odd about the remark, Mac thought. "I intend to keep practicing, Jim." "Good. I regret I won't be here to see it. I've left the bank. I'm getting married." Mac was stunned. "I didn't even know you were engaged." "Spur-of-the-moment thing, the marriage," Corbett said with a curious look, as if he weren't certain of the step. "She's a nice girl. We're going to live in Utah. I wish you the very best. You're not going to give up fighting." "Not if I can help it. Not many contenders in Utah, though." This disappointing turn of circumstances kept Mac silent for another block or so. Shadows lengthened as they strolled south through the crowds on Powell Street. At Union Square, Mac recognized a stocky man in clerical black standing on a wooden crate, surrounded by an audience of 7 or 8 other men, mostly shabby. After a cable car passed, some of the speaker's words carried to Mac and Corbett. "It is your right to organize stronger trade unions in every sector of commerce. Let no one gainsay you that right. The capitalist masters of this city will try, but I tell you again, you must stand fast. You must not allow—" "I know that man," Mac said to Corbett. "All of San Francisco knows Father Marquez. His family goes back to the early Spanish explorations of California. Where did you meet him?" "In the valley. He went out there regularly for a while. Now he's the curate at St. Mary's Cathedral on Van Ness. I don't approve of that radical rot he preaches." Neither did some other bystanders. One found a stone and flung it. "Enough of your damn communist cant, you filthy papist." Marquez turned a calm gaze on the rock thrower. "It is my right under the Constitution and my duty under God to say whatever my conscience dictates. Today the voices of my conscience and my church are one. Pope Leo has written that the church insists on the application of Christian charity and justice to relations between owner and worker." The objector spat and walked away. Mac noticed a uniformed city policeman nearby, tapping his hickory baton lightly on his palm and watching the priest. One of Marquez's listeners saw him and hastily walked away, and within minutes the priest had no audience except the policeman. The policeman smiled, touched his forehead with his baton, and left. "Just a minute while I say hello," Mac said to Corbett. Before he'd reached the other side of the street, though, Marquez had picked up his box and strode away along one of the gravel paths in the square. In Oakland, Mac found Bao Key in an excited state. "Come see something, while there is still light." He led Mac down to a section of mud flats by the inner harbor, and there onto a canted pier with whole sections of rotted planking gone. Tied up near the end of the pier, chains across her gangway and padlocks on her pilot house, a 60-foot steam launch bobbed in the swells. The name on the transom was Grace Barton. Bao scurried up and down the pier, admiring her. "Gambling boat," Bao said. "2 men refitted her for excursions on the bay. The mahogany bar inside cost $2,000. She made 3 trips. Then the first partner shot the second partner over money and ran away. She's for sale, $15,000. "Looks like she's in good shape," Mac said, noting her paint and bright work. "But why would you trade Heavenly Dragon for this?" "To have a ferry boat," Bao said. "Take all the customers away from the railroad boats. I have figured a long time on the abacus. With you, me, and 1 pilot, we can make money charging less than the railroad. 5 cents here to there," he said, gesturing over to the city. The idea delighted Mac, but not for long. "You don't have pier space." "We can use the public piers, here and over in Frisco." "The SP has the Harbor Commission in its pocket." "They can't keep us out," Bao argued. "We will make money if we buy this boat." A sharp wind ruffled the water and the sunset etched the hills of the city. "I think I heard you say we." "I need you," Bao said with a sober nod. "Banks won't loan a penny to a heathen Chinese. I am not a person. If I walk in a bank today and go back tomorrow, they don't know me." The bitterness was deep and justified. Mac had heard white men at the ranch say Chinese should be registered because you couldn't tell those who'd come in before exclusion from those smuggled in afterward. All Chinamen looked alike. "If you help me buy this boat, Mac, I will give you half ownership of my share, 40%. The pilot gets the other 20 instead of wages." Mac felt a surge of hope again, overlooking all the obstacles, delighting in the audacity of it. "I'd love to hold the railroad's feet to the fire. I'll do it. Should we sign some kind of agreement?" "No, my friend. This is enough." He held out his hand. "Ask Mr. Hurst for a loan," Nellie advised when Mac described the scheme. $15,000's a devil of a lot of money." "One of the fundamental lessons you've got to learn about money is this. If those who have it don't want you to have it, the loan of $1 will be too much. But if you find someone who wants you to have a loan because he'll make money, you can just as easily get 5 million as 5 cents. That's the way money works." The steam yacht Aquila bobbed in her sunny anchorage in the lee of the hills of Marin County. Mac had rowed out from Sausalito Harbor and discovered Ambrose Bierce, elegant in a white suit and matching spats, lounging under the awning on the afterdeck. On shore, Sunday morning church bells chimed. "I came out to discuss some story ideas," Bierce said, "but the Chief and Tessie are still, resting." He reached for a bottle in a silver stand. "Care for champagne? Excellent stuff. Madrone Vineyard. Senator Hearst's own." Mac shook his head. Nervous, he sat down in a canvas chair and picked up a copy of the previous day's Examiner, which had been discarded on the teak deck. "Spectacular brawl on waterfront. Drayman versus police. Blood and injury everywhere. 20 arrested. Catholic priest behind bars." Mac scanned the story. Sure enough, it was Marquez. "I know him," he said to Bierce. "Don't worry, officials in the church already got him out. The riot happened on Friday. Marquez was down on the waterfront at an outdoor rally of draymen. He's urging them to form a union. Some of the warehouse owners got the coppers to break up the party with their clubs." "Is it a crime for working men to organize a union?" "Not in San Francisco. This has always been a strong labor town. There are plenty of gentlemen here and throughout California who'd like to change that, however. Bierce regarded him over the bubbles in his goblet. Marquez is a radical. How does it happen that you know him? Mac explained. Bierce took it in, then said, His militance is understandable. The Marquez family owned one of the biggest land-grant ranchos south of the Tehachapi. Then the Anglos came in. The family got caught in the flood of land claim cases and lost all of their holdings except the original adobe. Marquez's father went crazy, took to the countryside, robbing and murdering Anglos for 6 or 7 years. The duly deputized gentlemen of the Posse Comitatus finally tracked him and caught up with him back at the adobe outside Los Angeles. They shot him down like a mad dog, 50 or 60 bullets in his body, as I recall. Splendid tribute to Anglo justice and mercy, don't you think? Chief, good morning. Willie Hurst blinked and yawned as he came on deck barefoot. The publisher looked especially pale and scrawny in his blue velour robe. Behind him in the doorway, a voluptuous young woman smiled drowsily at the guests. Mac knew her name was Tessie Powers. Hurst had found her waiting on tables in a Cambridge restaurant in his student days. Champagne and a platter of raw oysters awakened the newspaper proprietor. He listened with bird-like bobs of his head while Mac described the scheme to operate a bay ferry charging 5 cents instead of 15. At the end, Hurst sank lower in his chair, his eyes seemingly fixed on a big toe. Tessie glided up behind him and kneaded the back of his neck with both hands, her cleavage showing between the fluffy marabou lapels of her gown. Then Hurst leaned back and closed his eyes. Mac clenched his sweaty hands between his knees. He must have presented it poorly. Suddenly Hurst's head snapped up. I like it. A capital scheme. It'll roast those fellows where it hurts most, in their wallets. I can loan you what you need to get started. Mac thought it over for a few moments. That's very generous, sir. But if we're to stay in business and grow, I think we need a good solid banking connection. Is something wrong? Hurst was shaking his head. You won't get a dime from the local banks. They're all snugly in bed with the railroad. If you're willing to do business in New York, that's a different matter. I'm on excellent terms with some bankers there. What about the vessel you propose to buy? Is she sound? She looks that way to me. My partner, Mr. Bow, swears she is. Good. We've already satisfied one key consideration in a bank loan, collateral. Mac's heart leaped at that. Then you think we'd be able to arrange one? If Mr. C.P. Huntington doesn't get wind of your dealings before the vessel's yours. If he does, he'll fight like a mountain lion. He has his own Eastern connections, powerful ones. If I know him, he'd pay many times the cost of that boat just to block your scheme. Huntington hates embarrassment, or any diminishment of the railroad's power, which is really his power. Hurst jumped to his feet, startling Tessie, then ran to the rail with his characteristic bobbing stride. There he spun back, stabbing a finger out. Our hope lies in moving fast. I'll be back in town this evening, and I'll draft a telegraph message. It'll be on the wires by midnight. On Thursday of that week, Vasco found Mac in one of the paddocks. Governor's asking for you up at the house. I'll go up as soon as I finish with... Vasco snatched the pitchfork out of his hand. Now. Mac had never seen such a scowl, heard such curtness from the Basque. Soon he stood before Leland Stanford in the sitting room. Dust motes danced their slow dance in bars of light falling between the lace curtains. For once, the eyes of the governor showed emotion. On a marble table beside him, a file lay open, and Mac saw telegraph flimsies. Young man. The voice was as ponderously deep as ever, but anger quickened it a little. It has been brought to my attention that you, as a principal of something presuming to call itself the Oakland Bay Transportation Line, have applied for a bank loan in New York City for the purpose of buying a steam launch. You were assisted By the offices of that damnable, lying puppy, William Hearst. Sir, how did you learn that? Stanford's Buddha eyes regarded him. Sir, you are not here to interrogate me. Mr. Fairbanks, of the company legal department, conveyed the information. Thick white fingers tapped the flimsies and the handwritten memoranda peeking out beneath. He was advised of the loan by Mr. Huntington's staff in the East. What do you have to say? Mac straightened his shoulders. Damned if he'd be intimidated. That I applied for the loan for a friend, a Chinese the banks won't deal with because the law doesn't permit it. He'll be the one operating the ferry. A specious answer, sir. You are involved. Do you, or don't you, intend to compete with the established ferry service of the Southern Pacific Railroad? Yes, I do. It's just what you say, Governor. Competition. Don't you believe in competition anymore? I guess you don't have to, most of the time. Leland Stanford's hand moved with sudden, astonishing quickness, striking the open file. A tiny vase holding silk flowers fell off the table and broke. You are arrogant, young man. Arrogant and insulting. I believe in protecting my interests and my property. I gave you a position here in good faith. You have abused my trust. I fully intended to come to you to explain and resign. Oh, did you? Why do I hear a lie in that pious protestation? You're discharged. Don't call me a liar. This is just business. Stanford struggled from the chair like a great whale breaching. Mac thought he heard doors slide open, but he was fixed on the lobster face of the governor. Stanford was no buffoon. There was dangerous strength in his stance and violence in his eye. Get out. Get out with your juvenile threats and your prattle of business. Business indeed. I am the businessman here. You are nothing but a grimy upstart. You'll see who has power in the city. My railroad or a piece of trash like you. Mac's face turned just as red. I'll go, but we'll break your damned monopoly. You young fool. You'll be the one broken. Leland, said a woman's voice from the doorway. Mac spun around and walked out past her, leaving Stanford wheezing like a donkey engine. In the hall, the governor's wife rolled the door shut and followed Mac. My husband liked everything he heard about you until this happened, but nothing comes before business. Or money or property. It's a good lesson, Mac said, cold with fury. She had some of her husband's toughness. Her poor weak eyes challenged him. We did give you a job as well as money, food, shelter, generous allowances of time whenever you asked. Faithlessness is not a virtue, Mac. That is another good lesson, if you have the moral character to learn it, which I now doubt. Be so good as to leave the governor's house. On the train to Oakland, Mac stared through the dusty glass, miserable with guilt. Some of what Jane Stanford had said was true. He'd betrayed an employer. Maybe the employer inspired, even demanded betrayal. Still, he never wanted to make that mistake again. Mac moved into Bow's hovel. The seller's attorney readily agreed to let them risk their labor before the loan was approved, so Mac and Bow spent long days scrubbing out the Grace Barton, touching up her paint, and checking out her equipment. In the evenings, Bow taught Mac how to cook Chinese dishes. Mac's favorite was a sweet-sour soup with thin slices of black mushroom floating like anemone in the golden broth. He balked at learning to prepare a favorite delicacy, young dog. After a meal, he usually took a stroll through the neighborhood. He liked the hardy, lively, energetic Chinese. They brightened their squalid huts with festive paper lanterns and sold an amazing array of goods from wicker baskets and lacquered trays set out on their doorways: dried fish and goose livers, fresh vegetables, opium pipes and silk slippers, packets of face powder and hair combs made out of shells. One evening, as he was walking the lanes, savoring the summer air full of buzzing conversation and sweet incense, he heard someone call his name. He saw Nellie running toward him, exuberantly waving an envelope. "From New York! Good news!" On Monday morning of the third week in July, the newly rechristened Bay Beauty accepted her first passengers at the Oakland Municipal Pier. At first, the pier officials insisted it was illegal. Mac showed him the business license obtained with Hearst's help. Then they objected to a Chinese in the pilot house, and Mac said Bao was a passenger, not the pilot. "There's the pilot." He indicated a runty, middle-aged man with a weathered face and no teeth. "That's Bill Barnstable," one official said. "Whiskey Bill. The SP fired him for drunkenness." "He looks sober to me," Mac said, and went on snugging lines to cleats with a distinct air of defiance. Secretly, he and Bao were worried about Barnstable, who was the only harbor pilot willing to sign on with them. But the neatly dressed passengers were very willing to ride. Mac and Bao had hired some street boys to hang out outside the depot, where the SP trains deposited commuters from the outlying areas around the bay. There, the boys passed out handbills advising the commuters of the availability of a 5-cent ferry. By 8 a.m., they had 18 passengers aboard, and they heard only one complaint. "We'll have benches soon, very soon," Bao promised, smiling. Barnstable tooted the whistle and Mac cast off. He was exhilarated by the fresh morning and what seemed like an ambitious start. The wink of a brown flask, hastily stowed out of sight by Captain Barnstable, didn't bother him, but he felt less chipper when he noticed a hulking man with a long red beard watching the departure. The man pointed to Bao and said something to a pair of scruffy companions. Soon the swift little boat overtook one of the larger railroad ferries, El Capitan. Barnstable gave way to port and signaled that he meant to pass. Excited passengers rushed to starboard, waving their hats and shouting at their stunned counterparts on the larger vessel. "To hell with the railroad! Hurrah for the Oakland Bay Line!" The new little ferry spread a saucy wake as she passed El Capitan. Mac could see the furious faces of her pilot and crew and the amazed and disheartened faces of the SP passengers. He leaned far over the rail, trumpeting through his hands. "Only 5 cents on this line," all of them heard. That night in Bao's hovel, they counted coins and currency. They'd been able to make only 5 round trips because officials on the San Francisco side had delayed them an hour when they tried to tie up with their second load. Barnstable defied the officials and put the vessel into the pier long enough for Mac to jump off and go running to the Examiner. Willie Hearst sent one of his lawyers back to insist that all the licenses were in order, and Bay Beauty could not be prevented from docking. The passengers, in bad temper because of the delay, swore they'd never again take a chance on the new line. Even so, at the end of the day, the owners were satisfied. Bao busily ticked off the beads on his abacus, then sat back. $9.40. The mountain begins to yield gold. Mac felt fine and proud. Only the beginning, partner. His brown hand clasped the yellow one across the table. The first full week gave them a sense of their profit potential. Bay Beauty made 10 round-trip crossings each day. Passenger loads were heaviest going over to the city in the morning and returning at night. On the trips between, with word of the service spreading rapidly, they began to attract women going to San Francisco to shop, and then a whole cross-section of those with business on one side of the bay or the other. Domestics, day laborers, messengers, students. For the first week, they'd averaged about 50 passengers per round trip. Bao clicked the abacus beads with astonishing speed. When he finished, his round face shone. For 10 trips, $25. In 6 days, $150. In 1 month, we will have $600. Jackpot, Mac cried, clapping his hands. We'll be able to buy a second boat. Yes, soon we'll have many. I expected more fight out of the railroad. Only 1 week has passed. We must be watchful. That prompted a decision to move their belongings to the ferry so they could guard her at night. Mac had stored the guidebook in the hovel while he lived there, but there were too many risks of water damage on a boat. He asked Nellie to keep the book safe. She said, "Of course I will. You put such stock in this. I intend to look into your Mr. Haynes some day, discover who he was and what he did." Bao kept meticulous records. Using a pointed brush, he recorded everything: number of trips, passenger count, how much coal bought and consumed, in a small rice paper book. Soon Chinese characters filled all of its pages, and he started a second book. At the end of their 3rd week in business, the SP began to fight back. They were on their way to the city, 2nd trip of the morning. Heavy white-capped waves rolled at them from starboard. Captain Barnstable zigzagged, alternately taking the waves on the bow and the quarter. It allowed for a safer trip, but cost them speed. Mac stood in the pilot house with the captain, relishing the sight of the passengers packed on the deck below. Inside the main salon, formerly the card and bar room, he had installed 8 hand-built benches, and those too were occupied. Bay Beauty rode low in the wave troughs this windy morning. The night the Golden Star blew up and sank, Captain Straws had his whore aboard and wasn't paying no mind to the river. I was his deckhand, a mere lad. I believed Straws when he introduced the tart as his wife. Barnstable loved to tell stories of the old days, when Sacramento swarmed with paddle-wheel boats carrying the dreamers and the disillusioned up and down the river. The story had temporarily diverted Mac from watching the bay traffic fore and aft. Suddenly a passenger shouted something and gestured, and Mac turned astern. High as a tall house, an SP ferry loomed. It was the Santa Clara. She was close enough for Mac and Barnstable to discern the face of her pilot, fierce and hawkish, pressed to his window. "What the hell's she doing?" Mac said. "She's too close." Barnstable snatched the whistle halyard and blasted her with a warning signal. Lumbering, gigantic, Santa Clara bore down. A few passengers watched from her spray-swept decks. Those on Bay Beauty were starting to exclaim in alarm. "She must give way to pass," Barnstable growled. "We stand on. Rules of the road." "She isn't going to give way." "By God, I won't." He recognized the SP captain and flourished a fist at him. "What are you trying to do, Septimus? Kill us?" On the stern deck, Bao Key wigwagged his arms to warn off the larger vessel. But still she plowed ahead, not 50 yards behind, the battering waves affecting her less than they did the smaller craft. Bao dashed up the pilot-house steps. A wave broke over the starboard bow, soaking passengers there. They yelled and cursed. "Turn!" Bao shouted, practically thrown into the pilot-house by the ferry's sudden rise on the next swell. "I'll not!" Barnstable shouted back and yanked the halyard. 5 short blasts. Collision warning. Bao seized him and threw him aside. He pulled the halyard twice, 2 short blasts to signal his intent to alter course to port. Then he flung the wheel over. Mac nearly went through a window head first. Captain Barnstable reeled around, screaming, "Mutiny!" Mac heard the roar of Santa Clara passing and saw the malicious faces of her master and crew glide by above. Then the bow wake hit them. Bay Beauty nearly broached, and a cry went up that a passenger had fallen overboard. Frantic, Mac clambered down the slippery stairs and flung a preserver out to the man. They hauled him aboard safely, but he promptly vomited up water. When he left the ferry, he promised a lawsuit. They ran back to Oakland empty except for one Irish housemaid who huddled on a bench inside, clicking her rosary beads. Barnstable sneaked a fortifying swig from his brown bottle. Bao Key caught him and took the bottle away. All of them finished out the day in a bad mood. A hand-inscribed letter arrived at the Oakland First National Gold Bank, where they deposited their daily receipts. It was from Forth and Townsend and was addressed to the proprietors, Oakland Bay Transportation Line, gentlemen. A cold, legalistic paragraph asked them to name the purchase price of the line and all its assets, stated that the railroad would pay a 5% premium for a sale closed within 30 days, and requested the favor of immediate reply. Mac showed Bao the signature. Walter Fairbanks III, Assistant General Counsel. Bao's pensive gaze stayed on the fine parchment letterhead with the railroad's name engraved. "It is war in earnest," he said. "They lost this round." Mac tore up the letter and threw it into Bay Beauty's galley stove, where the flames disposed of it. "Not for sale," he added with a smile. When Nellie came aboard for a Saturday night supper, she confirmed that the war was indeed in earnest. "Collis P. Huntington registered at the Palace Hotel this afternoon, 6 weeks ahead of his regular semi-annual visit. He's hopping mad about the nickel ferry. In the past, Huntington's never tolerated competition any longer than it's taken him to get rid of it. He hasn't changed." "We'll worry about that later, Nellie," Mac said. "Sit down, please." He wore a canvas chef's apron. A bottle of dark red Merlot from a St. Helena winery stood on the galley table, already uncorked. At the stove, Mac checked his skillet. Just right. Then he served up the fragrant mixture of scrambled eggs, bacon, and fried oysters on 3 stoneware plates. He poured the wine and took his seat, beaming. "Hangtown fry. Dig in." "I've heard of it, but I've never had it," Nellie said. "Pa brought the recipe back from the diggings. It's supposed to be a dish a condemned man requested for his last meal. You couldn't get bacon or eggs very easily in the mines, let alone oysters, so the man figured it'd be some time before they hanged him." Bao laughed, and Nellie clucked in a skeptical way. "You're both in a wonderful mood, considering that you've succeeded in bringing the great Huntington and his wrath all the way from the Atlantic seaboard." Mac raised his wine cup. "We're going after a second ferry. We decided this afternoon." She clicked her cup with his. "My, you are feeling expansive." He was. He felt jubilant, successful, and brimming with love for this small, bright girl, even though they hadn't made love and had hardly kissed or embraced since Yosemite. He told her about the Fairbanks letter. "Getting that offer is enough to make a man feel like David after he knocked out Goliath." "I hope your story comes out the same as the biblical one," she said. "This Goliath is far from dead." She wasn't joking. The next week passed with no further harassment by the railroad. Passenger loads remained steady, and they began to carry small freight parcels from businessmen who heard they undercut the SP ferries by 30%. The partners were eager to buy their second boat, but could find nothing suitable. Mac was thinking about the problem when he crawled into his bunk late on Friday night. Bao was already snoring in the bed below. Mac lasted about 3 minutes, and then sleep plucked him away. About midnight, a sound woke him. At first he couldn't sort it out from the familiar lulling lap of the water on the ferry hull. He raked his hands through his sleep-mussed hair, listening. It sounded like a marine engine throttled back to minimum power. Who could be coming along at this time of night? He glanced out the porthole beside his head, but could see only the rippling reflections of the red and white port and mast lanterns. He dropped over the side of the bunk and shook Bao's bare shoulder. "What is wrong?" Bao said, waking slowly. Not sure. I think we've some visitors, or else someone's way off course. No one else ever docked at the half-collapsed pier by the mudflat. In the dark, Mac pulled on his suit of flannel underwear. Now he berated himself for not taking the precaution of keeping at least one pistol aboard Bay Beauty. They had simply assumed the SP would compete hard but fairly. Bao, having dressed quickly, poked Mac to signal that he was ready. Mac started for the companionway, only to stop again at a sound from above. A footfall. Then many footfalls. Men jumping aboard. He felt the other vessel bump their hull. "Who's there?" he shouted, crashing the door open. He rushed on deck and saw a dark figure swinging a sledge at a window of the pilot house. Glass burst inward, the shards snatching the green glow of the starboard lantern and winking as they fell. A quarter moon shed pale, misty light on the scene. Mac counted at least 8 men. They'd come from a rust-bucket launch tied up alongside. A tall man with a familiar long beard was in charge, gesturing fore and aft with a crowbar. "Two of you see to the engines and the bilge pumps. Tear this fucking boat apart." Mac doubled his fists and charged. "Get the hell off this vessel." A man he didn't see in time lunged in from his left, striking his legs with a two-handed sweep of a 2x2. Mac fell and skidded chest first on the deck. Bao jumped at the man, but he turned and drove the board into Bao's ribs, hammering him back to the rail. Bao held his side, howling in Chinese. Mac breathed in long, wild gulps. Lurching to his feet, he scrambled up the steps to the pilot house. Redbeard was inside, slipping his crowbar between spokes of the wheel. Quick leverage snapped 4 of them. Mac made it through the door just as Redbeard shattered the wheel yoke with 2 blows. Mac leaped on him, but Redbeard hurled him off and started to bash him with the crowbar. A piece of tooth flew out of Mac's mouth, and blood spurted from his upper lip. Then Redbeard rammed the crowbar into his privates. Mac fell backward out the door. He grabbed for the stair rail and missed, landing on his back on deck, almost knocked out. Redbeard clambered down and stomped on him. Mac cried out, clutching his middle. "Told you we didn't want chinks competing with white men in this bay," Redbeard said. "Got it now, have you?" He made a kissing sound, spit on Mac's face, and disappeared. Mac fought the gut pain, pulling himself up by grasping the rail. He stumbled forward and wrested an axe from a man savaging the hull. He heard someone's sledge blasting out the last pilot house window just as he rammed the axe handle under the man's chin and shoved him over the side. Mac felt dizzy with a mix of fright and rage. All around him, shadow men wielded crowbars and axes. Bao ran here and there, punching, dodging blows, screeching curses in Chinese. It was futile. There were too many. Mac heard the inside benches splintering, and, below, the tortured sound of metal being pried and bent. Down there, too, someone was chopping the hull. He staggered aft and found a man with a knife slashing the new awning he'd hung to protect the open stern deck. Bao rushed the man, grappling him around the waist and crushing him in a savage hug. The knife clacked on the deck. Another man, the one with the 2x2, now raced at Bao from the dark. "Bao, behind you!" Mac shouted. He started to run, but time seemed to liquefy and flow too slowly. He couldn't cover the distance fast enough. His arms pumped, his bare feet slapped. Not fast enough. The man behind Bao swung the lumber. It seemed slow, so slow. Mac kept running, getting nowhere. The board struck the back of Bao's head and he arched, pitched onto his knees. Horrified, Mac watched the blood splatter and spurt from Bao's broken skull. The man Bao held twisted away, laughing. Bao's unpinned queue writhed like a black and red snake. Then Bao screamed and time flowed again. Mac leaped on Bow's attacker and tore the 2x2 out of his hands. Then he beat him about the head with it, driving him back, using it like a sword. The man moaned, "Jesus," and vaulted the rail into the water. Bleeding and sweaty, Mac wiped mucus dripping from his nose. He felt the boat list and heard water gurgling. She was hulled. Turning, he said, "Well, at least there's one less of the sons of—" The other man had found his fallen knife. Crouching over Bow, he turned to look at Mac, then rammed the blade into Bow's chest and ran. "She's finished, boys. Good work. Let's go." The ferry tilted more sharply, going down on the port side, scraping against the crusted and slimy pier pilings. Men were jumping back aboard the Rust Bucket, and her engines roared up and carried them away. She bore no running lanterns. Mac watched her white wake spread under the faint misty moon, Redbeard's laughter carrying over the water. Mac knelt and raised his partner's heavy body in his arms, pulling Bow's fat shoulders onto his knees. "Bauke, oh God, Bauke!" He didn't dare pull the knife out. "I'll put you down. I'll try not to hurt you. You lie here while I run for help." Bow's eyes opened. He seemed to recognize who was holding him. His voice was faint and dry as rice paper pages rustling. "Kum-san, Gold Mountain is dust." He smiled as if saying, "That is life's way," and died in Mac's arms. Mac hoisted Bauke onto the pier and laid him under the moon while Bay Beauty slowly sank into the flowing high tide. The moon lit his tear-filled eyes. This was not going to be the end. By God, not nearly. He knew the man responsible, and he knew where to find him. 14. The following evening, C.P. Huntington received Walter Fairbanks in the large suite permanently reserved for the railroad chief on the 7th floor of the Palace Hotel. After Huntington's clerk was sent into the next room and the door closed, they sat down for a working supper: oxtail soup, quail under glass, champagne. The suite offered the same modern amenities found throughout the luxury hotel: 15-foot ceilings, call buttons connected with the desk downstairs and with a service pantry on the floor, elaborate multi-jet gas fixtures. Electricity was promised, but not yet installed. A completely private chamber equipped with bathtub, washstand, toilet. Such things no longer impressed Mr. Huntington. In his world, he expected them. Collis Potter Huntington was 67. A Yankee peddler from Connecticut, he'd made his first substantial money as an Argonaut. On the Isthmus of Panama, he decided he could make some quick money by supplying potatoes, rice, sugar, and similar necessities to others who, like him, had started across the isthmus on the way to California. To get his goods, Huntington went into the jungles to trade with local people, walking 20 and 30 miles one way on many a trip, defying the fevers and ticks and bad water that weakened and even killed lesser men. In those young days, he was hard as bar iron. Later, in Sacramento, he went into the hardware business with a partner, forming Huntington Hopkins and Company of K&L Streets. He frequently dashed to San Francisco to check incoming ships and temporarily corner the market for blasting powder, shovels, or other items in demand in the gold mines. It was in a room above the hardware store that he and the other men who had become the Big Four first heard the young engineer Theodore Judah propose his transcontinental railroad over the mountains. Huntington was no patriotic visionary. He liked the idea because it could create a monopoly on fast movement of freight to the Nevada silver mines, and thus drive a lot of teamsters out of business. A tall man, he was running to flab now. He maintained that symbol of business respectability, a neat full beard, gray shot, and was an altogether unassuming and forgettable figure except for the black silk skull cap he wore to hide his humiliating baldness. When he was exercised, however, his keen blue-gray eyes caught fire. Men antagonized him at their peril. His enemies called him ruthless as a crocodile. At the moment, supper over and pressing business out of the way, he was expounding some of his philosophy to the smartly dressed attorney. "I have a broad interpretation of the term corporate expense, Walter. Rails and rolling stock are legitimate expenses, but so is the money we spend for a politician's vote in the state legislature or the Congress. I can tell you precisely how much it costs in either body to pass a bill favorable to us. I cheerfully disperse money to politicians who have done right by us, friendly newspapers, the local Associated Press man, many others. Spending generates control. Control generates profit." "That's a breathtaking concept, Mr. Huntington." Huntington wasn't lulled by the flattery. "It's just the way I operate. You'd better, too, if you want to get ahead in this company. You have a lot of promise. You don't let niggling scruples stand in the way of the right deal, the right contract. That's why I wanted to share." There was a loud knocking on the door. "No one else is expected," Huntington said, fire in his eye. "Pedley," he shouted, "see who's there and send him packing." As the clerk ran from the adjoining bedroom into the foyer, Huntington waited, seaming, while the knocking continued. On the other side of the double doors, Mac shot looks both ways along the gallery. Below, in the grand court, a string trio played, and the hooves of carriage horses rapped on marble paving. The Montgomery Street entrance was a half oval that allowed patrons to be driven right into the hotel. Mac's face bore garish bruises, and his chest, thighs, and stomach ached. He'd put on a jeans jacket, clean but shabby, given him that morning by an Oakland Harbor mission, along with everything from shirt to shoes. He'd scrubbed up and combed his hair, but even so, no one would ever mistake him for a palace guest. Outside the barber shop on the Jesse Street side of the hotel, he'd slipped the shoeshine boy a nickel for the number of Huntington's suite. Then he'd sneaked through a passage next to the billiard parlor and climbed 7 flights of a service stair. He didn't dare risk a ride in one of the mirror-paneled elevators. He knocked again, his eye fixed on the nearby pantry. He hoped he got inside before the butler got back from his errand. The doors opened. "I want to see Mr. Huntington." The whey-faced clerk with round glasses blocked his move forward. Over the man's shoulder, Mac saw a bearded man wearing a skull cap. He recognized him from engravings and photographs. "Mr. Huntington is not available without prior—" Mac's hands shot to the clerk's shoulders, and he shoved him sideways with no trouble, then stepped inside and kicked the doors shut. As he strode through the foyer to the spacious sitting room, Huntington, who had leaped up, angrily hurled a napkin to the carpet. Mac saw a second man now, and it took him aback. Fairbanks. The lawyer's index finger smoothed his tiny auburn mustache, a nervous motion. "I'll have your job," Huntington spat at the visitor. "I'm a valued patron of this hotel, and no employee dares break in on—" "Sir, he doesn't work here," Fairbanks said. "This is one of the owners of the Nickel Ferry." "What?" "This is Chance, sir." "What I own is 40% of nothing," Mac said. "The ferry's at the bottom of the inner harbor." Huntington came around from behind the table as if loath to use it as a barrier, and Fairbanks stepped back quickly out of his way. Huntington confronted Mac eye to eye. He was several inches taller. "So you had an accident," he began. "Which you and your damned railroad arranged and paid for." "That's ludicrous. An insult. Make sense, young man." "Try this. Your thugs did a thorough job. They sank our boat, and then one of them smashed my partner's head open, stuck a knife in him, and killed him. A decent, harmless Chinese who just wanted the right to earn a living. You're a murderer, Huntington." Fairbanks clamped a suntanned hand on Mac's arm. "I'll handle this," Huntington exclaimed as Mac flung Fairbanks off. Fairbanks hesitated, momentarily resentful, but Huntington paid no attention. "By heaven, sir," he said to Mac, "if you think that the Southern Pacific Corporation or I personally would ever stoop to employing physical violence of the kind you describe, you're a madman. I will compete with you or anyone legitimately. I will employ every business means at my disposal, but I do not condone wanton destruction or murder. I would never authorize either, and I am outraged to hear you suggest otherwise." Huntington's combative style and his certitude made Mac less certain. "Someone arranged it," he said. "Open the door, Pedley," Fairbanks said, knocking aside fronds of a potted palm as he started for the foyer. "I'll get someone to help us remove—" "I said I would handle this." Again, Fairbanks stopped. Huntington stepped closer to Mac, never blinking. "I do know your name, Mr. Chance. I have an extensive file on your shabby little ferry boat. I instructed Mr. Fairbanks to make you a substantial offer for the assets of the line, an offer you spurned. Now you come here saying I was forced to resort to hiring thugs. Absurd. Where's your evidence?" Mac's mouth felt dusty. Huntington leaped on his hesitation. "I'll tell you where it is. There isn't any evidence, because what you said is a pernicious lie, and you are either beside yourself with emotion or a criminal lunatic. Get out of here, you gutter scum." Something flared in Mac's head. He leaped for Huntington with both hands. "Great God!" Huntington cried, reeling sideways and groping behind him. Fairbanks shot between them and threw Mac backward just as Huntington's hand caught the tablecloth and brought down an avalanche of crystal, china, champagne bottles, serving domes, food, and drink. Mac stumbled against a writing desk, then righted himself. Fists up, Fairbanks ran at him, malicious anticipation in his gray metal eyes. Mac got his own fists in position in time to deflect the lawyer's whipping right hand. Mac tried to recall some of what Corbett taught him. He bobbed left and feinted, and Fairbanks's next punch sailed by. The lawyer looked astonished. Mac took the opportunity to jab his jaw. It glanced off, then crossed with his left. That blow was solid. Fairbanks's eyes glazed a moment, and he retreated. Mac didn't press. He felt a fool trying to box in the middle of a sitting room. Huntington ran by, throwing him the kind of look he might give a plague rat. "Damn you, Pedley, stand aside." Doors crashed open. Cello music and a faint hum of grand court activity drifted in. Huntington's voice had a hollow quality as he shouted down 7 floors. "Police! Get the police up here! This is Huntington. I've been assaulted." Mac scanned the 4 doorways that opened off the sitting room. Could he escape through any of them? Which one? He'd been stupid to let his grief and rage goad him into this. What had he expected? That Huntington would fall to his knees and babble a confession? In the corner of his eye he caught blurred motion. Mac spun toward Fairbanks, whipping up his guard. But the lawyer was faster, his punch well aimed and powerfully delivered. Mac's head snapped back and he went down. He flopped on the thick carpet and watched the gas nozzles of the ceiling fixture go round and round like a carousel. The floor spun under him. Damn fool. When will you learn? Dazed, he heard the elevator stop, and then the police came charging along the gallery. Mac lay on his back on the stone floor. It was the only space he could find. 5 men were squeezed into a holding cell at the Kearny Street jail that was designed for 2. The cell had no lights, and it reeked of a full waste bucket in the corner. A pickpocket had claimed the iron bunk. Two drunks maundered and bickered. The bull-like figure of Diego Marquez occupied the only stool. When the police threw Mac in the holding cell, he'd been astonished to discover Marquez among the prisoners. The priest had listened attentively while Mac told of his misadventures with the ferry and his accusation of Huntington. Now Marquez sat perfectly still, powerful hands folded in his lap, while lying on the floor. Mac tried to sort out the truth from suppositions and outright fantasies generated by his anger. He slipped his hands under his head, thinking aloud. Maybe Huntington was telling the truth. Plenty of white men on the waterfront hate the Chinese, especially a successful one. Bao poached on Redbeard's oyster beds, and I saw Redbeard watching us the first morning we ran the ferry. He changed position, resting his crossed wrists on his forehead. I don't know what to think. I think you ought to shut up, one of the drunks muttered. Go to hell. The pickpocket lurched from the bunk and pissed noisily into the waste pail. Marquez unfolded his hands and turned slightly on the stool. The gaslight that came through the barred doors at the end of the corridor of cells revealed dark bruises around both eyes, stigmata of a recent beating. I think I would agree with you about Huntington, the priest said. He probably wasn't responsible. He hires politicians to drive out his competitors, not criminals. It's too bad that you'll never have a positive answer, but you won't. You know the railroad's passion for secrecy. I know, Mac sighed. He rolled over and looked up at the priest. You didn't say why you're in here again. Tonight I spoke to another public gathering. The police objected. I refused to step down. Here I am. A bitter smile. Last time I was charged with disturbing the peace. This time it's more serious. Criminal syndicalism. It's nonsense. But there are men in this city and this state who believe that the slightest improvement in the lot of the working man is somehow a direct threat to their property. That's so misguided. A worker's right to join a union is his by his very nature as a man. The Holy Father himself proclaimed it so. But the men who hate the idea have great influence and many friends in city government. So I'm learning. I still don't understand why a priest has to go to jail. Can't your superiors raise bail? They can, they do. It takes a little time. My work causes controversy within the archdiocese. Archbishop Reardon is lenient with me, but he's a fair man, so he listens to all factions, the relative few who support me, and a much larger number who do not. I can't despise those priests who oppose me. They are my brothers in Christ, men of conservative mind but sincere conviction. They are sure that the owners are right, and the labor movement a dangerous, satanic force. He clasped his hands again, now under his chin. They don't see the one-sided nature of the battle. The poor and downtrodden have few resources. Their rights must be upheld, militantly if necessary, and all the more so because the richer classes have the wealth and influence to defend and promote themselves more than adequately. That precept shapes my ministry. Sometimes, though, a strong inner voice says I'd be more effective, less restricted, if I didn't wear this collar or have to deal with my enemies with Christian restraint. When I saw what they did to my father, shot him down for the murderous outlaw he became after he lost everything, I was grieved and angry, but overcome by the futility of his last years. I chose the church because I thought God's glory could effect more change than my father's gun ever did. So here I am, not punishing those who oppose me, but praying for their enlightenment. I'll pray for their defeat. Marquez chuckled wryly. Yes, I expect you would, Mr. Chance. It was a compliment. The iron door at the end of the corridor opened, and a cretinous guard shuffled in and unlocked the holding cell. He waved his truncheon. Chance. Mac pushed up with both hands, elated, almost forgetting his various aches and bruises. Did someone put up bail? The examiner, probably. Their police reporter routinely scanned the blotter for new arrivals. The guard said, "Oh, sure, all arranged." "Good news," Marquez said as Mac stepped outside. Then the guard whipped his truncheon into Mac's kidneys from behind, and Mac slammed face first into the bars of the empty cell opposite. He spun around, blood oozing from his nose. The guard grinned, tapping his truncheon on his fingers, a sadistic little invitation. "Bail for you? Not hardly. One of the detectives is waiting to have a word. Lon Coughlin, old Silvertooth. Hardest man on the force, Silvertooth. You're in for a fine time." Detective Lon Coughlin wore a natty striped vest and a heavy silver watch chain that matched his hair and his tooth. All of his upper front teeth protruded, the silver right incisor most prominently. It had a rodent-like sharp point. Coughlin wore his silver hair long, beautifully combed, but years of cheap whiskey were written on his red cucumber nose. He was a half-head shorter than Mac, whom he'd shoved into a chair under a sputtering gas fixture trimmed to its dimmest level. The room smelled damp, and there was the faint sound of water trickling somewhere. Chunks of plaster lay crumbling amid rat droppings. No one had patched the small craters left when the plaster fell. Another detective stood by the door with arms folded. Coughlin walked round and round Mac's chair while he talked. "Somebody from the Hearst rag knows you're in here, so we'll be letting you go soon. Mr. Huntington won't file charges." Mac couldn't believe such good luck. And he didn't, not just yet. Coughlin's silver tooth gleamed, reflecting the flames of the gas. "I talked to the arresting officer who collared you at the palace. I understand you accused Mr. Huntington of sinking your boat and killing your partner." The detective leaned down, smiling. "Did you really do such a thing, laddie buck?" "You already know." Coughlin hit him. The blow, unexpected and powerful, caught him below the breastbone. He jerked backward, choking on vomit. He didn't fall out of the chair because Coughlin had tied his hands in back. "I do, and it's a damn outrage, because Mr. Collis Huntington is an honest, patriotic, law-abiding gentleman. That's my personal opinion, I want you to know. He didn't put me up to saying it. But I'm the detective assigned to this case, so I reckon you have to listen to my opinions, eh?" Mac blinked, gasping for air. I guess I do." Coughlin hit him. "Louder, laddie buck. I had trouble hearing that." "I said—" Red drool ran down Mac's chin. A lower canine tooth wobbled in his gum. "I'll listen." "That's a lot better." Coughlin was amiable again. Mac felt tight as a twisted wire. The detective resumed his walk around the chair. "You're a nobody in this town, Chance, and you're an asshole, too, if you think you can sling mud at the SP and get away with it. 2 cousins of mine work for the railroad. Decent fellas, Christian men with big families. And I'll tell you, if they heard your accusations against Mr. Huntington, they'd tear you apart. When Mr. Huntington and his partners built their railroad, they united this great country of ours. The railroad's done more for businessmen and farmers, more for the state of California, than you and all your thieving, slant-eyed pals could do if you lived 100 years. Coughlin paused, letting his words sink in. "Something else, too. The jailer told Jackie here," Coughlin indicated the other detective, "that you were chummy with that communist priest. Is it true?" "I know him. Is it against the law?" Coughlin hit him. The blow knocked him over, chair and all. He bit his lip to stifle a yell. Coughlin sucked his silver tooth noisily and signaled Jackie forward to help him right the chair. "Don't give me lip, laddie buck. You're not the one with the authority to ask questions." Mac glared. Coughlin chuckled. He liked that. If you know Marquez, that tells me a lot about you. We don't want your kind in the city. I'm here to make sure you're absolutely clear on that." The softness of those words made Mac's scalp crawl. "I want to impress on you that we don't want and won't tolerate radicals like you stirring things up, threatening and insulting our civic leaders. I want to demonstrate that to you so you'll never forget." He extended his right hand, palm up. A big paste diamond in a pinky ring glittered. "Jackie, give me the knucks." He slipped them on his right hand. Mac stared at the ridges of yellow metal. "This'll just be a light lesson, Chance. I sense that you're a smart enough fella to learn it right off. After we let you out, you'll have 24 hours to leave San Francisco. Mr. Fairbanks persuaded Mr. Huntington to drop charges, avoid a lot of useless bad publicity, in exchange for assurance from headquarters that we'd get rid of you." He grabbed Mac's hair with his left hand and yanked. Mac clenched his teeth and slitted his eyes. Pain seemed to come from all parts of his body, consuming him. "After midnight tomorrow, if a member of the force spots you anywhere in the city, you'll come back to this room for another visit. After that one, you won't be in any shape to walk any place." "You fucking ape," Mac gasped. "If I ever catch you by yourself in a fair fight, I'll kill you." His words reverberated and died. When Coghlan got over his surprise, he put on a pious face. "That was nasty, laddie buck. Rash and nasty. That'll prolong your lesson a bit." And Coghlan hit him. Blood glistened on the metal knuckles. Coghlan's merry eyes belied his soft tone. By the door, Jackie scratched his groin and watched with a smile. "Sit up," Mac shouted in the silence of his ringing head. "Don't make a sound. He wants crying and screaming." Coghlan hit him again. Mac rose with the blow, taking the chair 6 inches up and slamming it down again. Coghlan's gold-plated fist rose and fell, administering his lesson. "Beginning to catch my drift, are you?" Coghlan was breathing hard. Mac's eyelids were almost swollen shut. The detective was a shimmering blur that divided into 2 Coghlans, then fused again. "I don't hear you, laddie buck." Mac spat at him. It landed between his own feet, blood red. And Coghlan hit him again. 2 policemen carried him out and flung him on the curb. There was a glitter of blue-white as rain obscured buildings and haloed lights. Mac groped for a purchase on the curbstone, missed, and slid into the gutter face first. He jerked his head up, sputtering, and water sluiced some of the dried blood from his face. A lightning bolt excited a horse harnessed to a hack across the street, and it neighed wildly and pawed the air. The hack door flew open, and a woman jumped out, then a man. They splashed through puddles while Mac floundered, rain dripping from his brows and nose and chin. In another burst of lightning, Mac recognized Bierce. "Christ, this town is a moral leper colony." "Stop your posturing and help me, Ambrose." Nellie tugged Mac's arm out of the gutter. They got him into the hack and away while the policeman watched from the shelter of the jail doorway, amused. "They broke your nose," said the elderly doctor Nellie had awakened at 2 a.m. Mac sat gingerly on a chair under the gas in the doctor's surgery. He was bare to the waist. His torso was a landscape of purple and yellow, and he could barely see through his slitted eyes. "As to internal injuries, I detect nothing, but we'll have to wait and re-examine you to be certain." Mac thought of Coghlan's deadline. "The physical damage will take plenty of time to heal," the doctor continued. "For a month or so, you're going to look as though you boxed 30 rounds with Jim Corbett. And lost, Mac said. Only Bierce smiled, leaning against the wall next to a hanging skeleton.
Send the bill to the Examiner, Nellie said.
I want to see him again in 3 days. Sure, Mac said, through his cut and swollen lips. Thanks for your help. He woke in the sitting room of Nellie's flat, which was located fittingly enough on the slope of Russian Hill. The gray light of day fell through a huge bay window awash with wind-blown rain. It cast strange moving shadows on Mac's ruined face. Every limb, every joint hurt in some fashion. He'd been sleeping on a pallet of furs, sables, and sea otters. Nellie didn't believe in killing wild animals. Where, he wondered, did these pelts come from? The sitting room had other unusual features. Contrary to fashion, it contained very little furniture beyond 4 plain, solid-backed chairs, a table, and a sideboard, all of which looked old, handmade. 3 framed photographs of stern, dark-eyed men hung over the mantel. One man wore a huge round fur hat. No carpets covered the beautifully finished floor, just the scattered furs. A 4-foot silver samovar decorated with elaborate filigree dominated one corner. Nellie had once told him vehemently that she was American, her Russian ancestors existing only as memories. He wondered. Nellie brought him a bowl of golden broth.
You look horrible.
I can thank Walter Fairbanks.
At least you're not going to prison.
She sat while he spooned up some broth. He had trouble swallowing.
I have a valise for you in the bedroom and clean clothes.
Nellie, I won't run.
You haven't any choice. They own the police force. I'm not saying any money changes hands. It's just that the SP is such a power, such a presence. Mr. Hearst wouldn't dare oppose them if he didn't have the senator's fortune and prestige behind him, and the newspaper.
Those people are too damn powerful. They're nothing but dictators.
A lot of Californians agree. Mr. Huntington and his partners have had almost 25 years to entrench themselves. But you can't kill the octopus by yourself, nor can I. Not even Mr. Hearst can do it alone. If it's ever to happen, it will take time, thought, and a great deal of courageous effort from people in every part of this state. Meantime, the railroad runs things. At the moment, they're running you. I don't want you to leave, but you won't be safe unless you do.
It's cowardly.
It's good sense.
Under her prodding, he told her of things that needed to be done when he left. Captain Barnstable was owed money from the receipts on deposit in Oakland. Blue Dorn's coal yard, too.
I'll see that both are paid.
I have $21 on deposit at Wells Fargo.
Leave it. Anything else?
No. Everything I owned sank with the Bay Beauty.
Except this.
From the mantel, she brought T. Fowler Haynes. She brushed the cover with her palm.
I thought you'd want to take it. I've also been curious about this.
She drew Carla's gold scarf from between the pages.
It's expensive.
He thought quickly. She still didn't know about Carla. My mother's.
Indeed. Unusual. I would have guessed it belonged to a younger woman. From the color.
At another time, he might have been amused, flattered by the jealousy of some unknown rival. But he was relieved when she didn't pursue it. She replaced the scarf and gave him the guidebook. Mac turned the book in his hands, riffled the pages, and read a few sentences. A more beautiful, hospitable country never spread its panorama to the human gaze. He shook his head. I was going to get rich in a year or so. Walk right through the golden doorway. His hand clenched the spine of T. Fowler Haynes. Swampy Hellman was the one who first shut the door in my face. Then there was Fairbanks, the scum from the Oakland piers, Coghlan. Something hard, gnarled, grew within him. He sat up straighter on the pallet of furs. They slammed the door this time, but it won't stay shut forever. They can bolt their goddamn door and hammer in 100 nails. I'll still come back and kick it down and break it up for kindling. I'll tell you something else." He struggled to his knees, alarming her. "Be careful, Mac, you're not—" "Next time," he interrupted, taking hold of her shoulders. "Next time, Nellie, I won't come sneaking into San Francisco aboard some little fishing skiff. I'll sail right up to the SP Pier in the biggest, longest steam yacht you've ever—" "Stop," she whispered it, pressing her hand to his lips. Her eyes shone wet as the rain that slashed the bay window and hid the hills of Marin. "Please stop. You'll only make yourself feel worse." "You don't believe I can do it." "I believe you should get out of San Francisco before midnight. Do you have any place to go?" "No. I guess I better try the other city, Los Angeles. A man I met said there was a land boom down in the cow counties." He rested his hands lightly on his knees, kneeling there while she walked to the window. She crossed and uncrossed her arms in a restless, troubled way. "Nellie," she looked at him, "any possibility that you'd come along?" She caught her breath, trying to hide her emotions, but a huskiness in her voice gave her away. "No." He knew she meant yes. There was a possibility. She wanted to go. She was slim and fragile, and yet, gazing at her, Mac thought her perhaps the toughest person he had ever met. It made her all the more desirable. "No," she repeated more strongly. "I have work to do here. I have a place where I can be heard, maybe make a difference." "You're damn near as ambitious as I am." She didn't deny it. He went to her in the window, slowly, hurting, and touched her hair. "I hate to leave you. I don't altogether understand you, and I don't think too much of your ideas about women or what they should do with their lives. But ever since Yosemite, maybe since that day I jumped in the water and ruined your stunt, you've meant a lot to me." He curved his bruised hand, nestling her chin in his palm, caressing her cheek with the inside of his fingers. He felt tears. "You still do." Some fierce storm raged in her dark eyes then. He saw the turmoil without fully understanding it. She reached up and clasped his hand against her face. "Oh, God, Mac, I think I'd have been better off if I'd never met you." "Maybe I should say the same, but I can't. It's like the falls where we loved each other. They go over the edge because there's no other way. No way to stop the force." "You're a strange, complex young man. Driven." "You're not driven?" "Yes, but not into the shackles of matrimony. I have too much to do with my life." "Whoever said—" She tore away, crossing her arms again. "It comes to mind when two people, when they have feelings for one another. You have to know what I am, that's all. Then, if you know and you still want me—" Their eyes held. The rainy light cast its moving shadows on them. "I'll be here if you come back," she added. "I will, to open that door." "I believe you. I believe you." He flung his arms around her, but it was questionable as to which of them came more eagerly into the embrace. Nellie's kisses were hungry and sad at the same time. He held her as tightly as he could, ignoring his injuries. When they fell to the furs, rolling back and forth and kissing, he knew making love would bring exquisite pain. She stopped it. "It would hurt you too much." He heard what she really meant. It would hurt her too, in a different way. Her voice was soft steel when she said it. He didn't argue. Later, saying little, she sat with her legs drawn up and her hands locked around her skirt. She watched him pack and latch the valise, and then she watched him go. She heard his footsteps fading on the outside steps, the rain soon muffling them all together. She bowed her head and cried. 15. As a sharp wind from the northwest chilled the summer evening, the clouds blew away, revealing a sky ablaze with stars. Dots of blue and white and yellow sparkled on the hills of San Francisco. Mac limped along the rutted road leading south over the peninsula. Every now and then he shifted the valise to his other hand. About 11:30 he paused to rest. He gazed at the city again. Hurrying through San Francisco's first elite residential districts south of the market, he'd felt small and worthless. The splendor of the lights enhanced the feeling, as did his pain and the wild, unreasonable emotions whipped up by Bao's death, Fairbanks's felling him, the police edict. He felt both disappointment and wrath. But then he thought of the familiar nightmare, all the years in the cold white winters of Pennsylvania. He thought of Pa and the promises, the hope that this state represented for hundreds of thousands, and for him. They had defeated him in the city, but there was a lot of California left. In the South he'd start over. There he'd make the dream come true, and then he'd come back. Never be cold again, never be poor again. He recited it like a church litany, let it buoy him. Giving the city a last look, he picked up the valise. His body still protested, but his spirit felt refreshed. He grasped the guidebook in his pocket and hobbled into the dark. 3. Life Among the Escrow Indians, 1888 to 1889. El pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de los Ángeles de Porciuncula. Our Lady the Queen of Angels. In 1781, Spanish Governor Felipe de Neve established a pueblo on the Los Angeles River to produce crops for missions and presidios along the coast. A determined band of settlers from the state of Sinaloa, 34 married soldiers and 24 married settlers, including some Indians and blacks, were the first residents. Growth was slow. In 1820, Los Angeles still had only 650 inhabitants. She was a quiet, unsophisticated, not to say rustic, queen in those days. But the influx of Anglos during the gold rush transformed her, and she became a haven for the desperate and violent, with fights, robberies, murders, and lynchings a way of life. San Franciscans derided her as the city of fallen angels. In 1871, 2 members of the city's small Chinese population quarreled, and when a policeman stepped in to mediate, he was killed. Over 400 Angelinos rose up and ran riot, claiming 19 victims in and around the Chinese district at Sanchez Street. This did nothing to improve the Queen's tough and tawdry reputation. A number of businessmen were concerned about the lawlessness, and perhaps even more, about the declining cattle trade, and felt that bringing in the railroad would establish stronger links with the more civilized outside world. The Southern Pacific was quite willing to lay track to Los Angeles, but demanded payment of an appropriate subsidy. Using this simple plan, the railroad had built southward through the San Joaquin Valley. Communities that appreciated the railroad's benevolence and remunerated it accordingly soon saw the rails coming over the horizon. Los Angeles paid a subsidy in the form of special assessments totaling $600,000. Other, less enlightened communities like San Bernardino saw the railroad choose an alternate route, often miles away. A second simultaneous force helped civilize and populate Southern California. In 1872, a New York journalist named Charles Nordhoff published California for Health, Pleasure, and Residence. This hymn to climate and opportunity stampeded hundreds onto the westbound cars. No other book on the Golden State was so influential. A torrent of similar promotions poured out. There had been nothing like it since the heyday of gold rush literature. Meanwhile, the Southern Pacific finished its tracks to Los Angeles in 1876. Always spinning its own elaborate web, the railroad soon determined that allowing a second line, a competitor, to enter Southern California would serve its devious ends. In 1885, the SP sold its Mojave Needles division to the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, in exchange receiving assurances of no competition in certain other places. Everyone, from railroad mogul to small merchant, wanted and needed to generate more business. They needed tourists, but permanent population too. So the SP slashed passenger fares, and the Santa Fe retaliated. $70 from the heartland to the Pacific, then $50, then $15, then $5, then, for a few dizzying days, $1, Kansas City to Los Angeles. Each railroad's promotion department worked as never before, organizing special state or group excursions from the East, churning out ads and literature that extolled the California way of life. The Los Angeles City Fathers supplemented these efforts with advertising of their own. Each citizen became a booster, taking every opportunity to tell a newcomer about Southern California. Soon the excursion trains were rolling over the Sierras by day and by night, spilling hundreds of wide-eyed passengers into the Los Angeles sunshine. Hundreds every month, then hundreds every week, then thousands. Eager real estate dealers awaited them. The breakup of the great ranchos had made land available. The Los Angeles boom was on. The Queen threw off her shabby past and confidently faced the future. No one dared call her rough, lazy, or backward any longer. She was wide awake. She was modern. She was a booster. 16. Mac arrived in Los Angeles on a hot autumn day, the second Monday of October, 1888. He came from the direction of the Sundown Sea, riding west to east on an old pack mule he'd earned by working 3 weeks in Monterey. The owner was ready to shoot the mule, so Mac took it in lieu of half his wages. He found that the mule had plenty of miles left in it, plus a determination to prove it was not yet ready to die. Mac liked that kind of determination. From Monterey, he passed along a wild, spectacular coast where mighty waves struck and exploded on giant rocks beneath sheer cliffs. Some days he saw one traveler, some days none. Little towns cropped up occasionally. Otherwise, the coast was a beautiful wilderness. In San Luis Obispo, a tavern keeper told him Charles Crocker had died in August, taken by a diabetic seizure at the railroad's own Del Monte Hotel in Monterey. 2 of the big 4 were gone. An age was passing. Yet as Mac jogged south, he found himself journeying back in time. The occasional ranchos or frame cottages reminded him not of modern, civilized San Francisco, but of the West he'd crossed on foot. This was frontier, lonely and grand. At the same time, around thriving Santa Barbara, he began to notice differences in the land. The sun seemed brighter. The plant life wasn't the same as in Northern California. Here grew towering palms and cactus and many fern-like pepper trees. He rode by lemon groves with villas of white-painted adobe drowsing shyly deep within. He followed a trail over the Santa Monica Mountains and down to the Pacific. His hair was long, to his shoulders now, and his hazel eyes were clear and full of hope again. He felt strong and fit. His nose was healing, the clogged, painful breathing cleared up, but he bore a permanent souvenir of the beatings, a ridge like a tiny earthwork on a sun-browned hillside. When he reached the shore, he whooped with delight and ran up and down the sparkling sand, turning somersaults and walking on his hands. He stripped naked and raced into the surf, yelling for joy when the foaming waves picked him up and rolled him back. The defeats of the city were forgotten. He loved this sunshine, this ocean, this new, fresh face of California. After camping overnight, he rode east toward the town that lay in the bow curve of the Los Angeles River. He saw workers cultivating pea fields and extensive fig orchards. In the foothills of the mountains, he came on a sign of the land boom Wyatt Paul had described. A large, flat tract had been laid out with small pepper trees marking the blocks. One lonely manor house rose in the distance. A whitewashed sign said the subdivision was Hollywood. Through the haze of the autumn afternoon, he first saw the city as an unlovely hodgepodge of frame and brick buildings jutting above the flat coastal plain. Drawing closer, he saw single-story adobes, tan or brown, spread around the central district. To the northeast of town, beyond the river, the land rose in a series of low plateaus. Distant white cottages, tiny as doll-houses, marked other subdivisions. Behind it all was the breathtaking loom of the San Gabriels. He nudged his mule, which he'd named Railroad, and the old beast dutifully jogged a little faster. Mac felt himself an experienced, not to say worldly wise, Californian. He was 20 years old. The citizens of San Francisco scorned Los Angeles as a primitive cow town, and there was something to be said for that. Almost immediately, Mac found himself pushing against an oncoming herd of cattle and the fierce-looking vaqueros driving them. Next he came on a spring wagon with a rear wheel mired in a black hole that gave off a tarry stench. A burly citizen stepped in the black ooze in order to push the wheel with his shoulder. "God-damned Brea! Why don't they fill these holes?" Brea, Mac said. What was it? Did it have value? He tucked the word away in memory. He'd seen other tarry holes in the area, he recalled. Starting at the outskirts, there was evidence of frenzied real estate activity. Mac saw signs nailed on fence posts, jutting up in weed patches, crudely painted on adobe walls. Suburban excursions. Lots, lots, lots. Corner lots, inside lots. Building lots, investment lots. Live in the land of wealth and health. Agents pleaded for immediate attention and promised affordable Eldorados and Xanadus in mystical, musical-sounding places. Santa Monica, South Pasadena, Monrovia, Riverside. Bemused by this excessive promotion, he soon arrived on Los Angeles Street, an ugly thoroughfare flanked by uglier commission warehouses where farmers were unloading produce wagons. He turned left 1 block to a parallel street, the main business artery named, with scant imagination, Main Street. It was a street of jarring contrasts. Men in cowman's garb told time from 2 elaborately modern clock towers in the business district. Chinese people scurried on errands, and Mexican women walked sedately, their heads covered by black shawls. There was a great deal of horse and wagon traffic, every sort of conveyance, from buckboards to 2-wheeled ox-drawn carretas. He saw horse cars on the tracks in the middle of the street, kerosene lights and silk dresses, and many more sidearms worn openly than he'd ever seen up north. Most evident and visible, however, were the tourists. Men, women, and children of every age and physical type, easily spotted by their excited expressions, pale faces, and dark, heavy clothing. They rode in bunting-draped wagons, haggled at storefronts advertising real estate, sat on their luggage outside the St. Charles Hotel contemplating its no-vacancy sign. The tourists reminded Mac of the people he'd met on his walk through the states of the Midwest. Their numbers astounded him. At the corner of Main and the town plaza, he passed an imposing 3-story stucco hotel with rows of tall arches fronting both sides of its corner site. 2 stone pediments, one overlooking each street, proclaimed it the Pico House. In the plaza, he dismounted and drank from a trickling fountain under the shade of a cypress. Suddenly, 4 distant gunshots disturbed the afternoon, and there was a sound of horses galloping away. Railroad perked up his ears, but no one else paid much attention. An unseen guitarist resumed his music. A hooting train whistle lured Mac past an unprepossessing chapel with a bell tower, the Church of Nuestra Señora la Reina de los Ángeles, to the railway depot. An SP passenger train was arriving, spouting smoke from its beehive stack and steam from under its cars. Pop-eyed visitors leaned from the windows, pointing, exclaiming, inhaling the air. A ratty youth ran along the train waving a placard on a stick. "Real estate opportunities." "Right here, folks," the tout called. "Talk to me first." Mac was encouraged. "Looks like the boom's still on, doesn't it?" he said to Railroad. The mule was anxious to please, but couldn't manage a reply. On his way back to the plaza, Mac noticed more touts accosting tourists, and real estate offices crammed into the most unlikely locations. Ground floor rooms partitioned by blankets, shanties, even a covered wagon. Surely, with all this promotional frenzy, he should be able to make some money. At the Pico house, he watched the arrival of a 6-horse stage covered with desert dust. While porters unloaded luggage, he slipped inside and discovered a central court with a splashing fountain, banks of fresh flowers, and caged birds twittering. Guests coming and going tipped their hats or paused to greet a distinguished man of 80 or more who sat in an alcove that suggested a place of honor. The man was burly, square-headed with bronzed skin and pure white hair cropped close. Despite the warm day, he wore a frilled shirt, large cravat, and an old coatee with velvet collar and cuffs. Mac counted 6 silver finger rings of varying design. The old man had an air of dignity and power, his face reminding Mac of a schoolbook engraving of Victor Hugo. To each person who addressed him, the man replied courteously and gravely in Spanish. A porter bore down. "No loitering here." "That's no way to treat a stranger," said a gentleman on his way out of the hotel. The man was slim as a reed and swarthy, with a Mongol mustache and snapping dark eyes. He wore a frock coat and flat hat, and carried a pile of legal documents. The porter scowled and left. "Lo más justo y honorado," the stranger said with a nod at the white-haired man. "The just and what?" Mac said, following him toward the street. "My Spanish isn't that good yet." "The most just and honest man, Pio Pico, the last Mexican governor of California. He's a revered figure. He built this hotel. Unfortunately, he managed his investments poorly. He no longer owns it, but everyone pretends he does." They reached the outdoor arcade beneath the arches, and Mac untied his mount. "Fine-looking mule," the stranger said. "What's his name?" "Railroad. I named him that because he gives a better ride than the SP. His price is fair, and you never have to worry about him cheating you." The stranger laughed. "You have a nice sense of humor, sir." Mac hadn't thought about it, but he guessed it was coming back after his bad time in the city. "You're a newcomer," the man added. "I am." "We have many. When I came up to Los Angeles 5 years ago from the state of Durango, the town had a population of 12 or 13,000. Last summer, perhaps 55 or 60,000. A good 2,000 of them escrow Indians." "Escrow what?" "It's the local name for real estate promoters and developers. A greedy and ruthless tribe, the escrows," he said, flashing another smile. "They lie in wait for the unwary visitor, incited by our civic boosters such as Colonel Otis of the Times newspaper, who yearns to give our town some of the luster and prosperity of San Francisco. 3 to 5 excursion trains cross the border into California every day. Very good for the escrows, very bad for the rest of us who live here. However, it won't last. Too much of everything inevitably bursts the bubble. It's already starting to happen." "The town looks crowded." "Nothing compared to '87. That was the peak. Come, I'll show you." What he showed was an escrow Indian's notice board, with prices and locations erased and re-erased so that the latest postings seemed to peep from a chalky cloud. "Lovely saloon-free Ontario. Villa acres cut to $125, horticultural lots slashed to $95. Other drastic reductions in Monrovia, Alasta, Garwanza, Sycamore Grove, inquire here." Mac's earlier optimism began to wane. "Are there jobs?" "Again, not so many as last year. I know a local promoter who might have something. He told me to look him up if I ever got here. His name is Wyatt Paul." "I've heard of him. The northern part of the county. I'm not sure. I'm a lawyer, but I don't do all that much real estate. I can take you to the office of someone with better information." "That's kind of you." "De nada," the lawyer shrugged. "Not all Angelinos hate the tourists, you must understand. Most of us here were tourists once." The lawyer led Mac back along Main Street, past the commercial blocks to a section less prosperous. "Here we are." Mac peered into a long, narrow sales office, dusty and full of shadows. On a plank counter, show cards and untidy piles of pamphlets competed for the attention of customers. Above the door, a sign with a gorgeous golden sun rising over a pyramid of oranges identified Southwood's SoCal Real Estate. "If you ever need legal services, call on me," the lawyer said, offering a card. "Enrique Potter, in the Baker Block, Main and Acadia." "Macklin Chance, thank you. I'll need a lawyer one day. I'm going to make money here." Potter gave him an appraising look. "I believe you, sir." He tipped his hat and excused himself, citing business at the courthouse on nearby Spring Street. Mac's stomach was snarling. He took a piece of biscuit from a saddlebag he'd improvised from a burlap sack. While he woofed it, he examined the fly-blown window. Various pieces of paper had been pasted up helter-skelter until not 1 inch of clear glass remained. Suddenly, from all the gaudy clutter, one advertisement leaped out. A handbill, black type on orange stock. The headline promised, "A free ride and a free lunch. Trips daily by express rail and comfortable coach. Absolutely no obligation." What arrested him was the illustration, an engraving of an impressive gateway arch, crowned by a huge sun with flaring arms. Between the scrolled top and bottom of the arch, cut-out letters proclaimed the name. San Solaro, the City of Health. He'd found the man he rescued in the mountains. He dashed inside, rousing the real estate agent from contemplation of a peeling wall. The agent rocketed to the counter, shooting his hand over. "How do you do? Southwood's my name, Newton Southwood. Swifty to my friends. See Swifty for the fastest deals in—" "Oh." He saw Mac more clearly, the length of his hair, the poverty of his wardrobe, his youth. The agent smoothed the part in his oiled hair. He was a sleek escrow brave with canny, darting eyes. "I'm interested in a real estate development," Mac said. "We got 65, 70 of those platted around here. On the ocean, down south, up in the hills, you can take your pick. If you got money," he added with a suspicious eye. Mac pointed to the San Solaro handbill. "That's the one, the City of Health. Out in the Santa Clarita Valley. The excursion only leaves in the morning. You take the SP local to Newhall, then a wagon. The developer picks up the 35-cent round-trip rail fare. In the window it says you go by express train and a comfortable coach." Southwood handed Mac a pamphlet with the arch on the front. "Developers say a lot of things. Where are you from?" "Not here." Mac disliked Mr. Swifty Southwood. "In Los Angeles, you can say that about damn near everybody but the Injuns and the greasers up in the Sonora barrio. Me, I came out from Cleveland 2 years ago. I'm not making the money I expected to make." He gestured to the array of posters and literature. Mac saw more boxes of material piled all the way to the rear of the shotgun office. "Pie's cut too thin. Too many offerings. It's the same all up and down the coast, here to San Diego. The railroads cut fares too far. They hired too many hacks to write books. We got the lookers, but not the buyers." Mac obviously belonged to the former class. "You got to excuse me." He trudged back to his desk to resume whatever escrow Indians did when they had no victims to waylay. "Are there any cheap restaurants here?" Mac asked a gentleman in a white sombrero and string tie. "How should I know? I'm from Wisconsin." He asked several other people and was finally directed to a noxious little slum near the plaza, bluntly referred to as Nigger Alley. There he saw mostly villainous-looking white derelicts, cowboys, and a few ragged mestizos. He had $1 left. At a cantina, he bought a plate of beans and a glass of clear, hot tequila, a drink he'd sampled before and liked. He sat in a corner reading Wyatt Paul's pamphlet. It promised marvelous amenities in San Solaro, a new town founded on the benefits of Southern California's healthful climate. Persons suffering from almost any medical malady will find San Solaro a useful aid in restoring them to health. The overworked and overworried soon regain their lost energy and equilibrium. Consumptives declared past all help have come here and in a few weeks have shaken off that eastern ice-borne curse. Our valley is safe for anyone whose heart condition might be threatened at higher altitude. In short, we may assert that death here is a remarkable event. Any physician depending on his practice will soon starve to death. On succeeding pages, one engraving depicted a street flanked by buildings taller and more substantial than most in Los Angeles, and others showed model cottages, orange groves, a steam packet docked at a pier in a broad stream. Mac was amazed. 20 cents bought him a place in a stable loft and a stall and a feed bag for railroad. In the morning, he purchased a ticket on the 8 a.m. SP local bound north to Santa Barbara and intermediate points. He could hardly wait to see the new town of San Solaro. 17. "I don't believe this," Mac whispered. He recalled Swifty Southwood's remark, "Developers say a lot of things." He stood beneath the gateway arch, which was black wrought iron, huge and splendid. The great sunburst dominated, powerful and faintly menacing, like some primitive icon. The arch was exactly as the pamphlet showed it. Nothing else was. The arch opened on a large tract of dry, treeless land at the head of a small valley. Flanking the valley were steep hillsides with the characteristic parched golden hue of the dry season. A rutted wagon road ran through the property, and beyond the arch, cardboard nailed to a stick identified the road. Grande Boulevard de San Solaro. Sweat ran down Mac's neck. The temperature was 90 or better. Hot, gritty wind rattled the boulevard sign. He walked through the arch and noted similar signs all over the tract, which appeared to run to the far end of the valley, where the golden hills converged. The signs within reading distance made profligate use of words such as royal, imperial, Elysian, paradise. Flagged stakes marked out the building lots. Other large signs on certain parcels identified the San Solaro Opera House, W.J. Paul Commercial Block, Sanitarium and Health Spa, proposed site of 100-room luxury hotel. There were no cottages, no buildings, save one. Farther down the main road, a single-story structure of unpainted wood with trusses framed in above and a partially finished roof. The hot wind blew in gusts, snapping the brave yellow, red, and blue marker flags. Along Grande Boulevard, Mac saw 5 lots tagged as sold. He turned down a cross street, following an arrow pointing to San Solaro Canal. This proved to be a wide and shallow creek bed. The mud in the bottom was hard from days of baking in the sun. Mac walked along the bank until he reached the site of the future boat dock. Not a little depressed, he gazed down the parched watercourse, following it as it twisted and disappeared into the folds of the hills. He was seized by a strong urge to leave. Only his desperate need for work held him. He cut back to the boulevard and the raw wooden building. A painted board on the end proclaimed Railway Depot. No rails could be seen. Near the door hung a sign identifying it as the temporary sales office. He stepped up on the depot platform and raised his hand to knock. Music startled him. Low belches of a tuba, a cornetist practicing a run. He stepped past the end of the building and saw, about 50 feet distant, an open-sided circus tent of heavily soiled yellow and white striped canvas. Free lunch here! Inside, a stooped woman with gray hair pottered behind trestle tables, where cheesecloth covers protected the food. Mac saw wooden beer kegs, galvanized tubs for ice, and a row of glass pitchers waiting to be filled. 4 men in garish scarlet uniforms, heavy with gold braid, sat on rickety wooden chairs, one reading a magazine, one smoking a cigar, and 2 tuning up. The bald cornetist noticed Mac and returned his stare. Despite all, the audacity of this outlay, the pretense that something existed when it didn't, brought a grudging smile. He knocked on the depot door and said, "Wyatt Paul?" From the desk against the wall of their waiting room, Wyatt stared at his visitor with annoyance and no recognition. He wore white duck pants and a white shirt, sleeves rolled up, the pale color dramatizing his dark skin. His bright blue eyes struggled with memories and at last found the right one. "Chance! Mac Chance! My benefactor from the Sierras!" He jumped up. "How the devil did you get here?" "Took the local to Newhall and walked." "That's 4 miles. Oh, but I forgot. You walked from Pennsylvania. But what about San Francisco? Didn't you get there?" "Things didn't work out. Too many closed doors." "I warned you." "You did. You also said that if I got to Los Angeles, I should look you up." "Sure, certainly. I don't know what to say. I'm still astonished, but glad to see you. Yes, indeed. Here, take a chair." He threw a stack of pamphlets into a nearby crate and brushed off the dusty seat. Then he sat down again, and Mac took his chair a little nervously. Wyatt Paul was handsome as ever, yet there was a rasp to his breathing. Maybe he needed the healthful climate more than any of his prospects did. "You managed to find your land." 1,800 acres, all the way up the valley. It was a distress sale. I got a bargain." Even so, Mac wondered how a penniless traveler stealing rides on freight trains had come up with the necessary funds. "It's impressive." He could think of nothing more positive. "Not yet, but you wait," Wyatt said with enthusiasm. The cornet player ran up the scale, shrill, bright sounds. A profusion of site plans, conceptual cottage sketches, and sales documents were tacked up all over the walls. Directly behind Wyatt hung an artist's drawing of fruit-laden trees crowding a hillside. "Future citrus groves, town of San Solaro." Wyatt leaned back and ran both hands over the temples of his black hair. "Are you in this part of the world permanently now?" "I'm here for a while. I'm going back to San Francisco after I make some money. You said I should come around if I ever needed work." The last word raised a wall in Wyatt's eyes. He picked up a pen and studied the nib blackened with dried ink. "So I did. Trouble is, right now I have all the people I need." Mac grasped the arms of his chair, prepared to rise. "Then I'd better—" "No, sit right there. Let me think. We'll work out something. I'm making money here." He swept his hand in a curve that embraced all the visionary plans and drawings on the unfinished pine walls. "Big money." That sounded the first genuinely wrong note. Through the depot's open ticket window, Mac could see a large adjoining room with a small iron stove and a skillet full of souring grease. An unmade bed was in the corner, a block of wood propping one leg. Wyatt saw him staring and instantly jumped up and yanked down the milky glass ticket window. A trick of the light put that strange opal blaze in his eyes for a moment. Mac wondered if he really wanted to stay. Then he thought of probable alternatives in Los Angeles, unloading produce, sweeping someone's sidewalk. Here there was nothing but parched earth and treeless lots, for the moment. There might be money to be made in the future. He'd stay if he could. Wyatt clapped Mac's shoulder now, having recovered his good humor. I've sold 39 lots so far. Today's load of prospects is due around noon. I have a greaser kid who collects them from the hotels and agencies in town, rides with them on the 9:30 local, and drives them from Newhall in our wagon. Come on, I'll show you around until they get here. Mac nodded, then noticed one of the pamphlets in the crate. It wasn't the same piece of literature he'd picked up in town. May I have one? Absolutely, old friend, Wyatt said with high enthusiasm. I'm beginning to have a very good feeling about this reunion. Outside the sales office, Mac examined the pamphlet. Miracles of the California Climate, Amazing Benefits and Cures in the City of Health. On the cover, the artist engraver had repeated the gateway arch, but in this version, a radiant sun peeped over the hill behind. A healthy family of 4 stood beneath the arch, admiring the vista. They began walking toward the head of the valley. Mac scanned the inside of the pamphlet. His mouth fell open, and then he laughed out loud. Catch your fancy, does it? Wyatt asked. Wyatt, you're promising that the climate in your town will cure everything from nerves and dyspepsia to the fantods and marital disorders. Right. I decided to leave out cancer. What about these photographs? Where did you get this one? You look like you're ready for the grave. Mac pointed to a matching pair of stiff portraits. In the right-hand one, after Wyatt looked normal, but the before shot depicted him with deep, dark eye sockets and wasted cheeks above a beard longer than a Civil War general's. An artist in town doctored that one for me. I told him to make me look as bad as possible. It says California completely cured your consumption. I didn't know you had consumption. Wyatt laughed as they cut past the end of the tent. Neither the woman nor the 4 bandsmen gave their employer friendly looks or a greeting. In fact, they were all sullen. They walked along Grande Boulevard. I noticed you're going to build a sanitarium. Absolutely. Have to have one to attract the one-lung crowd. That's why I faked the picture. Ahead, on the hillside to their left, Mac saw a cluster of half a dozen 20-foot trees with globular orange fruit. They looked decidedly peculiar, their leaves high above the ground and clustered at the ends of thick branches. Wyatt spoke in a reflective way. Mac, I owe you a considerable debt, so I'd like to find a place for you. But if I do, you'll have to understand how things work. Easterners come out here with their noses dripping snot, their lungs sloshing with blood, their bowels stopped up with glue, their cocks dead since last 4th of July, their cunts full of cobwebs and fairly quivering for a second coming. One drink from the California Grail, they think. One drink. Bang. A fucking miracle. Mac's smile hardened in place and his skin crawled. Wyatt gestured in that grand way of his. They step off the train, the sun dazzles them, the balmy air. They're in a beautiful daze. They see what they want to see. A warm, bright place, free from sickness, away from the cold, where anything's possible, even the redemption of their corrupt white flesh. His gaze fixed on thunderheads in a sky whiting out with heat haze. Mac saw the opal flash of his eyes. I hated my parents, but I learned something useful from them, stupid as they were. My mother taught me there are always fools panting after miraculous cures. And you remember me talking about my old man? That he'd tried real estate and failed, yes. 2 things whipped him, a conscience and too many laws hemming him in. I don't think I was ever bothered with a conscience, and out here I don't have to bother with laws. That's the beauty of California, the freedom. That's the lure. That's why we're all here. Wyatt, there are plenty of laws in California.
I'm not talking about the petty stuff. A legal hack in Newhall handles that for me. I'm talking about forgetting higher laws. Thou shalt not deceive thy prospects. Thou shalt not cheat, thereby remaining poor. Higher laws, he repeated, with such charming good cheer that Mac was almost persuaded that what he said was perfectly all right. Almost. Anyway, most of my prospects deceive themselves. They've read Charlie Nordhoff's book or the SP advertising in their railway depot back home. They know that they're going to live better, feel better in California. I just say to them, certainly help yourself to the miracles, even if they are manufactured. With a merry expression, he crooked a finger, summoning Mac to a path leading up the nearby hill. He lifted a rope hung with keep out signs. They ducked under and scrambled up the slope. Still carry a clasp knife? Mac handed it to him. Wyatt reached to a high branch of the nearest tree and cut through twine. An orange dropped from the twisted tree limb. Every orange was hung that way on all the trees. The pride of the South, Wyatt said, balancing it aloft on his fingertips. The California Navel. He tossed it to Mac. These are Joshua trees from the Mojave. The trick isn't original with me. I picked it up from a developer down in Riverside, where you find the real groves. I keep that rope up and keep the prospects down on the boulevard, and it works. He clapped his hands and flung them over his head. Miracles! Goddamn miracles! Mac was alternately fascinated and repelled. He didn't know what to say. Music saved him. A snare drum and the horns striking up a march. Wyatt shielded his eyes. Dust boiled around the gateway arch. From the tan haze, a large wagon emerged, rigged with a canvas top on poles. Someone with a dark face under a straw hat drove the wagon. That's the crowd from the 9:30 local, he counted aloud. 2 men, 3 women, plus a couple of youngsters seated on the wagon floor. Shit. I should get rid of that kid who rounds 'em up. Too young, no push. Besides, he's a greaser. Porters and waiters in the good hotels won't give him the time of... Wait a minute. He snapped his fingers and pointed at Mac like a prosecutor. You know how to drive a wagon, don't you? Wyatt conducted the prospects on a walking tour, and Mac trailed along behind, admiring the performance. Wyatt had a fine command of words and the persuasive, emotion-charged delivery of a preacher. The group was cross from the heat and dust of the trip, but Wyatt's jokes and line of chatter soon charmed them out of that, all except one. Soder and Edna Erickson hailed from Minnesota. The 2 young girls, one shy and silent, the other maddeningly forward and nosy, belonged to them. Soder Erickson said he raised corn. He was overweight, red-faced, and perspiring, but he refused to remove his heavy coat of black alpaca, and he greeted Wyatt's every claim with a suspicious mutter or a sideways sneer at Edna. Mac felt uneasy. There were also a Mr. and Mrs. Cato Purvis, Danville, Illinois, colorless people traveling with the wife's equally drab sister. The baking white sky seemed to generate hellish heat, and Wyatt's face glistened as though washed in oil. The children complained, the ladies fanned themselves with hankies, but nothing diminished Wyatt's energy. He only stopped his sales talk when someone asked a question. In answer to that, Mr. Purvis, yes, the prime lots are going fast. I sold 4 yesterday, but I can show you a couple of beauties up here at the town square. $150 each, and each lot comes with full water rights. Soder Erickson swabbed his sweaty triple chin with a bandana. What water? Wife Edna clucked. Now, Soder, we accepted Mr. Paul's hospitality. We mustn't be rude. What is rude? In Norway, where I was born, a question is a question. Water is water. I don't see any water. And it's a good question, Wyatt said. A very good question, sir. I like astute customers.
Of course he didn't, and Max saw that behind the clenched smile, heard it beneath the forced friendliness. "Step this way and I'll show you the answer." They straggled down a cross street toward the dry watercourse. The obnoxious daughter pulled up one of the lot stakes. "Please put that back," Wyatt said. Edna Erickson had to reprimand the brat before she would obey. "At present," Wyatt went on, "this property is served by a water well. Not adequate for a town, of course. The town supply will flow in here, through the San Solaro Canal." His sweeping hand painted a rushing blue torrent in the air. "Each individual lot will be irrigated by a zanja, one of those highly efficient wooden ditches you see throughout the Los Angeles basin. The San Solaro Development Company intends to widen and deepen this channel to assure every owner a full and constant supply of fresh, pure water for household and agricultural use." Max stood back, smiling despite himself. My, how it flowed. The charm, the persuasion, the invisible water. Soder Erickson folded his arms. "I ask you again, Paul, where does this water come from?" "Why, sir, from the greatest free supply of water on the continent." He raised his hands to embrace the hills. "The rains from the mountains, delivered to us by nature's dependable force of gravity." "You say that's how it's going to be. I see how it is right now. No water." Wyatt gritted out his reply. "Of course not. Technically, this is still summer. The rains don't fall in California until the winter months. We are building reservoirs." "Show me." "I'll show you the blueprints. Construction has not yet started. By next year, however, the first one will be finished, along with our primary irrigation system." "How do I know?" Wyatt stared at him, ice in his smile. "You have my personal assurance, Mr. Erickson, my pledge and my promise." Erickson's snort declared his opinion of that. "I'll also be happy to put it as a rider in your sales contract." "Won't be any contract. I'm not buying anything."
"Oh, Soder, I like this pretty little valley," his wife said. "Can't we at least consider—"
"No."
Everyone else remained silent, embarrassed by the enmity in the air. The walking tour continued, the prospects now subdued. At a spot near the rope with the "Keep Out" signs, the obnoxious little girl exclaimed, "Mama, look, real orange trees!" She dashed toward the rope. Wyatt shot out a hand to hold her back. "Orange trees are delicate, miss. You must obey the signs." Soder Erickson pulled his daughter away from Wyatt. "I've never seen an orange tree up close." His stare challenged Wyatt to restrain him. Mac thought, this is getting bad. "You'll see hundreds soon, Mr. Erickson. The San Solaro Groves will be a source of beauty and natural wealth for all those who live here." "Soon? I thought it took 5, 6, 7 years for an orange tree to bear fruit. What kind of tricks are you pulling? I'm going up to see those trees." Wyatt stepped in front and pushed him back. "Listen, Pilgrim, I told you—" Erickson snarled and scuffled with him, while his wife clutched the girls against her skirt. Mac saw the bursting rage in Wyatt's eyes and ran between the men. His pale shadow fell across Erickson's face. The farmer blinked, startled. Mac gave him a friendly clap on the shoulder and a sunny smile. "Look, sir, any good town has rules for the citizens. San Solaro has rules, and one of them is this: no one, resident or visitor, disturbs the orange trees. That's clear and fair, isn't it?" "What's clear is that this whole operation is a damned fraud, and I'm wasting my time. When does the wagon leave?" Wyatt shouted, "When I say so." "Wyatt," Mac began, turning to him, away from the others, trying to calm him with grimaces of warning. He heard Erickson's wife pleading, Erickson saying no, no, the obnoxious girl whining. Finally, Soder Erickson stumped away up the street. His family followed, and then the confused and embarrassed Purvises.
Wyatt watched them, trembling so hard it scared Mac. God damn that fat fucker. Wyatt, stop. Calm down. Let me take care of it. Stay here. Stay right here. Wyatt seemed too overwrought to do anything else. He dragged a handkerchief from his pocket and rubbed at the sweat on his face. His eyes remained on Erickson. They were venomous. Mac dashed after the prospects. Band music drifted through the still air, and he exhaled, relieved. He spread his arms like a shepherd behind a flock. That music means they have the buffet ready, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be more comfortable back at the tent in the shade. There are cold drinks, too. Please, step right along. Obediently, the Purvis trio shuffled in the direction Mac suggested. Edna Erickson clutched her husband's arm to restrain further outbursts. When their obnoxious daughter whined that she wanted sweets, he yelled, "Be quiet or I'll tan you." Mac let them get well started and then turned back to Wyatt, who stood at a corner with an air of embittered defeat. He was no longer trembling, Mac was happy to see. "I had to prove that I could be of some use when you hire me." Wyatt managed a smile. "When? You're pretty certain?" "You need a helper. I need work. Come on now, you have to stay with those people till they leave." Wyatt started to argue, but changed his mind. Apparently, his crazy violent mood had passed. He fell in step. "Wasted effort. I won't sell anything today. One bad apple sours the whole basket. I'd like to kill that sneering son of a bitch." Mac shot a quick sideways look at Wyatt Paul. He sounded ready to do it. Moths flew through the open window of the depot's back room and fluttered at the chimneys of two feeble kerosene lamps. Wyatt picked up a pork chop from his plate and gnawed at it. Mac put a boot heel on the scarred table and gazed at the lamps. Out in the dark hills, wild dogs barked. "Wyatt, how are you going to get gas illumination out here?" "I don't know yet." "How will you get the water in?" "I don't know. Hire an expert. A Zanjero, a water commissioner." "Do you want to be the commissioner?" "What the hell does it matter? Even if no town is ever built, anyone who buys a lot in San Solaro is making a prime investment. Land is always a prime investment." "Granted, but you're selling a town on promises." "I can take you to a dozen tracts doing exactly the same thing. What brought you to California? Promises." Wyatt gnawed the last meat off the pork chop bone. "You're a damn good cook." He tossed the bone on the stained plank floor. Then he picked up a lamp and prowled past the ticket window into the office half. As soon as Wyatt's back was turned, Mac threw the bone out the window. Then he walked into the other room. Wyatt had just finished inking his pen and now turned to a sheet on the wall headed Daily Sales. He scratched a large 0 in the box under the day's date. Single digits filled a few other boxes. Suddenly, Wyatt stabbed the pen into the tally sheet, tearing and spotting the paper with ink. Mac held his breath. "Might have closed that Purvis couple. Erickson bastard ruined it." Mac said nothing. Wyatt stalked to the open door and leaned there against his raised forearm, staring out at the night. Mac tried to lower the emotional temperature by sitting again and putting his feet up. "I wouldn't take it so hard. I don't think the Purvises were enthusiastic. I heard in town that people aren't buying the way they were last year." "That's right. Competition's fierce. You have to work and scheme that much harder." Wyatt came back and found a bottle of red wine in a desk drawer. He held it out to Mac, who shook his head. Wyatt uncorked the bottle and took 3 long swallows. "Let's talk business," he said then. "You could be a big help to me. Having another honest face out front is important, and sometimes my temper gets away from me. It did today. You stepped in, and if that farmer hadn't been such a complete shit, we might have closed the Purvises. So I'd like to hire you, but there are considerations. Every sale on that tally sheet involves a contract. In other words, the cash down payments are small. Sometimes no more than 5%. That money gets eaten up by overhead. The food, the musicians, 35 cents a head on the train. What I'm saying is, I can't afford to pay you a salary. I don't work for nothing, Wyatt. Never have, never will. I don't expect you to work for nothing. I'm just telling you a salary's out of the question." He paused. Whether to think or induce a response, a concession, Mac wasn't sure. Wyatt's brilliant blue eyes were as blank as a newborn's. Grease glistened on his delicate, almost girlish mouth. Mac waited him out. "I'll give you an equity position in San Solaro, an interest in all unsold lots, common property, everything." Mac fought to hide his excitement. This was a big step, a huge step, and unexpected. "What kind of position? What percent?" Another prolonged pause. Wyatt toyed with one of his bushy eyebrows. 20. With full water rights? He could see Wyatt thinking that over. Mac struggled to keep a straight face. His eyes gave it away. Wyatt's laughter boomed. "Damn right. I hereby appoint you water commissioner of San Solaro." He uncorked the bottle and drank again. "How do you feel about living in a tent, Commissioner? Best I can offer." "It's no problem. I like the outdoors." Wyatt's chameleon face changed again. The blue eyes became like a child's, guileless. But Mac now understood that it was deliberate, a protective ruse. "If I give you a stake in this place, I want to be sure you stick around a while. I don't know you very well yet, so I think we need something on paper. I'll write up a little agreement that says if you no longer work here, I'm entitled to buy back your equity for $1, and you have nothing to say about it." Mac played Wyatt's game, waiting a moment. "An agreement like that should work two ways." That surprised Wyatt. "You mean that if I leave, I forfeit?" This time his laugh was derisive. "Not likely. Not damn likely." Grudging respect flickered on his face. "But if those are your terms—" Mac looked at him steadily. "Yes." "All right." Wyatt held out his hand. "Deal." They shook. Wyatt pushed the wine bottle at him. This time Mac drank, sparingly, of the heavy, acidic wine. Wyatt slugged away the rest and brushed his palms back over his sleek, shining temples. "I'll have the hack in Newhall draw up the paper. In the meantime, what is it?" Mac bent over, spying something white under the corner of the desk. It was a woman's handkerchief, fine linen and lace, smelling faintly of lemon. "One of the prospects leave this?" Wyatt took the handkerchief with a sly smile. "It belongs to a lady I met this summer. Now and then she drives over from her ranch on the Santa Clara, Ventura County. I wish I wasn't so damn busy with this place. I'd see her more often." He tucked the handkerchief in a drawer. "She usually comes for supper and spends the night. Never thought I'd meet a woman who could keep up with me in bed, but I have." Mac laughed in a good-natured way, though Wyatt's boast made him feel a keen loneliness for Nellie. "You were about to say something. In the meantime?" "Yes, while the hack draws up our agreement, you can start learning how things are done in the City of Health. First lesson, the suckers don't fall off the trees. We've got to reach up and pluck them, in Los Angeles. From now on, that's your primary job. I fired the greaser kid after he got back from depositing our guests at Newhall. But I wasn't hired yet." Again Wyatt laughed. He tilted his head and touched Mac's arm. Mac could feel some invisible apparatus switch on. "I knew you'd say yes. People do what I want." "Erickson didn't. What if I said no?" "You wouldn't, because that would make me angry. Very angry." He was still smiling. They pulled a canvas tent from a storage shed and, working by lantern light, set it up on a lot beside the dry stream bed. The tent was large and comfortable, and Wyatt located some blankets for Mac to use until they could buy a cot. Mac asked to borrow paper and pen. Around midnight, he wrote a long letter to Nellie. He found himself describing Wyatt. "He's crooked, though I suppose no more so than the other escrow Indians. He's wily and nervy, and he can charm almost anyone. But he isn't straight. I mean in his head. I don't really understand him, but I recognize a bad, dangerous combination. No conscience and a temper like a flask of nitro. A lot worse than mine. I want to make money, a lot of money, but my pa raised me to believe a man has to give thought not only to what he does, but how he does it. I don't feel altogether good about what I've got myself into." He signed it, "Yours affectionately," and settled down to uneasy sleep while the wild dogs barked. 18. The woman who prepared the free lunches found Mac a serviceable suit of dark brown broadcloth. Wyatt told him how the Mexican boy had operated in town, gave him $10 cash for bribes, and put him on his own. Mac's first 3 trips into Los Angeles yielded no prospects. When he returned empty-handed the second time, Wyatt had already started drinking. It was not yet noon, and cursed him like a deranged man. Mac turned and left. About the only thing he accomplished on those early trips was bringing railroad from town on one of them. The ride took almost all day, but it presented some interesting sights. Up a steep-sided canyon near Newhall, he spied a rickety oil derrick. He followed the canyon a short distance and found 3 more, their little steam engines chuffing away. He knew of the oil bonanza in Titusville, Pennsylvania, of course, but he wasn't aware of similar drilling out here. Another item to file away. He asked Wyatt about the derricks. "They've been hauling that tar out of Pico Canyon for years. Reason I know is the old stills near Newhall. It was a scheme of General Andreas Pico and his brother, the governor. Lamp oil, medicine oil, axle grease. You see how successful that was, don't you? P.O. Pico's a pauper. People with money to waste have drilled wells near here, but there's nothing in them but sand, water, and grief. Forget it." By the start of his 3rd week, Mac was acquainted with town. He introduced himself to some of the agents and called on Southwood again. He familiarized himself with the commercial hotels and those working there who could be paid off for leads. On one of his train trips, he fell into conversation with a man who knew something about oil. The man expanded on what Wyatt said. Yes, there were wells throughout this part of Southern California. Tar Canyon, Sespe Canyon, Ojai. Some drilled for practically nothing by the old Chinese spring pole method. Lyman Stewart, a wildcatter from Titusville, was pumping oil from Star No. 1 in Pico Canyon, and early in the year he and his partner had brought in a genuine gusher, Adams Canyon No. 16, above Santa Paula over in Ventura County. The well produced 500 barrels a day, but Stewart and his partner had yet to see a substantial profit. Many failures canceled out the occasional success, and if the oil business was chancy everywhere, it was more so in Southern California. The man explained that the geology of the region, the underground faults and rock formations, ran every which way, making drilling more difficult than in the East. A strike was virtually a matter of blind luck. It was something to keep in mind. Autumn was settling on Los Angeles. Days were still warm, but the evenings cooled, and the sun fell toward the Pacific a little earlier each afternoon. There were a few prospects, but the supply was definitely drying up. A baggage man at the depot reported some trains completely empty of visitors. On a siding, Mac saw an excursion flat car decorated with flags and bunting, the kind used to haul prospects out to remote tracts. The car had been standing unused for a week. Still, he was determined and willing to work long hours, to exhaustion if need be. On Wednesday of the 3rd week, he caught a 5 a.m. train for town and went first to the Pico House. In the busy lobby, he noticed that the double doors of the banquet room were open. Waiters were clearing breakfast dishes for a sizable crowd of well-dressed men. He looked in the door, thinking that his contact, Riley, might be working in there. On the dais under the banner reading Promote Greater Los Angeles, a man in military blue decorated with shoulder straps and medals addressed the gathering. He was about 50, with a gray soup strainer mustache and imperial. As he spoke, he beat the podium with his fist or chopped the air with slashing saber strokes, fairly radiating energy and spleen. Curious, Mac lounged in the doorway and listened. "The boom is clearly over, my good friends. While we may not care to admit that in public, it is a fact. Our enemy, an economic slump, is advancing to overwhelm us. What, men, should be our strategy?" Glancing around the meeting room, Mac spied Riley, a burly Irishman with thick spectacles, carrying a tray of dishes. Riley caught Mac's signal and nodded before he vanished in the kitchen. "My experience in the field during the Civil War taught me the answer to that question. When life and property are threatened, if you hope to save them and defeat your enemy, you do not surrender to him. No!" He hit the podium again. "You attack. To offset the rapidly declining real estate market, I propose an all-out campaign. First, I urge the formation of a Chamber of Commerce to promote this city and the region. We can offer cheap land and cheap labor. Why be modest about it? Second, I urge each of you, indeed every responsible businessman, to follow the lead of my newspaper and proclaim Los Angeles as a unique safe haven for business." There was an unpleasant shrillness in the man's voice. If he owned a newspaper, Mac wondered, why did he wear an old army uniform? "Proclaim it as nothing less than the city of the open shop, the city untainted, as San Francisco is tainted, by the foul muck and slime of trade unionism. That is the enemy, gentlemen, unionism, the outrider of radical foreign governments and foreign ideologies. We shall not have that pustulant cancer growing here. No! We shall turn back the malignant enemy at our borders, kill it forever. How say you, men? Will you join me in this great crusade?" Men jumped to their feet, stamping and applauding. Mac thought of Diego Marquez and decided he didn't like this man much. Someone tugged his sleeve. "Riley, didn't see you. Come around the back way." Riley hooked his thumb and stepped behind one of the floral banks to screen them from chance observance by the desk. Riley's eyes darted to the roll of notes Mac pulled from his pocket. "Who's that speaking?" Mac asked. "Lieutenant Colonel Otis, owner of the Times. He's a big booster of Los Angeles." "Why does he wear a uniform?" "Guess he liked soldiering in the war. Ohio fella, wounded twice, scouted behind Confederate lines, he claims. Came down here from Santa Barbara some years back, dead broke after running another paper. Went to work on the Times, bought in, and later scraped up enough to buy out Boyce, his partner. They didn't get along. I don't imagine he'd get along with anybody." The waiter offered no opinion. "It really wasn't much of a paper when he took over. Then the boom hit. Now Colonel Otis and the circulation manager of his, Harry Chandler, they're on top. We should all have such luck," he added with another greedy glance at the cash. "Doesn't sound like Otis cares for working people." "You noticed that," the waiter said bitterly. He cleaned his spectacles on an apron stained by eggs and coffee. He looked whipped, his eyes watery and red. Mac fingered the roll of money. "What have you got for me today?" "Something good for a change. The Santa Fe brought in 2 carloads of Iowa Hawkeyes last night." He pronounced it Santa Fe. "Half of them are staying here. These are the names and room numbers." Riley showed a crumpled slip of paper. With another swift look around the lobby, he handed it to Mac, and Mac gave him a bill in exchange. "And another for Chauncey on the desk. He made out the list." Mac paid him and hurried to the stairs. After a cautious look around, Mac tapped softly at room 323. The hall smelled of cigars and dust. He knocked again, trying not to sneeze. "Yes, I'm coming," said a foggy voice. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman who was fatter than Soder Erickson, with freckled white skin and round, brown eyes dulled by sleep. She wore a feathered gown much too delicate and feminine for someone of her years and girth. Mac smiled. "Mrs. Hoover?" Before she could speak, he whipped 2 squares of cardboard into her hand. "Your tickets, ma'am." "My—" "Tickets for a free sightseeing excursion to San Solaro, the City of Health. A free band concert and a buffet luncheon are included. See the beautiful California countryside. No obligation whatsoever. You'll be back in town by nightfall, and you'll thank me. You're traveling with your husband, are you not?"
"Yes, he—"
A querulous gobble interrupted her. It was the husband asking what was happening. "May I have his name, please?"
"Why, Oswald Hoover. I'm Reba," she added with Midwestern candor.
Mac wrote in a small notebook and then beamed again. "I'll meet you right in front of the hotel in 1 hour. The Southern Pacific local to Newhall leaves at 9:30 sharp. Don't be late."
"No," said Mrs. Hoover, as though she wouldn't even entertain the thought. She waved her ticket. "No."
Mac checked off the room number and tipped his hat. 11 Iowans clustered in the mellow sunshine. Wyatt was at his peak. Friendly, glib, alternately laughing like a boy and pondering like an economic sage before he answered questions. The bright autumn day and this unexpectedly eager crowd restored his spirits. Of all the Iowans, Mrs. Reba Hoover was the most enthusiastic. Her husband, a wan, arthritic man, had nothing to say. When Mrs. Hoover marched, he fell in line. On the train from town, she had rushed to make sure she got the seat next to Mac. Her bulk crushed him to the wall, but he kept smiling. She hung on his words, her eyes growing more adoring every minute. By the time they arrived in Newhall, she was leaning into Mac's arm with her whaleboned bosom. There was no doubt that her interest did not lie solely in real estate. Now, in sunshine interrupted only occasionally by fat floating clouds, Reba Hoover was still in a state of excitement, frenzied to buy.
"Oswald's arthritis demands a change. Is there any medical opinion about the climate here?"
"For health purposes, it's the best, my dear woman," Wyatt boomed. "The very best in the United States. I like to put it this way. San Solaro is God's own remedy for the consumptive, the dyspeptic, and the broken down. I must also mention my cousin. He is a professor of surgery at Harvard. He says all the leading Eastern medical men agree." Mac stood back, hands in his pockets, suppressing a smile. Wyatt was amazing. What did he know about Eastern medical men? Nothing.
"Oh, good. I've fallen in love with this corner lot. Love. That's the only word for it."
Her eyes rolled feverishly and came to rest on Mac. He pretended to examine his shoes.
"We would have to build a cottage, Oswald," she said as the group walked on. "Mr. Paul, when did you say the irrigation system will be finished?"
"He didn't say," a man answered. A sour, prune-mouthed man. He was the only skeptic in the lot. Wyatt's blue eyes changed, as though shadowed by a floating cloud. God, don't let his temper spoil this, Mac thought. But Wyatt remained smooth and smiling. "The flume system and the first reservoir will be finished before the rainy season ends. To a man, the board of directors of the San Solaro Development Company is pledged to that. It's something we've promised to the many good people who have already declared their intention to make this town their permanent home. We'll have water for you." The crowd was moving in a leisurely way. Dividing now, they flowed around both sides of a depression in the street that Mac hadn't noticed before. Shiny black ooze filled the sinkhole. The prune-mouthed man said, "Well, if you don't, you already got a liquid of some sort. Course it's black as a nigger." Several people laughed, not Mrs. Hoover.
"What is that vile stuff, Mr. Paul?"
"All the grease, our Mexican friends, call it brea, tar. There are pits and pools of it all over the region. You even see them in the streets of Los Angeles," Mac said. Mrs. Hoover bathed him with her adoring gaze. Prune Mouth dipped his fingertip in the ooze and grimaced. What a stink. Petroleum, is it? A form of it, that's all I know, except that it's worthless and a nuisance. My wife almost stepped in it and ruined her shoes, Prune Mouth said. His tone hinted that he might hold Wyatt liable. We'll take care of it immediately. Wyatt snapped his fingers. Chance, find a shovel and fill that in. Band music floated on the breeze. Wyatt seemed to surge up on his toes, spreading his arms to embrace them with his good feeling. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the signal that our buffet is ready. Mr. and Mrs. Hoover, please join me at my table in the pavilion. Now, where are the other two couples who expressed interest in the terms of our sales contract? Hands went up. Fine, marvelous. I'd like to invite you to my table also. Off they went, chattering, happy as youngsters let out of school in fine weather. Mac gazed after them with unconcealed resentment. He didn't like the way Wyatt had turned on him, ordering him like some serf. Then he saw Mrs. Hoover, clutching her husband's arm but looking back at him. She waved her kerchief. Mac was immediately grateful to Wyatt for setting him a task. He looked at the black mirror surface of the sinkhole. Squatting, he sampled the ooze on his fingertips and sniffed. Tarry, all right. He rubbed his fingers together thoughtfully. Wyatt dismissed things he didn't understand or care about. Mac considered that foolish. A man should be open to every possibility. If Pennsylvania wildcatters were hunting oil in these valleys and canyons, then might not this ooze be a sign? The sign of California gold of another kind? At the Newhall station, Mac persuaded the prospects to publish a card of thanks in a Los Angeles paper of their choice. It was a standard technique of developers, good publicity. Mac was prepared with copy. We, the San Solaro excursionists of the above date, take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the management for its kind care of us throughout the trip. Especially our thanks due to Mr. Paul for fatherly and considerate attention. We feel that with such a man at the head, San Solaro is on a firm basis and is certain to have a bright future. Mrs. Hoover insisted on embracing Mac before she left. As the train pulled out, she stayed on the platform of her car, waving her kerchief and giving him intense looks he didn't fully understand until a few minutes later. Then he found a metal key in his pocket and a scrawled message. Adored one, Oswald retires early. A cyclone will not awake him. I await you. R. Mac drove the wagon along the road toward the Sunburst Arch. Last week he'd fitted the wagon with a canvas top, of the kind he'd seen in Yosemite, and painted the bed a pleasing sunshine gold. It looked new and fine. He felt old and exhausted. Towering cumulus above the western hills created a spectacular sunset, bright gold changing to scarlet and shot through with deepening blue-purple. But he couldn't enjoy it. As he guided the plodding team up the road, he thought San Solaro had a lost, lonely look. The flagged sticks marking the lots threw long shadows, but the kerosene lights glimmering in the depot seemed to welcome him. If he didn't precisely love this place, he was growing used to it, and he never lost his love of the California countryside. As the wagon approached, Wyatt burst out the door, waving papers and cutting a little dance figure in the dust of Grande Boulevard. Signed contracts, 3 of them. Best day I've had since April. I practically bought out the Crossroads store. Wash up, we're going to celebrate. Wyatt, I'm pretty tired. Wash up, Wyatt insisted. I've invited company. 20 minutes later, with water dripping from his new-combed hair, Mac walked into the depot's back room. He couldn't believe what he saw spread out on the old white tablecloth. 6 bottles of Cabernet wine, a tin pail of oysters, a jug of cream, half a wheel of Gouda cheese, loaves of sourdough and salt-rising bread, 6 roasted quail nestled in a box of precious melting ice, a gooseberry pie, an apple pie, a grape pie, Every cracked saucer and tin lid in the place had been set out to hold the various foods. The extravagance stunned him. "How did you get all this? Did one of the buyers put down some cash?" "Not a penny, not yet. I talked the storekeeper into credit." Wyatt held his palm over the stove. "Stove's almost hot. That's cream in the jug. How about stewing the oysters?" "How about telling me why we're eating up our profits? Hell, with this feast, maybe our overhead for the rest of the year." "Mac, you'll never be a good Californian unless you quit being a goddamn Puritan." There was an edge in his voice. "I'm a Puritan about seeing profit go into our bellies." "Well, I close the sales. It's my celebration." It was an open challenge. Mac's temper boiled, but he held it in. He put his palm near the stovetop and counted silently. At 8, when his hand hurt, he yanked it back. A count of 8 to 12 was the standard test of adequate stove heat. Noisily, he flung a pot on the stove, dumped in the oysters, and uncorked one cream jug. "Where's the damn salt and pepper?" "Will you stop, for Christ's sake? Up on the shelf." Wyatt crouched before a triangle of mirror set inside the ticket window, combing his hair and fussing with his cravat. Mac heard a carriage coming. With a boyish nervousness, Wyatt exclaimed, "That's our company. Wait till you meet her." "Her?" The cream jug nearly slipped from his hands. Wyatt ran through the office to the front door, Mac following. Against an evening sky the color of fire and smoke, a snappy little phaeton with yellow-painted wheels careened through the arch and banged along the road at reckless speed. A portmanteau bounced on the seat beside the woman holding the reins. So this was the one who stayed the night. Mac's face whitened suddenly. The woman driving the phaeton was Carla Hellman. 19. Carla skidded the phaeton into a curve in front of the depot, reined the horse, and braked with her riding boot. Dust clouded up and she fanned it away with a gray glove. As she turned to the two men waiting for her and saw Mac, her face froze. "Chance, what are you doing here?" It was Wyatt's turn to be surprised. He glanced from one to the other. "You know each other?" "Yes, we're well acquainted," Carla said. She was deliciously pleased, and beautiful as ever. "I met Miss Hellman and her father up north," Mac said to Wyatt. She extended her hand for help in alighting. Mac hurried forward and she jumped down into his arms. She laughed and straightened her rakish black felt hat. It had a rolled brim and a curling gold-dyed ostrich plume that matched her hair, as did the tailored waistcoat of gold silk worn beneath her smart French gray suit. A golden girl, he thought. The effect was surely deliberate, but it fit her marvelously. Carla slipped an arm through his, letting him feel the swell of her bosom. "June told me he'd taken on a partner. I never imagined it was you. Why did you leave San Francisco?" "I couldn't get a drink there either." She laughed. "I'll explain it all later," Mac said. "We have a regular feast inside. Who's June?" "Why, our host." "Junius is my middle name," Wyatt said. "That's right, I forgot. But June is usually a woman's name." "So, sometimes it suits me." He was standing in profile, his delicate face limned by the last bonfire light of the day. For a moment, the tilt of his head, the set of his lips, did create the illusion of a woman. Mac realized again that he simply didn't understand his employer-partner, or all the sides to his nature. Wyatt tied up Carla's horse, while Mac fetched down her portmanteau. To Wyatt, she said, "That trombone player you sent over with the invitation didn't arrive until 4:30. He got lost." "He better not have," Wyatt said. "I paid him 50 cents and loaned him Mac's mule." Mac had the feeling Wyatt was angry because Carla was not only acquainted with him, but warmly cordial. She kicked at her accordion-pleated skirt and went inside the depot. When she saw the table, she clapped her hands. "It is a feast." "I wondered if you'd bother to notice," Wyatt said, glaring at Mac. She responded with a chilly smile. "Jealousy bores me, June. I don't linger around boring men. Open some wine, please." She tugged her left glove off one finger at a time. Wyatt used a waiter's corkscrew. As Mac stepped in front of Carla to reach the stove, those well-remembered dark blue eyes locked with his. Carla's eyes said that nothing had changed. She found him far from boring. Mac seasoned and stewed the oysters. He was glad to keep his back turned. Carla and Wyatt, whom she insisted on calling June, fell to drinking and chatting, and at times their conversation had an unfriendly bite. It made him tense. Seeing Carla again generated strong and even disturbing reactions in Mac. Though he could recognize some of her less desirable traits, he was still strongly attracted and jealous of Wyatt's success with her. Carla aroused him. He stood close to the stove to conceal that when it became pronounced. 2.5 hours later, with the roast quail gone and all of the stew, and half the bread, and 4 of the bottles of heavy red wine, Mac's head was buzzing. His overstuffed stomach ached and gurgled. He felt more relaxed, though. Thank God for wine. Carla had undone the white silk tie of her blouse. The ends hung outside her open gold waistcoat. The blouse itself was unbuttoned far enough to show the first golden-brown curves of her cleavage. A light sheen of sweat polished her upper lip. As Wyatt snaffled up the last of the grape pie, Carla held the wine bottle over Mac's glass. He shook his head, smiling in a vaguely taunting way. She poured more for herself. Conversation had rambled during the course of the gluttonous meal. Carla heard how Mac and Wyatt first met. Mac learned that she'd left San Francisco a week after the cotillion and had been relaxing in Southern California ever since. "Then you'll stay around here for a while?" Mac had asked. "I might. In many ways I prefer it to the city. The climate's gorgeous. I can't say that about the men. Pack of boring farmers, with a few exceptions." The subject of oil came up now. Mac was interested to hear that there were tar pools on Swampy Hellman's ranch in the Santa Clara Valley. He'd given a development lease to the Pennsylvania wildcatter Stewart. "Oil's filthy stuff, and it attracts filthy people," Carla said. "Go into Santa Paula, and you might think you were in the wildest part of the West. Shootings every night. The men are all dirty and illiterate, with the look of desperadoes." "Whereas in San Solaro," Wyatt said, waving his glass and spilling some, "we are genteel." "And drunk," she said. "Drunk," he agreed. She refilled her glass to the top. The kerosene lamps were trimmed low, lending the room and the 3 diners a forgiving softness. It was impossible for Mac to keep his eyes away from Carla. She was rounder and heavier than he remembered, an erotic heaviness, broad-hipped, big-breasted, a perfect Victorian woman, at least physically. The more she drank, though, the more she behaved like a dockhand. She matched Wyatt/June glass for glass. "If the country around here is so rough," Mac said, "is it safe for you to drive here alone?" "If anyone bothers me, I tell them I'm Hellman's daughter. If that should ever fail, I have something in my travel bag that won't. A Remington vest pocket .22 caliber. I'm an expert shot. Papa taught me. So be careful, Chance." Gazing at Mac in a way that unsettled him, she toasted him, then gulped her wine. Red droplets dotted her gold waistcoat like bloodstains. She sighed and leaned back. "God, too much food. A positive orgy." "It was a big day," Wyatt said. He staggered to the ticket window and took a cigar box from the drawer. 3 lots. Gotta sell the rest by the end of the year. Stick the suckers with the deeds, take the cash down payments, and get out." Mac pressed his palms on his knees under the table, trying not to get upset. Wyatt fumbled with the box lid. "Boom's about to hit bottom." Carla licked the rim of her goblet and glanced at Mac. It aroused him all over again.
"In town, they say it already has, June."
Wyatt blinked at her, shrugged, produced an enormous dark green cigar, and struck a match on the stove. He blew a cloud of smoke over the table and dropped the burning match. Mac stepped on it.
"June, that is absolutely vile," Carla said.
Wyatt scratched his groin. A bit of food still clung to a corner of his mouth. "Cuban, the finest."
"It still smells like burning grass and dog shit."
Mac's face tightened. Carla was speaking more and more sloppily, like Wyatt. It was hard to tell who was drunker. Hellman had said alcohol made her crazy.
"Put it out," she said.
Wyatt's anger boiled up, but only for a moment. He gave her a low bow. He nearly fell over, and stabbed a cigar into the glass she'd just refilled for herself.
"Anything for you, sweet."
He caressed her arm, his knuckles pressing into the swell of her breast.
"Anything at all." "June, you prick, you're sodden."
She turned her glass over and poured the whole mess on his littered plate. Wine ran onto the table and dripped to the floor. Mac had never heard such language from a woman. Perhaps rich girls were excepted from the rules. But, strangely, it made her more desirable, at least when he was full of wine. Wyatt bent to nuzzle her neck.
"Carla, be nice. This is a special evening."
Her lips pursed as if tasting something bad. She pushed him away.
"Don't do that. I'm tired."
She slipped out of her chair, avoiding his hand, and went to the open window with a rolling, tipsy step, the whole withdrawal conveying not anger so much as boredom. There was emotional whitewater churning up, and maybe a storm. Mac squelched his jealousy and cleared his throat. "I've got to be up early to catch the train to town. Thanks for the dinner, Wyatt. Glad we had a successful day." Wyatt fell into his chair, cravat undone, strings of raven hair falling over his forehead. He kicked out his lanky legs and gave Mac the barest of nods, his eyes staying on the guest, indifferently gazing out the window. "Miss Hellman, a pleasure. Good night. Perhaps I'll see you again." She turned quickly, all her drunken sloppiness seeming to slough away. Above Wyatt's nodding head, her eyes seized Mac's again. Wide, dark blue, ardent. Nellie was forgotten.
"I'm certain of it, Mac. Dream sweetly."
Outside, he closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling with relief. He hated leaving Carla, but he was glad to be out of that drunken scene. As he rubbed his sleepy eyes, he heard their voices.
"Would you leave your hands off me, June? My head's spinning. I'm tired."
Tired. Is that how you repay your kind host?"
"Don't whine, June. Whining bores me to death."
"You're a fucking stuck-up bitch sometimes."
"Shut up. I want to go to bed."
"By yourself?" A long silence.
"Pour me the rest of that lovely wine, then we'll see."
Deeply troubled, Mac stumbled away into the dark. 20. In spite of the depressed market, they signed their agreement in Newhall. The legal hack said, "Bear in mind, Chance, this document gives you no rights except as stipulated. You have no voice in decisions affecting San Solaro, no access to the books and other confidential papers of the corporation, no bank privileges. If we're clear on that, please sign here." 20% of nothing is still nothing, Mac thought. He signed anyway. After selling 3 lots in one day, Wyatt couldn't close on any more. Couldn't even come near. Prospects grew scarcer. Mac doubled his effort in Los Angeles, calling on twice the number of agents, offering twice the number of tips to porters and waiters. But fewer tourists arrive on the trains, and those who came didn't buy real estate, even at distress prices. Platted towns and subdivisions began to disappear, along with their developers. Prices continued to fall. Wyatt's outbursts of temper were directly proportional to the number of visitors Mac brought back. On days when there were none, he cursed and drank and broke things, and Mac stayed away from him. Nightmares plagued Mac again, the blizzard dream, and another, of Bao Ki lying dead in his arms while Bay Beauty sank. The wounds of his humiliation and defeat had healed, but the scars would stay forever. He slept 4 hours a night. An ambitious person couldn't afford to lose more time than that. From 10 p.m. until 1 a.m., he studied all the San Solaro sales contracts. Wyatt had given him permission. He read chapters of a book on real estate law Wyatt kept on his desk but never opened. He wanted to know what the law required of a man who bought and sold property. He wanted to know some of the pitfalls. He learned. One bright October morning, Mac spied Swampy Hellman driving a buggy along Main Street in Los Angeles. On an impulse, he hailed the old German, and Hellman nearly ran over 3 pedestrians in his haste to turn the buggy around. "Well, Johnny, what a surprise. I got a while till my appointment. I ain't looking forward to it. Lawyers, phooey. To them and to most, I'm just a vein of gold waiting to be mined. Hop in, I'll treat you to a lager." "Mr. Hellman, it's 9:30 in the morning." "So what? Beer in the morning aids digestion. I've been drinking it for breakfast since I was 7. Don't argue, get in." At the uncrowded bar of Noonan's Birdcage, Hellman blew foam off his stein and scrutinized Mac. "They ran you out?" "Yes, but not permanently." "Good for you, Johnny. You making any money down here?" "A little," he lied. Hellman sighed. "Well, it's good to be ambitious, but I'll tell you, some problems money won't touch. It won't relieve gas or reform a daughter. Carla's in Southern California, did you know?" "Yes, I heard that," Mac said carefully. "I wish she'd leave." "Why?" "Oh, she's got herself in another mess. She's running around with 2, maybe 3 men." Mac paled. "I don't know who they are except one, but he's the one I worry about," Swampy said. "Buddy Beavis, Lionel Beavis, the Lumber King. Know him?" Mac shook his head. "He's got a face like a flounder, but downstairs, the part that keeps the ladies happy, they say he's a regular Schwertkampfer, a Mr. Swordsman, if you get the drift. Buddy wouldn't give Carla a tumble at first, so naturally she had to chase him. Damn little fool. Buddy Beavis is a married man. They went off to some backwoods lodge for a few nights, but they weren't careful and somebody saw him. It was a rotten scandal, still simmering." "He's in lumber, you said. Where, Oregon?" "Nah, just his trees are up there. His papa's trees. Buddy lazes around in San Diego. They say he's still loony about her. She can have that effect on gents." Mac stared into his beer. "Of course, by now Carla's had her fun," Swampy went on. "So she cares for Buddy about as much as a squashed bug. If you see my daughter, do yourself a favor. Cross the street. Quick." On an afternoon in November, he retreated to the San Solaro orange grove to answer Nellie's latest letter. As the shadows lengthened, he sat with his back against a Joshua tree, and from time to time glanced up to watch Wyatt leading 3 prospects through the tract. Wyatt was walking slowly, without his usual energy. Earlier, Mac had listened to part of Wyatt's sales talk. He droned on by rote, and his own indifference fed that of the prospects, who were a sad, cheap lot to start with. Another bad day. Frowning, Mac concentrated on writing his letter. "I keep coming back to one bothersome question. The land isn't worth much, but obviously it cost something. Where did he find the money?" The sound of thudding hooves and rattling wheels snapped his head up again. There came Carla's phaeton, billowing dust behind. She drove fast as usual. She spied Mac sitting up among the Joshua trees, waved and slowed down. Mac hid the unfinished letter in his shirt. Carla tied the horse to a lot stake, ducked under the rope, and ran up the hill. She wore a smart riding habit, white cambric trousers, and jacket with full sleeves. Her hair was swept back inside a gold scarf, a duplicate of the one he kept in the guidebook. Deep shadows beneath her eyes suggested nights without sleep. But she was spirited and smiling as she hurried toward him. He felt both excited and wary. Carla had a way of mixing him up like that. "What are you doing here? Wyatt said you never came during the day."
"I made up an errand. I ate lunch in the tent. You weren't there."
It was pointed, heavy with sexual intent. "I was doing an extra chore, repairing a hole in the depot roof. It rains in whether or not we have prospects."
"Well, your partner is positively sullen today," she went on.
"And every day. Business is terrible." Her eyes darted past him, checking for something. He turned. Wyatt and the prospect were walking the bank of the canal, almost out of sight. Carla relaxed and stepped into the scanty shade of the tree.
"Since you're so reticent, Mr. Chance, I'm forced to be forward. I made up an errand for a daytime visit because I can't exactly slip out to your tent when I'm here at night. If Wyatt found out, it would cause a dreadful row."
"Are you sparing me or yourself?" She liked the retort.
"Both of us, my sweet," she said merrily. "It's time you and I were alone together. Where can we do it safely?"
Mac's heart raced off like one of Stanford's blooded horses. "Carla."
"Let's choose a day."
Her voice was husky all at once.
"Instead of going to Los Angeles, you can drive over to Ventura County. You can say you didn't find any prospects."
Had she acted like this with Beavis, the lumber king? He snapped at her. "Carla, no. Forget it." She reacted with surprise, then gave him a vicious smile.
"Oh, did I misjudge you? Have you been play acting all this time? Do you have a hidden aversion to women?"
Mac's expression indicated the remark was a mistake. Hastily, she stepped back, then held out an appeasing hand.
"I'm sorry. That was cheap. That was awful of me. I just don't understand this reluctance when I've come here virtually pleading."
Her voice trailed away. Mac said, "I can explain my reluctance, as you call it." He reached for an orange. It was wrinkled and had lost its vivid color. Time to replace it. Another of his jobs. He tapped the fruit. "This belongs to Wyatt. As far as I can tell right now, so do you."
"That's for me to say thank you."
"No, you're lovers. You don't keep it a secret."
"Occasional lovers. I'm tired of him. He can be charming, but he's very irresponsible. Lately he's been a bore. He seems to feel he's never obliged to control his temper, not under any circumstances."
Again she looked toward the distant figures by the canal. Screened by a Joshua tree, she stepped to Mac, her breasts touching him through the white cambric.
"Whereas you, my dear, are a man in almost perfect control. I intend to break that control. It won't be unpleasant, I promise."
He wanted to kiss her, but somehow found it in himself to push her away. "If I'm going to poach on another man's territory, I'll decide when and where."
"You don't want me as badly as I want you?"
"Not under these conditions, no." She colored suddenly and pulled her right hand back as if to hit him, but she didn't deliver the blow, instead forcing a chilly smile.
"You have a very peculiar and old-fashioned code of honor, Mr. Chance. I put you on notice. It'll do you no good. I admire you intensely. You may be poor now, but you won't be forever, because you go after what you want."
He searched for signs of coquetry, insincerity, but saw none. Now she pressed the attack. I'm like you. I go after what I want, and if someone denies it to me, that only redoubles my determination to get it. And I always do get it, my love. She caressed his cheek. Always. Fair warning? She ran down the hill to the phaeton, and Mac watched it speed away. Stupid damn fool, turning down a woman that beautiful, a woman who doesn't scorn a man's ambition. He couldn't do anything else. That was the problem. With a curse, he seized one of the oranges on the Joshua tree and yanked it so hard the cord broke. Daybreak, December. Yellowish light was seeping into the gray over the eastern hills. Mac's breath plumed as he checked the horse's bit. The second-hand wool coat he'd bought in town was too light. The depot door opened and Wyatt stumbled out barefoot, hugging himself. His 2-day-old beard, black stubble, marred his good looks, and his purple satin robe, its elbows worn through, hung on his narrow frame. At least he didn't seem truculent. It was too early. God, winter's in the air. He slapped his ribs and hugged himself again. Mac climbed to the wagon seat. I thought it never got this cold in Southern California. Never any danger of frost to kill the oranges and lemons. You've been reading that book again. You should know better. Wyatt grinned, sleep-bleary but cheerful. Mac thought the mood propitious for questions, but he didn't ask the important one immediately. Wyatt, I've always wondered, how much did you pay for this land? $16 an acre? 1,800 acres. That's close to $30,000. Where'd you get that kind of money? Wyatt sniffled and wiped his nose with his sleeve. Borrowed it from Carla's father. Otto Hellman? You never mentioned that. For a reason. A lot of people despise Hellman. Having his name associated with San Solaro could hurt the project. Hellman's a reasonable man, though. When I stated the situation, he understood, and we agreed to keep his interest quiet. If it ever does get out, I'll just deny it. Though still friendly, his tone sharpened. That satisfy you, partner? Sure, Mac said, though he was still puzzling over it. The sweetly reasonable Hellman just described didn't sound like the Swampy he knew. Was Wyatt really so persuasive? Get going or you'll miss the train. Wyatt slapped the snorting horse slightly. Bring back some warm bodies. If there are any to be had. Mac drove the canvas-topped wagon toward the arch. Light streaming across the eastern hills struck the wrought iron sunburst, igniting a show of fiery color. His eye lingered on it. That sun isn't rising, it's sinking, fast. In the deserted lobby of the Pico house, a Mexican boy on a ladder was hanging small tempera-painted piñatas from the beams. Christmas. Mac had forgotten. He found Riley in the steamy kitchen. Nobody, Riley said. Not for 3 days now. That's bad. You think I don't know it? The old waiter said, sadly polishing his spectacles. The waiter called it, Mr. Swifty Southwood said, squaring a stack of pamphlets on the counter and blowing dust from another stack. I can't give these things away. The golden bubbles burst. A poof with his fingers demonstrated. Thanks anyway, Swifty. Mac put on his broad-brimmed hat and started out. Don't bother coming around next week. I'm taking the wife and heading up to Vancouver. We'll feed on my brother a while. I'm starving to death in this town. Mac tramped Main Street as the December sky lost its pale lemon hue and lowered like a slab of slate. How empty the street looked compared to that bright day in October. Most of the people abroad were residents. The clots of tourists outside the hotels and real estate offices were gone. He passed an agent's storefront with its sign hanging crookedly, the chain broken at one end. It rattled to and fro in a rising wind. Whitewashed letters on the grime-coated window said, "For lease." At the SP depot, he found the platform empty except for a baggage man. Cold rain began to fall, and Mac shivered, stepping along the platform to shelter, turning up the collar of his coat. Monday of the following week, 2 weeks before Christmas, he again returned from Los Angeles with no prospects. The gray weather had been unrelenting, but today the wind increased the discomfort, blowing in from the east. It was a strangely warm wind, full of grit, and howled down the canyons and raked across the hills, a breath of the high desert. It roiled and spun the dust along San Solaro's deserted streets, flapping the canvas of the striped tent and making the stays whine. It tormented the ear and rubbed on the nerves. Mac sat on a wooden chair inside the yellow tent, wondering what to do. He'd come back at 1:30 and reported to Wyatt, who already had a bottle of wine open in his office. Wyatt wasn't paying attention to his appearance anymore. He used his straight razor every 4 or 5 days at best. He'd said nothing in response to Mac's terse report, only given him an accusing look, and then started riffing through the ledger, muttering about expenses. The 4 musicians were playing a silent game of whist. Mrs. Brill, the woman in charge of the food, sat like a statue behind the trestle tables. Yesterday the leg of mutton had a purple-green cast. Today he could smell it. The wind caught one of the cheesecloth domes and sailed it away. Mac looked at her. She looked at him. Nobody moved. Suddenly Mrs. Brill's eyes snapped wide, fixing on something outside. Mac turned to see Wyatt reel out of the dust clouds. His paper collar was attached only at one end, waving in the wind, and his shirt tail hung out. He carried the expense ledger and some small envelopes. Just inside the tent, he stopped. "I'm letting the band go. You too, Mrs. Brill. I have your wages in these envelopes, 1 day's pay." Mac felt as though the earth had opened. Mrs. Brill burst into tears. The bandsmen dropped their cards and knocked over their instruments, getting to their feet. The leader, the tuba player, a portly man with out-of-date Burnside whiskers, ran over to Wyatt. "You gotta do better than 1 day's pay and 1 day's notice." "No, I don't, Edelman. I can't afford it." He held out the envelopes. Edelman glared, refusing them, and Wyatt dropped 4 envelopes in the dirt. "Hell with you," he muttered, and lurched on to Mrs. Brill, who took her envelope. Wyatt rummaged under one of the tables and pulled out a bottle of wine. The bald cornet player counted his money and waved the envelope angrily. "Listen here, Mr. Paul. Us 4 had an agreement with you. Reg'lar work 6 days a week till January 1st. "Where the hell's the corkscrew?" Wyatt said to Mrs. Brill. Still crying, she fumbled her hands over the table. "Here somewhere. Oh, I'm so upset." Impatient, Wyatt broke the neck of the wine bottle against the central tent pole. "Mr. Paul, we had an agreement," the cornetist repeated. Wyatt drank sloppily from the shattered bottle. "A verbal agreement," he said after a few swallows. "Show me something in writing." "I'll show you something, you goddamn chiseler," the cornetist yelled, bolting at him. Mac jumped in and wrestled him back. "Leon, talk to him," Mac shouted to the leader, while the cornetist tried to pummel his stomach. Mac pressed the man's forehead to hold him away. The bandsman was no match. Mac was much stronger and soon had a tight grip on the man's wrists. He didn't admire Wyatt's tactics, but fighting solved nothing. The cornetist stopped struggling and dropped his hands, deflated. Mac released him. Leon Edelman stumped back and forth, fretfully tugging his Burnsides. Mac said, "Look, Leon, I always deal straight with you." "Yeah, I know." "I can't find prospects in town. That means no sales, no money. Wyatt's right. We can't meet expenses." The boom's over." The musicians were decent men, not brawlers. The cornetist swore and slumped back to his chair, and Edelman settled his braided scarlet cap on his head. Wyatt was wandering around the tent with a glazed expression. Edelman glanced at him, then addressed Mac in a low voice. "All right, Mr. Chance, but I gotta say this to you. You seem like a smart young fella. Honest, too. So I don't know what you're doing wasting time with a lying shyster like him. I could have told you there's never gonna be a town here. This land is trash. He's trash." Mac stared at him, dismally thinking the bandsman was right. He'd known it almost since the first day, hadn't he? Muttering recriminations and lugging their cases, the musicians were gone within 5 minutes, Mrs. Brill with them, still sobbing. Mac stood in the center of the empty tent, while Wyatt, on the western side, stared out, emptying the bottle. He hadn't looked at those leaving, hadn't offered so much as a word of thanks or goodbye. The tent poles creaked, and the striped canvas gave off cracking pistol-shot sounds. Uprooted shrubs sailed by in clouds of dust. It seemed to Mac that the hot, dry wind was lifting away the soil of San Solaro before his eyes. He could believe the old bandsman. This was trash land. A clink of glass brought him around. Wyatt was groping in the wine crate. "Jesus, will you stop that?" The shout snapped Wyatt's head up. His eyes weren't innocent now. They were the eyes of some baleful beast. His beard showed black, heavy, a dirty growth. He wrinkled his nose like a sniffing dog, then suddenly lined the buffet table with both hands and threw it over. Cheesecloth domes sailed away, and crocks and plates of stale food spilled and broke. "I'm not aware of any laws in California saying a man can't drink whenever he goddamn pleases," Wyatt screamed, swinging his fists from side to side like some demented preacher. "I'm not aware of any fucking laws like that." "If there was a law, you sure as hell wouldn't obey it," Mac shouted back. The wind howled. Wyatt crouched and plucked out another bottle. "Look, this doesn't help," Mac said, struggling for calm, for patience. "This place is folding. The question is, what are we going to do to cut our losses?" "My losses, mine!" Wyatt cried, thumping his shirt bosom. "What we're going to do is forget about it. Just forget about it for a while." He wandered from the tent and, blind to an overturned chair in his path, nearly fell over head first. Yelling obscenities, he picked up the chair in his free hand and hurled it high and far. The chair landed on a big cardboard sign skating along the ground, and the sign flapped noisily. "Forget it," Wyatt said with a wave of his bottle. He spoke to the wind. Mac didn't exist. Wyatt went into the depot and slammed the door. Then came the loud whack of the bolt shooting home. The next day, Mac didn't bother with the trip into town, instead riding railroad to Newhall for supplies. At the post office, he found a letter waiting from Nellie, a long one this time. Mr. Hurst had raised her salary, at the same time instructing her to surrender herself to an alleged ring of white slavers operating in the city. She was to pass herself off as an innocent new arrival from the remote Mount Shasta district. Nellie was elated at the opportunity to write another sensational expose, and Mac knew better than to warn her of possible dangers. He didn't see Wyatt that day. After dark, he lay in his tent, writing to Nellie. The wind still blew hard from the mountains, raiding the canvas and fluttering the flame of the lamp beside him. "All I do is break up his fights. What the devil am I doing for myself except learning the wrong way to develop and sell a town?" "Mac?" The voice outside made him bolt up. Just as he identified the speaker, Carla lifted the flap and walked in. She wrinkled her nose at the cramped interior and the few shabby furnishings. Mac had taken off his shirt but had kept his trousers on, thank God. He combed his hair with his fingers.
I'm here because Wyatt and I arranged it last week. Where is he?
Inside the depot, I suppose.
Both doors are bolted. I called and called. I got no answer.
Then he's still sleeping it off. We had a bad day yesterday. He drank way too much. Again. Disgusted, she sank down on a stool near the foot of the cot. She wore the white cambric riding outfit, but no gold scarf, her hair in disarray from the wind. Mac straightened the blanket, all too conscious of their isolation, the night. Wyatt's in bad shape, Carla. He's fine when he closes a sale, but he hasn't closed one since the day we celebrated. San Solaro is all but out of business. Your father may have to take the land when the corporation defaults on the loan.
What loan?
He frowned. The loan your father made to Wyatt, so he could buy this property.
Papa's never been near San Solaro.
But Wyatt told me,
Papa doesn't know this place exists, or Wyatt either, and I'm certainly not going to tell him.
Mac didn't know what to think. Hours of the whining wind had worn away his nerves. He swore and strode past her, his bare feet scuffing up puffs of dust. Yanking up the tent flap, he saw nothing but blowing dust. God, this wind could drive you crazy.
You're not the first one to say that. It's the wind from the desert, the Santan.
The what?
Santan. It starts in the mountains, but the desert sucks and burns all the moisture from it. That's why it's so hot and dry. Usually it doesn't come up this late in the year, but now and then it does. The Indians call it the wind of evil spirits. When it blows, people do terrible things. Sometimes they kill each other.
Mac looked into the Stygian dark, trying to plumb it with his eyes. He couldn't see beyond the rolling dust. The wind sounds changed constantly, one moment a high keen, the next a moaning growl. Then he heard soft noises of movement behind him, and suddenly felt Carla's hand slip around him and press his bare belly.
But mostly, when the Santan blows, people go out of control in other ways.
Her right hand began slowly moving in a small circle. She ground her breasts into his back, and then her hips.
All of us live with wild creatures inside. The Santan lets them loose.
Her mouth pressed his shoulder blade, her tongue licking his flesh. He wanted to turn and take her, on the cot, on the floor. It didn't matter so long as he had her. He hurt from wanting that, but he fought the need for the same reason he'd fought it before, and lifted her hands away when they dropped beneath his waistband. She stepped back. San Solaro's still Wyatt's property, he said. So are you.
When are you going to stop this stupid, priggish...
Go home, Carla. Just go home. He patted her shoulder, but she wrenched away. He sighed and walked to the cot, missing the reaction on her face. Anger, and then a steel determination. She started to say something sharp, but before she could, her eye fell on the crate he used as a bedside table. She snatched up T. Fowler Haynes and pulled out the gold scarf.
This is mine. You saved it.
What of it? She crushed the silky material in her hand.
It means that your protests are just talk. It means you really want the same thing I want, and one day you'll stop all your idiotic prattle about respecting Wyatt's rights. He hasn't any rights. That's simple enough. So is this. I want you, and you want me. Here's the proof.
She lifted the scarf and kissed it seductively. Her deep blue eyes held his, while her tongue tasted the fabric a moment. Then she laughed, a little laugh of victory, flinging the scarf on the mussed cot. He stood staring at it after the tent flap fell in place behind her. The Santan howled like some wild beast baying in a cave. 21. The Santan flung dust clouds through the streets of Los Angeles, and Mac held tightly to his hat outside Southwood's SoCal agency. Boards nailed over the door said Swifty Southwood's vacation in Vancouver was permanent. He trudged up toward the plaza. Christmas bunting and greens decorated the hotels and the windows of the stores. In a season of hope, he searched for hope within himself and couldn't find any. That had never happened before. He wasn't a religious person, not formally anyway. He knew nothing of Catholicism. Still, almost unconsciously, he was led to the studded doors of the church on the plaza, Nuestra Senora de la Reina. He sank down in a back row, rested his folded hands on the pew ahead, and gazed at the glittering altar, the candles in tiny red glasses, the melancholy Christ gazing down from the cross. He sat there more than an hour, a drab figure, noticed but not bothered by the elderly priests who walked through occasionally. He searched deep in himself for the hope that had always been there to lift and renew him in bad times. Presently the noise of the wind fell off outside, and the solitude and reassuring strength of this holy place restored him. Christmas without a home made a man feel a crushing loneliness. But he'd survive that, and he'd survive San Solaro and move on. Moving on was imperative. There was no longer any doubt. Muted voices interrupted then, and a door squeaked open at the head of the left aisle. A priest in a white surplice shook hands with a man wearing a dark sheepman's coat. The priest vanished through the door, and the other man walked up the aisle toward the plaza entrance, carrying an old leather valise. Mac recognized the broad nose, heavy features, bull-like body, and scrambled from the pew. Father Marquez. Mr. Chance. Que placer encontrarlo. Totally unexpected. They stepped outside. The wind had calmed, and westward over the Pacific, evening light was breaking through rents in the clouds. The stocky priest had a fatigued look. He lacked the energy, Mac remembered. How long have you been in Los Angeles? Mac asked. 1 hour. Are you transferring here? The priest shook his head. There has been a bitter dispute between the owners of the 3 morning newspapers and their union typographers and printers. Because times are growing hard again, the owners want to cut wages 10 or 20%. I understand there have been lockouts and negotiated settlements on the Tribune and the Herald, but the Times men are still out. A strike may be a worthy and necessary endeavor, but it can't fill the empty bellies of a family. The men will need encouragement. And you came for that? Yes. Gravely he added, without sanction by my superiors. Indeed, they expressed disapproval. Father, Mac approached the subject hesitantly. All 3 of the morning papers are still being published. I read the Times today. How can that be? The telegraph message I received said the printers were still out. I must go to headquarters. I have my wagon at a stable close by. Come along, I'll drive you. The wagon bumped south along Spring Street. Gaslights in stores and cottages made the dusk even more lonely. They passed an adobe with a candle-decked holiday tree in the window and heard a family lustily singing "O Little Town of Bethlehem." It has been a long while since we'd met in the jail in San Francisco. And a lot's happened, Mac replied. Change rolls on like the sea, but some things, injustice, the greed of those who control property, they do not change. Marquez chuckled. You perhaps understand why my reputation grows steadily worse within the church and my position more untenable. But you came here anyway. There is a call, one answers, the priest said with a solemn shrug. Actually, this is both duty and a holiday of sorts. When my family lost most of its grant lands, they managed to save the main building, the original heart of the rancho. I am its temporary custodian. When my only nephew, Gonsalvo, is grown, I am hoping he will marry and take the place over. Until then, it stands empty. It's a beautiful spot, down the coast overlooking the sea. I was going to hire a horse and have a look. Would you like to go along? I'd welcome the company. Mac started to say no, then asked himself why. Wyatt spent all his time drinking. He'd been asleep when Mac left that morning to dutifully check the station and hotels for prospects he knew he wouldn't find. In the lonesome December dark, the priest's invitation cheered him. "Yes, Father, I'd like to go. I have the time, and I've never seen one of the original ranchos." "Please, not Father any longer. Diego." Mac grinned and shook hands on it. The small frame building on South Spring housed the Los Angeles local of the International Typographers Union. Half a dozen men were gathered in the office amid a litter of literature, handbills, and copies of the Times. There was a dispirited air about the printers, though they welcomed Marquez warmly. The priest shucked off his sheepman's coat. Underneath he wore a white shirt with his clerical collar. He pointed to a stained bandage on the head of one of the typesetters. "Is that a result of the trouble?" "Aye. Otis brung in some plug uglies from San Diego and Sacramento. They're scabbing for him. I got this from one of them. The scabs are the reason the Times is still being printed. Of course, the Colonel, he lauds 'em to heaven." He gave Marquez a handbill. After scanning it, he passed it to Mac. The florid prose referred to the strikebreakers as liberty-loving immigrants, pioneers of sound, selected stock, who vow to defeat the cancerous, foreign-inspired plague of trade unionism. "They're a rough bunch, Father," another printer said. "No need for a godly man to mix it up with the likes of them." "But there is every need," Marquez said. "Are you manning a picket line?" "Yes, sir." "I want to see it." 3 pickets walked wearily back and forth outside the Times office on the northeast corner of 1st and 4th Streets. It was a substantial building of brick and granite, dominated by a 3-story turret at the corner. A bronze eagle with spread wings stood guard atop the turret, and a bronze plaque proclaimed the credo of the proprietor: "Stand fast, stand firm, stand sure, stand true." Mac tied up the wagon horse while Marquez introduced himself to the pickets. Presses grumbled inside the building, shaking the sidewalk. A guard on a stool in the gaslit foyer glowered at the new arrivals. Marquez laughed at something a picket said, then walked to the doorway. The guard stepped up to bar the priest with his arm. "What do you want?" "I want to speak to the men in your press room." "No unauthorized visitors permitted. Orders of the Colonel." "Then get the Colonel down here so I can speak to him." The guard didn't move. "Summon him. I insist." The guard slammed and latched the door. A few moments later, Otis marched out, garters on his sleeves, ink on his thumb, lightning in his eye. 3 hulking pressmen in stained aprons followed, though they stayed in the foyer, eyeing the pickets. Otis drew up at attention in front of Marquez. "Who are you, sir?" "Father Diego Marquez of the Archdiocese of San Francisco." "Here in what official capacity?" Otis sounded like a sergeant hectoring a private. "None. I come as an individual, the messenger of my own conscience. I want to speak to your new printers." "Why?" Marquez stood up to the hostile stare, the intimidating tone. "To tell them what they're doing is wrong. They are abetting an unjust cause." "Ah, so that's it. That's what you are, some communist. Well, sir, you may mount your filmy attacks in San Francisco and suffer no opposition. That town is a moral sinkhole, a nest of radical Democrats. But try it here and every decent citizen will mobilize against you. Stand away from my door." Marquez drew a breath. He looked strong as a great rock, braced there on his short, heavy legs. "I will not be moved. I intend to go in." "Men!" Otis shouted, swinging an invisible saber, and the hulks in the foyer jumped out to the sidewalk. Marquez turned sideways and tried to slip between 2 of them. Mac yelled a warning, too late. One man pounded a fist in the priest's gut, doubling him over and sending him to his knees. Otis kept shouting oaths and incoherent orders, and another pressman ran over to kick Marquez from behind. Mac threw himself on the man's neck and dragged him around. Astonished, the man put up his fists to defend himself. Mac feinted, drew the man off balance, then slipped past his guard with a left-right combination taught him by Corbett. The man's eyes crossed, then he leaned over the gutter, cupping the blood spurting from his nose. The pickets swarmed around Mac and Marquez to protect them. Mac shot out his hand to the priest, and Marquez clasped it and hoisted himself up. "Had enough?" Otis roared. Marquez said, "No, I'll be back, walking this line." "At your peril, sir, at your peril. Men, if any of them attempt to breach our defenses and invade the building, retaliate with force." He pointed at Marquez. "I've memorized your face. Foment anarchy in Los Angeles, and we'll muster the entire town against you. You'll be jailed, maimed, or worse, and that papist collar won't protect you." "We'll peel your brown greaser hide and hang it out to dry," one of the pressmen added. He leaned over and blew spit in Marquez's face. Marquez's fists flew up, but he fought them down and with visible effort contained his fury. The pressman laughed and went inside. The priest turned and squeezed Mac's arm. "Thank you for pulling that man off. Bravely done." The pickets decided to abandon their vigil for the night. "I'll be back here standing with you the day after tomorrow," the priest promised them as they crowded into the wagon. "That would be Christmas Eve, Father." "What day more fitting? Our blessed Lord was himself a just and militant man, often at odds with entrenched powers. We'll carry on in that spirit on his birthday." Someone else said, "It's a damn disgusting mess. Here's that Otis, a card-carrying union typographer and printer ever since he was a boy in Marietta, Ohio, and he locks us out and pits thugs against us. Why does a man do that?" "Money," Marquez replied. "The alchemy of money and property. It debases the gold of character. It destroys all but the strongest." In the back room of the local, Mac and the priest talked until after midnight. Marquez carried 3 well-thumbed books in his valise, a Douay Bible, Marx's Capital, and a work called Progress and Poverty by Henry George. George was an editor on the Oakland Transcript. One day in the hills he had a vision, something like St. Paul's on the Damascus Road. It came to him that the principal cause of the gulf between rich and poor in California, indeed everywhere, is land monopoly. The person who works the land pays a high physical and financial price for mere survival. The person who owns the land amasses wealth without labor, at the expense of others. To redress that, George proposed a single tax on what he calls the unearned increment, the wealth created by rents, and the inevitable increase in land value. "I don't like that idea very much," Mac said. "I own an interest in some land, and I work hard at the same time." "Then perhaps you're an exception. Whether you will be all your life, time alone will answer that." "I don't want some radical taxing me." "Don't talk like Otis, and don't condemn what you don't understand. Read the book. It appeared in '79, and it has never been out of print. George is in the East now. He has many followers." Mac fixed the title in his mind, said good night, and rolled up in a blanket. As he drifted off, the priest was still sitting in the corner, studying his Bible by the light of the candle. Early next morning, the 2 men drove toward the Pacific under a clearing sky. They crossed the new Santa Fe branch line to Redondo. As the wind freshened and the temperature soared, both shed their coats. "I've brought some simple provisions and 2 bottles from Buena Vista," Marquez said. "Haradzti's own vineyard. We'll celebrate the Christmas season like the outcasts we are." He was jocular about it. The 2 talked easily, acquaintance beginning to edge toward friendship. Mac described his enforced departure from San Francisco and his misadventures in Los Angeles real estate. The priest brooded aloud on his cause and the increasing problems it created for him within the church. "Ah, well, so be it," he concluded. I wouldn't be anywhere else but standing beside my brothers in Los Angeles." The printers were right. Things could get ugly there, Mac said. Otis thinks the open shop will attract a lot of new business and be the making of the city. And never mind that working men must starve to build his metropolis. They reached a crossroads. Marquez signaled the way, the coast road, south. Dead or dying real estate developments rolled by one. La Ballona Creek Estates, homes on the proud new harbor of the South. They crossed a bridge over a flowing tidal creek, and Mac pointed seaward. They dredged out there, serious about developing a harbor to replace Wilmington. The plans were good, but they failed anyway. They passed through Walteria, where 2 Chinese men were chopping up signs advertising a sacrifice property auction. They rode along the perimeter of the abandoned New Market tract. They cut a corner of an apple orchard planted with 5,000 young trees for settlers who would never pluck their fruit or savor their shade. Late in the morning, they passed a white boundary stone with a Spanish inscription. Mac heard the Pacific surf beyond thickets of palms and sea grape on his right. The late-season santan had blown out, replaced by an invigorating sea wind. Soon the wagon bumped southwest on a peninsula and started over a series of low hills. When they surmounted the last, Mac reined up, awed by the breathtaking view. The peninsula jutted into the Pacific, where a million needles of light bobbed on the blue water. Scattered about the peninsula, half hidden among the scrubs, Mac saw tiny wooden cottages. Squatters, perhaps fishermen. The end of the peninsula was dominated by a large adobe ranch house on a rise of ground that gave a commanding view of the land side as well as the sea. "There it is," the priest said. "Rancho de los Palos Verdes del Pacifico." His dark, calloused hand swept in an arc, right to left, more than 180 degrees. "You see before you and around you the land of the Marquez family of Spain and Mexico. We have been passing through other sections for almost an hour. How much of this peninsula did you own, Diego?" Memory haunted the priest's eyes. "All of it." The rambling ranch house of gray adobe, unpainted oak and redwood was an enormous U, 2 stories high. The arms of the U pointed inland, and a veranda ran along the entire house on both floors. Marquez showed Mac through. There were 28 rooms, this one equipped with 6 clay ovens for baking, that one filled with silent looms that had once woven blankets and carpets, another for cellaring hundreds of bottles of wine, several for general storage, and the remainder living quarters for a large family. In most of the rooms, spiders spun in the ceiling corners, and rodent droppings littered the hard-packed earth floor. The Spartan kitchen, the parlor, and 1 bedroom with 3 commodious beds were less dusty. "This was a self-contained world," Marquez explained as they walked. "You get some hint of that from the extent of the house. There were many other outbuildings, however, stables and barns, sheep-shearing pens, a tannery and rendering plant, an underground cave for storing ice from the mountains. At one time, before the Anglo Revolution, the adobe supported 10,000 longhorns, 3,000 sheep, and a herd of 1,000 blooded horses. New England ships put in along the coast, and we did a brisk trade in tallow and hides. California banknotes, they were called in those days. To the east in the fields, we raised corn, beans, peas, lentils, everything the adobe required. The well in the quadrangle brimmed with sweet water. Now it's cloudy and stinks of salt." A short distance from the adobe, Marquez rigged a snare. Within an hour, a fat jackrabbit hung upside down by his rear leg. Marquez killed and slaughtered the rabbit without apology, then set Mac to work at the chopping block, dicing onions and yellow peppers from his provision bag. While the sun set on the Pacific, the 2 men sat in sturdy wooden chairs on the second-floor veranda, resting their heels on the rail as the unseen surf below the bluff boomed rhythmically. Marquez uncorked the first bottle of Buena Vista White. The wine was warm, but crisp and delicious. The priest rolled the barrel-shaped glass between his palms. His eye roved to the red horizon, where a steam packet churned north against the half-circle of the sun. My grandfather entertained a young sailor from Harvard, Richard Henry Dana, on this porch. My father died at this house. When the Anglos and their courts and judges stole our land, something twisted in his head. A friend in San Francisco told me the story. That he became an outlaw, terrorized the southern counties for 6 years, killing gringos? Yes. Bloody light tinted Marquez's face. They cornered him here. The house was built on this rise of ground so that strangers riding up the road were completely visible. They cleared trees and brush from the roadside for that reason. My father saw the posse coming and put his silver pistols away after he counted 40 riders. He went into the courtyard bareheaded, unarmed, to face them. He stood shouting at them as they rode up. He said this was our family's home, our family's land. He would never surrender it. Marquez's voice fell so low, Mac almost couldn't hear it above the surf. They counted 61 bullets in his body before they buried him. Where were you when it happened? At first I was in my room. I was ordered to hide, but I crept out. I saw the Anglos wheel their horses around him. I saw them shoot. They laughed. They were enjoying themselves. I saw my father fall while the bullets kept striking. His body leaped and twitched on the ground. He swallowed. I saw everything. A great condor wheeled and swooped out of sight below the bluff. Mac was so moved by the emotion in the priest's voice he couldn't speak. Marquez sat with the untasted glass tight between his palms, watching the steamer diminish and disappear. The sun was down, and the water flashed with sulphurous reflections from the clouds. There is so much cruelty in the world, so much injustice. I have faith that the ways of our Lord Jesus Christ are the right ways, and yet, sometimes, often they do not prevail. At such times, to my shame, my wrath rises up to defeat my reason, and my faith wavers. I waver. His voice broke. Mac saw the tracks of tears on the priest's broad, dark cheeks. Marquez sensed the scrutiny, turned his head away, and quickly drank his wine. Marquez opened the kitchen shutters. They squeaked and creaked, and one rusty cast-iron hinge tore out of the adobe. He gazed sadly at the shutter a moment, then let it hang. Dusk gave way to night. The air was mild, the sound of the Pacific soothing. The second bottle of wine stood between them on the hand-hewn plank table. Marquez was more relaxed now, the sharp edges of memory dulled by the wine. Delicious, Mac said. He forked up some of the rabbit the priest had stewed with the onions and peppers, some flour and seasonings. I have a friend in San Francisco, a news reporter, who wouldn't approve of me enjoying this. She hates the slaughter of animals. Marquez wasn't offended. I learned to hunt before I learned to read. Mac brought up the priest's favorite subject again, the labor situation in California. Marquez said, It isn't ideal, not even in San Francisco, a town people think of as a working man's bastion. The truth is, class strife has split San Francisco for decades. He spoke of Jim D'Arcy and his followers, called sandlotters because they held rallies in vacant lots. He mentioned Dennis Kearney of the Working Men's Party. Both of them purported to speak for the laboring man, but both were bigots, and their organizers protectionists. They wanted jobs secured at the expense of those they considered beneath them. Kearney's slogan minced no words. The Chinese must go. Despicable, he said with a shake of his head. But perhaps I expect too much of people. Perhaps that's why I'm so uncertain about my course. What it is, what it should be. He sighed and poured wine. What of you, my friend? Are you still certain of your direction? To better yourself with wealth? Wasn't that how you put it when we met? Absolutely. I want some of that money and property that debases the gold of character. Isn't that how you put it? He saw Marquez smile. In fact, I want a lot of it, he went on. When I have it, I won't be stingy with it. I grew up poor. I remember what it's like. Laudable, Marquez murmured, if somewhat unrealistic. You don't believe a man can be rich and decent too? If you are, you will be one of the rare ones, Mac. One of the very rare ones. His eyes said he really didn't think it possible. Mac slept that night in one of the 3 beds in a corner. On one wall above him hung a pair of huge Mexican spurs, handmade of silver with sharply pointed rowels and silver conchas decorating the old faded leather. From a niche in the other wall, a Madonna with gentle hand upraised beheld the room. A nice pair of symbols of the priest, Mac thought. In the morning, Marquez repaired the shutter and they drove back to Los Angeles. It scarcely seemed like Christmas Eve, with the temperature so warm and the wind picking up again, fierce and gritty from the mountains. Mac squinted into the blowing dust that revealed and then hid Los Angeles on the plain. I thought we were through with the Santan. But nature is never through with us. Perhaps it won't last long. It certainly isn't usual this time of year. One would say it's a bad omen, if one were a native given our traditional superstitions. Marquez was smiling as he poked fun at his own background. Mac smiled too. He liked the priest, except for his tendency to establish himself as a conscience for others. Thank you for accompanying me, Marquez said when they neared town. I need to check on the property occasionally. You made the trip less onerous. Thanks for that excellent dinner, even if you did kill a rabbit. I am nothing if not a Californian. Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas, Father Diego. The Santan howled. The men leaned forward on the seat, trying to protect their faces from the worst of it. The air filled with debris and dust, dark as some evil twilight. That same afternoon, Wyatt woke on the floor of the office and retched at the smell. Suddenly it came back, all of the wine drunk up the previous night, and then falling rubber-legged face first into his own vomit. The runty owner of the Newhall Mercantile Store had started him on his latest binge, riding out late yesterday with a deputy and insisting that the San Solaro account be cleared up. It was several months in arrears. Wyatt had smothered the visitors with charm, but it hadn't worked. The storekeeper said he would file a lien. Bastard. Wyatt staggered to his feet and leaned against the wall, his raven hair hanging to his eyebrows, his shirt out again. He could still smell the wine fumes. Perhaps they were real, perhaps imaginary. On the desk he saw all the damned papers and letters demanding things. They weren't imaginary. On the wall he saw the mocking record of his failure. He ran at the tally sheet and tore it down, shredding it to tiny snowflake scraps that fell around him. A bottle gleamed under the desk. It still had 2 inches of dark red fluid in the bottom, and he drank it greedily. The ticking wall clock showed 3:30. Wyatt's eye fell on the desk again, and the letters itemizing supplies purchased months ago, requesting payment, then insisting, then threatening legal action. He swept them off the desk in one motion. It was all over. He knew it was all over. It had been failing for weeks, months, and he knew that too. He'd concealed it from everyone, from his sanctimonious partner, whom he sometimes admired, sometimes hated, from Carla Hellman, from himself, with the aid of drink. Wyatt's mind began to slip back and forth from the present to the past. Flickering scenes from Osage, Kansas, blurred over the vistas of San Solaro he saw when he opened the office door. God, the Santan was blowing again. turning the day to night. Pathetic marker flags snapped in the gale wind. He walked around the corner of the depot and let out a cry. Inside the tent, motionless, he saw Mother, pale, pious, dumbly affectionate. "Get away!" he screamed. She vanished. He went wandering the streets of his dying dream. Ghost towns, that's what the escrow Indians called these failed tracks. He saw Mother standing by a lot marker, and he shouted at her again. She vanished. Oh yes, ghost towns, he thought. Sand began to accumulate in his hair, settle on his eyelids, crust on his mouth. At the intersection of two streets, he discovered another bottle. Joyfully, he ran and snatched it up. Empty. He smashed it on the ground. A large square of cardboard skated up behind him and nuzzled his legs. San Solaro Opera House. He fell on it and ripped it apart, and the wind took the pieces, flung them aloft, sailed them away. Suddenly he was sitting in a corner, snowdrifts outside the window, with Mother wrapping his naked, scrawny body in wet sheets. "Leave me alone!" She wouldn't. He felt Mother's hands on his head, exploring the phrenological configurations, the bumps of intelligence, moral firmness, sin, bad character. He kept screaming at her, and everything blurred. But this time she only retreated to the orange grove, where she stood among the Joshua trees, regarding him with her Christian solemnity. The past flickered behind his eyes again. He was doubled over with pain in the privy, shitting out his insides, shitting so hard he couldn't stop, because of all the stuff she'd forced into him. Pepsin syrup, calomel, bitter castor oil. "Health and cleanliness are pleasing to God, Wyatt. I pray nightly that your body will be clean and healthy forever, my sweet boy. Swallow this." She was calling to him from the orange grove, and, snarling, he went over the rope, scrabbled and clawed his way up to the Joshua trees. Mac hadn't changed the oranges, God damn him. The fruit was brown and withered. Wyatt tore the oranges from the trees, hurling them every which way. Most of them rolled toward the street, and soon the slope was covered with oranges bouncing and caroming downhill. Wasted my time on this place. Too many problems, too many rules. Gotta be easier ways. Not here, though. Not here. He shouted to all those who'd conspired to defeat him. Mac, Mother, Carla, creditors. Not here. The hell with this place. When he came to his senses again, he was standing in the middle of the dry canal. Snakes of wind-driven sand and soil writhed past his feet. Mother appeared farther down the canal, a bottle of milky calomel in her hand. She held it out to him with the tenderness and pride of someone serving a fine meal. Mother was right. Health was everything. You could sell health in California, but not here. San Solaro was unhealthy. The hell with this place! The hell with you! Strange echoes of his cries threaded through the wind's keen. Or were they in his head? He reached for the wind to choke and silence it, silence his enemies, silence his failure. Covered with dirt, wine stains, and vomit, he beat back the heavens with his fists, screaming, "The hell with you! The hell with you! The hell with you!" Toward 3 o'clock the next afternoon, Christmas, the windstorm ended as abruptly as it had begun. Mac felt very much in need of a bath as he drove slowly to the arch and in beneath the pagan sunburst of the City of Health. San Solaro had a strange, quiet air. It was more than stillness after the blow. It was a sense of deadness, and something else, alarming. Someone had trespassed. The cardboard signs were not merely ripped down by the wind, but lay in torn bits. The flagged stakes had been pulled up and broken in 2 and 3 pieces. With sharpening anxiety, he drove along Grande Boulevard. On lot after lot, parcel after parcel, Someone had destroyed the marks of a platted town. "Wyatt!" The shout drew no response but an echo. Mac saw the circus tent then, collapsed, folded in on itself, the white and yellow stripes running in all directions. "Wyatt!" He drove faster through the litter of signs and markers. At the tent, he found two ends of a guy rope. They had been slashed with a knife. So had the other ropes. He ran to the depot and pulled up short at the sight of a paper tacked on the door. He tore it down, unable to believe the words crudely inked on it. Had Wyatt gone crazy? "It's all yours." It was unmistakably his partner's hand. Mac's stunned eyes jumped from the paper to the fallen tent, the building lots beyond. Not a sign or stake remained standing anywhere. "All yours." "On Christmas," Mac said, his face reflecting his astonishment and dismay. 22. Papers lay on the desk in neat piles, each one surmounted by a stone, a brass weight, or a child's handmade trinket. The law books on the shelves looked well used. Enrique Potter's third-floor office in the Baker block was sunny, with an air of prosperity and efficiency. Displayed on a side table behind orderly rows of briefs, letters, and contracts, a framed ambrotype captured the good cheer of a stout Latin woman and 5 youngsters, dark-eyed as their mother, beaming for the photographer. Potter puffed on a long cigar as he tapped the paper centered in front of him. "Perfectly legal, Mr. Chance. You're entitled to your partner's share in return for $1. Provided he doesn't come back." "Think it's likely?" "No." Wyatt agreed contractually to hold all the down payments in escrow, but it turns out he didn't. He deposited them in a regular personal account at the Farmers and Merchants Bank. What percent of the escrow funds he skimmed off, I don't know. I suspect it wasn't small. I'll bet he bled us dry because the cash drawer was always empty. We could never meet our bills. "You knew nothing about this private account until now?" "Nothing. Wyatt kept details like that secret. I stopped at the bank before I came here. They wouldn't divulge the last balance in the account, but they verified that Wyatt took it down to 0 the first morning the bank opened after the Christmas holiday." "They had no idea the funds of the San Solaro development were legally required to be in escrow?" "I can't answer that. Maybe they looked the other way." "Were the down payments in cash?" "About half the time." "And the other half? Checks, were they? Written how? To the corporation, its escrow account?" "I never saw any written either way. They were always made out to Wyatt personally." "Didn't you think that peculiar?" "I didn't know enough to think so, Mr. Potter. Now that it's too late, I do." "I must say, you take embezzlement calmly." Mac's hazel eyes fixed on his. "I can't undo it. All I can do is learn from it." The lawyer from Durango regarded his visitor with a growing respect. Mr. Macklin Chance was poorly dressed and unpolished, but he was no bumpkin. He had a driven air about him, and he was unquestionably intelligent. Potter suspected no one would have to make an important point to him more than once. "How many lots did the development company sell?" Potter asked. "Only 38. "At what price?" "It varied according to location in the tract. The lowest interior lot went for $245. A corner lot on the canal cost $550. "What was the usual down payment?" Wyatt asked 20%, but in some cases he had to drop that to 10 or even 5 to sign the deal. "So with the full down payment on the highest priced lot, we're only talking about a loss to the buyer of $110. Your partner didn't get away with all that much cash." "Any is too much," Mac said, giving him a bleak look. "But he stole more than down payments. Wyatt closed on 17 of the lots at full price. He insisted on cash at closing. He said the banks tended to snoop and regulate too much." Potter flashed a cynical smile. "Those 17 buyers won't be a great threat. They received deeds for real property which does exist. The primary worry are the customers who lost their deposits. The sums are relatively small, but that is no guarantee you'll get off the hook. People are emotional about their money, so this is the first issue. If you want the tract, you also get the responsibility." "I want it," Mac said without hesitation. The lawyer flicked ash into a spittoon under his desk, then brushed a speck of it from his trousers. "The transfer should be properly recorded at the courthouse. I'll handle it if you wish." "For how much?" Potter laughed. "Now there's a smart client. Ask a lawyer about his fees first, not after the work's done, when the fee is liable to quadruple. $10 plus the county recording charge." Mac nodded to signal assent. He sat holding his hat between his knees, still unsettled by the shock of Wyatt's disappearance. It was 3 days after Christmas. He'd ridden railroad all the way into Los Angeles to find some answers. The most important one eluded him. What to do next? The question had occurred to Potter. "Your creditors," he began. "I ran the total last night, $1,173.25. It's an honest man who counts the pennies, and someone who grew up poor. When pennies are scarce, you learn to count, Mr. Potter, carefully. Most of the debt is owed to the surveying firm. I'll pay off all of it as soon as I can. I don't want anyone taking the land." "How many creditors are involved?" "5 or 6. "Give me a list. I'll work it out." Potter smiled at Mac's reaction. "Calm yourself. I won't charge. Sometimes I work for nothing if I think there's more business to be had in the future. You strike me as a client with that sort of potential." "Well, thank you. I'm not sure your faith's justified." "False modesty. Of course you do." Mac reddened, caught. He laughed, and then so did the lawyer. Potter grew serious again. "I don't know what you intend to do with San Solaro, Mr. Chance. Indeed, I don't know what you can do. It was a viable piece of property in fat times, even though, from what you tell me, your partner had only the vaguest idea of what's actually necessary to develop a town. Some of our escrow Indians are like that. They're gone now. Times are lean. I have a client in Newhall, so I've seen your property. Given San Solaro's remote location, I'd say the land's largely worthless except as pasture." The quiet assertion hit Mac hard. Potter handed back the agreement. From his pocket, Mac took T. Fowler Haynes. Why he'd brought it along, he couldn't clearly say. He needed it with him, that was all. Enrique Potter looked at the guidebook with frank curiosity, but Mac didn't explain. He slipped the folded paper in beside Carla's scarf and put the book away. A faraway drumroll of thunder drew his eye to Potter's window. Over the roofs of nearby commercial buildings, the pale winter sunshine had been eclipsed by a threatening gray sky. "There's one possible asset on the land," Mac said. "Deposits of tar, brea." "Ah, that's interesting. You might be sitting on oil. Do you know anything about getting it out of the ground?" "Nothing." "Given your present straits, Mr. Chance, it might be a good time to learn." Mac rode railroad over to the Times building. A block away, he passed a delivery wagon stacked with freshly printed copies. Reporters and others on business bustled in and out of the newspaper office unimpeded. 4 weary pickets carrying placards trudged their circular path in front. Mac recognized one man from the first visit. "Afternoon. Have you seen Father Marquez?" "He was here till noon. There's been some trouble." Uneasy, Mac resettled his feet in the stirrups. Railroad flicked his ears forward. "What kind of trouble?" Another picket spat out a stream of tobacco. "The day after Christmas, Father Diego had another face down with Otis. The father tried to stop him from going inside. The words got pretty hot, and Otis called out more of his plug uglies. They told him a priest had no right to get down from the pulpit and mix in a labor scrap. They pushed Marquez around. He pushed back. Looked like it might get real bloody, but it didn't," a third picket put in. "Just a scuffle, mostly, but a lot of threats." "Somebody made good on him," said the first man. Yeah, but you'll never prove Otis had anything to do with it. What are you talking about? Mac said. The first picket's face grew bleak. A rider came hightailing in here this morning. Last night, somebody burned the Marquez family adobe. Father Diego left an hour ago. He saw the smoke long before he saw the rancho. Long, thin plumes drifted up at 45 degrees against a sky turning as black as the granite lichen up on the great rock faces of Yosemite. Mac wore no spurs, but he worked railroad hard with his boot heels, and the mule was lathering badly, almost spent from the long ride. There would be rain any minute, the storm right behind the dust plume Mac's passage had raised on the peninsula. He wasn't concerned with that, only with the terrible message of the smoke rising above Rancho de los Palos Verdes del Pacifico. The mule climbed the last hill, and then Mac halted, aghast at what he saw. Not the adobe where he'd spent the night, but its remains. Fallen rubble, a few black beams at wildly canted angles. The central chimney stood alone, like a graveyard monument. The thick, sour smell of burning was everywhere. He saw a saddle horse tied to the crumbling well, but not the priest. He booted railroad down the hill. Behind him, a lightning bolt clove the sky and forked over the mountains, appearing to strike them in 3 places. The wind rose, spreading the stink of fire. "Diego!" he shouted as he rode up to the well. "Diego, where are you?" Raindrops fell, fat, widely separated drops that splattered the dust, leaving dark spots. He leaned on his saddle pommel, scanning the ruins. Nothing moved except the smoke tendrils rising all around the quadrangle. The raindrops blew in gusts. Then, abruptly, the brief shower ended. Thunder pealed to the east. "Diego!" he called again, choking it off when the priest stepped from behind the chimney and clambered over heaps of rubble, one hand stretched out as though he might fall any moment. His thick black hair tossed in the wind. Mac jumped off the mule and rushed to meet his friend. "I heard about this in town. I thought you might need someone to help with." Then he saw Marquez's eyes. Living hell. "My God, Diego, who did this?" "Not anyone I will ever be able to find or prosecute," the priest said with bitter fury. "You don't think Otis ordered it?" "Of course not. Colonel Otis is a pilot. No need to incriminate himself. He can wash his hands. The mob will act for him." "What can I do?" Marquez waved him off, then lurched past him, muttering, "This is how they punish those with the temerity to speak against them. They can never be defeated fairly. The fight can't be won by turning the other cheek. It can only be won by men who fight as they do. I can't fight confined like this." His hand flew to his clerical collar and pulled, but the fabric was strong. Ropey muscles rose up on the back of his hand, and then the collar tore. His clenched hand fell to his side, the ends of the collar fluttering in the wind. Marquez stared at Mac with an ugly curl on his duck-lipped mouth, as if daring him to criticize or condemn. Mac shivered, because he recognized something new in the priest's eyes. They no longer reflected an inner civility and compassion, only brute anger. "What are you talking about, Diego? What are you going to do?" "Do?" Marquez repeated with a thick, poisonous sarcasm. He threw the collar in the ashes, and in a moment a thread of smoke arose. "From this hour I am going to fight them on their own terms, not the Lord's. I am going to war." The winter rain began to fall again, this time in earnest. The downpour soon smothered the embers, and when the charred beams cooled sufficiently, Mac used them to put together a crude shelter, with his saddle blanket for the roof. Marquez paid no attention, wandering disconsolately along the bluff. For a while, Mac feared he might throw himself onto the rocks below. After a bit, the priest returned. Mac offered him some hardtack from his saddlebag, but Marquez wouldn't touch it. He hardly spoke, and Mac passed a miserable night trying to sleep under scant cover. Marquez squatted in the open, soaked, staring at nothing. In the morning, he was calmer. He pressed Mac's hand and clasped his shivering shoulder. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'd like you to leave me now." "I can't just ride off and abandon—" Mac sneezed. The priest almost smiled. "Come, do what I ask. I don't want your death on my conscience. I have other things to deal with." Rain dripped off Mac's soaked hat brim. He peered into Marquez's eyes, trying to fathom his intent. What did he mean about war? Where would he go? How would he survive? "Leave me," the priest said again. It was emphatic and cold. Mac growled something and put his boot in railroad stirrup. At the head of the first rise, he glanced back. Marquez was kneeling in the rain, amidst the canted beams and rubble, hands clasped, head bowed. Somehow, Mac didn't think he was praying to a kind or forgiving God. 23. In the depot office the following night, Mac began to rifle through Wyatt's desk. He pulled out everything: ledgers, unopened letters, notes Wyatt had written to himself. As he sifted through them, he began to see how complex a man Wyatt was. Some of the notes bristled with ideas for promoting San Solaro. Moonlight excursion, champagne supper. Things Wyatt had never followed up. The ledgers were blotted, sloppily kept in a poor hand, with significant gaps between the dates of the entries. Many of the letters were creditor demands that Wyatt had ignored. In the stacks and stacks of paper, a portrait grew of a man brilliant, unscrupulous, and erratic. Mac had known that about Wyatt in some deep well of wordless understanding. He hadn't wanted to admit to himself that his partner was a criminal as well as dangerously unstable. The sound of a horse and rig came to him over the pelting of the rain. He picked up a kerosene lamp and held it high in the door. The phaeton with yellow wheels rolled out of the night. Carla jumped down with a dripping parasol that hadn't protected her from the rain. Her hair was darker and plastered flat to her head. She was mussed and excited. "I came the instant I heard. It's all over Ventura County, I gather. Wyatt's absconded." "That's right. Come in." Streams of rain sluiced noisily down the roof. Carla shook her parasol and plucked her wet blouse away from her breasts. As soon as she let it go, it clung again. "You don't look like you've slept," she began. "I haven't much. I've been plowing through all these." He indicated the paper stacks. "Trying to figure out who he cheated." He struck the desk with his fist. "Who put up the money? That's the big question. How the hell did he get $30,000 to buy this land?" "Well, you certainly won't find out by exhausting yourself and ranting." She perched her parasol in a corner and smoothed her riding skirt. "Are you going to be polite and offer me a chair?" He pointed to it. She sighed and sat. "What's the real upshot of all this, Mac? Are you saddled with his debts?" "I have a good lawyer working on that, Potter in Los Angeles. I want to pay off the debts if the creditors will permit it." He sat at the desk, feeling the weariness settled into him at last. Wild energy generated by repeated shocks had staved it off, but couldn't any longer. He rubbed his forehead. "I'm sorry I don't have some wine to offer you. Not much food, either." Carla touched her hair, an unconscious feminine gesture. "I didn't come here for food or wine." Uncomfortably, he saw her dark blue eyes finishing the statement. "If Wyatt's gone," she said after a moment, "what happens to the title to San Solaro?" He explained the agreement, and she clapped her hands. "Then you're the owner. Everything is solved. I knew you'd be successful." "Certainly," he said with a bitter look. "I now own 100% of nothing instead of 20%. She leaned forward. "Whatever money you need to right the situation here, pay your creditors, I have it. More than enough. It's yours." "Carla, the money I pay to the creditors has to be money I make myself." Her eyes flashed with reflections of the kerosene lamps. "I'd be angry with you if you weren't so crashingly upright to the point of being ridiculous." She leaned over him and kissed him lightly on the lips. Damp hair fell against his cheek. He smelled the wet, musky odor of her skin. "You're as stubborn as old Swampy. We can discuss that later. There's a more urgent problem, one that has needed a resolution for many a week." Again she kissed him. This time it was longer, firmer, with a sinuous little caress of the tip of her tongue. Despite his exhaustion, his body responded. "I really came over because I knew you'd be alone. Finally. I never belonged to Wyatt, but you seem to think I did." Her tongue touched his cheek, a slow, tantalizing lick. "So now I will remind you." Her hand dropped into his lap. She laughed low over what she found. "Wyatt is gone. There's no one to disturb us. Those papers will wait. We can be together all night long." "Carla." "No, Mac. No more protests. I get what I want. What I want is you." Her hand down there between them caressed and pressed, and he broke. He seized her face in both hands and kissed her with all the violence of emotion finally released. He blew out one of the two lamps. Hoisting her in his arms, he kissed her face, her ear, the corner of her mouth. "Not here," he said. This was his. "The tent." "No, I can't wait. I can't wait." Carla held onto his chest. She was astride him, and her thighs and flanks shone from the exertion of rising and falling. Mac's left hand gripped her waist and his right held her breast. He felt her hard nipple on his palm. The passion racked them. Carla threw her head back. She began to bite her lips and toss her unbound hair. Suddenly he took hold of her waist, lifted and rolled her over. She tumbled on her back on Wyatt's bed with a cry of mingled surprise and excitement, and he flung his leg across her thighs. She was browned evenly by the sun on every part of her body. With a gasp, he heaved himself on top, kissing her hard to forestall argument. She groped for him, guided him, her blue eyes huge with bewilderment, soon replaced by foggy understanding. She cried out, eyes shut. Mac drowned in her scent, her softness, kissing her throat. She kneaded his shoulders and beat the backs of his legs with her heels. The passion was so intense it hurt. He thrust harder and deeper. They rode that way, up to the peak. Shattered, he slept with Carla in his arms. Much later, the storm intensified. Heavy rain slammed the roof, leaking through some crack out in the office. Lightning washed the streaming windows. Unseen faults in the earth seemed to shudder with every thunderclap. He gently touched her round, voluptuous body, brushing her shoulder with a kiss. She woke, muttering, then felt his hand touching her and laughed. "Wait, though." She struggled away. He propped up on his elbows. "What for?" "Do you have the gold scarf? The one you saved? This time I want to wear it for you." Entering her again, he found her slick and fever-hot. The rain slackened a little. He could hear the bed creaking fast beneath them. She was incredible, soft, pillow-like, with no prudish restraint. She bit him and petted him and whispered into his ears shocking words that made him love her the more furiously. A new sound brushed at the edge of awareness while they rode up toward the climax again. A rushing roar. Then he guessed its source. Water in the canal. Water streaming off the steep hillsides, crashing through the dry channel in a torrent. "God, God, I love you," she cried over the roar. The gray sky boiled with clouds of darker gray, and a light shower speckled the overflowing canal. The water was still draining from the hillsides, rushing along to spread in huge pools out where the banks of the stream bed flattened, 3/4 of a mile beyond the gate. The air was cool and refreshed. They walked along the canal bank, Carla clinging to his arm affectionately. She'd pulled her hair back and tied it with the scarf, and her cheeks had a scrubbed, shiny look, free of rouge and mascara. Mac had never seen this woman before, satiated, quiet, meek. He watched the flowing water, pondering. "What are you thinking?" "You'd be insulted." "No, tell me." "I'm thinking about this." He jumped off the bank, landing knee-deep in the swift brown flow. The canal actually almost resembled the dishonest illustration in Wyatt's brochure. "Water!" he shouted, flinging his arms out. He strode upstream, splashing, his glance flying back and forth from the black clouded peaks to the dry, thirsty shores of the canal. He remembered Marquez talking about the importance of water, the old Indian in Wheatville, too. Carla watched him with amused surprise as Mac splashed up fans of water with his hands. "If we had this much water all the time, in a reservoir behind a dam, this land wouldn't be worthless. Wyatt promised it to buyers, but he didn't have a notion of how to deliver. I'm going to find out." Exhilarated and soaked, he came back and clambered up beside her. "There, I told you what I was thinking. You're insulted, aren't you?" Still amused, she said, "Only a little. I got what I wanted, finally." Quite unexpectedly, she caressed his face. Her eyes grew strangely anxious. "Did you like it, Mac? Please tell me you did. I'm not good for much else." Unbidden, Nellie's face came to mind. What would Nellie say about a woman who thought so little of herself? She would erupt. Maybe Carla couldn't help her feelings. She seemed so unsure all at once, vulnerable as a child. Reassuring her wasn't hard. "I liked it," he smiled. "Very much." "Then let's go back and—" "No, Carla. No more today. I have to plow through the rest of those blasted papers. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this place." "I said you needn't worry. I have enough money for both of us." "I've taken all I can from you." His firmness destroyed her docility, and the old familiar Carla came back, a puzzling conspirator's smile fleeting over her face. "For the moment," she said, kissing him. They walked back toward the depot along the rushing canal. "When will I see you, Mac?" "I don't know. Maybe when this is all straightened out." After she left, he realized with some annoyance that she had still been wearing the golden scarf. On New Year's Eve, 1888, he found a news clipping. It was in a large, tattered envelope, one of the last desk items he examined. With it were a lock of dark hair wrapped in a cheap woman's handkerchief, a certificate of birth from Osage County, Kansas, and a small oval daguerreotype of a tired young woman with light eyes and a smile so strained it was obviously supplied just for the photographer. The clipping was from the San Diego Bee, dated November 1887. "Sensational murder. Remains of Don Isidore Stearns discovered at his residence. The battered corpse of the wealthy and respected Don Isidore Stearns, a longtime resident of this area, was found Monday morning in the main house of Rancho de la Bahia, the Stearns family home for 90 years. Authorities report Don Isidore was bludgeoned to death in a most brutal manner. The Don, a widower whose numerous children and grandchildren reside in other parts of California, lived alone. He was faithful in attendance at Sunday Mass at his church. When he failed to appear on Sunday, Father Anselm Gruder, fearing illness, rode to the Don's residence early Monday morning. Father Gruder discovered the grisly corpse. There were no signs of forced intrusion. However, authorities discovered a large metal cash box which showed dents and scratches. Its lock was broken, the contents removed. Don Isidore was considered a man of means, with substantial investments in San Diego Street Railways and also in Elisha Babcock's land syndicate, which constructed the sumptuous Coronado Hotel and developed the Coronado Heights and South Coronado tracts. Mac laid the yellowed cutting on the desk with an unsteady hand. Damn you, Wyatt. God damn you. Now he knew where the money had come from, even if he'd never know how Wyatt had charmed his way into the house and the presence of the man he murdered. On the first business day of 1889, Mac returned to Los Angeles and called on Potter. He handed the lawyer the old envelope sealed with blobs of wax. "Will you keep this in your safe?" "Certainly. What is it?" "Some personal papers, nothing important." Enrique Potter bobbed his head and squared the envelope in front of him. He regarded Mac with a pleased smile. "Happy New Year, then. It certainly looks more auspicious than the last one." "I don't know how you can say that. San Solaro Development owes all those people their down payments." "Yes, but as a practical matter, how many of them reside anywhere nearby?" Mac had often seen the list. "Not a one." "Then they have to come out here again, or at least engage California attorneys to institute proceedings against you as owner. Considering the relatively small sums involved, that may never come to pass. But if it should, I can maneuver and gain you some time." "All right, do it. I'll pay those people back, every one, with interest. But there's still the $1,173 locally." "No, those creditors are paid. There is no immediate encumbrances on San Solaro." Mac assumed he'd misheard. "No. Debt. For the moment, the property is yours to do with as you wish." "Potter, what the hell's going on?" The lawyer slid a drawer out. "A young woman called on me late on New Year's Eve. A very attractive young woman from Ventura County. She said she was your partner. She gave me $1,173 in cash. I didn't mention the 25 cents. Mac missed the gentle joke, blurting, "I don't have any partner besides Wyatt." "So I thought. However, she was quite insistent about helping you. To protect you, I wrote a short agreement. It merely states that a loan was made to you at no interest, with no due date, and no other contingencies. In other words, you may pay her back tomorrow or never. I didn't expect her to be willing to sign such an agreement." He drew it from the desk, rolled up and tied with a gold scarf. Max snatched the paper and tore the scarf away. Carla's large signature was slashed at the bottom of a short paragraph. "Otto Hellman's daughter," Potter said. "Very impressive." "Damn it, she can't do this." "I'm sorry, I thought you'd be pleased. I've already paid the creditors. I can hardly go back to them and say you'd like to renege and assume your debt again. I think they'll prefer to keep the cash. Frankly, I don't understand this reaction." "Personal. Never mind." Max stood up so quickly his chair almost turned over. "Please, have someone keep watch on San Solaro. I'm going away for a while to get money to return the down payments and then develop the property. I'll pay you for all your trouble." "No trouble. Consider it another investment in the future. How will we communicate?" "I'll be in touch as soon as possible." "Very good, Mr. Chance." "If you're my lawyer, it's Mac." Potter was pleased. "May I ask where you intend to go?" "To follow your suggestion about oil." "Be careful. The oil towns are some of the roughest in the West. Carrying a sidearm might be advisable." His client was already out the door. Mac hammered up hasps on the 2 depot doors, ran a chain through each, and then secured them with padlocks. He stood back and surveyed the building, clean-washed by January sunshine falling through broken clouds. Patterns of light and shade lay on the steep hillsides, and the air had a refreshing sharpness. He patted Railroad as he tied a small carpetbag to his saddle. "Come on, old son. We're going prospecting again." The mule flicked its ears forward and back. Mac climbed up and jogged toward the arch, looking behind him once. A shaft of sun illuminated the sham orange grove. He'd gotten over some of his anger, but he despised Wyatt for involving him in a project financed by murder. There was no concrete evidence that Wyatt had killed and robbed the San Diego businessman. But why else would he preserve the news cutting with his other personal treasures, except as a reminder of his prowess? Of course, Wyatt hadn't exactly begged Mac to join in. He had knocked at the door. Well, nothing to be done now. San Solaro existed above and apart from the circumstances of its purchase, and he owned it. He didn't like Carla's intervention, but he couldn't change that either, not for a while. His spirits were lifting again. The canal was dry, but he'd seen it flowing with water that could transform this arid valley. He owned the canal and 1,800 acres besides, and despite the debt to all those Wyatt had robbed, he was encouraged. He was a man of property. He was on his way. He passed by a sunken pool of Brea, a good omen. Recalling what Potter had said about carrying a pistol in the oil towns, he decided he'd buy one first chance he got. He rode out beneath the iron arch and turned west. The crooked sign on the crooked post said Hellman. The malevolent black sky threatened to rain, and raw wind blew from the Pacific. Mac tugged his hat lower against the dust, wondering if he had the right place. A dirt track left the main road at this point, meandering out of sight over a hill where cattle grazed. They looked well fed, and that persuaded him to try the road. From the hill's summit he saw the ranch beside the Santa Clara River. The house was substantial but not opulent. It spread in several wings and was constructed of tawny stucco, with red, half-round roof tiles. A few vaqueros worked around the barns and outbuildings. A broad-shouldered woman with black braids answered the fall of the enormous ring knocker. Mac worked out the words in his head before he addressed her. "Hablo con Señorita Hellman, por favor."
Señorita Hellman?
He nodded.
Pero ella no está aquí.
The Indian woman took pity on his Spanish and repeated in English,
Not here.
"Will she be back soon?"
No, she packed everything. She has gone to Paris.
Paris, France?
Is there another?
He felt a stab of disappointment. For days he'd thought of Carla. Every night, too. She was a craving like a drug. He'd repeatedly been tempted to ride over here to Ventura County, but had kept from it by telling himself what he already knew. She was beautiful, but she was willful and dangerous. Instead, he'd decided on this kind of visit, to cut it off with a polite goodbye, tell her he'd repay the loan, and that would be it between them. She'd stolen a march. He turned the brim of his hat in his hands. The Indian woman started to shut the great carved door. "Oh, wait, I came to say goodbye to Señorita Hellman. Please write my name down, Macklin Chance." Indifference gave way to politeness.
Ah, Chance, Senor Chance. For you she left a message.
"What is it?"
She said to tell you it was necessary for her to leave for a while.
"Necessary? Why?" The woman ignored his question.
She said she would see you again. You are to be assured of it.
She bid him good day and closed the door. As he mounted the mule, he saw the dark gray clouds boiling from the west, full of storm. He turned the mule's head out into the bitter wind, mightily confused about Carla's sudden departure and his own reaction to it. 2 days later, waiting in a barber shop in Newhall, he picked up a Los Angeles paper from the week before. "Domestic violence in San Diego. Police summoned to Beavis Mansion. Tycoon hospitalized with stab wounds. Wife files alienation of affection suit. Heiress named." A rotten scandal, Hellman said. Now Mac understood. He also knew Carla's disposition. She might flee the trouble, but not forever. You are to be assured of it. He was overjoyed, and at the same time, he dreaded the moment of reunion. He was angry about his confusion and helpless to get rid of it. The one certainty was that she'd be back. 4. Roughnecks, 1889 to 1895. They called it La Brea, the tarry stuff in Southern California that congealed in pools, hinting at huge deposits of petroleum lying below. For a long time, hardly anyone cared. To the early coastal Indians, brea was a common brown-black substance, useful for waterproofing canoes and baskets, cementing bundles of yucca fibers to make brushes, or setting ornamental inlays of shells. Now and then, an enterprising member of the Chumash or Yokut tribe hauled some of the stuff inland and bartered it to other tribes for spearheads and furs. It was not considered particularly remarkable, not by the tribes and not by the early settlers. Coming down from the mountains into California, newcomers saw oil seeps hellishly aflame on the plain and glimpsed similar fires far up in narrow canyons. Later, a few of their brighter counterparts collected buckets of this pitch, as they called it, using it to grease the hubs of their wagons and the moving parts of their farm machinery. It wasn't until the 1850s, however, that Californians made a serious attempt to dig out the tarry material for commercial purposes. Even then, those wanting to sell or lease land to prospective wildcatters found that they needed promotional help and hired the inevitable consultants. One such was the famous and distinguished chemist Professor Benjamin Silliman of Yale. Silliman wrote enthusiastic endorsements of the riches lurking under the ground in California, including several tracts he never visited. He analyzed and lauded the quality of certain samples of California oil, but when some rival academicians, perhaps jealous of the professor's high consulting fees, proved that the samples were enhanced with Devo's kerosene, an Eastern product widely available in California stores, Silliman's reputation was ruined. Still, even honest promotion couldn't make California oil better than it was. Back in 1859, Colonel E. L. Drake had sunk his famous well at Oil Creek, Pennsylvania, and touched off an oil boom there. Pennsylvania crude was high-grade stuff. It could be refined into superior lubricating and illuminating oils. It yielded grease of a fine, thick consistency and lamp oil that burned clean, bright, and hot, virtually without smoke. No such claims could be made for the lubricants and oils haphazardly produced in California a few years later. The state's pioneer oil industry was a pygmy, and a weak pygmy at that. Nevertheless, California oil attracted men from Pennsylvania and elsewhere who migrated west late in the century, eager for the wealth that had eluded them back home. When they arrived, the familiar pattern repeated once again. It was the outsider, the newcomer with more greed than geology, who would suck California's black gold out of the earth and make it pay. 24. In the spring of 1889, in Ventura County, Mac Chance worked for a driller named Mulroy. Mulroy had a lean purse. He hunted for oil the 2,000-year-old Chinese way, using a drilling tool attached to a spring pole. Hour after hour, Mac pulled the pole down on its fulcrum, then released it to slam the tool into the ground. Mindless, grueling work. It paid only $1.50 a day. Mulroy's shallow holes were all sunk on the south side of the Santa Clara River, and every one was a duster. After Mulroy abandoned the sixth, Mac decided he could learn nothing more and quit. Up north of the river, in the foothills of the San Rafaels, oil sands promised a profit, but the slopes were too steep for conventional derricks. Hardison and Stewart Oil, out of Santa Paula, designed horizontal tunnels for the hillsides. When complete and infused with water, the tunnels allowed seeping oil to float out on top of the water, and then by gravity trickle through a system of wooden ditches down to large open collection tanks. Mac worked the rest of 1889 on the crew digging the tunnels into Sulphur Mountain. Some were 1,600 feet, longer than most deep wells. To provide the diggers with light, mirrors were set up and properly angled at the tunnel entrance, reflecting sunshine into the shaft. It was an ingenious system. Someone told Mac that Africans had invented it long ago. Mac earned $3 a day for the tunnel work and sent most of the money to Potter in Los Angeles for the taxes on San Solaro. The lawyer had promised to advance him any shortfall sum for the year, and wrote to say that, thus far, there had been only one threat of legal action by a purchaser. Deep in the tunnel, awash in his own briny sweat, Mac struck all the harder with his pick whenever he thought of Enrique Potter. If the lawyer had such faith in him, he had to justify it. After hours, he asked questions of the older men, the supervisors, about the nature of the underground oil formations, unpredictable, and the characteristics of California crude. In one word, poor. In December, an explosion in a tunnel killed 4 men. As Mac watched the pine coffins being loaded on a wagon, he decided he'd learned all he could from the Sulphur Mountain operation. He rode railroad to San Solaro. The gateway arch was rusting, and weeds and scrub vegetation stood knee-high, but the padlocks on the depot remained secure. In Los Angeles, he paid a call on Potter, who was now fending off 3 purchasers with legalistic letters containing vague promises of repayment. Then Mac left the city and rode over the mountains to the flatlands of Kern County, where he discovered work was scarce. In a month, he found nothing in the oil business and was soon down to eating 1 meal a day. Finally, he took the first job that came along, a bad one, in a god-forsaken spot called Asphalto. Lying in the western part of Kern County, Asphalto produced what its name suggested: asphalt for roofing and street paving. Huge kettles boiled the raw asphalt for 12 hours, putting a permanent stench in the air. Then the hot asphalt was poured from the sediment into forms of sand for shaping, hardening, and eventual shipment. To get the asphalt, miners worked in large open pits. Because the stuff quickly destroyed clothes, they worked naked. At the end of a 12-hour tower, in the oil fields this word was pronounced to rhyme with hour for no reason ever satisfactorily explained to Mac, a corps of boys with wooden horse scrapers swarmed over the miners, scraping off the tarry stuff and a lot of skin, too. Mac and the others then washed down in stinging petroleum distillate. They sat naked in the mess tent, their chests and flanks still shining from the distillate, as if lacquered. Mac discovered you never totally got clean. The management insisted on covering the mess benches with newspaper, and at the end of his very first meal, he stood up and found big sheets of paper stuck to his ass. The work paid $3 a day because it was mindless, filthy, and lonely. A few coarse whores hung around Asphalto, but even they expressed distaste for the smelly, sticky miners. In the dark of the bunk tents, men made love to each other. Mac often lay awake, forearm on his forehead, hand clenched, listening, longing for Nellie, struggling against the urges of a young man's body. A new man came to work, a man of intimidating bulk. He wore a wide belt with a studded buckle, and he often used it as a weapon, so others called him Strap. One night outside the bunk tent, Mac found Strap Viggory grappling with one of the scraper boys, a timid lad named Homer. "Look, Viggory, leave the boy alone," Mac said. "You interfering with a man's pleasure?" Viggory said, touching his studded buckle. "Never, so long as it's Homer's pleasure, too. Doesn't appear that it is. Homer, scoot out of here." "Yeah, Homer, I see you later. This gent and me, we got business." Mac and Strap Viggory squared off, buck naked, in a ring of miners excitedly making bets. Strap used his belt while Mac fought bare-knuckled. Strap lashed him and flayed him around the head and shoulders, drawing blood. But Mac waded in, and in 10 minutes his deft punching wore through the bigger man's defenses and put him down. The 4th time Strap fell, he didn't get up. Mac left him snorting and thrashing. Next morning, in the wagon stable where he quartered railroad, Mac found the mule lying motionless, bludgeoned to death by some kind of blunt instrument. Strap Viggory had already disappeared. Deciding he'd had a bellyful of asphalto, Mac quit at the end of that week. By early autumn, he was back in Santa Paula. It was a small place, about 300 in the permanent population, but that was swelled by a constantly changing troop of wildcatters, roughnecks, gamblers, and other parasites who fed on the oil men. There were also some characters with no discernible reason for their presence, unless it was a desire to hide out from civilization and maybe the law. A lot of the transients lived in tents or packing box hovels, which lent the town an even more temporary air. Santa Paula's rough element boasted that they had a saloon for every 7 families. Shootings were a common occurrence. Mac signed on as a roughneck with Hardison and Stewart Oil, which soon was to merge with 2 others, Sespe Canyon Oil and Torrey Canyon Oil, into a larger and stronger firm called Union. With some of his wages, Mac finally bought a pistol, a second-hand Model 73 Peacemaker Colt 6-shot, 45 caliber. It was a popular frontier weapon, simple and well-built, with walnut stocks and a blued finish. Mac chose the more citified snub-nosed version, the so-called shopkeeper's model. He packed it in a holster riding behind him, at the top of his right buttock. Hardison and Stewart sent him to a crew working in the hills north of the river. On the 4th day of spudding in a new well, the bit cocked in the hole and couldn't be dislodged. Mac volunteered to go down after it, not out of any bravado, but to see whether human strength could solve such a problem. The lost bit, which roughnecks called the fish, was stuck at a depth of 245 feet. Mac stripped off his shirt. They tied a hemp line under his arms. He stuffed rags into his armpits first, and after lowering a lantern to be sure there was breathable air, he stepped into the narrow hole. Down he went in the dark, suspended on the sand line from the sand reel. The sand line normally lowered the baler that brought out the slurry of rock broken up by the drilling tool, which worked on a separate line. Very shortly, Mac regretted volunteering. He could hardly move in the well, its diameter roughly 2 feet. About 150 feet of heavy sheet iron casing had been put in, and it scraped his shoulders till they bled. The air grew heavy, rank, almost impossible to breathe. Down he went, and down until the light above no longer revealed his own hands in front of his face. The sense of confinement, of being buried alive in a small grave, worsened every moment. Finally, he was just above the jammed tool. He had no room to bend and reach it with his hands, but could only draw his legs up slightly, then kick. He kicked for 10 minutes, sweat pouring over his face. He thought he would die from lack of air. Finally, he raised one hand to yank the line and signal the crew to pull him up. He didn't like being defeated, but it seemed impossible to free the tool. He vented his disgust in one last clumsy kick. The tool dislodged from the slate ridge where it had stuck. Mac gasped. He was ready to faint and yanked hard on the line. The steam engine rewound the hemp line on the sand wheel. He was brought up into the sunlight a hero. The firm's senior partner, Lyman Stewart, personally rewarded him with 2 hours off at full pay. Cable tool drills were expensive items. Stewart was about 50, a small-boned, natty man with a beard, pince-nez, and the demeanor of a Presbyterian deacon. He walked among the foul-mouthed roughnecks like a schoolmaster among rowdy but promising pupils. Stewart was currently raising money to build a new chapel in Santa Paula. At the end of a little speech of commendation, Stewart said, "Be prudent with the extra money, Chance. To squander it on drinking or chewing is to play the devil's game." A good Presbyterian, all right. Mac's trip down the hole earned him a reputation in Santa Paula. Another wildcatter sought him out, a man with offices in a crude 1-story wood box of a building located directly across the main street from the crude 1-story wood box Stewart and his partner shared with Mission Transfer, a pipeline company. Jason Preston Danvers, a Pennsylvanian, headed Keystone Oil. The company had leases up in the foothills, but no producing wells so far. Danvers was a heavy man with large spectacles, a high pompadour, and an air of being oppressed and depressed by circumstance. Like Enrique Potter, he kept a photograph of his family on his desk. Mac counted 8 children, the oldest but 10 or 11. "Thank you, Mr. Danvers, but I've got a job like that," Mac said after he heard the man's offer. Jace Danvers sighed. Another defeat. "What is it you want, then?" "To learn more about the business. I figure the only way I can do that is to move up to tool dresser." A tool dresser was number 2 on a 2-man drill crew, responsible for sharpening the tools to the required diameter and keeping them sharp at the derrick forge. A tool dresser also did whatever else the driller told him to do. "Oil is something that interests you? I mean, as more than temporary work?" Mac nodded. "But I've got to be honest, I don't know much about petroleum geology." "Hell, neither do 9/10 of the men punching holes around here. What good would it do? The surface signs, the standing pools aren't reliable. You'd think oil up above would mean oil right below, but no. The strata are tilted every which way. You can't pierce them straight and clean the way you can in Pennsylvania. Even if you get the crude out, it's inferior. Paraffin content's low. California lubricating oils and axle grease flow like water. The key is refining, better refining. I've discussed that with Stewart. He's working on it." "I appreciate that there are problems, but—" "You can't imagine how many," Danvers interrupted. "One of the biggest is the railroad." "Then I'll learn about those things too, when I get the right kind of job." He sat waiting, sensing that Danvers could be prodded. Presently Danvers shot him a look from under his dour brow. "I have a new driller working up in Salt Marsh Canyon. Derrick's just being built. He might take you on." "As a tool dresser? $4 a day? That's standard." "Chance, I'm hard-pressed for cash." "If I do the work, I want the pay." All right," Danvers said wearily. "You've got a good reputation. I'll hire you if the driller says yes. Go see him. I'll write the directions." He rummaged for paper on a desk overflowing with it, in the process knocking a stack off the edge. "God, sometimes I wonder why I stay in this rotten business." Out in Salt Marsh Canyon, the derrick floor was down and the rig-building crew was dragging 4 peeled tree trunks from a wagon. The logs would be the lower legs of the derrick. "Where's the boss?" Mac asked one of the rig men. He was referred to a tall, lank, homely fellow in his mid to late 30s, with a long, strong-looking jaw and crinkly hair already showing a lot of gray. He wore tooled boots, tight jeans, a work shirt cut off at the shoulders, and a large flowing yellow bandana. Holstered on his left hip was a longer, more expensive version of Mac's Peacemaker Colt. Mac went over to introduce himself. "Macklin Chance is my name." He held out his hand. The older man didn't shake. He was sunburned, his face as rough and full of gullies as the land round about, and his eyes were pale green, the color of new leaves on a cottonwood. "Johnson. Fella from town yesterday said Jace was sending you out. Know anything about worrying down an oil well?" There was a thick slice of the South in the man's speech. "I've worked in parts of the business almost 2 years," Mac said. "That's no damn answer. I need an experienced tool dresser." Mac didn't care for his bluntness. "I don't have experience, but I can learn. You tell me once, it'll be done." Johnson snorted. "Cocky cuss, ain't you? Well, why not? I don't see any other candidates lined up around here." He calculated silently. $3.50 a day and you keep. $4, regular tool dresser's wage. You got no experience. You said so. I'll work that much harder to make up for it. Give you double effort on every tower. He rhymed it with hour. He could tell Johnson caught that. "Let's discuss it up at my palatial ranch house yonder." He indicated a shanty a short way up the slope from the well site. The company's financial condition was clear from its sign, just an amateurish keystone and a large 14 painted in whitewash. "I got a few swigs of popskull in a bottle," Johnson added. "Mighty hot out here, and the boys can get along for a while. Follow me." Mac followed. Johnson put wooden chairs against the front of the shanty. From there he could watch the rig builders setting spikes into braces between the first pair of derrick legs. These spikes would be hammered the rest of the way when the legs were raised in position. Johnson brought out his brown bottle, but Mac passed on it. The driller set it under his own chair, tilted back, and began to worry invisible specks off the barrel of his peacemaker with a clean rag. The gun was a beautiful weapon, its silvered metal elaborately engraved, each of its mother-of-pearl hand grips embossed with a large lone star. The front half of the trigger guard was cut away for faster shooting. The Colt did not look like an amateur's piece. "Fine gun," Johnson said when he noticed Mac's interest. $100 new in Fort Worth." "That's where you're from?" "There and elsewhere. First name's Hugh, H-U-G-H. Hell of a name for a Texas boy, ain't it? My mama hoped I'd grow up to be a gentleman. I sure got disappointed, the dear woman." "When did you come to California?" Johnson's expression grew guarded. "Oh, some years back. I used to be a cowboy. And then the big ranch combines from New York started buying up all the spreads I worked for, one after another, and cutting wages, and soon I couldn't earn a dime. So I drifted over the mountains and learned a new trade." He gestured to the derrick site. "So now you're an oilman. Till something better shows up. I never stick long at any one thing. Somehow or other I was born with an urge to drift. I reckon I can't drift until I punch this hole for Jace Danvers. Lord, that man travels with a cloud of pain and woe thicker'n a blue norther." I noticed. "Jace is a decent sort, I'll give him that. Loves his family, wants to provide. It flogs him something awful." Johnson idly scraped at a nostril with his thumbnail. "It's a reason I never married, among many. I'm single, too. What are you doing in this part of the world?" Mac gave him a level look. The two of them seated there with chairs tilted back in the scant shade. A foot-long chuckwalla lizard with a broad, fat head wandered by in the shale below. Apparently unafraid of daylight or human beings, it stuck out its tongue at the men. Johnson stuck out his tongue at the lizard, and it ran. "What I'm trying to do is get rich," Mac said. "How?" "Any way I can. I'm from Pennsylvania, like Danvers. I already own some land over in Los Angeles County." "And I'm supposed to learn you what I know about oil, huh?" "I guess you'd better." Mac swung a hand to encompass the steep, narrow canyon and the derrick site. "I don't see any other candidates lined up here." "By God, you're a pert cuss, Mr. Chance. Pertness says to me that a man's got sand. I like that. I don't know, though. I'm out here to work, not run a school." A long silence told Mac he was in trouble. Impulsively, he said, "I'll take care of the grub, too. Bear steak, fancy omelets, Hangtown fry. I'm a damn good cook." "You're hired." 25. Mac had seen operating wells and knew something about their components, but he'd never had his hands on a standard tool rig or helped spud in a new hole. This equipment was modern, a far cry from Mulroy's spring bowls. The basic tool string consisted of a chisel-like bit hooked to the stem, an iron bar connected to a long 2¼ inch manila line. A coal-fired boiler generated steam for the little 20-horsepower engine. The engine spun the band wheel, and the band wheel and its pitman rod tipped a walking beam up and down over the pole. Pulling the tool string up and dropping it by means of the walking beam action dug the well. Johnson was a brusque, impatient teacher, but a good one. There was no job on the rig Mac didn't learn. He sharpened tools at the coal forge and clambered to the top of the derrick to free a drill line fouled on the crown block pulley. He and Johnson sweated to make casing out of columns of steel pipe, one wedged inside the other. To Mac fell the task of pounding the casing with a sledge to indent it, thus creating a strong bond without rivets. The casing, heavier than the tools, had its own special block and tackle support system, running off the calf wheel. Mac learned the 9-strand splice and soon repaired broken lines so well that the original brake was invisible. He ran the baler to pull up drill cuttings. He cleaned scale from the inside of the boiler. He did the cooking. Johnson kept the logbook, how many feet drilled per day, how many feet cased, and he knew tricks. If you have a good day, go short on what you report in the log. That way when you get a bad day, and you will, you got leeway. Some extra feet to make up for your mistakes. The Texan handled another important job around the well. Mac discovered this one afternoon when the little steam engine quit. Johnson peeled off his shirt, revealing a long hook-shaped knife scar, deep once but healed now, running down the left side of his back. Then he attacked the engine with wrench, pliers, and a crowbar, and sweated and swore over it for half an hour, at the end of which time it sputtered once and died. "Damn modern machines," Johnson said heavily, then started working again. Looking on, Mac said, "I'm glad you're mechanical because I'm not." Johnson spat a stream of his plug tobacco. "I ain't mechanical, just available. On the range, I always got stuck repairing the chuck wagon because nobody else would." After another adjustment, he started the engine. In 10 seconds, it started to die again. Disgusted, he whacked it once with the crowbar. The engine went whump-thump and then settled down, running smoothly. They broke one tool in the crazy tilted strata of Salt Marsh Canyon. Then they punched through a layer of hard rock into sand, and the new tool went too fast and stuck. It took 3 days to free the fish and recover it. At 605 feet, sulfur water gushed up. They hooked up a pump and ran it for a week, pumping water but no oil. Jace Danvers rode out and gloomily inspected the well and then the log, and authorized another 100 feet. They hit more slate. The drill line broke, the sides of the well caved in, and fishing couldn't recover the tool. Jace Danvers returned, grimmer than ever. "I'm pressed on every side, men. Pressed and stretched thin. The railroad rates are killing me. Keystone 9's producing marginally, 40 to 50 barrels a day, but I can't afford to ship the crude to a coastal port. I'm closing down this well. We'll start Keystone 15 farther up the canyon." Mac and Johnson exchanged looks. Danvers wore the expression of a man dying a lingering death. Johnson liked Mac's cooking, and he approved of his uncomplaining hard work. A friendship began to grow, though it had its limitations. One Sunday night, eating supper, Mac said, "Tell me some more about your cowboy days, Hugh." "Don't use that name. I hate it." "Then you should get a nickname." "Got to have a reason for a nickname. I got no reason." "Nothing from your time in Texas?" Johnson's green eyes had a defensive, hooded look. "Nothing to talk about. Just a lot of long hours and saddle-sore butts. Quit palavering. Let's eat." Every other Sunday night, the two men rode into Santa Paula. Both wore their sidearms, as did most of the other drinkers, diners, and card players in the Ventura Bar and Grill, which became their refuge of choice. Upstairs, a little Mexican girl named Angel took Mac's mind off Nellie and Carla for half an hour. Johnson preferred heavy women. His regular weighed 270. Shortly after midnight one Saturday in March, Mac and Johnson were leaning on the Ventura's scarred mahogany bar, a half-consumed plate of oysters on the wet wood between them, along with several glasses that had contained whiskey or hot clam juice. They were jawing away about the dim prospects of Jace Danvers when loud whacking sounds upstairs were followed by a scream. Then a door banged open. "Get out!
Don't you touch me! He whipped me, Gert!" a hysterical whore cried. A huge man stormed down the stairs. Mac's hazel eyes opened wide at the sight of his face and the red stippled belt with the studded buckle dangling from his fist. Poker games suspended abruptly, and the fiddler, too. The man with the belt lurched toward the swinging doors, looking straight ahead, the sobs and screamed accusations continuing from upstairs. As he went by, Mac yanked the belt out of his hand. "Strap Vigory, you son of a bitch! You killed my mule back in Asphalto!" Vigory swung around with a snort, and as he grabbed for his belt, Mac flung it behind the bar. He'd been a fool to confront Vigory impulsively, but it was too late to change things. He reached behind for his shopkeeper's Colt. "I'll kill you too, you fucker," Vigory said then, crashing a knee into Mac's groin. Pain flashed up Mac's trunk and down his legs. It loosened his grip, and Vigory snatched the Colt and leaped back. The round, unblinking eye of the muzzle looked at Mac at chest level. "Lord, I've done it now." Vigory snickered, and the knuckle of his trigger finger whitened. Hugh Johnson swept his silvered peacemaker off his left hip so gracefully that hardly a patron saw it. The first bullet drilled Vigory's breastbone and knocked him down. Vigory shot from a convulsing hand. The bullet plowed into the ceiling. Behind him, poker players yelped and ducked under their tables as Johnson put a bullet in Vigory's left shoulder, another in his right, one in each of his knees, and the last one through the center of his forehead. The back of Vigory's head exploded against the floor. The crashing thunder of Johnson's .45 rolled away to silence. Vigory's convulsing body came to rest. A sticky red pool spread all around his head. Mac snagged his piece off the blood-spattered floor, unable to avoid the sight of Vigory's corpse. Vomit rose up into his throat. A card player eyed Johnson fearfully. "You put 6 slugs in him, 5 after he went down." "He was out to kill my friend. You heard him say so. Someone like that, you take him at his word. You don't ask him if he's serious or allow him time to show you. It was self-defense. Nobody disagrees, do they?" Johnson's clear, cold eyes, leaf green, generated a chorus of no's. Vigory's body had relaxed and his bowels let go. The stench was too much. Mac reeled for the door and puked in the street. Inside, he heard Johnson say, "Somebody fetch the law. I can't stay in this town all night." They rode homeward at daybreak, released without charges. The world felt sweet and fresh, the owls hooting their last and the small birds waking. Kingbirds, linnets, orioles, and canaries in the alders and willows along the road to Salt Marsh Canyon. As the mauve sky changed to flaming orange, red cattle tinkled their bells on a hillside, and a sleepy farmer waved from among the outdoor hives on his bee ranch. Swallows began to fly, and a hawk plummeted to catch a meal in a dewy field, the mountains rising up in blue haze behind. Mac was thrilled with the beauty of California once again, beauty that made the dirty death of Vigory almost unreal. He was plagued by curiosity, too. Finally, as they jogged through a cathedral arch of shaggy eucalyptus with blue-white spring leaves, he couldn't contain it. "Just a cowhand, that's all? Stop fooling. Your story may explain why you're a good rider, but it doesn't explain how you placed 6 shots so perfectly. You've had experience." "Well, some," Johnson said, and then was silent. Mac's eyes prodded him. "Listen, if it's all the same, I'm damn tired, and I'd rather not—" "Hugh, come on. You saved my life. That's a special thing. No more secrets." Their horses plodded along. The hawk soared into the orange sky with something in its beak. Johnson appraised his partner with those green eyes, then the chill left them and he slumped. His beard was showing, stubbly gray. "Ah, shit. I suppose we're too far from Texas for it to matter much." He sniffed and eyed the blue hills with a queer, cramped expression.
as though ashamed of what he was going to say. When the jobs ran out, I joined up with 3 of my friends, every one of us dead busted. We robbed a little pissant bank at a wide spot in the road, Driscoll, Nueces County.
Mac couldn't help looking surprised. Johnson squinted at him, hunting for signs of accusation as well. He saw none, but nevertheless went on emphatically.
Didn't hurt a living soul, and you better by God believe that.
He snorted, all the laugh he could manage.
Did you know how much we split between us? $97.24. Should have picked a bigger bank. I rode over the border 4 hours ahead of a posse. Hid out in the state of Coahuila the best part of a year. It was too much change too fast. About broke me.
He reared up and inhaled the sweet air as if trying to restore his soul with a few cool breaths.
This ain't the same United States I knew as a boy, Mac. Not the same country at all. Those big cattle corporations just swallowed all the family spreads back home. They pushed fellas like me into peculiar new trades, wildcatting, banditry.
Build a railroad like the SP. You can steal millions and get away with it.
Guess that's the truth. There's too much crazy change going on to suit me.
He scanned the tranquil blue hills.
Right here, I could almost believe it hasn't touched California. But you go into those oil towns, full of hard cases and starry-eyed greenhorns hoping for a strike, or you ride around Los Angeles and bump into hop-headed hustlers selling every crazy thing from dope to a new design windmill, and you know that California's where the change cuts deeper and faster than any place. This here's the knife edge, and sometimes I don't like it, but I don't know where else to run unless it's into the Pacific.
Don't run any place. Your secret's safe.
Better be. I got lots more ammunition.
Hugh Johnson's smile said they were finally friends. A week later, Mac said, "You know, Hugh, there's Brea showing all over the land I own in the next county. Maybe we should stop working for Danvers and put our own rig together, as partners."
A string of tools costs money.
How much?
Maybe $40,000 for a complete one, good quality. That's second-hand, mind.
Interested? Johnson worried the cleaning rag along the engraved barrel of his peacemaker.
Not right now. I'm getting the urge to drift. Won't be long before I can. My nose tells me Keystone 15 is another dry hole.
So it was, and so was Keystone 16. By the summer of 1891, Jason Preston Danvers faced a crisis. "Your charges to ship the coal are more than the coal itself," Danvers shouted into the trumpet-shaped mouthpiece of the wall phone. Mac sat tensely in a side chair, and Johnson leaned against the wall, his dusty hat crushed under his arm. Bars of light swarming with dust motes lit up the Santa Paula office. Fascinated, Mac listened to the tinny voice issuing from the box on the wall. He'd seen the instruments, but never talked on one. Danvers reddened and pounded the wall.
No, I don't believe you. This is just one more case of the SP strangling small business. If I were a big volume shipper, you'd come around fast enough. You'd give me the same rebates you slip under the counter to your—"
A protesting squawk and a loud rattle interrupted him.
Wait, Danvers shouted.
The rattle continued. He hung up the earpiece, beaten.
4 of my crew quit yesterday, he said.
Then I'm sorry we picked today to ride in with the bad news on 16, Johnson said. You want us to keep on there? Danvers fell into his chair and held his head with both hands.
No, abandon it. Tear down the derrick. Salvage all the timber you can.
The oilman had lost weight. His eyes were haggard and his speech slow. On the sweaty sleeve of his shirt he wore a black velvet armband. His son Bernard, second from the youngest, had died of diphtheria the preceding Wednesday.
The bank won't carry my equipment loan any longer. I have to make a payment. That means I have to defer wages." "Is that why the other men quit?" Mac asked. Danvers replied with a ponderous nod. He held his head again. "It's okay with me," Mac said, "so long as we get the money eventually." "Sure," Johnson said, shrugging. "You're good men, both of you." "One problem," Johnson said. "I don't do so good when I defer eating." "Mrs. Danvers will fix food twice a week. She'll bring it out to Saltmarsh Canyon in the wagon." "That's a lonesome trip for a woman," Mac said. "Not too safe, either." "There's no other way," Danvers said. "I'm up against the wall." Danvers's troubles compounded. Keystone 19, which another crew punched in, began producing crude in the autumn, but Danvers couldn't afford to ship it. He was deeply in debt to the rig builder, who threatened liens, and available money went to pay that obligation. Danvers owned no tank cars, and no one would lease him cars on credit. Though Hardison and Stewart's pipeline from Newhall to Ventura, a 4-inch metal snake suspended on cables, had capacity available, again it was only for cash up front. Danvers appealed to every bank in the county and 2 in Los Angeles. They all rebuffed him. No more loans. On a hot gray afternoon in November, Danvers summoned all his roughnecks to a meeting in his office. Mac and Johnson had discussed in advance the certain outcome of the meeting, and they weren't wrong. "I'm folding," Danvers announced. "Everything's being attached. I'll meet payroll this coming Friday, but not afterward." "You talking about back pay, too?" said a bald man with a beard. "As of last Friday, you owed me for 7 weeks." "8 here," another said. 19 men jammed into an office were all in approximately the same fix. Mac noticed a rectangle on the wall, lighter than the surrounding area where the telephone had been connected. Danvers had lost at least 30 pounds. His pompadour, once shiny dark, was a crest of gray. From deep-sunk eyes, he surveyed the unhappy men. "I can't pay anything but the current week." "Jesus," Hugh Johnson said. His slitted eyes looked dark as emeralds. Mac stepped out from the others. "We trusted you, Mr. Danvers. Carried you and trusted you to pay up." "I'm aware of it, Mac. Believe me, it rips me apart to default. There's just no money." "There was," Johnson bit out. "Sounds to me like you didn't know how to handle it." Most of them growled agreement. There was no more tolerance in that room, no more kindness, just hungry, angry, cheated men. Danvers rose and spread his hands, his voice shaky. "I'm an honest businessman. I gave this enterprise everything. The cards are stacked. You want to blame someone, blame the banks and their friends at the goddamned gouging SP." "Ah, shove it, Danvers," a man said with a weary wave, heading for the door. Another shook his fist. "You better have money for us Friday, or we're liable to find us a coil of rope and take your case to Judge Lynch." Danvers sat down again, sweating. "Come on," Johnson growled to Mac. "It ain't decent to stick knives in a dying dog." In the street, a big, round, 4-hitch oil wagon rolled by. Hardison and Stewart. The driver wore a brand-new fawn vest, and Mac eyed it with bitter envy. Johnson leaned against the rack where they'd tied their horses. "Well, that's it, amigo. What are you going to do?" "Drift a while. I was getting tired of the job anyway." "Where will you go?" "Maybe over to Kern County. Anything there?" After a shrug, Mac said, "Bean fields, asphalt plants, some mighty pretty Indian girls, too much hot weather. What about my offer? Partners in our own outfit." "Going to swing that with the cash you get from Mr. Danvers, are you?" Johnson's sarcasm left Mac groping for a reply. His boasts to Nellie and Marquez and others about making a fortune came back to taunt him. Hell, he couldn't make enough money to repay even one of Wyatt's victims. He hadn't opened T. Fowler Haynes in months, with good reason. When several seconds of glum silence had gone by, Johnson eyed Mac, shrugged, and muttered, "Sorry I ragged you that way, but I'm drifting." "All right, but if you change your mind, get in touch. Leave a message with Potter, the lawyer, in the Baker Block, Los Angeles." "You'll be around, will you? Hanging on?" "Absolutely," Mac said without conviction. He was lying to Hugh Johnson. He was probably finished in California. The friends parted Friday night after the pay was dispersed at the office. Mrs. Danvers handed around the little envelopes, explaining that her husband was indisposed. "Indisposed with shame, I don't doubt," Johnson muttered to Mac outside. It wasn't a condemnation, merely a statement. Mac and the Texan shook hands by their horses. "You taught me a lot, Hugh. One day I'll repay you." "Sure, when we all get rich." Johnson stepped into his stirrup and mounted. "You ever gonna quit using that name I hate?" "Not till you get another. Remember now, Potter in the Baker Block. I'll get the message." Hugh Johnson touched his hat brim and turned his horse's head. Mac watched the Texan ride out and dwindle to a speck against the fiery rampart of the Sunset Hills. He couldn't remember feeling this low since the night he left San Francisco. In San Solaro, he found no significant change, except the weeds were higher. He took a job washing dishes in Newhall. A week before Christmas, a time in which his feelings of loneliness and defeat seemed particularly keen, he picked up a copy of the Times, and a story on the front page caught him. "Shore suicide? Mysterious drowning claims oilman." A day earlier, a body had washed up on the beach at Santa Monica. It was Jace Danvers. The story described him as an oil company proprietor recently caught in severe financial straits. The preceding Sunday, he'd taken his wife and 7 children to the ocean. While they spread their picnic, Danvers stepped behind a rock and donned his bathing costume. He left his clothes with his wife, neatly folded. He walked into the Pacific, waved at the children, and began to swim. No one saw him again until a fisherman watched the surf float his body ashore. "Poor bastard," Mac said, putting the paper on the shelf above a tub of rancid dishwater. He knew Jason Preston Danvers hadn't been the best of managers, but he was well-intentioned, industrious, honest. Not good enough. Circumstances had undone him, and the railroad, too. For Danvers, the California dream had failed. Mac immersed a sticky plate with pork chop grease. 2 waiters burst into the kitchen, quarreling and threatening each other in Spanish. Cheap tinsel letters hung over the door to the restaurant. "Feliz Navidad." Mac stared at them and thought, "Am I another Danvers?" 26. He drifted from job to job in the first of 1892, managing to save $28. He no longer opened the guidebook. Sometimes he loathed the very sight of it. A suspicion took hold and grew into conviction that he was repeating the pattern of his pa's failed life. Once a month, he wrote Potter's office with a current address, asking for mail. In July, the lawyer forwarded a letter from Nellie. She planned to be in Los Angeles early in August to prepare a story about the harbor fight, which had been simmering for a couple of years. The city of Los Angeles wanted a permanent deep-water port at San Pedro. The SP, with its customary heavy-handed attention to self-interest, was campaigning locally and in Sacramento to locate the port at Santa Monica, where, of course, SP owned most of the available harborside land. "It's the first time I found myself on the same side as that damned Otis," Mac said to Nellie on the buggy ride out to the Pacific. He had hardly stopped talking since he picked her up. He was excited about seeing her after so long, but a little sad and envious, too. She was doing well. He'd borrowed $15 from Potter to hire the rig and buy a picnic basket from a caterer. The last dollar went to a tailor to repair a tear in the sleeve of his brown broadcloth. He still felt dirt poor in her presence. He'd called for her at the Pico house, where she was installed in a suite at Hearst's expense. Brown and slim and vibrant as ever, she was the picture of a successful city girl in a smart yachting costume of white linen, with a navy belt and foulard with white polka dots. Her cap was white with a navy bill, her shoes small white Oxfords. She said the outfit was French. Full of news, she was as talkative as Mac. They laughed about it. She told him that Muir had organized his conservation society, the Sierra Club, in San Francisco. Leland Stanford Junior University was open in Palo Alto, with a smart young president from Indiana, David Starr Jordan, in charge. Of Diego Marquez, she knew only one thing. He quarreled with the hierarchy, issued some inflammatory statements, then left the church and disappeared out in the valley. Some of his superiors called him a dangerous anarchist. It was in the headlines for nearly a week. Rancho Topanga Malibu Sequit was a 22-mile tract of choice ocean property stretching south from Ventura. The present owner and prospective developer, a man called Ringe, kept it heavily fenced and peppered with signs that warned, "No trespassing, violators prosecuted," though the public ignored them. Mac knew an isolated ranch road that took them to a wild beach not far from Santa Monica. Here he spread blankets, then the contents of the hamper. It was a blowing, sparkling day, with huge white combers roaring in. The invigorating air smelled of salt, but everything seemed to remind him of Danvers and his sad end. He poured glasses of cheap white wine. The restaurant had packed thick, starchy sandwiches in waxed paper. Bologna and peppered sausage, layered with slices of strong cheese. Nellie took off her hat and shook out her dark hair, chattering on. "The harbor fight looks fierce. Huntington is pulling every string in Washington that he can. He has the Post in his pocket, so he can float a favorable story whenever he wants. Your friend Fairbanks is handling the campaign in California. He's a vice president of the corporation now and runs the political bureau, otherwise known as the legal department, not to be confused with the SP Literary Bureau." "What's that?" "A sardonic name for their propaganda machine. They bribe editors and writers to treat them favorably, pay them off with cash, passes, weekends at the Del Monte and Monterey. In San Francisco, I know for certain that the Bulletin and the Call take their money. If you consider that and all the state legislators they control, plus their own railroad managers, sometimes a ward boss, sometimes a freight agent, in every county in California, you'd have to say that Walter Fairbanks wields more power than the governor." Mac's face showed a cynical disgust. "At least that keeps his mind off me." She laughed. "I don't want to insult you, but I think they forgot you and the nickel ferry long ago. Running you out of the city satisfied Huntington. Fairbanks, too, presumably. I expect you could go back any time you want." Mac's hazel eyes raked the ocean horizon. He saw phantom images of Danvers swimming to his death. "I'll go back, but not till I have enough money to be a serious player in their game." "So you haven't lost a whit of your ambition." "Have you?" "No." She unwrapped a sandwich. "When I have a spare hour, I write stories. No one's published any so far, but they will." "You're still happy in San Francisco?" "Yes, but Mr. Hearst has plans to send me somewhere else." Mac sat up abruptly. "He's doing wonderfully with the Examiner," she went on, "but he wants to expand to New York. If he can start or buy a paper there, he wants me to work for him. It's the most important city in America, Mac. I doubt I could turn him down." "And that's what you want? To spend the rest of your life in an office?" "Lord, you're such a mossback. I thought you might have changed." "I'm a man. What can I change?" "Your attitude, sir. Your primitive attitude. What would you have me do?" His dark hair blew in the sea wind. "What about marrying someone?" "Who?" "Me, for instance." "You want a wife who stays home and contents herself with raising fat babies. Well, don't you?" Yes, I do.
Then let's change the subject.
Her voice was sharp, even a touch angry.
How are you getting on down here? Making any money?
Plenty. Now he was curt.
Mr. Chance, why do I get the distinct impression that you're not being truthful?
She touched his work-scarred knuckles.
Please, you know I care about you.
Let's eat.
You're impossible.
Nellie, I love you. Instantly she lost color and her self-assurance.
What? What did you say?
He took her hands in his. I said I love you. I always have. But I can't be anything except what I am. Now the color rushed back into her face, and she pulled her hands away with an angry, "Oh!" She wiped her palms against her eyes.
You are what you are. Is that a fact or an excuse?
I don't want to quarrel, Nellie. I've waited months to be with you again.
If you don't want to quarrel, she said in an unsteady voice, you'd better give me another sandwich, because I'm about to throw this one right in your face.
The rest of the outing was polite but strained, with no physical contact save her quick peck on his cheek when he delivered her to the arcade of the Pico house. Goodbye, Nellie. Take care of yourself.
Mac, wait.
No, I've got to get this rig back to the stable. I'm already late.
Will I see you again before I leave Los Angeles?
Yes, I'll try, he said, knowing he wouldn't. Nellie was going up in the world. He was standing still, if not sinking. And sometimes she didn't seem to like what he was. Not at all. She let the curtain fall, but stayed at the suite's window, the fading sunlight through the old lace patterning her cheeks. The street below was almost deserted, but she'd stood there for many minutes, expecting, no, hoping, to see him come racing back in the buggy. He didn't, of course, and she was left with a grab bag of emotions. Sadness first, because he was tense and gaunt, no longer the energetic, brash young man who'd jumped into the bay to save her. Despite his pretensions, his confidence was gone. She felt a lovely warmth when she remembered the stunning moment when he said, "I love you." But she hated her own foolish, prickly responses. She loved him too. Loved him even though he was far from perfect.
Nor are you, Miss Ross. Shall I cite some specifics? You've struggled so hard competing with all those tough, cynical male reporters, you talk and act like them. Brusque, blunt. Worse than that, your so-called standards are too damned high. You treat a lover the way you treat old Huntington, as a candidate for your reforming zeal.
It was true, but what could she do? Could she change now, even if she wanted? The real trouble was, she didn't want to, at least not all of the time, and whenever she faced that fact instead of fleeing from it, as now, the pain and confusion tore her apart. Nellie kept standing there while the twilight settled, a sun-browned hand touching the old lace, as if it were some memento of love. The angled beams of the setting sun made her tear-washed cheeks glow. Late in September, Enrique Potter invited Mac to Sunday dinner at his home. The large, pleasant stucco house stood among willow trees out on the west side of town. It was part of another unsuccessful subdivision, the Wilshire Tract, planned by one H. Gaylord Wilshire, a Harvard dropout, walnut and grapefruit grower and socialist entrepreneur. The Potter home was cool and spacious, with a lemon tree flourishing in the front yard. Dinner was at 2, after the Potters returned from Mass, and Elena Potter served an enormous meal, the best Mac had eaten in a year. The lawyer with the ferocious Mongol mustache was a kind but firm father, keeping his 5 children in their seats until he was ready to dismiss them for play. "Pick up that crumb under your chair, Felipe," he said as they dashed out. Felipe returned without a murmur. Potter gave the boy a smile and a pat, sending him out happy. Potter lit one of his stupendously long cigars. "Mac, I must say, you look terrible." Mac folded his napkin. I've had one rotten job after another. I've spent 5 years playing what amounts to penny poker. If I can't play for big stakes, I'm going back east." "I'm sorry to hear that. I know how much you've always wanted to make California your home." "Maybe it was never meant to be." Visions of the Pennsylvania blizzard flashed before his inner eye. The nightmare came frequently of late. Either I change my own luck, and soon, or I'm through. Potter rolled his cigar back and forth between thumb and fingers. "I admit the situation isn't good. I wanted to discuss it with you. Do you recall Lauren and Estelle Hutto?" "Hutto," Mac said, rubbing the center of his forehead. A sharp ache had started there. "It's familiar, but I can't—" "Wait, the buyer list." "Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Hutto, Elyria, Ohio. On Friday, they filed suit against the corporation to recover their down payment. I'm fairly confident that I can slow things down with a demurrer, a technical objection to the sufficiency of their pleading. If the court agrees the pleading's insufficient, the Huttos will have to start all over again, and we'll gain time. Even so, Mac, I'd be less than honest if I didn't tell you there's going to be a reckoning eventually. If the worst happened, you might even face a jail term. Unless, of course, you find some cash. Soon. And where am I going to do that, Enrique? I look and I look, but there's no damn gold in the rivers anymore. Maybe there never was. I could attempt to settle with the Huttos out of court, then put San Solaro up for sale." Mac was tempted, mightily so, but something made him say, "No, I'm not quite ready for that. The property is all I've got." They stared at each other through the slow, twisting smoke of Potter's cigar. From the arched window came the bright sounds of children playing on the lawn, and the music of a bird warbling in the Sunday sunshine. California music. Mac didn't hear. His spirits sank further in the following weeks. He quit his dishwashing job and hired on at a lumber yard. Menial work again, but at least it kept him outdoors a good part of the time. One night in early October, he stopped for a drink at the El Dorado on Lower Main Street. He settled at the bar next to a wiry, tough-looking citizen in his mid-30s, with fair, lightly freckled skin, a thick mustache, and an enormous scar on his cheek. Mac noticed a Catholic medal around his neck and a pistol riding on his hip. After Mac ordered a lager, he saw the pistol-toter showing a companion something in the day's Tribune. "Excuse me," Mac said. "Is there anything in there yet about the championship?" "Right here." The man pointed to a dispatch from New Orleans. "By God, he won!" Mac exclaimed. He scanned the article for details. "A knockout in the 21st round." It filled him with pride that his friend Gentleman Jim had defeated John L. Sullivan for the heavyweight title. "Yeah, and with gloves in 3-minute rounds. What do they call those new rules?" "Marquis of Queensberry." Mac took a swallow of his beer. "Corbett's a friend of mine. He taught me to box." "That right?" The tough, shrewd eyes of the pistol-toter swept him up and down, including the holstered shopkeeper's Colt. "You a Californian, then?" In spite of recent doubts, Mac found it natural to say yes. "Know anything about the tar pits around here? Brea, asphaltum, whatever they call it?" "Matter of fact, I do. Brea is a seep of oil that's thickened in contact with air." "My guess exactly. First day I got to town, I saw a wagon carrying a load of it. I asked some questions. The local people burn it. Instead of coal, because coal costs $10 to $15 a ton in Los Angeles. A couple of 100 years ago, the Indians were waterproofing baskets and caulking canoes with Brea." "How do you know all this?" "I've worked in the oil business for 2 years." "Charlie, pay attention," the pistol-toter said, nudging his partner. Then he extended his hand. "My name's Ed Doheny. This gentleman's Charlie Canfield." "Macklin Chance. Call me Mac. Where are you from, Mr. Doheny?" "At the moment, right here. I was in New Mexico a while. Gold prospecting. That's no way to get rich." "You interested in work?" Canfield asked. We need one more man. To do what? Hunt for oil, Doheny said. With so many tar pits all over town, I figure we must be standing on top of a lake of oil. Mac refrained from telling him that the surface signs were often deceiving. I bought a lot and I'm going to sink a well. Where's your lot? Not far, out on 2nd Street, the area they call Westlake Park. You mean you're going to drill in Los Angeles? Doheny bristled. I'm going to dig, my friend. The same kind of hole farmers put down for a water well in Wisconsin, where I grew up. I can't afford fancy equipment, and I wouldn't know how to run it if I could. Charlie and I paid $400 for the lot. We're almost dead broke. You want to swing a pick and shovel for a percentage, we can talk. Mac drained his beer to give himself time to think. The idea of hunting oil in town, ludicrous at first, didn't seem so after a little reflection. He'd seen the tar pits on his very first day in Los Angeles. Why couldn't a well produce here as easily as in open country? What was California all about if not risk and hope and fulfillment of crazy dreams? And what did he have to lose? Nothing. Maybe it was the beer or Doheny's cocksure toughness, but Mac's confidence, so low at Potter's dinner table, surged up for the first time in months. 20%. Doheny fixed him with those hard eyes. 10. 15. Charlie? Canfield nodded. When can you start? 5 minutes after I quit the lumber yard in the morning. On November 4th, 1892, a mile west of downtown, Ed Doheny, Charlie Canfield, and Mac Chance started to dig a common miner's shaft, 4 feet by 6, with pick, shovel, and the expenditure of their own strength. Doheny hired a boy with a horse and cart to haul away the dirt and shale. After a few days, they attracted spectators, most of them joking at the expense of the 3 men sweating in the pit. It infuriated Doheny, but somehow it only excited Mac. 7 feet below the ground, Mac suddenly saw a glistening ooze on the shaft wall. Ed, Charlie, get down here, he shouted. As they clambered down the ladder, Mac swiped his fingers over the crumbly shale. They glistened black. Oil seep, he said, grinning. It's here, Doheny breathed. By God, I smell it. Don't you boys smell it? I smell money, Mac said. The next night, after hours of exhausting work, Mac dragged himself off to prowl the neighborhood. As the days passed, he went off alone at every opportunity, keeping his purpose to himself. A surging certainty told him that he and his partners were on to something incredible. Doheny and Canfield moved out of their hotel and into a tent on the lot. The following evening, Mac trudged back to his rented room to find his flint-faced landlady waiting for him. You in some kind of trouble, young man? There was a process server here with a legal paper. Trouble? Mac's heart pounded. Nothing that I know of, ma'am. Well, he's coming back tomorrow. Meanwhile, I want next week's rent in advance. Yeah, sure. I'll get it first thing in the morning. An hour later, with his few belongings in a bundle, he slid out of the window of his second-floor room and dropped. The noise roused the landlady, who fired a shotgun, but luckily she missed him. He vaulted the high-back fence and fled through the night. A few minutes before midnight, he moved in with his startled partners. A few nights later, they heard sounds near the well site. The 3 ran out to discover a man carrying off picks and shovels. Doheny raised his revolver and dropped the thief with a bullet through his left calf. You're good with that, Ed, Mac said later, while Doheny cleaned the piece. I've used it a considerable amount, the Irishman said in that guarded way of his. Used it on a mountain lion that attacked me down in New Mexico. Cat almost got me. He touched the disfiguring scar. Used it once on a man out to kill me. And? Doheny snapped the hammer down and sighted along the barrel. He didn't, he said. As November wore on, the shaft deepened steadily, and the shored-up walls began to exude a poisonous odor of gas. At around 150 feet, the odor grew so strong, Mac warned them off. "If there's a spark, we'll all go sky high. We can't stay down here digging." "Good, because I can't breathe," Canfield said, choking. "What do we do now?" "Drill." "You know we can't afford a string of tools," Doheny exploded. Mac swiped his sweaty face with an oily forearm. "Then we drill with something else." What they found was a fallen eucalyptus tree on a neighboring lot. They hauled it to the well, sharpened a point on it, rigged a supporting frame, and hooked it to a donkey engine, and slammed it into the hole. Their new drill. Spectators continued to gather and jeer, but a plain, stoutly built woman turned up almost every day and watched their progress with avid interest. Mac was intrigued because the woman sat on a packing box for hours, peering into the well with all the devotion of someone admiring a new lover. He drew her into conversation. "I'm Mrs. Emma Summers. I live just over there. I'm from Kentucky, but I trained at the New England Conservatory, a piano teacher. I've never seen anything as exciting as this." Mac joked with her. "There are plenty of tar pits around here. Maybe there's oil in your own backyard." Not smiling, she replied, "That's exactly what I'm thinking, young man." Mac increased the frequency of his nocturnal trips through the neighborhood, while keeping a wary eye out for the sheriff's men who might somehow stumble on him. He wrote notes on scraps of paper and soon had a pocket stuffed with them. The eucalyptus drill went up and down, with a persistent, monotonous rhythm. Doheny constantly bombarded Mac with questions. "If we hit oil, how much will we get for it?" "About $1 a barrel right now." "The market's pretty small, isn't it?" "Not as big as it should be," Mac agreed. He pointed at the tent's kerosene lamp. The dull, dim flame sent a constant twist of dirty smoke up to the tent's vent hole. "There's one reason. Too much carbon in the crude. Better refining could fix that, but improving the kerosene won't expand the market much." "What will?" "Using oil for fuel. Mostly it's poor people who use it now, but think of the SP. I don't like those bastards, but suppose their locomotives burned oil instead of coal? The wells couldn't pump fast enough." They dug 40 days and 40 nights. On the 41st day, a potent gush of gas was followed by a gurgle of oil in the bottom of the pit. In 5 minutes, the sharpened tip of the eucalyptus trunk was submerged. In 10 minutes, the oil was 15 feet deep. "We're millionaires," Doheny shouted, running down a bucket to bail some oil. "Millionaires," Canfield echoed. "May I have this dance?" He caught Mac's waist, and they waltzed all over the vacant lot, singing and whooping. Doheny ran at them with a bucket of crude. "Merry Christmas," he cried, and emptied it on them. Canfield spat and sputtered, while Mac collapsed with laughter. Black crude plastering his hair, oozing into his ears, dripping off his nose, whitening his eyes in the middle of a minstrel man face. They bailed all day and managed to draw off 7 barrels. The well remained as full as before. The level kept rising in the shaft. Mac took the night's last horse car to the western suburbs and then walked from the end of the line. At 2:30, he pounded on Enrique Potter's door. Potter answered with a lamp in one hand, shotgun in the other. "I thought it was a burglar. My God, you stink." "I spent a dime for a bath. I can't get rid of the smell." "Where the hell have you been, Mac? I thought you died or fled the state. I've been going crazy with the authorities. There's a bench warrant out for you, and a lien against San Solaro." Enrique, listen. It doesn't make any difference. None of that makes any difference. We'll settle with those people, all of them. Just get me a little more time." He seized the lawyer's shoulders and shook him. "Enrique, there's oil in Los Angeles. Now let me in." At the kitchen table, while Potter watched with sleepy displeasure and Elena's distant voice quieted children awakened by the knocking, Mac sorted the wadded notes from his pocket. "There are building lots for sale in Westlake Park. Those are descriptions of 5 of them. Lots with Brea showing close by. None costs more than $575. Tomorrow morning I want you to buy them for me, all 5. Put a mortgage on San Solaro." "Are you joking? You can't mortgage property that's tied up in a court proceeding." "Then take out a loan yourself. Your credit's good, isn't it? I'll give you an IOU for $3,000 to be paid as a bonus." "From where? Prison? I could wind up there if I'm not careful. My God, you've got nerve. I'm in awe." "Enrique, I know this will work. I know it. You said you thought I'd amount to something. Well, I will, but only if you help me." "Wait, I don't understand. You're talking too fast." Trying to control his giddy excitement, Mac spoke more slowly. He explained the events of the day to the lawyer, who knew nothing of his involvement with Doheny and his partner. Potter listened with increasing skepticism. "Are you going to sink wells on all those lots?" "No, I'm going to hold them 60 or 90 days and sell them to other people who want to sink wells." "What if this well of yours is a fluke? What if it goes dry tomorrow?" "Then I lose my collateral." "Mac, the risk's too great. I advise against—" "Buy the lots, Enrique. I know I'm right." Never be poor again. Enrique Potter gave him a long, speculative look, but he picked up the oil-stained notes one by one. Mac leaned back, his head spinning with a strange, drunken exhilaration. Every sense seemed sharper. He heard night insects outside with an amazing clarity. The glint of lamplight on the beautifully painted tiles of the kitchen hearth made a picture he'd never forget. Potter's old robe, scrawny chest, sleek baggy eyes, those too he'd remember forever. This is the night, he thought, riding the wave of emotion. This is the night it begins. The night of the day I struck gold.